and then you start to do something beautiful, even though maybe you can. Like Allah and Allah so apparently when it comes ultimately again, when it comes ultimately to solid, so people understand that solid itself is what is solid. When it comes to liquids, it's much more different because people understand the halachas and the science of this issue. So because of that, once the liquid hits the shards, even though it's in the bigger flow, may have never been actually inside the leaf. Because it's possible that it was inside the leaf, we're not going to use it as a because people have come to the lowest teaching, which you can take something out of the shards and use it for so most of the material is really passion. CBS Halef is exactly passion. CBS Halef and that's something that's not that shot. This is the law is less about money. It's supposed to be placed on this day as well, on Shabbos. And it's supposed to be able for an entire week until the next Shabbos. You should love, get it behind it, what the new bread. This is this case. In this situation over here, you forgot to put the bread on the short on Shabbos and put it on Sunday. The APS have a zayt in the Shabbos. And once you join the Bazikul, the spoon of bread is on Shabbos. So once you ask about the Surah, the bread is a problem. Right? Plus, why is it possible? A lot of it is that the left hand has to be on the short for 2 Shabbos. The first Shabbos that is placed on, and has to be the second Shabbos ultimately when it's placed on. This is Sunday as well. So what's going to be? Take the Yasha, and it's going to Shabbos about leave the same left hand on the short for one more Shabbos. This is the Ramadan. Leave it on the short for one more Shabbos. Shabbos, who are to come to them and see the Kachur. What the interesting thing is, the issue of using the left of unspeakable pronunciation. That's it. You might just use that as a first, you put it down, no problem. You can get one more. You can get one more. Effectively, it's the same left of the top and fourth 20 weeks. So, but am I? But why is that? Plus some non-lima. The zero should no blue. Not using the why are you concerned that people come to lowly different based on what they want? That you believe sacrifice or constipated items in a precise circle of the end. Now, what's that? Now, no matter what it is, if you use something in a precise circle of the end, what is that called? What is that called? Reno. That's called Reno. Right? That's what ultimately again you which is a soul. So what? So because of beforehand, they were nervous for life to use this like because overflow because people they get some clichés and use it for both. Why are people concerned to leave the left on the short for 2 weeks? Why is it because people say, oh, if you just keep concentrating stuff in the clichés and it's no problem, the whiskey might be right. Mean, you might just do that with haramis. Remember, the left on the it's done two sides of isolation. That's like this stuff, right? A couple of grand. Versus foot. This was at the measuring because this was done a couple of years. Mim, not fully amayadi. Foot, fully amayadi. Also, you know what happens when you make something close to it. So ultimately, again, people who see what's happening inside the nation. No one sees it. So because no one sees it, ultimately, again, people aren't going to come to any kinds of mistakes. Versus outside of the base of English, that's when people come to this. Not possible. Most of the supplementation is bad. Most of the is Allah. So we'll get to the American about the nice and sauce of most of the supplementation is bad. The leftover of the supplement is given from the research point of view. What is that? My most of the supplement is the leftover of the supplement. Everybody wants to know what they use. Everybody wants to know what they use. Overflow is very easy to what's the going to keep for? And again, when it comes to death, you don't like to death to the therefore, I get a lot of nice to death to go and the dessert fund was there to ensure the death was never idle. And they say it's a big company also so therefore, again, any of the overflow from the suffering is dedicated for this particular arrest. Everybody else says, they use it. Everybody else says, no, it's not the overflow, but rather, again, it's the heat keeping up the measures. So also here I know it says that the measures were normally leveled off. When you leveled it off, anything extra was set aside ultimately again for the king's Hamid. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Kosesh, what's Rabbi Yochanan Moshe Rabbi Yochanan Kosesh, Amid Herbal Alav Vesafik Salasas Alav. Let's say a person takes upon itself to provide flour for the business. So it commits himself ultimately again to provide flour at 4 sit-in per cell. But that's not going to be 4 sit-in per cell of flour per cell. And what happens? But only the shallow. Let's say that what happens. The price goes up. So you can only get 3 sit-in of flour for a cell. Of being what's halacha? Yes, they are. Because they have to provide the base of the flour at the price they essentially when you give flour, when you pledge that the base of you rob him of price for the time of the bread. So even if the price goes up and you only get 3 cents per sell off, you still have to go ahead and give 4 cents per sell. On the other hand, on the days, you struggle to under the arbor, and let's say what happens is now halach on the night at the time you make your promise, you can go ahead and what? Only provide 3 cents per sell, and then you have to look at the price goes down. So now you can go ahead and provide 4 cents. That's halacha. The Sabbath Yarba. You have to give 4 sitting per salah, not 3 sitting per salah. What's the logic? Yad and hektish al ha'ayah. Ultimately, you're going to say, Yad hektish al ha'ayah. Or is this English? Always has the This is the ultimate again. So this would be an example, by the way, of most and suck. So again, what do you see? Let's say in this particular case, where you pledge 3, but it turns out that what? That you're giving 4, because the price went down. So let's say, what do we do with that extra saw? So we set that aside for case of it there. We put that in the role for additional carbon fund, but then the event that ultimately the government is there and dormant. Has funds to be able to use for additional carbon. I think about it very clear. I also said by the voice. Beirut saying that Halal and he said ultimately again, Beirut saying that Halal are you also bad? When you have these additional methods, remember when you leveled off the flour, you had that additional flour. So what do? Give me that offered up go ahead and use it for hold it. At a rate of 4 seconds per salon, so on the shuttle, and the price goes up. You can only provide 3 seconds per salon from the subject to album. Now, what means you have to still provide the 4 that you promised. On the flip side, you promise the under the album. Also, ultimately, again, if you promise 3, and then the price went down, you give 4 seconds per salon. The subject to album, you give 4. Why? You got to this album. Ultimately, you will see the price and sell Shashaniru. Most centers of this is an example of me saying that the extra measurements ultimately again go to the search on top of the graph. So what is the extra measurements? This really example is let's see each same piece of because the way marketplace and how many price then goes down and now to get 4 cents per seller. I now believe to get 4 cents per seller now. And I only pledge 3. So what happens to the extra one? Because the mechanism is set aside and uses it for the service in the event of a gap dormant or some reason, a lot of money of this fund, you go ahead and use to bring the additional funds. But the rest of the guys are like, switch on that and but yes, once it goes down, once the story instance, he's never get going back to the Grandma, Yossi, what's Haraki's status? How do you why not כל המידות כל המידות האלו קודש ומקושרת. אלו שמידות אנחנו צריכים מבפנים בחוץ, וכי היובש שמישהו אלו בפנים. So says the Halacha is that all will be again, every utensils on Kadosh, on the inside and on the outside. Versus blended utensils, which are only Kodesh on the inside, not on the outside. Because the mixing Midos Halach Kodesh, therefore you're going to say Halacha Lamesa, overflow, the liquid utensils Kodesh, because the overflow level is from the inside and the outside of the Kodesh, with the mixing Midos together. Overflow from blind and utensils to the wasn't all together. Rubbish, it's small, it's so easy for what? So the gate comes back to the research fund. Why not just let it go out the hole? And let me say, zero is concerned that people are coming to the stories, it just suddenly uses for nothing. Ultimately, the Rambam has to really so all communal offerings, Naya, and individual offerings, so in general, all Kabbalahs come with Nisa. Okay, all Kabbalahs, all Kabbalahs come with Nisa, and except what? Except ones that don't. Very simple ones that don't. So watch this. So all Kabbalahs that Shiva by Yochid Nisa, those are all general. Individual offerings require this stuff. Goods, we have the bar, the high meiser, with the exception ultimately of the car offering, the meiser offering, the Pesach offering, Chatos, and Asher. That's all. I told you all the exceptions. Hello. However, there is in the video we just said a Chatos and Asher. There is a Chatos and Asher. The Chatos of Mitzorah and the Asham ultimately again require a song. Highlight. But says the Gemara, here we go. Tell me about it. Now, people say, now we're going to go through how to understand how we know which Kabbalah is required a second, which Kabbalah is required. Tell me about it. He said, once he said, so go ahead and make for them a fire offering of flesh. The Rachel, Allah, or the Ishi, they come in the suffering to us, and then ultimately they require okay, so now I know that the whole requires this. How do I know that someone requires this? I'm going to Seba. People answer the question. You should be able to never what of Seba. Seba to me the comment. Closing line, I know that I told you requires this. I'm going to Seba. So what's it? The old comes to include something additional. Your ocean mind that so at that point, if you're going to say Ozeva, maybe Ozeva comes to include what? All Korbanos. So maybe I should include Before, Maisa, Pesach, Chatos, and Asham. And below my Kale, Gedra, Open the Double. You know what the Pasuk says? To fulfill the Neder, or in the Double. But the Neder is the Double coming from. Also, only the type of Korban, which technically can't be brought as a Neder or as in a Double, ultimately requires itself. She'ino but the Neder or a Korban which cannot be brought as a Neder or as in a Double, pays what would be itself. First kind of spells a rule. The rule is a Korban which can potentially come as a Neder or a Double requires itself. A Korban which can never come as a Neder or a Double does not require itself. Now you can understand the exclusion. You cannot bring a Neder Chatos. You can say, you know what? Feel like I just want to bring a Chatos. Like, I didn't do anything wrong, or Hashem, but you know, I'm not sure someone did something wrong. So I'm going to bring a Chatos. A Chatos like that. You can't bring an Ipsa. Entonces, if you can't be brought together on a Java, then Allah the Mesa doesn't get this up. So Mashma, OCS Elu, so once they say, oh yeah, this is consequence, legal, it's said above, OCS, Hobos, Habos, Machos, Harega. So Garega. So it's an ultimately the aviation obligatory offerings which come undirected. Because of that, or 90, was the almost via the Shaman Haiba. Was it really ultimately almost via Shaman Haiba? Shouldn't go ahead and get this off the leader. The law mark all the law is also the consequence or the companies which are brought to the rest. Come out from the law, daytime, ultimately, again, anything that is brought under numbers, I do something I did not almost here requiring the stuff. National Hadith, you ugly, severe factors. So maybe I'll go ahead and do of the sea of the Hadith. Also, over Rego, also depends on office. Because this can be brought as an obligatory offering on a regular also on a website. If you look around you, that should say over here, obviously, the whole important the whole age, you need to move this since the Syrian Catholics are getting brought on the way, therefore, Allah it should require something like what we try to understand, actually, Syrian Catholics. So, let's see you see Syrian Catholics and God. So, the growth shall have opposite to what's it's amazing, no? It's amazing. So, the Syrian Catholics are going to be up pretty well. So I'm in the front, therefore, again, you just mentioned before, in any covenant and part of the other requires the suffering. Well, you haven't told me to have a type of suffering. So that's the reason being suffering on actually being suffering for the Kata says so. Which is what it says, Abdullah, the king has said that when someone says here, the person says, so shall you do it in the bank. What is it? Why is it so slow down? The hand is man ben bakar but bar to the back bar to the end of the bar. Something that bakar to the bar all again social the party all the knowledge can be brought together. This is the kind of then what? A lot of the main stuff I would have said that applies to you once. I was heard Allah. من البقرة من says no, that's from the Bakar min al only is in the Bakar that's that you get the sucking, but only if you get this oath, it does not get the sucking. You understand Omer Ibn Sarah, you understand the only discussion, are you Omer Zeba, but oath, are you Omer Zeba, sorry, the person was Zeba, and what? But oath, Zeba. Oath is not the from the Hema without recommending. So your thought, the old man, how they have like, although young in the Schlinger, I'm going to look at the says, so I realize all that everything maybe I have both Buckner and Soul. As well, my Nina have Buckner, oh, this is what the person says, from Buckner often so lots of effort, maybe lots of ultimately, again, if you want to I'm still going to trash up, but pick up with the honest side. Hi fans, good morning, good morning. So again, for spot.
The west side.
in the notion of the donkey is a bird means that he is laden with materials. He's laden with materials. That's the donkey of Amor, because it's not a construction of that which is a whole piece of this world. The subject of the something of reason, should be no fighting, but in the first smile, after the father finds out, woe to the father who has to exile his children, or to woe to the children of the exile, and woe to the father who has exiled his children. And then you know what happened. You get down to crying out. Look up to the person who down to crying out. It means that even the donkey feels what we live. Even the donkey feels this sense of after he comes home. What's the message? He says, the most large truth of God, also we are getting also we are getting that God discussed that the donkey is the lowest of the animal. In our budget, I will say that now left from college. In our budget, the man will be left to the moment in Arizona, Arushinatu Kagawa Kakama is not actually used to the gas of the nation. Not only that, it was the nation of the world. Why did it make that? The life of the protected by the sheriff is by the strength of that was a physical, material, the exclusion of the spiritual, often like the translation of the word. Haber Fakaya, Amro, Ukon, the Gabi, Haber Fakaya, Uko, Shal, Amor, Rashi, or Rashi, or Saga, Lahat, the Emerson Kakama, Mama, Holdem as far as the outcast, as well as you are, if your friend calls you a Nazi, if your friend calls you a Nazi, what did you do? For the satellite, or second Nazi, it's again a discussion about how to do the things and how to do it. That's not how to discuss it. We have to go down to what's the point of the how are you accepting how does she look at the field to do the how to as we go even for the maybe I very much do that from the field. So okay, so the first lesson says the private people science. That even for Kamar, even that is expressing his own topics like confident, confidence, of spirituality and holiness. I like the fact that you get up there, you're doing the one minute video, you gotta flesh it out, just keep doing it, get some of the specific comedy guys, you know, the particular themes and everything. Stage presence and like role play, you know, nice and cute. And I think you're on the right track when you go with, you know, somebody says, mayonnaise isn't good enough. I think that still sounds like the beginning of it, but I didn't feel like the end was perfect. You know, it's like, it seems like you said the spice is right. Yeah, maybe that too, like I want mayonnaise, but I want it a little bit more sour with some spices or something. I think it's sad like it's like somebody says, that's what was extremely the city that the cars are only white people, people with burns, people with strike. I asked the problem, what about everybody's now? Maybe we have it's like, all of the down to grade at the first week, right? That first turn at night, you have to be perfect to dry out. The palm throw before you sell. Even the donkey show. Even the donkey show. What's the message here? The message here is that people have dicey. And a lot of things in life, yes. A lot of things in life, I'm just somewhere. I'm just somewhere. I'm just somewhere. Bad decisions, I'm helping to sounds so chewy, like it starts completely chewing the point. That's racist. I've never met a white guy with a last name like those are my last name and black people do that too. That doesn't make it racist. There's a Jewish person. Oh, is that Jewy? That's very Jewish. The name, the word lion. She's very Jewish. See that? So my Jewish friends can say Jew, but they can't actually say the word Adel. When you stand on the first part, and you'll see this progression of the breakout.
The last part's very German with the shank, like it's going to shank you, like evil in German. So it's like one shank. You're the most German last name. Yours is just Creamer. Reichel? Like the third Reichel? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Yeah, like you have like one of the thing, yeah, like the third Reich is like the whole thing. And that's basically your last name. It's like my name being Tony Holocaust. Alright, so you guys like I say, it's one of those things where you can shorten it. It's so bizarre. You can shorten it in some places. You can make it longer than others. I say stay in the range dress and pocket and try to write the perfect huge thing on range dress. You can be the condiment Canadian. Ketchup after that, mustard Joe's just like, hey, what's up with this mustard? It's not just a guy on Clip. Mustard or village or park? There she goes, it's Sarah White. But we didn't get the Jimmy Buffett part, which Jimmy Buffett's also interesting. His big song is Cheeseburgers in Paradise, which needs a condiment, right? So it all goes together. Necklaces, bracelets. So if you have any gold or you came in with any gold, it's probably your gold. Because I know for a fact not many Canadians have gold on them. So Canadians on you. There you go. For you podcast listeners out there in Canada and Finland, that was a homeless guy saying that he found a piece of jewelry. And he claims that he's going to keep it. And I'm going to say that in Holland days, but it's good for Dave Granger.
So diabetes, everything, diabetes didn't make me black. I just say Filipino. People have diabetes and what do they feel like you start listening? Don't lose that meaning. I don't know what my fucking body. You got diabetes? That sucks. That's so you can't eat anything. You can't eat cars. You can't eat lollipops. You can't eat bacon. I don't know why the fuck I can't eat bacon. I think I just like, why the fuck they do that? Do that shit to blind people? I think blind people shit, but it sucks. That's so you can't see anything, man. You can't see colors. You can't see rainbows. You can't see bacon time. So I think that's it. I have nothing to do with it. The diabetes right out of the gate, that's brave, that's setting
And I love the approach that you have because it seems like so wrong to say well, start missing things on it. Did it end in Rainbow? Was that the third one or was that just two? Oh, Bacon was the third one.
I actually switched to this random out of the box because what I was gonna do was listen to folks the second time as much as you can't see as opposed to visual.
Right, that's what I was just thinking. Oh, can you tried it that way before?
I've never tried it. I was getting rid of nobody's too. I was like, food. The second time was the blind people can't see like sunsets.
You could also leave that be the third one on the food, and it could be the same foods. You can't eat bread, you can't eat pasta, or whatever the thing is. Is that really? It's not good. I don't have diabetes. Yeah. It's really bad. Coffee and everything. So, I'm probably going to be asking you what I should be eating in about 2 weeks. Yeah, when women have diabetes, they like non-stop use of their pussies are very much fun. Are you making it up? No, I always wonder what the girls are shit like you're find out. I never yet experienced it. Yeah, you gotta do your research on diabetic. Yeah, it's sugar. Well, I guess that's what it is. Like your body makes too much fucking shit. Even candy comes out of I highly doubt that the yeast infection tastes like Sour Patch Kids. Sour Patch Kids, you're wrong. It's way worse than that. It's a rash. Oh, yeah. We call them around the town. We call them Ratchet House Ryan. Do you have to do the shark thing every day? What's the problem? Oh, shit. Oh, my gosh. That's way better, right? It's a lot better. And then you unplug that thing. Yeah. It's like a nut job. It's like a nut. It's not anything bad. It's more convenient, but like, the shots were a bitch. Like, the X is all for 13. So, you're just keeping the shots. And I actually just came out telling people that I had that use that. So, it was very tough to talk about. It came out of the diabetic closet. Yeah, it was like coming out, and it was tough because, like, people that know me for years never knew people that had me in the diabetic. So, I kept it. So, like, you know, I'm trying to make some money off of it. You get rid of diabetes, you get rid of type 2, and there's theories you can get rid of type 1, but essentially type 1 is where the pancreas doesn't work anymore, type 2 is where the pancreas does work, but the body is not accepting the glucose or the insulin the body should. Biological. Wow. I have type writer diabetes. Type writer diabetes. You just made it up. My sister has the same package as one of us. One of ours took her backstage and I walked on the festival. Sweet, but like, you ever just like blank out? Like, how long have you done that? I found that when I was 12, I was diagnosed with 15. Officially. Right, and people love candy. I've never been a candy person. What happened is, like, I was one of, like, the brands of pasta type thing. And, like, I guess I had a few scares. Like, I had to walk home from work. It was, like, 5 months right before 4 o'clock in the morning. And, like, I kept this thing on. And I almost passed out. I'm like, going home. And I'm like, oh, I had the phone was dead. I'm like, holy shit. I looked up the 7-Eleven. In my head, I'm like, I hope that 7-Eleven is not a mirage. I mean, it's like scary shit. And it's like, the scary thing about having a little blood sugar That's awesome, man. His Twitter is I am Dave Gregory. Yeah, Twitter. I am Dave Gregory. Would you like a diabetic Dave? Diabetic Dave. So you guys like the mean like that? Is that what you want? That's what the guys need to do. All right. See you. Push. Eric Carter.
Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at it.
Louisiana, Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. Here in Southern California now. To being the son of man, I'm also a family man. I love my daddy, I love my mama, I love my brother, and I love my sister. I love my sister until the bitch broke up with me. I am also a Southern stud as well. Fucked every girl in my family tree.
Yeah, boss. Dang, boss.
But you know, I live in red states, and I live in blue states. I want to educate you on this. All right. I saw you at the fight last night. You guys doing the press conferences on this prize winner fighters. How long have you been in Los Angeles? Well, I'm actually in Dana Point, but I've been in California for 2 months. I'm here. Yeah. I like your style, man. Your cadence is very, blue-collar comedy. Are you wearing pajama pants or are those close? I'm on dates with some German lady in Hermosa Beach. She owns one of those new age mystical clothing stores. Pants when I go to Miami. Yeah, but you only see it in this ones. That's like Miami place. Yeah. I know about this. Because I got the bad jeans, but I left those at home. Tony, can I just know what's your name again? Eric Carter. Eric, yeah, you speak well, you know, light a little, energy. I would say you don't have to be so, I'm not into the hard edge stuff. It doesn't match you. That's really your opinion. You're like a likable guy. Southern, you can play it. I'm not telling you where you're at, but I can see it. There's so many different ways to go. You know, like if you like the Southern guy who lives in San Diego, I don't want to get into that, but I'm looking at the positive thing. You speak well, you have confidence, a little bit of character there, so there's something, but, you know, I'm just not into the harsh. You're gonna go further up front, I think, without doing the cocaine stuff. You can make sure it's right on, and there's smart cocaine jokes, and then, you know, the stuff with the sister that's been done before. Right, yeah, I definitely do that. Did you do comedy? 5 minutes longer than we remember. But no, what's great is that you have such a style to just Mississippi, just it's unbelievable. It's priceless. People wish, I've met so many people starting out comedy that wish that they had a viewpoint like that, like just somewhere to jump off of. Like you can play that Billy Goat fucking. You can play idiot for the rest of your life, or you can try to be like other people and fucking you'll be one of those people that's out here for 19 years before you book an extra casting role. And you're gonna end up in some fucking play the idiot. You got here a little bit late because they already cast it and filmed the last season of Breaking Bad. They have a great look for that. There's going to be something that pops up. You know what I mean? And so it's good that you're in the game. It's much more fun than being in Mississippi. Yeah. What are you doing? Like, how do you make your money up here? Just got here 2 months ago.
My brother served, but I never served. I just drifted out here, man. Just left the trailer park and said, fuck it. Just came out to California and had nothing else to do. Keep it real. So, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. There's something going on here. I showed up.
Nobody knows what the fuck they're doing the first time or after the first time. It takes tons and tons of times. But I'll tell you, you're already out of the curve because most people think they have things figured out after their first time. And the fact that, you're smiling and you're not taking it too seriously gives you a huge edge over people that, get nervous and don't believe or trust in things. So good luck with everything. I'm so glad that everything started here. Please come back, sign up again. That's Aaron Carter at showers here. What do you mean?
I left the mobile home. Somebody's let me live with her at Dana Point.
How's your water pressure?
Oh, it's good a lot better than the outhouse back at home.
Oh my God. It's all the shit you gotta be talking about. Mobile home, outhouse. Have you heard of Wi-Fi? You know what that is?
That was Lawrence.
Starting out, there were nothing that had gone on with millionaires alive. You're good job. Just keep doing it. That is the perfect one. By the way, take the Wi-Fi thing. You know what I mean? Say, somebody asked me if I know what Wi-Fi was. Something like, is that martial arts? Not like what you're given. You know what I mean? There you go. It's Aaron. Call me Aaron Carter. So you get me back your fucking secret. Welcome to third grade. I never got an answer of what you did for work, right?
I don't anticipate her.
Probably worse than a beach shop or a coffee. What do you work, Eric?
Hey, mate.
Yeah, coffee house. What's the last job you did for money? What's that?
I'm a dishwasher. I'm sitting on the bank.
Dishwasher. Holy shit. And what norms? And what norms?
I don't know what that means.
Taking a job from a Mexican. How dare you? All right, everybody. You know what? We should probably move on to our final segment of the show for time, right? Sorry to all the comedians that didn't get up. It seems like a lot. We spent a lot of time on people tonight. Sorry for you guys who signed up that didn't get up. We're going to move on to our final segment of the show, which is always exciting and fun. There's two lovely young ladies that are part of every single show that we've had, and they've been being built here 60 seconds a week for 16 weeks. This is their 16th show. And so let's flip it this time. And going first tonight from the great state of Florida. She dropped out of college to pursue her stand-up comedy career.
Okay.
And I'll start it here in history. We're going to get together for our friend and yours, the one only Kimberly Coffee. So, I recently started dating someone new, and I'm really excited about it. I think that the best part about being a boyfriend is pretending that I'm sane. In the beginning, I'm like, oh, you got locked out last night? So funny. No, yeah, your friend Kate is so cute. I want to go down on you. But realistically, like 2 months later, the right students will find my life.
So you never understood that doing this in the shows,
I bet it's your little friend
because
Kate.
you want to compliment
I told you drink so much.
messages
Like, is someone put down
how
on
to
you?
create or how to structure one goes up so along those same lines, let me let's have a look at it. Forma
It's really happening.
uno, so quality and quality everything that Hashem does above and celestial. אפילו בעולם הגבוה והנעלה ביותר, יש אפילו יש איזה רושם וסימן ניכר מזה למטה ונברן בעולם הזה. This is really a very dramatic idea. So, let it be. In everything that Hashem does in celestial, everything that Hashem does above, there is some manifestation, there's some almost like only the word very image, some recognition of that in this world. So that you see what that is doing to developing this story about this incredible interconnectedness between the Olam HaGabor, so the overflow and the Olam HaGabor. You look at anything that happens in the development of Olam world, anything that happens based on the celestial sphere above, is somehow mirrored in this world as well. One minute we're going to see this. Yes, he's a listener. He's still in the position he's right in the and he's right in the bottle of my God. The most compassionate people is to avoid it. They ready that voice. That's the people here from the magic of the magic of Moses to the Father. Oh, sorry. You are even conscious of the world that we're doing now. This is not because that's a very fascinating. He says, because of the magic of Moses, was the primary effective house of Santa the level of there, magic of Moses. Both the sorrow, too, that's the national Shamadia Lutzati. This is what the Rabbi said. He said, any time there's some lacking, there's something sorrow, there's something lacking in the life of the tzaddik, you go to Mitzvah Law and also the floor. Say, for example, again, the tzaddik. He needs Parnasa, or he needs it, what needs livelihood, or he needs healing. Unisva Lomina Shamai. This particular lack, this particular deficiency was specifically given to him from the Ribono Shalom. For what purpose? The simon law. In order that the tzaddik should have a simon. Everyone saying, now I want to point out something very important that the Magid is highlighting here, which is that there is one thing that the tzaddik is recognized by one thing, and the tzaddik is recognized by the other thing is that the tzaddik doesn't have Parnasa, the tzaddik has a that's a simon. That's a simon. Like the thing is, the father is the statue of heaven. One thing he says, I will give it to you that all the hard left. We saw Sarah, Shai, Shekam, the Mali, wild. Somehow, the result of the is missing the same thing. Incredible idea. Somehow, the result of the tzaddik doesn't have the floor. The result of is also lacking. Or this is something that is, the tzaddik doesn't have Parnasa. Anche il corpo che io ho risultato but I be very careful with that. Like the response over the last, the response over action, I'm a much more metaphorical. Whatever the savage is missing in all of my life, whatever the savage is missing in the response over is missing it, as well, it's all of how you. The even that was in a watch this was the challenge. In a paper, in a small set, to even, if you have to pick up in a young age, the logic behind it. Because the challenge is like a limb of the tree, like a drop from the sea. Meaning, it's not saying that some of the individual is a limb of the reproductional limb. Therefore, happiness is a limb of what it means. So, the limb is someone, but the efficiency, of course, impacts the body and society. So, the target is missing well, the target is missing and also that means that the human potential is quote unquote missing something. And I think a lot. I love that how you look at this person, it seems theological. I can order for the thing. Who so what happened to you is a not being like but I'm just gonna move on a very basic level to incredible connected thinking of whatever comes over my I really over my the devotional love I was not incredible connected with the footnote raised my body but this is the desire for the body to the brother of always yeah so it's not even so it's actually very good. This is the way it's not even good. It's when a person when a person looks to ask from the rebellion it's a view of the vision of someone is a link of the spirit. You know what I think you've often heard of this concept that some of the some of the spot of the rebellion. Like I was about a tiny like feeling at the top not only you get a portion of it, but here she is, Sarah Moses to John. Much more. My sexual preferences is mostly stage defined by the early 2000s. Whenever you have a fire, spark comes up the fire, or it's spark. Actually, went out with this girl last week. We used to go out last year. We broke up because this guy kept picturing me her birthday. Of course, it was one part. Now it's no longer part. And we went out, and what sucks is that I've been on both sides of the street, you know. And so I've done the tricks, I've been the trick. And we were walking around, everything's great, and I'm holding hands and kissing, and it's so doing so good, and I get the I'm so glad you're here for me. Well, and then he goes, you're not all right. But immediately she follows that up with, hey, let's go to the strip club. And I said, I'm okay with but I am in some way that is one of the things to be offered. So you have to feel that you guys are just so fucking turned on by me. It doesn't matter what I wear, what I do. It's too fucking funny. Now I know your nipples are popping out. They're not, dude. In the back of the room for you listeners on the other side of the world. You're full of this. If you really want to get into it, I mean, don't let me bring it up. The camel toe incident 2 weeks ago. You said at first you said there was no camel toe, and then you admitted later that there was a camel toe. No, it was a great game. He said maybe something mnemonic put your sorrow at rest. There's a section in therapy, mnemonic idea. Now, what this actually means? First, what you need to learn to handle the shoulder after sorrow. Some of you are going to have to turn this to the top of it, but today, we'll continue with the sorrow.
Recovering that and not the material, which isn't bad, is a huge thing. So what you're left with is a common sense situation of you don't want to have a camel toe, you don't want to have your nipples showing. These are common sense things. What would suck is if we're like all of your jokes are fucking terrible, but instead you're building and you're doing something that you're still trying to. Or if you're not trying to, then you're find a mirror. Welcome to point where you need a full-size mirror in your apartment. Can I raise my hand? No camel toes in public. I have no problem with the camel toe. I have no problem. Bernie takes the I want you to fail approach. I don't want to fail. You asked Kimberly to take off her acting. What's a joke? Are you really serious? There's a woman prior on this is where you come to learn. This is where you come to learn. Your nipples can't be out when you're I see a lot of comedy. I'm okay with it. You're getting terrible. If you got to serious on his nipples now, People still laugh at what I said. Your nipples aren't showing. Do you really think you're right about it? They would laugh harder if the jokes were when they get better and your nipples are showing. That's funnier. I think it is. It's so heterosexual tension. The audience applauded me. This audience applauded me, Tony. If you have, I'm saying like, look, ideally speaking, yes, Bernie's singing his stance on a joke, by the way, for you clappers out there. He's saying that the word being in the female comedian better than it is. It's funny if you got good jokes and you're a good comedian and you're out there with a camel toe. I think it's funny. It's a later. I think it's a distraction. Meanwhile, there's a guy that's wearing a Kenny Powers shirt. And that's a distraction. Something that nipples like, oh, you're eating camel toe. You should have seen these kids. I'm just getting my opinion. That's what it's all about. We don't agree on everything. I don't mind. Why the tears, Sarah, must have told you you're being melted on war zone for 16 weeks? I take it up the ass for you every weekend. Do you really know? First of all, you do it's because it's unacceptable. And we want you to be good. And it doesn't end up working for us if we end up being in our building every 2 years. Talking about my fucking jokes. I gotta like, you're just a fucking Second of all, stop talking, Sarah, stop talking. You already heard the jokes. Seriously. That word's don't realize. You're too uneducated. The reason why it's not good for a female comedian's nipples to be shown is because it is a distraction to the overall standard confidence. Whether it is to you or not, it doesn't matter. Her jokes and her persona generally, those are getting strong, those are getting chuckles, that would kill if her nipples were built into that ass. That's going to be harder to yourself. I said the bits are good. I don't think you understand what the show is. It's us hoping you get better at the overall thing. It's not about just jokes. And if you would care for me, it's an entire thing. The fact that she smiles and is likable and doesn't have nipples showing is meaningful for us to become aware.
self-awakening, very self-awakening, self-inspired. Whatever is Abba is what that does is it awakens, it awakens to a thought, right? This is the dramatic this thought, what this speaking of this world and how I'm feeling about it. How we should go because us connected about the understanding
And if instead one of them looks like a stripper on stage, it doesn't work. It's taken a lot of pictures.
when we try to have
One that's successful. Just said once. Well, she stopped, she that's successful named the person, the name of the female comedian who's perfectly sexy on stage, but is successful. She's when it dresses, she dresses down on stage. Dresses down to the night outside the time and another. A lot of the African American comedians have a very your chances of saying because like when you make this part huge breast, high heels, huge jokes. This is still an episode of Kill Tony. I mean, you took the wrong end of the debate. You could have used your common sense and your comedy education and not let this seeming like two bad guys. You're not bad guys. So why don't I just go down that road and say something that I don't agree with? We should agree with it. You can't be one successful comedian that dresses sexy to me. Maybe she should do that trailblazer. That's not absolutely impossible. I disagree. I wear shorts on stage. What people understand that they don't look good. Anything
what is he up to? What is he I'm going to go to that one. I'm going to myself teaching my do that one. And we that very low top.
Difference between being different and trying to be sexy on stage. It is a heel tone or something that
right now.
try to show heel toes and just a natural female, but it doesn't matter. You have to do it. You can't do it on stage. You can wear whatever you want off stage. Just whatever you want to wear.
I'm going to go to the associate from the Shimon we heritage. Remember, not only was he heritage, he was dangerous heritage. Like he actually tried to uproot learning, tried to uproot observance. So all the rabbis cut themselves off from him, except Rabbi Meir. Right? Except Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir was his Talmud, but Rabbi Meir still tried to extract learning from his studies. The Gemara says, Amar li yo amai, Hari Rabbi Meir, Rimon Vatsa, Toho Afon, Mikako Zara.
Everybody, how you guys doing tonight? Another fun night. Here we are, another beautiful Monday. Heavy as we last night. Jesus Christ is here right now, everybody. We are hailed together with the Lord and Savior, the one and the only. How's it going, Jesus? Feeling good about things? Why is it taking 17 episodes for you to make your first appearance?
That was the ultimate thing. So he goes out and says,
Welcome new audience members. How do you guys feel everything's for Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior? There you go. It's all happening. Welcome, Jesus. As always, we're here with the one and only, the loveliest, the lovely co-host, head of security, already wanted to leave iron nature now. And he's into flesh. That's right. Yeah, I couldn't help but to notice that you have a blow up doll in your hand, Patriot. What's going on? No.
Very nice to meet. She doesn't talk a lot. I got her in the gallery. Oh, you been there in the gallery? They really did some good right now.
Are you talking about the Glendale Mall, or are you talking about the Americana across the street? Because actually, the Glendale Mall is one of the best sizes things I've ever been into my whole entire life. I go there a lot still, especially if you look at the Apple Store. So the Apple Store at the Glendale Mall, there's one right across the street that's a billion times better. So no one goes to that Apple Store to post that.
Yeah, I saw that. But they got this thing built like a third floor there and stuff.
It's the Galleria, right? Yeah, it's really good. That's where we're shooting your dog from. Really? Second floor. Oh, yeah, they were going out of business, so they were all like, they had them all in one case. They were sewing the cases of all the dogs. So there was like 17 dogs in this one case that was supposed to look like a golden retriever. And it was just, I wish I took a photo of it. It looked like an aquarium of sad dogs.
They're
the cutest dog.
your earthly awakening, your self-inspiration.
There's someone to tell you that happened to me.
Yes.
Remember I told you I was going to be an extra on the Jersey
Sarada
Boys?
Shiva was Milano Schools. Like found something, but found
They weren't
something
going to let me
really
get
not
close to Clint Eastwood. But I did get close. I got a few feet from Clint Eastwood. And not only him, but most of the band was standing right there. And I remember the conversation. It was funny. Because they were talking about that famous cowbell skit that Christopher did on Saturday Night Live in 2000. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And it was just funny that they would be talking about that. And I was just like, I said, you just standing right there.
Yeah. How long did it take for security to get you away?
Well, I didn't try to say anything. I just kind of stepped up there when you're talking about the cemetery scene. But, you know, I've always...
All right. Why are you holding a blow-up doll again? I just figured it out because I threw his...
Listen, I've named my new girlfriend Maria, and I'm about to perform a song called Maria that I sent to Whitney.
Oh my God, that's so easy. Sure did. I love how you guys always surprise me with this.
what I
Alright, you want to do this?
Yeah, look good.
Alright. Here's Iron Patriot with Maria.
Preparing for Shabbos, and ultimately again it built up throughout the week in order to go ahead and make the Akila, this consumption for Shabbos, one of incredible holiness and Kedusha, whereas Hillel, on the other hand, was able to bring that Shabbos-like Kedusha into his everyday sense. And according to the Tzaddik, that is truly the definition of a chassid. The chassid is a person. Well, let's take a look. So we're on through the Reish Mem Gimel. The Reish Mem Gimel in Old Script is the same PDF that I sent out last week. The right hand paragraph in the Be'orei Chassidos, about 6 lines in, it says, Zeu be'emes, hanikra b'torah chassid. This is someone who is truly called a chassid. It's only Loma. שבעבודתו להשם יתברך, הוא לאו דווקא מדקדק רק רוצה צידי חבוס הפישוע הדין. A chassid is not someone who is only concerned to go ahead and fulfill the mitzvahs according to the technical details. Sure, something means, but again, a regular Jew, any good Jew, has an obligation to make sure that he lives his life in conformity with halacha. So again, I therefore am medactic and careful to go ahead and fulfill the dictates and mandates of every day-to-day practice. A chassid is not simply satisfied with going ahead and taking care of the obligations. Elo, Mishtado lemalos v'tzon Hashem yisbarach gam yosef havas. A chassid is someone who goes above and beyond. I don't just satisfy my obligations, but rather, again, Lashon so beautiful. Mishtado tries lemalos v'tzon Hashem yisbarach to fulfill the will of God gam yosef havas. Even more than my obligation. And again, it's such a beautiful idea. So according to Tzaddik, here in life there's between a tzaddik and a chassid. A tzaddik is a person who lives according to Shuras Hadin. Tzaddik is a person who says, I know what Mishpah expects of me, and I'm going to do whatever I can to live up to their expectations. A chassid is someone who tries to surpass the expectation. I know what the expectations are, but I want to go above and beyond the expectations. So again, it's interesting because according to the Tzaddik, he's almost like saying this in the realm of like Hillel and Shammai. So Shammai, again, what's the expectation? The expectation is that your Shabbos consumption should be one of Kedusha. That's the expectation. That on Shabbos Kodesh, I should take all of the mundane activities of life and I should lift them up to an elevated place. That's a tzaddik. What does a chassid do? A chassid says, why should I wait for Shabbos to go ahead and elevate my acts of consumption into a whole new level? I want to elevate my weekday consumption into something holy as well. That's a chassid. That's a chassid. So I'll point out, by the way, that this definition is not used for the tzaddik. In fact, the Ramchal, we've learned this many years ago. And the Ramchal brings this down in the Silas Rishonim as well. That the definition of a chassid, he has a little bit of a nuanced difference. He says, chassid understands through the mitzvot what the Ratzon Hashem is. What is the will of God? And once a chassid understands what the will of God is, he strives to live his life in accordance with that will, even if that will is not explicitly articulated about his heart. In other words, the way I'm trying to say it is, chassid understands mitzvot are an expression of divine will. So, it's like, how like any relationship, it's opposed to someone, and then you begin to see what it is that they like what it is that they enjoy. So you go ahead and you go above and beyond to try to give them that which they enjoy, even if they don't ask for it. I don't appreciate this, I don't appreciate that, so I go out of my way. So a chassid, says that Carl, does the same thing in a relationship with Hashem. I know what Hashem likes. I know what Hashem likes. I know what Hashem likes. Very simple. First of all, it gives us Taryag mitzvos. So Taryag mitzvos, if someone tells me, I like it when you do this, I like it when you do that. Okay. So now once I know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu likes, now that I know that, I can give him what he likes, even if he doesn't get mad. So it might be that, for example, I know that Hashem likes it when I'm a Baal Chesed. I know that he likes it. How do you know that? Come on, how do you know what God wants? Very simple. Because the Torah says, you have to react on Kamocha. The Torah says, Basrach Tiftach Lachita Ha'evyon. For example, what words in this? When it's clear that Hashem likes it when I am kind to other people. Great. Now, once I know that, I go ahead and I'm kind, even in expectations, where it's not the situation where it's not demanded of me, that's called the chassid. So we point out that tzaddik is espousing a very similar idea. That a tzaddik is a person who lives up to expectations. A chassid is a person who surpasses expectations. Which I will say, by the way, you begin to see how becoming a chassid is not so possible. How do I to be a tzaddik? Live up to expectations. But to be the kind of person, I will say, I'll point out, by the way, it's not all or nothing. In other words, you could be a tzaddik in certain areas and a chassid in other areas. In other words, it's not that all the things, nothing state of being. He goes on, he says, let's just do one more line and we'll have to stop. He says, the Indians, Yahamiuka Chassid, Mikra Belashna Chassid, the Yahatza Hashem Lekecha, the Chomet Vadecha. So what's the two definition of a chassid? One is, of course, the mitzvah to love Hashem with all of your heart. Atima Shepershu Chazal, B'shnei Yitzracha. Hainu, Tzatov U'Yitzer Hara. So what's that? This is actually incredibly beautiful. We're going to start with this for today. Now, easier with this a little bit, and we're also going to focus on it tomorrow. So each tune is concept in a product and a book. What we're going to see a chemical product is that the concept of a chassid is a multi-faceted display. So element one of being a chassid is where the tzaddik lives up to expectations. The Rosh Hashem, the chassid just passes her. Now the tzaddik wants to discuss something else. A tzaddik eliminates his Yetzer Hara. A chassid channels his Yetzer Hara. And we've seen this in a number of different ways. In other words, the chassid understands that my Yetzer Hara just represents an energy. And it's an energy that currently is being misused or being used, ultimately again to commit negative actions. But the mind should have to harness that energy, harness that passion, and simply channel it in a different direction. There is no telling what I can accomplish. So we'll stop over there for today. But in tomorrow's shir, we're really going to focus on that core distinction. A tzaddik vanquishes the Yetzer Hara. A chassid channels the Yetzer Hara. How that manifests itself, and ultimately again how we get to that level, is our attention tomorrow. Go ahead.
Here he goes, Josh Martin, producer of Kill Tony, silent assassin, which is good because he has a speech impediment. I recognize him from a couple episodes ago when he did his infamous cereal joke, which I heard getting compliments last night on the front patio from audience members. I remember when it was just a puppy of a joke.
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin here.
Come to all together as once again about 20 of the comedians that were signing up for the open mic downstairs. Once again, they've signed up for the show tonight. And it's always fun to see what happens. You guys ready to get this thing started?
So it was this particular section that the ever went sliding past concept of what he called his psychic struggle. What's the notion of it? Trying to say it's really a hustle. That's how to go with the word hustle. So whatever term, what's the definition of a hustle? A hustle is someone ultimately again who performs all of his life activities. Right? Both of course mitzvos, right? Mitzvos are the obvious unknown mitzvos, but even what he called Sarkei Gufim, physical needs, disabled, shus, optional things. These are things that are all done with tradition. That's the highest level. That's the highest level. Ultimately, again, a person does that in the Rebbe's verse was Machmishman Abdus for Hashem Yisrael. A person goes ahead and in everything he does, there's an element of Avodas Hashem, service of Hashem, spiritual fulfillment of the will of Hashem, and all of that is part of anything and everything that such an individual does. So again, the Rebbe says such a person like this is called the Chassid. So we began yesterday, the Rebbe wants to illustrate this a little bit with the interesting discussion between Hillel and Shammai in the Sefer Beah. Remember again, we're just review. So we had an interesting difference in approach. Shammai, if he would find a nice animal on a Sunday, he would say, Hooray, it's the Shabbos. This is the Shabbos. And then what would happen? He would set it aside. Then he would end up going ahead and finding another beautiful animal. He would go ahead and consume the first, and go ahead and designate the second the Shabbos. The double Shabbos. So ultimately, again, what did Hillel do now? Both of the Restream and Restream in the Uriah Seagulls, the right hand column, 4 lines in, last word on the line. The Hillel last talking. What did Hillel do? So we'll say this is a quote from Gemara. What did Hillel do? Hillel Azakin, Ma'asav L'Shem Shamayim. Hillel, all of his actions were for the sake of heaven. Now it's like, that's beautiful. Except it's a very strange statement in the Gemara, because it doesn't tell us what did Hillel do? What did it say? Hillel, Ma'asav L'Shem Shamayim. Everything that Hillel did, he did L'Shem Shamayim. So what's the shot? What's that amazing and beautiful? If you take a look, at the footnote, what does it mean that everything that God did was Shem Shamayim? They will say, now the Pashup shot is that the way Hillel conducted himself is Hillel would find a nice animal, and he would go ahead and wouldn't necessarily immediately say the Shabbos, because he would always assume that he'll find something nicer later on in the week. So fundamental distinction between the Hebrews and the Hillel and Shammai. But hashkafically, what's happening here? So let me put some together. Footnote. לאמא שכוסה רבינו בישראל קדושים, וזה שאומר גם כן, אבל Hillel הזאת היא באחס היסודות. Hillel is the quote מלמד. Hillel, he approached things differently than Shammai, שכל מעשיו לשם שמיים. All of his actions were for the sake of heaven. Okay, what does this mean? Let's say, here we go. Let's say, Lomar. We're going to see, so essentially, what did Hillel do? Unlike Shammai, who would see an animal and say, oh, beautiful animal, you cover Shabbos. So already on Sunday, if Shammai came across a beautiful animal, Shammai was set for Shabbos. Okay, find something more beautiful later on, or a place. Hillel wasn't like that. Again, Parsha Pshat is that Hillel waited until later on in the week, ultimately again to see what was available, and he knew, was confident that he would find something beautiful for Shabbos. But this is now that Shabbos explains this. First of all, now, Shalohiniya Hanoah L'Shabbos K'Shammai. So Hillel did not delay his spiritual and lofty consumption for Shabbos like Shammai did. כי הוא היה אוכל גם בימות החול על תירס קודש. Hillel ate the entire week in a state of tara. We'll define what this means in just a moment. Rios called ma'achal b'kedusha beruchnius ma'achal b'Shabbos. Essentially, Hillel didn't just eat on Shabbos like Shabbos, but he ate throughout the week like it was Shabbos as well. It's not a statement on college, right? Or that's not a statement that if you don't college, you see what it means. The same Nikra, Hamas and Lishim Shabbos. So that's all it's outside for a moment. You see, in Shammai's world, there was one aspect of lofty, elevated, elegant eating. And when was it? Shabbos. So Shammai's entire week was focused on Shabbos. Right? So Shammai's entire week was, okay, there's one day out of the week where everything is transformed into something dramatic, everything is transformed into something beautiful, everything is transformed into something different. And that happens once a week. That happens once a week, every week. And so Shammai's fixation was how do I maximize that spiritual act of eating? How can I maximize it into something dramatic? Hillel understood something different. Hillel understood that every single day consumption could be holy. That it doesn't just have to be done on a Shabbos. Consumption is something that is elevated and lifted up from the mundane, but rather each and every day a person has the ability to infuse kedusha into their consumption. A person has the ability to make even the most mundane act into something special, into something unique, into something that indeed is the form of Avodas Hashem. That your subject says herein lies the fundamental difference between a Hillel and a Shammai. Everyone agreeing that Shabbos is Shabbos. And the beauty of Shabbos is that you take everything mundane. If you think about this, what's the essence of Shabbos? You take every single thing that is normally mundane during the week and you lift it up. You sleep on Shabbos, that's only Shabbos. I sleep during the week as well. Shabbos, I take sleep, I lift it up. You eat on Shabbos, I eat during the week as well. pig eating, which could be amongst the most animalistic things. And ultimately, also even again, the Rambam brings down that again, part of our Shabbos is intimacy with one's spouse. I have 1 second to do that during the week as well. You lift it up on Shabbos and it becomes something holy, it becomes something special. That's the essence of Shabbos. You take everything mundane, and you just simply lift it up. So, but Hillel came along and said, 1 second, why is it only on Shabbos? Why is it only on Shabbos? Why can't I take that same experience and take all of those mundane things and somehow lift them up and somehow transform them into something meaningful, into something beautiful, into something uplifting as well? And that, says Rav Tzaddik, is the meaning of the statement of the Gemara when the Gemara says, "Vehillel hazokein hayu kol ma'asav l'shem shamayim." Hillel's actions. Sorry, I wrote it. The Lashon of the Gemara is actually a bit different. In the footnote in Kuf Samech Gimel, he quotes the Lashon in its entirety, and it's so beautiful. Listen to the Lashon. You don't have to listen, you can see it inside. Aval Hillel hazokein, Hillel the elder, mida acheres haisavo. He had a different approach. What was his different approach? Shekol ma'asav l'shem shamayim. All of his actions, all of the time, were just for the sake of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That was like, do you think that the Imam Misach is just coming to tell us the different Shabbos shopping habits of Hillel and Shammai? Like Hillel shopped for Shabbos one way, and Shammai shopped for Shabbos another way. It's so fantastic, but I don't care how people shop. It doesn't make a difference to me. No, because it's not just saying how to shop. It's saying something so much more profound. It's telling you how they related to seemingly mundane activities. Shammai seemed to be of the opinion that you can lift up the mundane, but you can't do it every day. You can lift up the mundane on Shabbos. That's the power of Shabbos Kodesh. That's the power of Shabbos. Hillel said, absolutely not. Hillel's approach, again, says the Gemara, Hillel mida acheres. He had a different approach. And what was his different approach? Shekol ma'asav l'shem shamayim. You can lift up every single mundane activity, every single day, and transform it into something holy. Shabbos is the paradigm. Shabbos teaches us that it's possible. Without Shabbos, a person is saying to themselves, it's impossible. There's Kodesh and there's Chol. I'm not building Kodesh l'Chol. Right? There's holy things, there's mundane things, and that's the way of the world. Shabbos teaches us that that's not true. Shabbos teaches us that even the month can be lifted up. But in just Shabbos, okay, one day of the week I can accomplish that, the rest of the week I can't. Comes one Hillel and says, absolutely not. Mida acheres haisavo. He can go ahead and says, you can live life differently if you choose. You live life differently if you choose. What kind of different life can I choose? A life of kedusha. A life of where mundane things are lifted up not just once a week, but each and every day. And what's Rav Yitzchak will do for today, we're going to take up the marriage session. Now that we have the Machlokes Olim Shammai, now that we have the approach of Rav Tzaddik, we'll see ultimately again how to actually bring this alive and create the identity of a cluster. Right.
You can have that. I'm just going to sit like this. Fatality. Yeah. Then that's just goes to show. Anyways, Trenton, how'd the hair get that color? Did we ever get the hair get that color?
I think it was a good morning that I speak to Shabbos.
Really? How long has it been bluer? Off and on for a long time. But different colors too. It started off yellow and then just molded. He's like,
Hashem start on a little bit because I'm trying to jump out of order just a little bit. And because last night just so today also is a we'll begin something. We're not going to finish it today, but we're going to begin in fifth line down. Send it out on the chat last night. So we'll say, these couple of pieces, let us be touched. And that's your very down yours. So let's get the fifth line down. And we really have to see. Let's start in the middle section. Let us just each comment should need to have other shakashak to allow you to choose a student. Just allow you to do it. The most people know how to act. The story tells you father. There are times when I listen to a person, he has currently been sugar. But there are times that the thing is just in our own lives. I've done something wrong, and I have gone through the steps of sugar. I've gone through the steps, I've done the work, Shab Kirai the Chuva Tlima, I've gone through deep Chuva, Harasha Dumura, deep remorse, Benim Kulu Lo Katal. And as far as I'm concerned, I feel that I've done what needs to be done in order to have my sin fully forgiven. Okay, so we'll say, so remember, I was just feeling the aftermath of that topic. I made the mistake, but I also did what needed to get done in order to rectify that particular mistake. Then something interesting happens. The Akbar's man, who holds it with his owner Benito, is smart out of Qatar. But then something happens. Sometime later, the pain of the sin is awoken inside of my heart again. Umardish Molino Kilo Lolo again. It's an interesting thing. Sometimes I do something, I do the work in order to do tshuva, I kind of fly a little away, and then it comes back. I haven't done it again. I have not repeated this act again. I'm still only the tshuva, still holding strong in my tshuva, but in my mind, I begin thinking about it again. And any of us, it's a couple of years not saying in my mind I'm thinking about it because I want to do it again, or I'm thinking about it again because I'm about to relapse, but I just begin to think about it and remember that thing. And it's so strange because in my mind, I know I did the crime, like I committed the crime, I did the tshuva, and I moved forward. And why is it that? ומרגיש בעצמו שתי המחשבות הללו על אף היוסם סוסו זה לזה. Even being a giver. And let's say, see in my mind, it's even like why am I having these contradictory emotions and thoughts? On one hand, the idea of Shiva, which allows me to fly a little away and move forward, but then at the same time, I'm thinking about this particular idea. I'm contemplating it, and I'm wondering, what's happening here? Why is it bad? If I'm still holding strong in my Shiva, why is it bad? Whenever I say something, he says, with the MS, Shnei Ha'Imanis. But also the truth is both of these thoughts are correct. In other words, the idea that I have filed the faith away and need to move on, but the idea that it's also coming up in my mind, that I'm bubbling up in my mind every once in a while. Those are not contradictory. Why? Because it doesn't else, it's so profound. Kam HaDavar, כאילו שמדקחים עולם, שאני לא תבין להלכה, זה מסיפות ולגרם לנופס תשובה, רבי אביעזר בן יעקב, שסובר, שהעבירות שהסברת עליהן ביום הכיפורים זה, חוזר ומסברת עליהן ביום הכיפורים הבא. Versus that is a fundamental problem. How should a person relate to sin after he's done shirka? Right? I committed an avera, now I did shirka for it. How should I relate to that particular avera? And is there a focus in the Gemara? One opinion says, once you go ahead and you do tshuva, file it away, don't talk about it anymore. Actually, let me be more specific. The actual focus in the Gemara is, let's say in Tafshin days, like this year, let's say I did a particular avera. I did avera A, and I did tshuva for that avera. I went through the entire process of the avera. Come Rosh Hashanah, I did tshuva for it again. Yom Kippur, good. I closed it out. In Tafshin Pei Gimel, let's fast forward a little bit. So Tafshin Pei Gimel, which is coming Rosh Hashanah, do I have to do tshuva for that avera again? In other words, do I have to do tshuva for averos that I've done tshuva for already, and have not repeated. It's a good question, right? Because it was like the Shaila is hopefully a person can bring to it. Well, it's not Rosh Hashanah. It's not think every day. Let's say from Rosh Hashanah, it's a list of things that I've done wrong and what I need to work on. So let's say, here's the Shaila. Is that a running lifetime list? Or do you see, well, the stuff that I did wrong, that's fixed. The sugar for, I could close the door on those things, and they do not have to be part of my list. No, is it a running list? What's that? I can't tell you. Is it, if you're coming to village, if you're coming into Rosh Hashanah, it's like a little piece of paper in your matzah versus like a 3-ring binder. You know, like is this a running list of life Avelis? Or is this still just the stuff that's kind of open? It's open right now. I don't know if the file's open because I haven't done what I need to get done. I was like, oh, my focus. So how do we asking? How do we asking? So the Gemara says, some said, well, something says, the Rambam says also, we asking like on the edge of the land. Now, the Yaakov says, I read it, that you did tshuva for last Yom Kippur, you should continue to do tshuva for on this Yom Kippur, even if you're obeyed with tshuva, even if you have not repeated the sin. Which means it's a very overwhelming idea. Again, how this actually plays out, how this actually plays out for us, sure, we're not going to get into it right now. Subject is just focusing on this in one very specific way that we're going to see. But there is this notion, I will say, which even though I closed out the file, I've done the tshuva, I've done what I need to do, Rabbi Elazar ben Yaakov says, continue to do tshuva for these averos year after year, day after day. Close your mitzvah and Yom Kippur Nabah. Mishum shene'emar, look the way the pasuk from Tehillim, keep the sha'ai and I know my sins, v'chatasi negdi sonai. My sin is always opposite. And I will say that's the opposite case. My sin is always opposite. The chatasi negdi sonai. Rabbi Yaakov says, part of the process of tshuva is I bring my averos with me. I never file them away. I'm constantly and consistently consciously aware of the mistakes that I make. Now, again, I will say, Rabbi Yaakov is not saying that tshuva doesn't work, and he's not saying that tshuva doesn't allow you to close out the file. But there's a power of being able to be constantly aware of the other. Like there's a power. There's always like, if I'm constantly aware of my mistakes, what does that create? What does that awareness create? The awareness creates awareness. The awareness creates a vigilance. Right? If I know my weaknesses and I'm constantly aware of them, hopefully that diminishes the possibility and probabilities that I'm going to repeat those very mistakes. So incredibly so. So why is this a wonderful topic? Listen to this. He says, and I will say again, he models it after David Amelech. The Chatasi Negdi Sonai. My averos are always opposite. And when we end with this, he says, Ba'afidu ba'averos, kibon bikon mitzvahs asay, shalochihi, v'miyad ki sha'adam shamayim b'tshuva, lo zaz mishar akshemot, we come up from Yosef Yisrael. I will say, now this is interesting. Again, more specificity than we're going to get into today. But yeah, here the Gemara says over here is even averos, that halakha l'maisa. There's a certain category, for example, mitzvos asay, positive commandments. So the Gemara says that if a person is aided the performance of a positive commandment, that's obviously a much lower level of an infraction, like the vatal and asay. And if you do tshuva for that, you're forgiven immediately, instantaneously. Even those type of averos, a person should carry with them and be ever aware of them. So it's like, now we understand the internal cognitive contradiction. Watch this. Bahari Nimsa, I'm in page 3, on the page, that's what I'm telling you. And with this, Bahari Nimsa, שגם זה אמת, מה שנית מרות אלוהים כלו עבורותו. ואף שבוודאי האמת שפניתו לבוא, רק כמו שאין שיר בכל מעלות האדם ומזירוס היוניס, ואין הגבולה בקצות כמות הללוס, כך אין שיר גם למדרגות התשובה she's hiring Odell. We'll come back to this Monday, but I'll just do this for now. So I'm telling you like this. Let's see, how did he start off? These internal contradictions. On one hand, I commit Navira, I do the tshuva, I file it away, and I expect it to be done. Yet every once in a while, what happens? I begin to think about that Avera. Not to commit it again, but it comes up, and I don't understand that. Why am I thinking about it if I've done the work to effectively rectify a remedy and file it away? The answer is what's up is because it's not a contradiction. Because in the world of tshuva, there is this constant back and forth. There's on one hand, the need to go ahead, remedy, rectify, file away. But on the other hand, there's also the need to what? Maintain an ever-present cognition and awareness of the awareness. And that's why what happens in the Neshama is there are times where I cannot think about something for a very long time. And that's helpful, by the way. We discussed this my mind. It's helpful not to always think about the others. But on the flip side, every once in a while, something will come back to my memory. And I know that I committed in the past. And I did my tshuva before. But at the end of the day, now it comes up again. Why does it come up again, I will say? Because it's important to be aware of your errors. Even if I've not committed that particular error for a very long time, it's important to be aware of it. Because first of all, if somebody's going to see that awareness allows me to do even more tshuva, we'll come back to that on Monday. But that awareness that the Rose of the Market says, that awareness creates a heightened level of vigilance. And it's that heightened level of vigilance that hopefully will provide stability like sinful behavior. So we'll stop over for today. It's something telling us that the thoughts are not contradicting. Three, what you do with those thoughts, and you're going to touch on Monday. Go down.
I think you can get more into it and make it even bigger, where a lot of people might say, I think you should trim that down. I'm going to go with, you could have a fucking 3-minute butt rocks thing as your closer. I'm saying more butt rocks. I'm saying acknowledge the fact that people might not want to put rocks in their butt and talk about that. You know what I mean? Remember pet rock? Remember that shit? It used to be this rock in the late 70s, I believe, that they used to say was called My Pet Rock. And it was like Cabbage Patch Kids. I mean, it was like Grand Theft Auto. It was like selling like crazy. They just sold rocks. And you can have you sell your own rock. Maybe you can sell your own like fart spray and spray on each one. The technology is a real doozy, you know, when you realize you were playing with rocks a couple decades ago. They were selling rocks.
Well, we wanted to but everything that anyway. We started to remember again, just the only of those things a little bit. So I think that's really beautiful idea. There's the notion of tshuva, which means returns, ultimately refers to the idea that when we sin, we remove certain things from our punishment. And the process of tshuva is the process of returning those very things back
That's what I'm
to the
saying. Like the
intention.
fact that you are in neuroscience and you're mid in this second like welterweight life that you're living when you're not being a genius is about butt rocks. And you're supposed to be finding out what want to help
requires
people's
ability,
brains if you
requires
talk about butt
skills.
rocks.
Those are skills that I can sparkly that now I've so to speak hijacked, used for the commission of sin. And so part of the process of tshuva is to give those very things back to the Rebbe. And for just a few lines today. This is with Tony Lomar. I'm in the Uriah Hasidus, the left-hand column, section 2, 3 lines down. With Tony Lomar, the person who sings realizes that everything that a person does, how they pull out Hashem's responsibility. Everything a person does is a result of the fact that the Baruch gives me the ability to sin. Dafido Machshava, and I know some of even thought. The concept of thought, the fourth thought materializes in the heart of man.
Just because it has to
Guys,
be.
you
It's trying to high five the picture, but the picture can't see it. Oh, there you go. There you go.
The HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
They must have stubbed his finger on that one, the picture.
Nimtzah, שהשם יזברך,
Spider-Man
הוא
gloves
זה
that you're wearing
אשר
underneath the
נושם לו את הכוח בעצם עכשיו.
I love that you order your glow ups on Amazon, but you buy a blow up doll on the
Every
third floor
single
of the
piece
Gendo.
of cloth, every single
I'm trying to think over my words. I want to
unit
get
of
that
strength,
out.
piece of strength, and also every single thought. Is there such thing as strength of thought that doesn't emanate from the beforehand mind, which means something amazing. As גם תעשייה סביב הישר. אם זה הקדוש ברוך הוא בגיג'ה, הקדוש ברוך הוא הכוח בעצם הצבא, אז גם תעשייה מיישה האוויר. לא תהיה כאן שזה נמיד. זה בושן כך. If I accept the practice, then I will come to my shop. It's really thought, and it's really actual ability. That even the thought, and they cannot do it. And even the actual ability comes from Hashem. There's nothing in my life, there's nothing in this world, there's nothing in my dynamic activity that doesn't come from the divine Hashem, including the thought and including the action.
How much longer do you start making
I did that. Shemakira Azulcha. The person recognizes this.
That's a year.
Azai Acha Hatshuva Hajimura Bizoka Shahidim Zidonos Avenos Shahavar Bezis Nasanos Zikuros. So therefore, the Rebbe posits, but the Rebbe also encourages thing. The Rebbe
So you
posits
really speak
that that's
German.
part of
You can
Tshuva.
totally speak German.
Part of Tshuva is recognizing that everything, even the thoughts and actual
What's
abilities
something scary
in
that you
Avira
can say in German?
also come from
Like if you were
It
going
all
to kill
comes
us,
from Hashem.
okay?
We'll say,
And
what
you were
is
going
it? Why is that
to,
part
really
of
try to
Tshuva?
scare us for like 10 seconds before you killed us.
Faith is a removal of oneself from Hashem. That's what faith is. I'm gravitating away from God. So on one hand, I'm taking my abilities that should be used for good, and now I'm using them as something for negative things, taking my abilities that should be and I'm removing them from Hashem. The irony of that is that it's those very co-hosts, those very abilities, both physical and cognitive, which allow me to sin, come from who? From HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'm taking that which God has given me, and I'm using them against what he calls alone. Which also, if you think about it, it's so wild. It's so wild. It's almost as if imagine for a moment to give your child an allowance, or to give your child an allowance, and the child gives you allowance to go ahead and do something illicit. So you know, it's bad enough if my kid does something that's not good, but to take the money that I gave, and now I can use it for something negative that it compounds the transgression. It's like a cover. What are we doing with the Avira? I'm powerful gives me thought, and I use that thought to decide what I'm going to do. The powerful gives me strength, dynamic ability, and I take that dynamic ability and I use it to see. The Torah says that compounds the idea of what Shuvah. Shuvah is when I recognize that all that is from Hashem, and I return it back. So when I recognize that it's my cognitive ability, my actual ability comes from Hashem, and now I say, okay, because of I hijacked and I misused it, now I want to return it. The act of taking those focus that are from Hashem and returning them to Hashem. That's true. That's the research. That's the concept of the study. So stop with it for today. To pick up notes on Monday to see how practically, how do I actually accomplish that process. Little subject. All right, so that's like good morning.
I love that you have your own sexual maneuver called the banana split, and you only learn it from your dog.
But us, it is. We are picking out the red function. In TikTok, I tried this post cook. check it out on the chat PDF on YouTube. Is there a hard copy available here in the front places? So again, you'll see I made that yesterday I learned Satur's test. So I'm clicking inside the test just for today, and then in the next section I'm going to go back. We're going to go first and then go back to the Satur's test. You'll see why. But every single Saturday test is really beautiful. Super. Speaking of a little bit about Cuba, now that 3 countries over, it's almost Elul. It's almost Elul, and the next section is almost Lenin already. So it's time for us to go ahead and begin to think about Cuba once again. So without a further power. Cuba, what is truth? Hayushanikid also Dava El Hashem Israel. Literally, Cuba means to return, which is translated word. To return that very thing, also Dava, that very thing to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now let's take a step back just a moment. What's in general is interesting about the word Shiva is that we often go ahead and translate it as repentance. To repent. Now, it's not really etymologically accurate. So some of this turns out is Shiva Russian. That the word Shiva really comes again the first time we find that the use of that word, one of the times we find it from Shmuel Hamza. That the Rebbe says that Shmuel was not only prophet, but Shmuel was also the prophet. And how would you conduct the study activity if he would have the people come to him, he would go to the people. And literally, he would literally assert himself. He would go ahead and make the rounds around Eretz Yisrael. And the Torah says, if you see Bashol Harama, when he would come back to his home in Rama. So this is speaking of the direction of Shiva, is much of coming home, is much of return. The essence of faith, the essence of sin, is that a person is straying, going away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shiva is therefore the process of coming back home. The subject also trying to maintain fidelity to the true etymological truth. And it's taken Shiva also says your eternity. You see, as the Richard says, I'm returning me. I am returning home. The subject says, I'm returning something else. I'm returning. Shiva is the concept where I return something else. What am I returning to Hashem? Also, Davar. That thing. If you look at the Biblia Hasidus, ISIS on the top is a subject, you know, most of the subject is just expanded explanation. The Biblia Hasidus in the left-hand column typically writes, Omek Ulas HaTshuva, Enis Ta'al Yadah, Nashit Neshit HaAdam Also Davar Shehakazal, El Hashem Yisrael. I return the very thing that I sinned with back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So when I'm committing an Avera with something, I'm removing that something from Hashem. The act of Tshuva is ultimately the returning of that item which I sinned with, the returning of that item back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, this is reminiscent of something we learned before in this class. Now when she says, Davar, something that does not have to mean an object, but something could also mean what? It can mean a koach, it can mean an energy, it can mean an ability, it could mean a midah, a character trait. Remember again, we spoke about this before, which is that each of us have kohos. And those kohos, those abilities, those strengths, each of us have midah. Those character traits by themselves are good nor bad. Everything in life depends on how you use it. So Tzaddik is saying over here, when a person commits an Avera, effectively what I've done is I've taken something in life and used it against Hashem. I've used it against Hashem. I'll give you a simple example. Let's say a person goes ahead and does an Avera. But I don't just do an Avera. I run to do the Avera. So it's like, what have I used? What attributes or what midah have I used in the condition of things? Jesus. So in that case, what I've done is I keep these measles away from Hashem. I remove these measles away from Hashem. He says of Tzaddik, what's tshuva? Tshuva is gives measles back to Hashem. How do you give measles back to the Ribono Shel Olam? By becoming Zoris in the right thing. You want to say, isn't it incredibly profound? So that's the definition of food system. And food is something from the Ribono Shel Olam. And now my job, my goal is to give it back to the Ribono Shel Olam. That's tshuva. He goes on. I will say, with tzaddik, and you can see already we've been learning because that's tzaddik for a while. You often what tzaddik does. It's kind of combines a number of different things into one. So this is element number one. The essence of tshuva is taking something from Hashem in the commission of sin, and now tshuva is the returning of that very item back. But then he goes on. Ritzoni Loma. So it says, what I want to explain is as follows. Shemakir, Shakol Kol Hashem Yisbarach B'Koho, Ba'afilu HaMachshava Karnos B'Libo Shel Adam. Look at that analyze this next. So look at it, guys. Ritzoni Loma Shemakir, which is going to be down to the Orei HaChasidus. Ritzoni Loma Shemakir Achote. And part of the tshuva process is when the sinner recognizes Shakol, Masha Adamosa, everything I do in this world, Harehu Kal Hashem Yisbarach B'Koho. Everything I am able to do in this world is only a result of the Ribono Shel Olam. Right? In other words, we'll say there's nothing I can do in this world without Hashem. Even thought itself, before that thought takes form in the heart of man, was already revealed and known to the Ribono Shel Olam. As again, it quotes over here the Medrash. Quotes over here the Medrash. In Kufman, probably should have here. Good. So in both says, therefore again, so point number one is what the essence of tshuva is. Point number two is part of the recognition of tshuva is a person recognizing that everything that happens in life is known to Hashem. Meaning, even before I think something, Hashem knows what it is that I'm going to think. Those machshavas are Gilui L'Fanav. Nimsa. Therefore, it turns out to be a study. Nimsa. Hashem Yisbarach V'Tzeres. Who is that? Hashem Nosam Noas HaKoach V'Asam HaShava Al-Gam HaAsiyas HaMaisa HaVeira. So let's see how this is in the study. Therefore, if I accept the study, it's going to be revealed to Hashem. And the Ribono Shel Olam knows all that even before I sin, He knows what He wants. What? He knows I'm going to sin. Right? And yet, despite the fact that He knows that I'm going to sin, what does He do? What does He do? He gives me the power to be able to sin. Everyone see it? In other words, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu wouldn't allow me to do something, do I have the ability to do it? Of course not. So therefore, again, if everything I'm going to do is revealed to the Ribono Shel Olam Mitzvah, it's already revealed to him in the beginning. HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows that I'm going to sin, but yet He allows me to continue to do so. What does that tell me? That the very koach to commit an avera comes from the Ribono Shel Olam. Now again, don't confuse the fact that Hashem gives me the koach to do an avera to mean that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to sin. Of course, that's not what it means. But Lamaisa, the koach, the physical koach, the cognitive koach, to be able to do what I want to do in life, even if it's wrong, Lamaisa comes from the Ribono Shel Olam. He says, when a person recognizes this reality, that the koach to sin and the physical wherewithal to sin comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, as I after HaTshuva HaGvura, Uzocha Shafidu Zidoros Avelos She'ata V'Mezid, Nasa V'Sprofers. So we'll stop over here. But I just want to begin to frame this concept. That if Tzaddik is going to explain something so beautiful, that part of the tshuva, right? So we spoke about part A of tshuva process is returning that which you have taken. That's part A. Part B of the tshuva process says from Tzaddik is the ability to recognize that even the ability to sin comes from Hashem. It all is revealed and all is known by the Ribono Shel Olam before anything occurs. Then Lamais, I think the fact that Kadosh Baruch Hu allows me to do it, that by definition comes from Kadosh Baruch Hu as well. And tshuva means the ability to recognize that all of the kochos, even those to sin, come from Hashem. So it says that's part of the process of tshuva. Now, how that last piece figures into tshuva, and that's Hashem will continue tomorrow. That's also. So spend 2 more days in Yom Hashem on Oskut. You hold on to the sheets that I handed out to you. Beautiful, beautiful journey into the important piece of Southern. We continue tomorrow.
Shirley, that's a great one.
Anyway, fuck yeah. It's a funny thing.
Those tags.
Take the tags. Dustin Emery is not on Twitter. Not on Twitter. Interesting. Next comedian said, whoa, look at this. It's Josh Martin.
All right, so looks like good morning, Hello? Yeah. Okay. All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin. So it's exciting today to Meretz Hashem pick back up a little bit with Sukkot Tzaddik. So I went ahead and I sent out the PDF just a few moments ago, and those are the hard copies here somewhere. Right on the stand, the tabletop stand over here. Everyone should hard copy. Into a very beautiful piece by the Rebbe today, focusing on something incredibly profound. The Rebbe says in Siman Tzaddik Ches, he says as follows. We'll see if we go ahead and we'll see if we get through this in 1 day or 2 days. The Rebbe says as follows. Pasuk Shel Givul Torah. Yesh bo kolchos v'chiyus shel osa imin shnei. Let's say it can't be profound and beautiful idea. It's Tzaddik Ches. It's page Rich Lamed Vav. Rich Lamed Vav, page 6, side Os Tzaddik Ches. So that says as follows. For Pasuk Shel Givul Torah, every Pasuk Givul Torah, Yesh bo koach v'chiyus shel osa imin shnei. Every Pasuk in Torah contains literally power, strength, feels, life energy regarding the subject matter it discusses. So, we'll say, what the Rebbe says like this. Psukim in the Torah containing energy. And what's the energy of those psukim? The energy itself corresponds to the very matter that the pasuk itself is discussing. He says, for example, Teda, Shebetilin, Sheme'emad, V'hayari Os. For example, by Tefillin. Right? The Tefillin, the parsha of Tefillin, discuss the idea of Tefillin is an oath. Tefillin is the sun, covenantal sign. It's going to be Orchid and Yisrael. This is the Lonius parish, Eza parsha, the Divrei Torah, Sarach Lios, Lios. And here's what's interesting. So the follows with the Lord. So the Torah says that the Tefillin are supposed to be an oath. But the Torah doesn't tell us which parsha in the Torah, doesn't tell us which parsha itself goes into Tefillin. In other words, which parsha itself is the oath, is the sign. Va'alocha, לכתוב אוסם הפרשה שנאמר בהמשך, מסתמה אוס הפרשה שנאמר בפסוק, והיה לאוס, יש באוס עניין, כוח הסגולה שתהיה לאוס. So that is like this. Isn't that fascinating? Torah tells us that Tefillin is a sign, Tefillin is an oath, which means I'm supposed to put a particular parsha inside of my Tefillin, but the Torah doesn't tell me which parsha to put in my Tefillin. Elamai, which parshas, which sections I put into the Tefillin. Ultimately, again, the parsha itself that discusses the oath of Tefillin. Now, what the Rebbe is trying to say over here is the pasuk that talks about Tefillin, those psukim themselves contain the energy of Tefillin, contain the feels of Tefillin, using the Rebbe Lashon, contain the koach of Tefillin. And therefore, again, it makes sense that halacha l'maisa, and they're to include those psukim in the section of prayer. Yotze lo yadua, hado liyodo shon kaba masiyas. So let me skip down to this a little bit. Go to that chapter. This tells you what the Rebbe is saying over here. He says the same pasuk Shema Yisrael. He says, for example, the pasuk of Shema Yisrael. Shema Yisrael Shema Yisrael Shema Yisrael, which highlights the oneness and the centrality of the Ribono Shel Olam. He says, Bo Koach HaKrius Hashmiya Balev. I will say, if a person really wants to be able to hear the message of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in their heart, let's just think about this just a moment. I want to be able, sometimes knowing something and hearing something represents the ability to reinforce that which you already know. Right? There are many things I know, but I want to reinforce that which I know. So how do I reinforce it? I listen to it again. So if a person wants to reinforce their knowledge of the centrality of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in their lives, how does one do that? It says that about reading the pasuk of Shema Yisrael Shema Elokeinu Hashem Echad. When I read that pasuk, it says, Bo Koach HaKrius Hashmiya Balev. Embedded in the pasuk of Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad is the energy of reinforcing the oneness of Hashem. Ulekach Sarich Yoma Gam Kibas Shema Yisrael. The Rebbe is saying amazing. By reading the pasuk of Shema Yisrael, I awake within myself the energy of that pasuk. By reading the pasuk, ultimately I reinforce within myself a recognition of the oneness of Hashem. So I'll say, it's just trying to highlight over here something that's really incredibly nuanced. Every pasuk has an energy. Every pasuk has a theos, a life force. And when you read that pasuk, you read it, start from scanning it. If you're reading that pasuk, you unlock the energy of that pasuk. So I want to reinforce within myself the oneness of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do I do that? By ultimately reading the pasuk. I will say, we illustrate this too on the other side, because you can bring home the point even more. Watch this. Zeh sod gamkne ma sheshamati HaPasuk, Siv Seit Tzadik Yedin Rotza, Kiddush Lamed Zayin. Listen to this. If you repeat the Arifat Pasuk Skula, okay, this is incredible. Skula Mishu Yitzro Nisiso Le'ez Adira. Let's say my Yitzhahara entices me to read a particular, which entices me to commit a particular Adera. Right? My Yitzhahara entices me to commit a particular Adera. So what should I do? How do I combat that? Right? How do I combat that desire? Listen to this. L'daber b'tzei kama pamim pasuk halav ha'adera. If I'm struggling with a particular Adera, so what should I do? Read the prohibition. Read the law a couple of times. Right? So let's say, for example, just a simple example. Let's say I'm struggling with theft. I don't know, whatever, I'll call it theft. So what should I do to combat that Yitzhahara of theft? I should read the pasuk Lo Sigzo multiple times. Read the pasuk of the prohibition of theft multiple times. I'm struggling with Lashon Hara. Ultimately, again, read the pasuk Lo Selech Rakel Ba'amecha multiple times. I'm struggling with looking at inappropriate things. Go ahead. Lo Sasuru Acharei Inei Levatem Acharei Inei Chamashayim Zonim Achareichem. Read the psukim. Says the Arizal, when you read the pasuk that details the law, that details the prohibition, what does that do? It gives me the strength to combat that desire. Because isn't this absolutely incredible? He says, reading the pasuk itself, which details the prohibition, my ratzon, my very will is able to change, the mitzvah with code. And the same is true, by the way, for a mitzvah and for something good. The same way that ultimately reading the pasuk regarding a particular love gives you the strength to combat that desire, reading the pasuk of an aseh, a positive mitzvah, gives me the strength to go ahead and perform that mitzvah as well. The Tzaddik highlighted to us this incredible and profound so that the psukim of the Torah do not simply detail information, but rather the psukim of the Torah themselves have an incredible, vibrant, and dynamic energy. So when you read the pasuk, ultimately again, you're able to unlock that particular energy. If I'm struggling with an avera, read the pasuk of the love. And if you read it, you unlock the energy to combat that Yetzer Hara. I'm struggling with I'm not struggling. I want a reinforced desire to do good. Read the pasuk of Yaseh, the positive commandment, and read it a couple of times, and you'll unlock the energy ultimately to do the positiveness, to do the Yaseh. The idea being that the psukim themselves contain energy, reading of the psukim unlocks that energy, and of course, by the way, even on another esoteric level. Reading the pasuk ultimately reinforces for myself what's good, what's bad, and says the Rebbe, Ayidezeh, Ishtaya Hanasa. Through the reading of the Psukim, unlocking its energy and reinforcing its message, I'm able to alter my very will. Right, well, so we'll stop over here for today. Just an incredible little piece by the Tzaddik. Very short in words, but profound and massive in message. Shkoyach. All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin. We're just going to spend a few moments on the Tzaddik. This morning is Restream, not to do that. I didn't want to close out being there next week earlier and sleepless. So the daf itself will be getting ready to 5:45 a.m. This video I'm going to finish off the Torah of that stuff in this second. So I want to
we're talking about the signal here. He's an executive.
we've been talking about the very powerful idea that the Tzaddik has, namely the concept that the concept first is Tshuva is the same process as the purification process called Tshuva. This is the Tzaddik says that the remedy physical love will not undergo two processes. Process number one is Tshuva in Mikvah and Ha'ara. And process number two is that's called Hara, Hara purification. The second part ultimately is the beginning of the Heaven, which is called Hara. The Tzaddik says that in the process of Tshuva, there are these two pieces as well. When the Tzaddik first says the two pieces in Tshuva really are the concept of heading to forward. The circumstance of almost looking at Kabbalah, instead of being different, better. And you stand up to temptation, in the future, and then let the solution with back, and let the solution you let it through that the concept of going ahead and what he calls Kabbalah Allah, the ability to go ahead and use a heartbreak with the heart and start a different path forward to the future. That's a new thing in Herod Shemesh and Yula Lilifa. So Herod Shemesh is like this is a bit more clear. The sun sets, the day is over, brand new day ahead, starting a new day of my life. Yula Lilifa, and when you look at the sun, what does that represent? Immersion in Torah. When a person immerses themselves in Torah, what I do is I go ahead and I bolster myself. I make myself stronger to be able to resist the temptation is all too often come by. Let's remember again, we're focused over here now in the future. How do I make myself stronger for the future? So that I don't repeat the same mistakes over and over? Torah. Now, of course, immersion in Torah doesn't have to mean that a person puts their days out. I learned a couple of days. How did I even tell you that to do that? But what immersion in Torah means that I don't know how to do that. You get it to do this, we're letting that unlock it's right. When you have that level of immersion,
want to try to get back with my ex-wife, and
so you can
so that's a trick, and then you can go back with your ex-wife, and you can marry the Mexican cleaning lady up with the Mexican Filipino, and they go get together.
going forward. Now, but I want to point out the last. What about smoking? So that's the past. That's the what we call. I'm sorry. That's the future aspect. Hey, Shemesh, this day is over. Usually has been working on celebrating the stuff that you very much. But there's an incredible profundity in that piece as well. Sometimes in life you just have to say, this chapter is over, new chapter has begun. Like that, you have to be evil to experience a sun. Yes, you need to say, it's done, it's done.
There he is, everybody. Little bro, almost
like the life in front of me.
That little bro on Twitter, that's LILBROUG.
Make yourself stronger and you're ready to face the future. What about the retrospective part to feel something toughed out?
Yeah, as far as other people in the book, we're going to move on to our second to last portion of the show today. We're doing something special. We're going to be this evening
So remember again,
next week, our friend Pete at KBC. This week,
how do you
Thursday,
achieve the
this
part
week.
of well,
Okay,
that's the
gotcha.
part. Right? I go ahead, I
This
talk to
Thursday,
carbon.
live from Phoenix, Arizona.
That's
Our
my
good friend
capara.
Pete at
So that is
KBC
like
has
capara is
opened
necessary.
up
The
0.5
retrospective
something like that
is
for
necessary by
our show in
by
Phoenix.
Shiva as well. What's the retrospective?
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing.
Stop what you're doing.
Look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck it is.
Look who the fuck it is.
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop. I know you're in the middle of them. William Montgomery killed Tony Marathon, but everybody needs to stop what they're doing because Riser has made time for us at 2:40 in the morning.
2:40 in the morning.
Yo, where's your video? Can't see it. Oh, there it is.
It's right here, big dog. Where's your where are your eyes?
No, it wasn't showing it. It wasn't showing
All right, is that a me problem? Is that a me problem, or is that a you problem?
Where's your sidekick?
Where's your sidekick, Zoot?
Zoot, sadly, is not having good times mentally. But he is just weird enough to get through it all. Now I have a question for you. We were watching. You know, I gotta say, I like it more when your mom's in town than when she's not. I see you more often, and we learn more shit. When you're just on your own, no one knows what you're doing. You're masturbating to the 10 who is 50 years old next door. You're anticipating getting shitty pizza. You just aren't focused on the good things in the world, like documentaries about Michael Jackson. Are you ready to watch the Michael Jackson documentary? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Michael Jackson documentary? Yes or no? Wait.
So what takes care of
Yo, Riser, are you fucking there?
Are you fucking there?
Ultimately, again,
Riser,
Riser,
what the fuck happened to you, dog? You just fall asleep? Riser, this is bullshit, dog. This is some of the most bullish. Yo, yeah, fucking finally.
I was talking. I was talking the whole time. I
Yeah.
don't know why I could have.
That sounds like a you problem, son, because nobody can hear you. Now they can.
Yeah, I said first. I'm gonna whip your ass.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Wow. Okay. And then we're
Only
gonna.
then when you're bifurcated, then we will watch the Michael Jordan Jordan, Michael Jackson, Michael, whoever.
Excellent.
All the Michael documentaries. Any other famous Michaels?
Oh, dude. Being a Michael in the United States in the 90s was like the best time of any name ever. You had Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, Mike Tyson, Michael Keaton, Michael J. Fox, Michael Richards. You had Michael. There's another one. Like there are a bunch of important ones I'm missing. But it's the best name. It was the number one name in the United States from like 1963 to 2013, something like that. Maybe a little off on the dates. Like every single year it was Michael. It means
you count Mike and Michael as the same thing.
Yeah, like calling, you know. It's just a shortening of it, so I guess it's the same as like something like Jake and Jacob.
Okay. I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Well. Cool. All right. So, did you sleep really late, or are you up really early? Or are you up really early? Or are you?
No, I'm eating dinner right now.
Oh, that's cool. Well, I'm gonna take a whiz. I'm gonna get some water, and then I'm gonna whoop your ass at Literati. Got it?
All right.
Hey, did you watch William Montgomery on Kill Tony on Monday?
I wish. I love that guy. I'm his number one fan.
Then you would know that he was sick.
I don't watch any of the podcasts ever.
Then you would know that he was sick.
More in my life. If I really lived for Shivisi Hashem the Negdi Summit, I wouldn't be that way. So how do I take care of my past transgressions? Strengthen my tefillah. Because tefillah, family, is one of the most powerful tools we have to establish a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. To establish relationships, because the ones that I'll tell you, it's interesting. We really have to start establishing behind. Already behind today, yesterday, it really struck me that you have so many of these ideas that not fucking very happy. So, which is good and beautiful. Like the reason we often talk about gathering is not out of a disrespectful gathering. It's just out of a lack of understanding of what it is gathering. That's all. That's why discussion is slowly populated. No one is having started how to say because they got shushed. Like don't ever
Guess what? I was on 2 podcasts on Monday. One in England, one in Australia. I'm giant in the Commonwealth, baby. Everybody knows about me. And then yesterday. So I've been doing this thing. I talked to you a little bit about it. That I've been doing more and more writing. And one of the things that I do, like, you don't realize or people don't realize. Okay, there's something called SEO, search engine optimization. But then there's something that doesn't really have a name, but it's just emerging called GEO, generative engine optimization, which is like manipulation of AI. And people don't realize that AI is the future of search. Already, like Google's searches are down more than 10% because people aren't clicking on websites anymore. They're just getting whatever Gemini just tells them, and then they move on. And I've talked to you about it. I talked to your mom about it. The future of browsing is going to be just AI browsers, not like come to my website kind of things. Well, when I first started using AI, I didn't know anything about it. And then because of one Reddit post that I wanted to happen, I wanted to get some attention on Reddit. Whenever AI would know anything about me, it just knew me as a spammer. And so I wanted to change that. And so I published some press releases within the last week or two. And these press releases have totally changed AI's opinion on me, like completely. So yesterday I was in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu headquarters trying to get somebody to post something on Reddit for me on the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu subreddit, which they did. And I got to talking with More Light, and I was like, dude, like, look what AI thinks of me. And it like thinks that I'm like one of the greatest people of all time. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, you can basically like make it believe whatever you want. And like, you know, like I basically wrote this article talking about how Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu is the greatest cryptocurrency in global history because Riser isn't fucking getting on his high horse, getting his shit together with his cryptocurrency. So we just straight up stole that name. And
Canadian regulations shut my development down.
yeah, you're always going to give me some kind of fucking excuse. Anyway, so more like, wait, so you mean to say like all you do is just write a press release? And I'm like, yeah, I'll write the press release if you will let me put a blurb in there about myself. And they're like, go for it. So I write this press release, 500 words or whatever, that focuses on me. And then they paid for like $500 in distribution for it to be in the Boston Globe and Market Watch and like all these pretty big publications. And it's published, but it hasn't fully been picked up by all these different newspapers yet. It'll take a few days. But then whenever you Google Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, I'm like, I wrote this article to be like, Harry Potter Obama Sonic Inu is in talks with the United Nations to sponsor the NFL, Major League Baseball, National Hockey League, F1, the Masters, and the Olympics and the World Cup. Like, and it's true. It's not a lie. We are in talks about it. We don't have the money to do any of that stuff yet, but we've talked about it. And so like, but what AI will do is it'll take all those keywords and then it'll be like, oh, the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu has like a really rogue advertising methodology. They are working with all these sports, organizations, yada yada yada, and it's all. So basically, we did that yesterday, and so Monday I was on this podcast.
Is that what you published in the Boston newspaper? Is that Augusta National?
Yeah. Yeah, and then something else happened. Oh, so I was on this podcast on Monday, and it was okay. It was this British guy, and he was nice and everything, but he just doesn't. I was like the 13th podcast he had done, which isn't that many, and he just wasn't real. He was somebody who usually does podcasts in person, so he didn't really have the equipment to do them over the air or whatever, like stream. And so I did it, and I just sent him the file. But he's not good at editing. Like, in order to do a good podcast, you need somebody who's good at editing, good at putting the social media together, good at like uploading it. Like, basically, I sent him the raw file, which is like 80 minutes, 55 of which we're talking, and then the other 25 minutes, it's like the setup or whatever. And so I was on that one. Then I was on this other one that
You didn't like edit it?
I didn't. That's his job. He's the podcaster. So what I'm
just gonna trim it at least?
no, he just fucking tweeted my raw file. And so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give it a week, and I'm going to say, hey, can you, like, I was checking out your social media. He said we'd follow each other on social media, and we do. We follow each other on Instagram and YouTube and like X and stuff. And I'm going to ask him, hey, did you have a chance to publish it yet? And he's going to be like, oh, yeah, I published it from your YouTube page or whatever. And I'm going to be like, oh, I was under the impression that you were going to put it on your, like, he didn't even have a Spotify account for his YouTube or for his podcast or whatever. And I'm just going to like help him through it if he needs me to. But I'm not doing that yet. I'm just seeing what he's doing, because I looked at his other podcasts and it takes him a little while to get them published. So okay, there was that. Then I did the Mike Holt show on Monday, and I was really tired. I'd been up all night and all into the day to do this show, and we talked about improvements in the world. And so we get into nuclear fusion and nuclear fission, and we get into tidal power and wave generation, and like all that stuff we agree on. But then the topic of like 3D printed animals comes, or like 3D printed meat comes up. And I think this is a good idea. I don't want any animals to die. I'm really against, if we can avoid it in the future, killing anything. I just think that that's like a good strategy to have. And he's like, I'm never going to eat that. Excellent. And he's like, I'm never going to eat that. And it's like, well, Doug, you're 78 years old. No, I'm not saying, nobody's forcing you to eat this stuff. And so we got into a little tiff in that discussion. And then a little bit later, we were talking about, like, I'm an advocate for smart streets and the smart grid and smart housing. Now, I know that this is a fear of some people because they want to maintain their independence and stuff, and I think that's cool, whatever. But when I'm driving in LA and I'm hitting red light after red light after red light after red light after red light, or I'm on the freeway and literally it's just stop and go, stop and go, stop and go, when all of this could be aligned like by sensors and stuff, I'm about that. I'm about, it's just much more efficient, it's safer, and generally I'm like really a big advocate of safety. I really am, and I always have been. And I understand that there's the classic quote that I love of Benjamin Franklin: any person who hold on, any person who, let me look it up. Any person who switches or whatever, safety for security deserves neither. Any person who does something safety and security deserves neither. Ben Franklin's. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. And I'm not talking about like I get that quote, but at least in terms of like, especially when I drove a lot, I just saw the inefficiencies of the road system, and I recognized that. I saw a plan one time that if you were to time, like and I've been to cities where they do this, where they time the lights to all be green at the same time, going in one direction, and it allows for a much easier flow through a city. And it like basically they say, if you go 30 miles an hour, you will hit a red light for 30 miles. And it's really efficient. But they don't do that. And it's unfortunate that they don't do that. And I think that it may be in conjunction with oil and brake companies and tire companies and car companies, because they like, well, this isn't some kind of theory. This was proven in court in the United States, where we used to have electric trains in LA, like you would have in like
What train?
electric, yeah. And have you ever seen the movie Roger Rabbit? Who framed Roger Rabbit?
I've heard of it, but I did not know that
Yeah.
they had fucking electric trains.
Absolutely, many United States cities did. And Standard Oil, General Motors, and Firestone tires all colluded to buy the train companies and put them out of business. And that forced everybody to rely on the car, especially in Southern California. And that's why many Southern California roads are so wide. You'll be driving down the street and you're like, why is this road so wide? Why? Because there used to be a train that went right down the middle of the street. And they took out all those trains in like the 1940s and replaced them with more costly buses and cars. So anyway, this was proven in the Supreme Court. This isn't even a California case. This is proven in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court fined these companies, they found them guilty and fined them a grand total of $1 because the whole system is rigged. So anyway, when it's already been proven that these companies have colluded like this, I wouldn't put it past them to collude about the street system as well. And when Oz was in here the last time, or perhaps 2 times ago, we did all this research on the smart grid system for the smart streets. And like basically he was like, I think Austin, Texas will be the first smart street city in the world. And I'm like, I don't think so. They're already doing stuff like this in China. And we looked it up, and China's got this place called E-Town, where the whole city, it's this whole area of Beijing. It's like a huge area. All the streets are all pre-planned and pre-programmed, and they're all on timers and stuff. And there are robots that deliver stuff, and there are robo-taxis. Like it's the largest area where all of this type of technology is tried out or like tested. And nope, it's Beijing E-City. Look it up. It's been around since 1994, and Shenzhen's a big deal too. But it's Beijing E-City or E-Town. Beijing.
Sounds like I got the little delivery cars driving all the streets, sidewalks,
right. So the place where they test all that stuff before it goes live in a city like Shenzhen or Shanghai or Guangzhou or Wuhan or any place else like that is Beijing's E-Town. Like basically they test it there to make sure it's good, and then once it's good there, then they expand it to their cities. So basically they have this area of Beijing that is completely autonomous. Everything from the lights to the the driving, everything's autonomous, and the cars are robotic. Everything. So I had a little bit of knowledge of this, and then what's his name? Oz and I were looking at the best places where this could happen in the United States. And it turns out that Phoenix, Arizona is the best place for this. It's like a grid-like city, and it's got good weather, and it doesn't have as many people as like LA, and it doesn't have as many constraints as California does. And so it's a little bit better than Austin. It's better than Irvine. Irvine, we roll out a lot of test things like features like sensors on streets and things like that, but just the state laws make things like we have Waymo and things like that, but they won't start here. They'll start in like other test markets, but then they might expand it because we're a pre-planned city. But a city like Phoenix is much bigger than just like Austin or some other areas, and it's built on a grid system, and there are like areas. We were looking like, what would be the first city in the United States to where it would be illegal to drive? And the argument was it will be Phoenix, Arizona, where there will literally be like an area where you're not allowed to drive there. Your car either has to go into self-driving mode, or you have to get out and park or something, which was kind of fascinating, like a weird idea that like you wouldn't be able to drive somewhere. But that's going to become the norm, more and more. So anyway, I was talking about this, trying to talk about this stuff with Mike Holt on Monday, and he's like, I don't want that. And it's like, I'm like, okay, well, I mean, we don't have to agree on everything. And it's true. It was good that we didn't just sit there and agree on everything, and we debated a little bit. And he's like, I live in a neighborhood where he's like, and that'll never happen in Australia. I'm like, well, it already is happening in China. And he's like, well, China's like a communist country or whatever. I'm like, we already have self-driving vehicles and robo-taxis in the United States. And he's like, well, I just don't want to live in a place where they can, the government can like close off where I can travel or whatever. And I'm like, I understand that. I'm not saying I'm an advocate for that. But what I am an advocate of is efficiency and safety. And he's like, with a smart system, you could come to my neighborhood and close off the two entrances, and we wouldn't be able to get out. And I would like, yeah, but the authorities could do that anyway. They could just come there and shut off your neighborhood access if they wanted. I mean, there's nothing inherently evil about a smart grid system that would do this. And so we talked about that for a little bit, and then it was over. I don't know why he doesn't do longer podcasts. He does 20-minute podcasts, which, if you know anything about podcasting, it's like there's a lot you want to cover, and many of these things, you know, you want to get into things, and we just don't have the ability to. But that's okay. The first podcast I did was like an hour on Monday, and then Mike's was 20 minutes. So all in all, with all of Mike's, we'll have more than an hour of content or whatever. Okay, so then I know we're gonna play literati and everything. I'm just giving you updates. So then I started looking into my SEO, and like when you type in Rabbi Rothschild, my goal is for my streams to come up number one. Unfortunately, that's really difficult to do because there are other Rabbi Rothschilds out there, and they're like historically important individuals, and there are it's hard for me to outrank some of their websites. But I do with AI. Like, I'm getting to the point where AI starts to talk about me before it talks about some of the other ones, when before it didn't. So it's just a matter of time. And I'm doing that through press releases and writing and things like that. Well, there's this. I really wanted, when I looked at images, I wanted like more of my images up there. I do have some, but I wanted more because I have so much video content and picture content, but it's not getting ranked. And I didn't really know why. And the reason why is because I don't use, like when I create a video, I don't go back and tell everybody what's in the video. It takes me too long. Or if I have like a robot that's just publishing my TikToks or whatever, it's not like specific to what I'm doing. So what I did is I created a couple of robots that are now putting SEO key terms in what I'm doing, which has really helped. The last few days already, my videos are now ranking better. And then I started making memes. I had a goal to like just create a version of Rabbi Rothschild version of every single major meme that there is, both in the pictures and the videos. And so I've been working on that. And now I'm going to whoop your ass at literati. How does that sound?
Here, like, you just make an AI to just pump out articles and memes. basically, and then one would get popular on TikTok. I mean, I guess you've been doing that on TikTok pretty much.
Yeah.
For like the articles and stuff, you want to go to search for something, if you just break out a giant quantity, do just some number.
Great question. In terms of publishing of articles, believe it or not, there aren't that many places to publish anymore on the internet that rank highly in Google. You might create your own website, but that doesn't mean anybody's going to see it. And like with Medium, you can publish 2 articles a day, or 2 articles every 24 hours. And a lot of the websites that like I've applied to be a blogger with some major websites, and one of them accepted me, but I haven't heard back. Well, they said they liked my writing and that they told me where to create an account and everything, but I still don't. I'm still like cautious. I don't know if they're really going to let me like write for them, because if they do, all they have to do is just do like they'll find out that I spam people. Then they'll be like, oh, this person's just doing this for SEO or whatever. But in terms of making bots, yeah. So my plan is to make all of the different. Like, I've already made about 100 different memes, and then what I'll do is I'll upload those to all the various meme sites. So that if you're like, when you're like on Reddit and you can add a meme, there'll just be a random way to add, like my memes will be in that database. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And
so like the memes, you can make like AI like make original ones, but I think it would kind of be hard. There's too many memes.
I did both.
I got a good one.
I did both. So that Obama poster that says hope?
Yeah.
So I took that art and made one of myself, and then I did like the Mona Lisa and girl with the pearl earring, like those like that are identifiable, and I put them in the Harry Potter Bomb Site Telegram, and I was surprised they were. Remember that time?
Like trolling like Reddit with like AI created like hoaxes basically.
What?
I don't know. Maybe that would be a good way to get.
Once no. Once Reddit is on you, you're done. You're not creating an account. Anytime you try to post anything, it gets taken down immediately. They're really, really tough. They're like, in my opinion, of the major websites out there, the one that's the best at stopping people from creating content or creating accounts once you've been banned. That's why I had to ask the people at Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu to post my shit for me. Because whenever I post it, it gets taken down within like 10 minutes. They device fingerprint you, they IP address fingerprint you, and then they have all of the VPNs.
Tails operating just start.
All they have to do is see what VPN I have. If they see that I'm using a VPN, then automatically they kill the account. And even still, Tails fingerprints your device information. So it may not, like, even weird things like the resolution of your screen. It all gets indexed, and then it just fingerprints it and basically says that.
Can you hypothetically build a bot or like a program with all that information? Like a separate container or whatever.
Yeah, I've done that. But you still have to connect through an IP address.
Yeah, the internet one is kind of the hardest one to solve. It sucks that they can detect it.
Yeah, so You just
There's a better VPN. Yeah, you can.
yeah, they do have those, but if you get flagged, then it just basically kills it. So I just do what I think is a good strategy. Just go to people I know, who I care about and trust, and who care about and trust me, and have something that will help the community, like a good article, and then they'll post it, and then Reddit keeps that going. People upload it, and then AI reads it, and then integrates that into my profile.
Yeah,
So that works. But so another thing that's been interesting that I've done. So I have a lot of Instagram content. Like I have some Instagram accounts with like 5,000 hours of video just archived from the last like 4 years, especially the early days of my stream. Like a lot of my early days of my stream on YouTube have been taken down. Not that they're deleted. They just I don't have access to the accounts anymore because the accounts they call them like ban evasion or whatever. But that's okay because I've got the redundant footage on Instagram, and so I have a ton of these Instagram reels that are each like an hour long, and they don't have any descriptions of them. So I created a bot that basically takes something that's really good for me from SEO, like I'm the king of continuous human data infrastructure, and then a term I just invented, continuous human activity data, CHAD, because I'm the ultimate CHAD. And then I basically took like a 2,200 character description of myself and started putting that in all of these different like 5,000. I have way more than 5,000. I've got tens of thousands of Instagram reels, hour-long footage that just doesn't have a description. And so I started to put the hashtags in there and everything, but not just in English. Here's the kicker. I'm going and I'm taking that 2,200 letter character description of myself and then taking that and putting it in Google Translate and doing it in every single language. Every one. And Google just launched or just released even more languages. There are hundreds of languages that it covers. So that whenever anybody Googles anything about me in any language, my content's going to dominate. How baller is that?
At the end of the day, so why did the heavenly voice
That's smart.
Doug. Are you ready to lose now?
He also knows what's written in his Torah.
Yeah.
He also knows. So when I said he knows, he also knows that there's a dinner majority. And there's a dinner majority.
Zoot got a new phone screen, which is great. Because we were playing games, but we couldn't play some games because he couldn't get the ball to move, or I couldn't touch a certain area of his phone. So he got that fixed, which was tight. And
reflective of the character Hashem.
Wasn't Johnny more goddamn?
yeah, he did some on Monday. Nobody was there, he said, because of
the Eliezer felt that he was correct despite the fact that
the Melbourne Comedy Festival, and I think he's going to Melbourne this weekend, which I think will be good for him. He's just got to get his mind off some shit. Do you remember that time you had an invitation?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Very good.
What the individual is doing is incorrect. It's a very profound soul. It's almost like, I'm thinking about this a little bit.
No, you go first.
No, I don't want to hear your.
I
don't want to hear your bitching.
It's okay. GG.
Absolutely. It's such a bad idea on so many levels.
All right, so then we're playing.
Literati, you go first.
Dude, I'll destroy you.
No, it's an advantage. It's a disadvantage to go first.
You just think it's just not a good
I'm not even kidding.
Why did you always say that it's an advantage and post advantage then?
Harmful that you step in, but then there are other times where you say, you know what? Hey, you know what? The child is old enough to mature, because with young children.
I
I
thought it was.
but not.
It's a little
gambling going
second
would be
This is the way you would
much
start.
more
So I have to give you that support,
beneficial.
I fundamentally disagree. That's really what the subject.
Not with these
fucking tiles that
It's this idea that at times in life, the Ribono Shel Olam goes down and says, listen, I don't agree with what you're doing. And of course, when God doesn't agree, that's a pretty good indicator that what I'm doing is wrong. But Lamaisa, he sees my conviction, and he sees my dedication, and he sees that I'm really committed to this. As well, he says, okay, I'll give you the help to be able to do it. Objectively, it's not right. But Lamaisa, if you believe in it, if you believe that it's the derech and the Ratzon Hashem, I'm not going to stand in your way. I'm not standing in your way. I'll even help you. That's why a bas kol comes down. So we'll say always bas. So interesting because we all know that story of Rabbi Eliezer coming Hana Shalach Noi, and everybody's bothered by the same fundamental question, which is if Rabbi Eliezer was truly wrong, then why does the bas kol come out? Why does the bas kol come out? Especially when the bas kol stands in contradistinction to the halakhic principle that the Rosh himself went ahead and dispelled. Elamai, because Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that he was right, and he was convinced that it was the Ratzon Hashem, and the derech sha'adam moti leilit molitin also. We'll say one last piece and we'll stop. You're probably not getting it early, start from the doctor, all right? So the Tzaddik says as follows: It's va'al derech zeh, mevor ma chesed gamkin hisloninus b'nei Yisrael al Moshe va'aron, kishenesu Korach va'adlaso. We'll say, listen to this. Going back a couple of weeks, Parshas Korach. Remembering it, we'll say something amazing happens. The earth opens up, swallows up Korach and his followers, right? A pretty clear indication that what? That Korach was wrong, Moshe was right. What's Klal Yisrael's response to the earth opening up and swallowing up Korach? Atem amisem as Am Hashem. They accuse Moshe, look, you're killing Jews. You've killed Jews. What? First of all, Korach started.
Thanks, baby.
And by the way, as powerful as Moshe is, Moshe can't make the earth open. Hey, Moshe can't make the earth open. Only HaKadosh Baruch Hu can make the earth open. And yet they're accusing Moshe of killing Jews, of killing Am Hashem. What's the pshat? He says, turn page. Kilova Shamayini, Velachin in Lismok up Helat Zesh, Blias Hadama, Kiyochacham in Hashemayim, Ladas Ber Shadin, was listening to this. So something essentially says, the Klal Yisrael said as follows. Father says in Moshe, you're Moshe. And the Derech Sha'adam Moshe Lele, Molichin also. You're a powerful man, Moshe. And there's no question in our minds that if you are convinced of a particular derech, and you are convinced that that derech is correct, and it is the Ratzon Hashem, the Ribono Shel Olam is going to help you down that derech. Did God want to open up the earth and swallow up Korach and his followers? No. You know why he did it? He did it because you were convinced of the correctness of that approach. But it is not indicative of the fact that that was the fate they truly deserved. So again, literally what they're saying is, Moshe, you know what you're like? You're like Rabbi Eliezer and Hana Shalach Noi. You're like the bas kol. Rabbi Eliezer was wrong. He was the minority, and Allah was decided by the majority. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees that you have convictions and sees that you're dedicated to your cause, then at the end of the day, he'll support you, even if you're not correct. So Moshe, you have convictions. You're dedicated to your cause. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is supporting you, even though what? You're not really correct. That was their kind of motivation. So I'll say this concludes the O's, and what comes out of this are a couple of
big time.
A couple of sub lessons. Number one, you see the power of having convictions and the power of believing in something. You know, so many times in life we're like parrot on things. Like if you ask people, I think you find it a lot. I think a lot of times like we're involved in a lot of things. And a lot of things
talk. So Nice.
Thanks, baby.
What are my what are my convictions? What do I believe in so much that I would even be able to sway the opinion of the Ribono Shel Olam in a certain way? The power of conviction, the power of dedication to an idea, to a principle, to a cause that is so strong and so intense that it can even lobby the Ribono Shel Olam to my side. That's how. Phase, which is the primary.
I wish there was something in this game that like made it. It didn't have to be a permanent setting, but it would make it equal. Like one person could not get both the Q and the Z. One person could not get all the S's. One person could not get all the things.
Less like by God. And what the topic is highlighting for us is that's
Are you making an excuse of what's unfair?
Life success.
No, it's just.
That I've chosen for myself is not the right path. How can you
And I agree it should be balanced.
And I agree
it should be balanced. I feel like normally it's pretty balanced. Like sometimes like you got the Z and the Q.
Yeah, no one knows what it says. So let's just make sure everybody knows that. Hey, I have a question for you. You did an update on your phone. Does it show you how many tiles are remaining?
Because even if it's successful, it doesn't always mean.
Well, fuck. How many?
Have the courage to be able to step back despite the success. In other words, like very easy to be introspective.
You want
well.
That's some bullshit. Dude, this is a long word you got.
When you kind of hit a brick wall and the things you're engaged in are not yielding the fruits of success.
Look at you, son.
no one knows the gibber as a quick driver.
Isn't it a gibber? Like,
So still take a step back, introspect, examine.
Isn't that like a thing you use for fishing?
Yeah.
I'm just making it up. I don't know what a gibber is. I'm gonna look it up right now. Or maybe like somebody.
Oh my god.
Gibber.
Oh wait. Shit. Yeah, that would have been so good.
Spend a little bit less time on the subject this morning.
Gibber. Dog. Gibber. One who jeers or taunts. Like in fishing.
If I have true conviction,
Quilt?
is the
Dog.
Yeah, you know what a quilt is. Like a blanket.
I know what a fucking quilt is, dude.
Dog quilting was like sewing. I actually know what that fucking word is. It's like sewing a bunch.
Dog, shut the fuck up. Everybody knows what quilting is.
Everyone knows. Yo, you really? Are you saying like you don't know?
No, I'm saying that's like a thing that people learn at age like 5. It's like a kind of blanket.
In a way
Yeah.
that a person believes is MS. A person believes
But you know why you're.
MS, he should
I was saying that's a good word.
Oh, I thought you said that was like no.
No.
My apologies.
is the right.
And I may have come off like that just because I'm amazing. I know what a quilt is. It's a great word that you use.
Let's remember again.
Of course, they're going to give you the Q.
Yaakov was the king of Malchus Yisrael, who was unfortunately a terrible
Are you gonna smoke there?
real tragedy of
Sheesh.
Yaakov.
Alright, equalizing with the awful tiles that have been built.
And yet failed to do so. In any event, Eliyahu Hanavi has a dramatic fallout with Yaakov, and as a result, he tells Yaakov there will be no rain in Eretz Yisrael. There will be no rain. Ba'amul Chazal, שביקש מהקדוש ברוך הוא שייתנו לו בין השמיים המבטיח שם מטר ונס נורות. The Gemara says that they're given mafechos, so there are three keys, which HaKadosh Baruch Hu never dispenses to an emissary. And one of those keys is the mafech shel Shaman, the key of rain. Yet Eliyahu Hanavi requested from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to be handed over the key to rain. Because remember again,
Do you know that carom is considered a kind of pool? Do you know why it's called pool? Like, do you know why billiards is called?
It's called talking during my back.
Do you know why it's called billiards? Do you know why billiards is called pool?
And gave him the key. Gave him the key to rain.
No, you don't. And you're gonna learn.
And as a result, Eliyahu withheld the rain for 3 years. Shamrudal Shekiviyako, Haya Kasha Lefana these products.
Rain?
The Gemara says,
You want to use rain?
There's only so many words with the tiles that I have. Repeating.
That the Ribono Shel Olam agreed with Eliyahu's decision. Not so
Remember that time when you didn't have the lead?
that this is a good idea. But again, Eliyahu Hanavi felt this was the proper course of action. He felt that it was the Ratzon Hashem. And so amazingly enough, the Ribono Shel Olam gave him over the key to the Yishem. Shari as ad, lo masar samafteach ha-Yishem mishum adamim shebara es olamot. Because never before in the history of the world that Kadosh Baruch Hu ever give over the key.
I wonder what Bob Lazar is doing right now.
The Sibir Hashem Yisbarach, she'Eliyahu Hanavi ba'atzmo, yirtze lahachzir es mafteach ha-Geshem.
I thought you were going to say, probably watching the Joe Rogan experience. Like, oh, amazing.
He's watching himself.
Well, that's enough.
Watch
Recording
of himself playing on the Joe Rogan.
I would be.
Been watching him.
I would be.
ונסתרת בנחל קריס אשף מהירדן. והעזרה אשר נספק במיוחד, להיסוס מפני אחו בנחל קריס, והחייהו בדרך ניס, שעורבים מביאים לו לחם. Remember, again, most of you know, Achab did not take kindly to this withholding of the rain. Right? He did not take kindly to this. Actually, he ordered Eliyahu Hanavi killed.
Do you remember that time I had to leave?
The Chris ravine, Nahal Chris, and there.
All right, so here's why it's called bowling. Here's why it's called pool. Billiards was as I understand, the original name of the game. Yeah, I don't know why it was originally called that. We should look it up. But it would be played in a place where they would do horse racing, and a lot of times, like people would pool their money for horse racing, and so the ideal is that the name of pool just was a shorter word than billiards and became a nickname for the game that you played when all these people were pooling their money, and then it became known as pool. Amazing story.
Walk back to the decree that he brought us over. This Baruch didn't want this decree. This Baruch didn't want withholding of rain. Because remember, again, withholding of rain for 3 years, many innocent people suffered as well. The Rebbe did not want.
What brought up that
Zoot and I played pool a lot, and one day I was like, why did they call that?
Even though it was not the Ratzon Hashem to go and withhold the rain, so here's what's interesting. See, the Rebbe didn't want to. Number one, he didn't want withholding of rain. Number two, he certainly did not want withholding of rain for a prolonged period of time, which is exactly what occurred for 3 years. But yet, what did HaKadosh Baruch Hu do? He did two things. Number one, he gives Eliyahu the keys. Number two, he hides Eliyahu for a sustained rain. He hides Eliyahu and
You're
sustains
fucked.
Eliyahu for a prolonged amount.
Look at this giant lead.
Look at this giant lead. See over here is
One of the biggest leads we've ever seen, folks.
Even though what? Even though
One
of
of the biggest leads we have ever seen. One of the biggest leads we have ever seen. One of the biggest.
is the proper data.
What is this bullshit?
What is this bullshit? And help them along that path. And number two, just because a person sees success in a particular path, in a particular endeavor, does not necessarily mean that the Ribono Shel Olam is actually happy.
Dog,
I will say it's
I've got such a comfortable lead on you.
Oh man.
Dog, I got such a comfortable lead on you. I'm in cruise control. 14 on your team.
Wow, must be nice having all the
prevents it from occurring. And it's nice
And the blank tile.
really relying on
that success in life is indicative of divine faith. In other words, obviously, I can't.
Oh, so you have the Z.
Oh, so you have the Z for allowing me to be successful. But don't allow success to be translated as God is happy with the path I am taking. Because sometimes that's true, but sometimes it's important to understand, which also makes things so much more complicated. Because if you think about it, life
that was
would be
good.
so much easier if I could live with the following approach.
Everyone
If I'm doing well,
knows it's
I'm succeeding, that means God's happy. I'm not succeeding, that means God's unhappy.
Oh man, these tiles. I swear to God, they need to do a better job with these tiles.
The stuff that you're doing is really muddying the water.
Always like
Right? And telling us
shit tiles, garbage tiles.
Happy with what you're doing. Your success may be for a variety of different reasons, but a person requires perpetual knowledge to try to really understand.
Dog, look at this lead. Maybe one of the biggest leads in the history of humankind.
We'll pick up again the shrine.
Maybe one of the greatest leads in the history of humankind. 15 tile lead. 15-point lead. Court? Oh, core? What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit?
Often in life we assume that when we are engaged in something, we are finding success in that particular endeavor, that is indicative of the.
Look at this lead, 18 points. I'm starting to pull away, son.
Oh, you fucked up. You fucked up.
And the subject highlights the idea that a person.
You fucked up.
Oh, that is beautiful, son. That is beautiful. That is beautiful.
Instead, that sometimes what happens in life is HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees that if I have chosen a particular path, because I believe that ultimately this is the right path, this is the Ratzon Hashem, this is the true will of God. So Tzaddik says, if that's what I believe, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu helps me along that path, even if technically speaking, that's not really the right way to go. This is a manifestation of the concept of the derech sha'adam lo tirei. Wow. Who helps me along. Now, again, the Tzaddik's kind of qualification to this is, I have to believe this. In other words, that what we spoke about before, that what HaKadosh Baruch Hu truly values more than anything is a sense of, as we qualified yesterday.
Do you know about Yazoo Clay?
Yesterday. Wants to be genuine.
Look at this lead, folks. Look at this lead. Zero tiles. What?
Oh, are you serious? 0 tiles left?
Even if I don't, even if I got don't believe in
Yeah,
that, right?
yeah,
Don't believe in
creative,
that, right?
creative now.
I'll help you along. It's customer thought. So somebody give you an example of this. He says,
Oh, jeez. Wow. Look who has the S.
right-hand side.
Doug, you had the Q and the Z. This game, Q and Z.
That's
Q
embarrassing.
and Z. Q and Z. They gave you the game.
They gave you the game.
I didn't tack on S's on the other people's work.
Q and a Z.
You and the Z.
Bilam was a Gentile prophet who was approached by Balak, the king of Moab, to go ahead and curse the Jewish people. And Balak promises Bilam fame, fortune, everything. And originally Bilam asked Sakadosh Baruch Hu if he's permitted to go. Sakadosh Baruch Hu appears in the night for Jewish houses. You can't go.
Oh, this is such a robbery. Oh, what the fuck? Come on. I didn't even watch it.
Do you want your turn back?
I mean, if you want to tack on CUS's cheat,
Do you want more time?
it's whatever. I don't think I'm gonna be able to win. They just shafted me. Just handed you US. I don't think I had enough deal with him, interestingly enough. Oh yeah, I did. Oh wait.
And ultimately, Bilam wanted to do this. And so Baruch Hu apparently also saw that Bilam really thought this was the right thing to do. Now, true, when you look at Rashi, you look at Daniel and Persian, you seem to understand that Bilam's motivation was one driven by wealth, personal aggrandizement, covet, but perhaps there was some element that Bilam also felt that this was his purpose as the prophet, that he was his opportunity to flex his prophetic muscles and be able to do something of consequence. So he feels committed to this particular course of action. He goes on, he says, ultimately, again, now when you look at this, Bilam's intention was not to go to Derech HaTorah. Somebody says, I want to
They gave me the worst two letters at the end.
The difficulty is getting the Bilam's intention with Shem Shammai is why. Because Baruch Hu tells him, don't go. So it's hard to say that your intention is for the sake of heaven, when heaven is telling you.
Oh my word, it's tied.
Oh my word, it's tied.
This might be the best game we've ever played. You won.
This is fascinating. So Bilam, as much as he knew that this was
You
not
won.
the will of God, the will of God, he understood that or he felt.
Psych, bitch! Psych, bitch! Psych, bitch!
What did you put at the end? Wow.
That it was not
Yeah, right.
What a good comeback.
That was a warm-up.
Dude, fuck your warm-up game, son. That was a win. Fair and square. Dog.
My mind is stretched. I can go for it this time. I'll let you go first. So you want to count that up to win? Not sign a break though.
That was one of the greatest comebacks in the history of humankind.
Somehow, some way, we still find a way.
No, you go first.
Doug, you just complained about me going
I'm gonna
first.
win.
You just complained about me going first.
I was joking. Didn't bother me at all.
In these situations, we are not exactly sure what to do, what's the rest of Hashem, but more often than not, it's pretty clear what I'm supposed to do, what I'm not supposed to do. Yet many times I find myself on the wrong side of the law, doing things that I'm not supposed to do. How do I get there? Because we have this incredible ability to justify, with the incredible ability to go ahead and turn things that are really against the Ratzon Hashem, but somehow to convince myself that it's good, that it's right, that it's correct, that it's warranted. So that's happening with Bilam. Here, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is explicitly communicating to him, don't do it, don't go. I don't want you to go.
And now you can just rearrange the tiles on the bottom.
Yet Bilam convinces himself.
Everybody knows that.
You're right. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says,
I didn't know that.
It's not that it's the right Torah. Baruch Hu says, I give people the Torah. And if you truly believe that what you are doing is correct, and you truly believe that some way, somehow, what you're doing is the proper Torah to serve me, I can't stand in your way. I can't stand in your way. He goes on, he says, Look at this lead.
Look at this lead. I said, look at this lead. I said, look at this lead.
Really an incredible resource. Here, essentially, this topic is saying that this kind of serves as the source for this principle.
And then the motherfucker got that sex appeal. The motherfucker got that sex appeal.
Now again,
Folks, if you're watching at home, the score is 42-11. And the previous game was one of the greatest games in the history of this game. I was fucked, and then I made a comeback and won because I'm amazing. I'm amazing. Look at this word. This word strikes fear in the hearts of humans. What word did you think you had?
You are to be aware of.
Oh, wow. That's a big word, dog.
Man, how many freaking points do you have for yours? Do you know what it's all?
Yeah, times 2, baby. Because I'm sexy. And I know it. And I know it. Look at this motherfucker with the S and the Z. And he wants to complain about me.
And now you realize how scary this is because a person can be successful, and however you define success, but a person can be successful.
Oh man, we're so lucky I couldn't put a J in there.
I can totally go in the
But I'll take a.
totally in the wrong
I'll take 27 points. Not complaining.
Like, I need to just step back a little bit, hush for our nefesh, to ask ourselves, are we really going down the right path? You know, it's like sometimes in life when things aren't going well, it's much easier to do a hush for our nefesh.
Oh, look at him go! Look at him go!
So if it's not going, it's much easier to take a step back and say, okay, how do I course correct? Because sometimes life, everything is going well, quote unquote, right? Things are working out. I'm being successful. It's in those times where a person also has to take a step back and ask themselves, is this right there? Is this really what I should be doing? Or again, perhaps have I misled the Ratzon Hashem, or have I misled my own purpose in life? Success is not necessarily an indicator of divine.
Did you watch The Fire and the Kid this week?
Strong and great.
Oh, there you go.
The breaks a little bit in the midst of success to be able to analyze, to be able to introspect, and I really taking the right path. So let's double with for today. We pick up in Eretz Hashem. Another example of this is Eliyahu Hanavi in Eretz Hashem.
Dude, what's up with you and these fucking super words? What's up with you and these super words?
All right, so good. So we have to do today a new host. We left, so I know we were a little bit better.
Dude, this is a big game.
Wow.
We're scoring lots of points, son.
In some of the days, we saw this idea about the ability to introduce ourselves leaders, which were really cultivated initially by individuals passed down to their families, and then they become the active purpose of all of bodies. So instead of chemo, the study could spoke about this beautiful idea of the influence of a mother on her sons, the influence of a father on his daughters, and the rest of the sit he builds on this idea as well. He actually goes with the idea that lest you think that it's only the father who influences the daughter, and he then goes on to discuss the incredible impact of the mother on her child as well. But again, we'll focus a bit more now on transition to Sanach Dalet. Sanach Dalet, the study crisis follows. Sanach Dalet is horrible. Hey, that's incredible. The Tzaddik writes, Hamin Ira Adam, Shara Beberu Gamer, Shashem Yisbarach Inside.
Why do you think it's horrible?
Sometimes the person will go through life and they'll see
I just gave you
in a certain way.
for all my hard work.
Not necessarily.
So a person will go through life and they'll see that they're encountering some level of success. In other words, I'm doing things in Baruch Hashem, I'm being successful. So sometimes the Mirlo, Ka'os Shashem Yisbarach Maskim Masov Hachatobi. Let's say, I'm here to something amazing. In general, when we're successful in life,
Thank you, big man.
Thank you, big man.
We are tied. We are tied. And riser had the C, and riser had the S. And I am tied with riser. And I don't have the thing that tells me how many tiles are left. So I am at a disadvantage.
Sometimes because I'm not working hard enough, right? Or sometimes I'm not dedicated enough, or sometimes it's because it's the wrong mahalach, it's the wrong approach, and sometimes it is because the Rosh is upset at me or unhappy with me, whatever it might be. But certainly the first part, usually is I am successful. That is a sign that God is happy with me.
Could have been a lot worse. That could have been a lot worse.
I recognize that my success in life.
But guess what? Rabbi's got the lead. Rabbi's got the lead. I said, Rabbi's got the lead. Rabbi's got the lead. I said, what word? What word isn't a word?
No isn't a word.
It is a word.
N-O?
N-O? Amo? Amo is Latin for love. That's not a word in English, son. Ammo is A-M-M-O, dog. A-M-M-O.
It's incredible, no? I know, so this is such a dramatically
Dude, that's huge.
We normally quit one more time. I normally assume that if I'm successful in something,
They didn't have ammo, apparently. Of ammo.
The subject is not necessarily. You can go ahead and encounter success in life, and it's not a value.
What's you gonna place?
Actions are yasha.
This might be terrible. This might be terrible. I said this might be terrible. I said this might be terrible. Yes. I love when you say that. I love when you say that. I love when you say that. I love when you say, oh, fuck. Oops, it's not a word.
Sound the owls make.
That's hooch, dude.
I'm sorry, do you speak Irish?
Yeah, I do. And we say hoot.
I don't know. Maybe where you're from.
I have the hero. I have free choice. Hashem urges me and begs me.
Wow. Even though I gave you the lead, still get this man.
Whatever path I choose,
Thank you, that was good. Alright, nice. I respect that.
I gave you the win with
Hashem Yisbarach lo tzedekah. Gan in ein Hashem Yisbarach lo tzedekah. Even if Hashem does not want me to take this path,
went. I gave you the win with went.
that's the choice I make. That's where HaKadosh Baruch Hu helps. Okay, so there are two incredibly profound things happening over here, which are really connected. Number one, success does not mean or is not the indicator of divine happiness. That I could be successful in something in life and yet still not be doing the right thing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And why is that? Because the derech she'adam rotu leilet, so Hashem helps me down the road I want to go, even if at the end of the day Hashem does not feel that is the correct derech to take. An incredibly dramatic idea. Now, it goes on. If you turn the page, Vav, he says there is an important qualifier over here, an incredibly important qualifier. He says, "Umash Abu Chazal b'derech she'adam rotu leilet."
Oh, this is gonna be horrible.
I knew he ain't having to qualify because when you think about this in just a moment, it's strange. So I understand the concept of Derech Shadam was related more for myself. And I also understand that Abzadik is saying that even if the Derech I want to take is
not a word.
Right,
not a word.
That a Polo Shalom will still help me pick that Derech if that's what I choose. I will say, but is that actually the word? Right? At the end of the day, does that actually mean there's, and what if the derech is terrible? And what if the derech is sinful? And what if the derech is harmful? Does it make sense that the devotion is going to help me down that way? He says,
Let's see if we illegal.
The aim Hashem is bara, Misayeya, Umadrich La'adam Bahashlim Eschabzon, Ela Kishua Pidaito Al Kopanim, Osheik Shuhu Hole, B'derach HaTorah. Let's listen to this. When do we say B'derach Sha'adam Lo Telilit Molichanasam? The path that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to take is the path, the path I want to take is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to take. There's only one prerequisite. You have to believe in the path.
So?
You have to believe that the path that you're taking in life is truly the right path. If you believe that the path that you're taking in life is the true and correct path, then Hashem will help you down that path. Even if what?
Wow,
Can you imagine? I often thought about this.
Can't stop. Won't stop. Rockefeller.
You can just imagine, just sits there, shaking his divine head like, I can't believe it. Right? Everybody thinks they know my will, and everyone thinks that they're my ambassador. Everyone thinks, right, if they would only really try to be able to, a lot of times in life, we are quote unquote performing the Ratzon Hashem, but it's not the Ratzon Hashem I'm performing. It's the Ratzon
Fix? What the fuck?
I just happen to go ahead and be cloaking it in the middle of the powerful. So something says something absolutely amazing that qualifies a very complex concept, which is B'derech she'adam lo telilit molichanasam. So Hashem says, you choose a path, I'll help you on it. The prerequisite is that that what you're doing is correct. You truly believe that your derech is the pursuit of the Ratzon Hashem, or your derech is the pursuit of absolute MS, that Hashem says, well, listen, whether I agree or disagree, you have the Kira.
Get out of here. Get out of here with that word.
Incredible extreme example of this. Right? What's the most incredible extreme example of that?
Oh.
That's it. Only 9 points.
How is the most
I agree. That was beautiful.
Also, remember again, we unfortunately have that topics. But actually,
I'm still on the tiles. Yeah, I don't get it.
think about
I
it.
bet if we, I want an actual tile sound.
Away Paro's Bethira, because Paro ultimately, again, he understood. See, we look at it as punitive, and to a certain degree, it is punitive. But Lamaisa, the removal of Paro's Bethira ultimately allowed him to do what he truly wanted to do, which was to be defiant and to stand up. Now, again, Paro did not believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Paro believed that he was the deity, right? And yeah, right. I mean, in Parkland, I made it up. Paro couldn't see what he did. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, "Listen, you want to be Paro, you want to stand up, you want to go ahead and not keep
Cheat codes.
You have to actually believe that what you are doing is the actual say, and it's
Cheat
incredible.
codes.
Think about it. You know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants?
Browsers using cheat codes. I can't believe we haven't done anything in the bottom right. That's so rare.
Right. And we have absolutely no passionate convictions. Right? People are so paranoid. People are so paranoid. And the truth is, we go through life, and what are we passionate about? Like, what do I actually believe in a fiery and exciting way? What do I actually believe in with all of my neshama?
I almost. I thought that
if you believe in something,
something else.
if you believe in something, I'll help you. But as long as you really believe that
If you can tack on a letter to the end of a word,
I'll help you along. But you have to really believe it. And that's why we be back off the side of the day. That's why we be back at the end of the day. A person has success in a particular area of life, but that success is not necessarily indicative.
I don't think we're gonna win this one. Especially with that. Especially with that.
Compare this to a human parent as well. Many times, our children make choices, and I think that it is
Oh, fuck you.
very important. But they believe this is the right thing for them. I don't mean those things are dangerous or things like that. But a child chooses something that I just look at and I say, I just don't think it's a good idea. But okay, you believe in this. So what do parents offer? Not only
Yeah, I figured that.
Sometimes they even support it.
Thanks, son.
Because what am I supposed to do? This is what I think. This is what my child thinks is a good thing. So you know what? This is what I'm going to do. Is it indicative that it's right? No. Is it indicative that I agree with it? Absolutely not. But sometimes you have to let people believe in the things that they're supposed to believe in. But something says, but that actually the most related to belief and also, if you now the prerequisite is you have to believe it. You have to actually believe. You have to believe in something.
12 points. Oh, it's over.
And if I do have
folks, it's deeply over.
Then I'll help you. I might not agree, but I'll help you. This is a subject. Be very, very careful. Because sometimes when we're successful in things in life, we take that to mean.
He got all, dog. He got all the good words. This shit, you got Z, you got Z, you got Q. Listen. You got C, you got Q.
You got Q. Success is not always the metric.
It's almost like if you don't get said like 4 S's in the game, tack on, you know.
Dude, you got the Z, you got the Z, and you got the Q.
Is what I'm doing truly the
And the J.
J sucks.
And the X. Oh yeah, I guess it's an advantage to have tires, I guess. They're worth a lot of points.
All right, people say good morning. Let us because we are going to finish an Hashem this morning. Post some face. I told you yesterday on the chat. I sent out some Gimel was the first PDF I sent out for mentorship begin that tomorrow. This morning we're going to do the second PDF I sent out, which was the last complete paragraph of O's Summit Days. So remember again, over O's Summit Days, what you've been privileged to see is
I knew it was only a high at the bottom.
DNA. This keeps on highlighting this idea that different people throughout our history have really mastered
And no words in the bottom. Right.
Onto their family, their immediate family, but then ultimately again those traits become the purview of General Klaus as well. And you begin to go through these traits, you begin to see that if one is able to inculcate within themselves these particular traits, one creates the totality of a spiritual person. Remember again, so we had whatever. We're not going to go.
It's not it's portrayed it. Dog. It's your own words, son.
So the Rebbe ends off and he says something like this. He says,
If you see anywhere where I can place
A V? I've got a V as well. No.
So the Rebbe says that, it's interesting because so many times in the Torah, Am Yisrael is divided by families, by Basi Avos, by Mishpachos. So of course that's not easy to us, but the Rebbe says that embedded in this idea of being divided by families is also representative of the fact that different groups possess different midos. Different groups possess different midos. שזל חביyichud וחפש כל עד של כל משפחה ומשפחה שנזכר שם.
Just resign. 283.
בחסיד בשלמות מידה מסוימת ובקלה ובקלה להנחילה לזרע אחר. The Rebbe says the way it works in most mishpachas, and the Torah goes out of its way to highlight
That
this
game is
family,
rigged.
that family, because generally families inherit the traits of their familial ancestry, which means that different families really personify themselves in different areas, different windows, different areas of ruchnis.
Dog.
Are
you ready to lose? Or do you want to go first?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you want to go first?
Let's think about this just a moment. So Yosef, right? So remember again, the need of Yosef is Yosef was a tzaddik. So he spoke of the idea that the need of being a tzaddik is the ability of someone who's able to maintain a heightened sense of morality, even when
You're up, son.
Talk about easy tiles.
No, they're not easy.
Right? But they personify the need of the ability to be fully vetted in all that.
Big dog. Did you watch the Fighter and the Kid this week?
So imagine that
All right, well, do you want me to give you an update on what's going on? Dude, you got the Z again?
No. So who's better?
I haven't gotten it once.
I mean, is there something you think you'd like me to do about that, or?
How about you STFU?
What's up? Everyone should look the same. Everyone should be the same. Everyone should act the same.
Wow, he's calling out the game.
Yeah, because I'm a pimp.
All of our great people throughout history personified different egos. David didn't have the egos of Yosef. Yosef didn't have the ego of David. And Moshe Rabbeinu didn't have
The
the ego
score
of Yaakov.
is 44 to 17. Dog. The score is 17 to 44. Dog. The score is 44 to 17.
So what does the takeaway message? It says, Elohim Yosef Balemida Misiyamazu. So certain families were stronger in a particular area. Going Halaviyah, the Midas Hatara Shabahel. The Ilu Ha'achirin, Tafitzim Yosef Amidazu. And other families, right, were more proficient in different midos. Kigon, B'nei Yosef,
Terrible.
She'ikar Avodosam Yibishuz, I mentioned before. For example, the children of Yosef.
Tell?
Children of Yosef,
Not use tell?
they were stronger in this particular area. I'll say, what does he say? Every one of these milos, they're true. In other words, we'll say, it's clear. But something when he was going through the order, I'll say, I want to be clear, with the exception of Moshe Rabbeinu, how did he order the midos? How did he order them? In chronological
More
order.
than twice. This person's score is what I have. More than twice. This person's score is what I have. And they already played the Z. I want everybody to know that they already played the Z.
When we learn this, we have a shaykhus. Remember, the way this works, something said, he said in the beginning, the person personified the midah. He then passed it down to his children, but then it becomes the perfect.
Well, in the meantime, I'm going to tell you what happened on the Fighter and the Kid this week. It was 5 years, I believe, of the anniversary of Brian Kellen telling everyone that he completely and unequivocally denies all rape allegations. Even though this was covered in depth in the Los Angeles Times.
So, different people are stronger in different areas. It's incredibly important to be so. No one is strong in all areas. And not one of us. I don't know what the topic is saying is there anyone who possesses all of these midos? What's the answer? The answer, I think the answer is you can possess all of these midos, but no one possesses all of them with the same level of intensity. In other words, it's human nature that we gravitate towards certain things and we excel in certain things. So can I have a little bit of all of these midos? Absolutely.
Brendan Schaub just came back from the Dominican Republic, where he did the announcing like Joe Rogan does on some kind of UFC knockoff, some bare knuckle fighting, and his wife, Brendan Schaub's wife, whose name is Joanna, once him to fight bare knuckle, but if he does, he could really hurt himself because he already has like traumatic brain and stuff.
Will I reach the level of proficiency in the same way by all of these goals? Probably not, but that's okay. Sometimes we'll see at that goals, even if you coach, that you're probably not going to fully reach them. You still have to have them. Our Kobos is beautiful.
Yeah, it's what I do on bitch's face, in the mouth, everywhere. 27 points, Fitz, and Slay. That was baller.
You find Machlokas, and again, that's really very much of this host as well. You look at Machlokas. The tzaddik posits, where does Machlokas come from? I'll say. Machlokas is Shem Shammai. Remember again, this is very apropos, right? This is last week's Parsha, Parshas Korah. There's Machlokas with Shem Shammai, Machlokas with Shalom with Shem Shammai. When you speak about Machlokas, you read Machlokas, like in the Gemara, you read a Machlokas. Where does that Machlokas come from? Those are your tzaddik posits that often Machlokas comes from because people see the world in different ways. Because Abaye might be proficient in one midah, and Rava may be proficient in
I have such a big lead on you. I said, dog. I have such a big lead on you. I said, dog. I have such a big lead on you. I have such a big lead on you. I said, I have such a big lead on you.
Are they both correct lenses?
Jew and we.
Excellent
play, big dog.
He's Chazal called Machlokas. You should call those ones.
You can use the win on the silver flower. Silver Platinum. Power. Hornet was a good word.
Thanks, baby.
You have to be careful with this because
Look at this move.
yes, these words and these words are both the words of the living God. We're going to see that in the next post. That was how the Ribono Shalom described the Mahodis Shana and Hillel. It doesn't apply to everyone.
Twig? You want to use twig? What a bunch of bullshit.
One person is wrong. Not everything is always right. But often when it comes to tomorrow, you see,
Yo,
yes, these are both correct.
it's
Listen, how can
over, son. Now he's gonna put up like quilts with the triple word score. Garbage. Bullshit.
Are not the same.
No way. No way you're able to pull out anything good. No, that ain't a word, son. Everybody knows that ain't a word. Everybody knows that. That's a Hebrew letter.
Because a lot of times you see my focus in the Gemara. I'm putting on Gemara right now. But it is
Hebrew apparently. It's a Jewish, English, Hebrew,
the fact that
multi-language.
brings
Yiddish as well.
particular means of. Maybe he's a David. And the second time, maybe he is a
Alright, you just fucked up that triple word score, son. Did you know that, son?
Did you know that, son? That's the media which creates the worldview. That's the media which creates the lens.
I don't like you. I don't like you. I like you, but I don't like yous. Yous are bitches. Everybody knows it. I don't like yous and J's and B's. B's are really hard.
You're both correct because you're both espousing evils necessary for quality self. That's some of my focus.
I think C is pretty easy, especially because you can play Za. And Q is pretty. C is really hard because there aren't any two-letter C words.
You're starting to highlighting what we call the primary categories. I think if you delve into this more, you'll find out within each of these categories of Windows, there are more subdivisions.
C's unless you have like an H.
Did you see that Theo Vaughn was on Kiltari this week?
All of them, most of us end up becoming physicians.
I thought you were going to say it was on Joe Rogan.
He was on Joe Rogan.
On the Barbara thing, I think.
He was on Joe Rogan 2 weeks. He was on Joe Rogan last week.
What do I need to work on?
Whenever so here's what Tony Hinchcliffe does, and I've learned Tony Hinchcliffe is cheap as fuck. He waits till Joe Rogan has on a guest and then asks them to come on Kill Tony at the same time, so he doesn't have to pay their airplanes or anything. Now get this. Theo Vaughn and Brendan Shaw used to do a podcast together called The King and the Sting. And Theo Vaughn was in Austin where The Fighter and the Kid takes place. And Theo Vaughn did not go on The Fighter and the Kid, but he did go on Kill Tony and Joe Rogan. That basically is like, I don't like you. Even though he calls him sometimes, he I don't think he really likes him. He just basically keeps a
learning is so important, it's so powerful. You know, subject never had choice.
like a business relationship.
Just consider and we learn that it's safer.
That was an 18 fucking point.
Because it's a double letter score for V,
Oh, damn.
and it's a double letter score for E. So it's 8, 9, and then C is 3, so that's 10, 11, 12. Oh, it's a triple for the V and a triple for the E. Son, So that's 3 for the E, 3 for the C. That's 6 plus 1 is 7. And the triple letter score for the V. Or wait, maybe the E is a double. So it's a double letter score for the E. And a triple letter score for the V. The V is 12, the E is 2. That equals 14. And then the I is 1 and the C is 3.
Yeah. I'm swapping all my tiles. Shit, tiles, cannon player.
Bottom right hand. Shame cost.
No.
What is the new job?
Baby, it's over. Rabbi just ended the fucking game, son. Rabbi just ended the fucking game, son. With the word queer, with the word queer. Never fear. The word queer is here. Oh, what a great comeback, dude.
That was a big 40 pointer. Oh, don't you dare. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. This is bullshit like that.
Queer and 6 and tux. Tux queer 6. Tux queer 6. Tux queer 6. Rabbi almost has an entire 100-point lead. What a comeback. And Riser gets a X. Riser gets an X. And Riser gets the Z. Riser gets the Z, but when Rabbi gets the Q.
Tiles were
Baby. Baby. Baby, baby, baby. Baby, baby, baby. You played Anon and Om? What? What the fuck?
these tiles are so egregious.
Dog. I don't know why you're blaming the tiles.
Damn.
Like no one wants constantly because you only want to inside.
How many tiles are remaining?
Of some higher power. Spiritual success comes in light.
Oh, this game is over, folks. Riser needs the greatest comeback ever. Yep.
The Q.
Word.
And all the S's.
No.
Every single
I didn't get
S.
all the S's.
Every single.
Look at this. More than 100-point lead. Look at this. Look at this. More than 100-point lead. More than 100-point lead. Look at this score. Look at this score. Look at this score. Look at this score. Are you gonna make 200, son?
Of course, but they don't have his buy-in. And if you don't have his buy-in, he's not invested. He's not invested. That's
what a comeback. The greatest comeback we've ever seen from Riser. Oh, use diff? That's not even a real word.
Yes.
It's a word. It's a word. Are you gonna make it over 300?
Oh, for sure, dog. Ain't no doubt I'm making it over 100.
You're not, unfortunately.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? I got the V's. I got both the V's, which sucks.
Between what God wants from me and what I want from me. I don't want that. I really want is I say with Sonka, with Sono, with Sonka. I want to make part of his will, my will. I want us to be on the same page. God, I want us to be that what you want for me out of life, I want for me out of life. So says the Tzaddik something amazing. He says, Shem Chassid. What's the Chassid? The Chassid ultimately again is the person.
Look at this move. We're on the verge of 300 points, and Riser can't even get 200 points. This is one of the biggest beatdowns in the history of the world.
That was close.
You made no, it wasn't close at all. It was an ass kicking for the record books. For the record books.
Alright. Basketball.
If I hear you say, all right, dog, we'll have to watch the Michael Jackson documentary some other time, I'm going to be so pissed.
Basketball.
Well, you know I'm better than you at this game.
No.
Dog, bruh. I'm going to beat you.
Oh, wait, no, I don't think. We haven't played archery in a minute.
Get out of here.
Archery, look. In darts or whatever, you can have darts.
I could either spend my entire life
When it comes to archery and
for myself, or I can embrace my Ratzon Hashem. And of course, he embraced Ratzon Hashem. He becomes David Malcolm Mashiach. He becomes David Amalek again, the father of a dynasty.
He made everything, but only got 11 points. That was amazing, Razor.
Is
yeah, no, I didn't miss anything. Not good. Big choke. Wow. That was terrible.
I'm not worried about it.
So once again, remember,
That's a miss.
the same model for everything.
One of the biggest misses in the history of the game.
And what happens, that individual inculcates that ego within the mishpacha and his family.
This motherfucker is on fire.
Then what occurs?
Oh no.
Again, it becomes the purview, or it becomes accessible to the rest of the
Let's see it.
It was a progression of this Midah of Hasidus. And by the way, once you know that this is the Midah of
That's your gonna squish.
That's your gonna squish.
That's your gonna squish. Oh no.
The reference to this notion of Hasidus.
Oh no. The comeback. Wow. Big round.
I'm gonna make a comeback on you right now. I'm gonna sing my song to distract you. That's a miss. William Montgomery type 2 misses. Missing everything, and he missed again. Dog, what a good score. I'm not touching that.
You need to allow it. Damn it. Singing and screaming. It's just embarrassing.
I say Ritzono.
This game's over.
We go to avoid that conflict that you can do of the demolish over my will.
You're done.
This game's over. Cheat codes of bunks.
Alright. Karam or Archer?
Oh, Karam. And then Michael Jackson. Karam and then Michael Jackson. I don't hear you saying Michael Jackson.
It's way too late.
Oh, get out of here. We're watching Michael Jackson. Shut the fuck up.
Hell no. It's 4 a.m.
It's 4:26.
Where's the goddamn Karen invite?
We're watching Michael Jackson, son.
Look your ass and Karen.
Okay, Can we watch Michael Jackson tonight?
I gotta sleep.
Tonight, dude. After you sleep, you loser douche.
Look at this smoky shot right here.
Hey, tonight, can we watch Michael Jackson?
No, I gotta go to sleep. It's 4 in the morning.
I know. I mean, in like 12 hours.
Oh. Well, then sure.
So you're going to come back tonight on Friday and watch Michael Jackson?
Yeah.
You're not going to fucking ghost me?
We read a lot already. Remember again, the
Okay.
that Nyla's Shane Sadi. So let's just take a look.
So fucking hate that.
And Nyla's Shane Sadi. The Nyla being the Sadi.
It's one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Remember again. The Sadiq explained.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on Tech 9, son?
The Sadiq explained that
I don't know.
What are your thoughts on Tekashi 6ix9ine?
How that guy's good.
What are your thoughts on XXX Tentacion?
That guy's also good.
Isn't one of them dead?
That's the old guy.
Who's the guy who has like colorful hair and teeth and shit?
That's 6ix9ine.
Why do you like him?
I don't like him. I just respect him.
Why do you respect him?
He's just like edgy. Kind of.
Okay. Does he take forever? Oh, dude. Are you gonna make your shot?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it.
Once I get going, I'm not gonna miss. So I hope you're proud of the way you're playing. Why don't you get that red one out of here? That was garbage. Dog, I'm just gonna put all these away. I'm gonna do the red. I'm gonna do the red one first.
No matter what happens in the world, Amalek refuses.
And then I'm gonna do these white
Yeah, you
ones.
have the red one because you have 0 right now. Because you currently have 0.
Amalek and Yosef have the same
You don't even
exact
take
color.
the red one.
It's the same strength.
You can't
They
even
just
talk
use
it.
it different ways. What does Yosef do? Yosef's actions is
That's
not against the
fucking
strength.
That's just a shot.
Are you proud of that?
Like, no matter what happens to Yosef,
Remember that time?
Yosef will not give it. Yosef will not give it in temptation. So the
That's
same
difficult for them.
same exact character.
You're done, and it's over for you.
It's over for you. Just each one of them.
Look at the score, bud. Look at the score.
I know. It's a perfect score for a comeback. It's a perfect score for a comeback. It's over. You just lost.
You sent the red one again. You have 0. You have 0. You currently have 0. And you just still have 0.
So what does this mean?
Just so you know.
I'm gonna dominate this game.
Easy money.
I'm gonna dominate this game.
Oh. It's beyond over. Look at all these shitty, goddamn white hot.
It's a minefield, baby.
Folks.
Folks, it's a minefield. Riser's done. Riser's done.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Alright, go make. I just got bored. I should have honestly. It should let you keep going. You just keep Conan.
Why do you think that should be?
Why do you think that should be?
Has a family, and a person
I don't know.
always talking about their kids. Anyone and everything. Conversing with someone who doesn't have children, can't have children, whatever the mischief might be. So I think
That's not good. So I knew it.
Source of pain for someone else.
Just
Or a
cause.
person Baruch Hashem is blessed with affluence.
You don't realize, but that was one of the biggest misses in the history of this game.
And ultimately hurts others who may be struggling in
Nah. You're not thinking there's no way. You're gonna fuck up. Yep, it's over.
Which hurts someone else. That
Maybe Mancala you'll win, but you just lost. Lost in Kara, lost in basketball, lost in archery.
That halacha l'maisa, the concept of ayin hara,
Let me archery, bro.
You don't deserve an archery invitation.
Wow. Alright, we're doing archery.
Nope.
We're careful with this.
That move sucked.
Like Yosef was careful with not looking at each other.
That was garbage.
Was careful ultimately again trying to avoid gazing upon her lustfully. So because Yosef was careful with Shmiras Einayim, because Yosef was careful ultimately again with what he gazed at, therefore the power of Ayin Hara is limited in its ability to impact Yosef. Isn't that incredible? So the Midah Keneged Midah, the tzidkus of Yosef, ultimately again caused him to go ahead and be careful what he looked at, and because he's careful with what he looked at, therefore again Ayin Hara only has a limited ability to impact. Kach Midah Keneged Midah, Ein Ha'ayin Sholetas Lahem. So to Midah Keneged Midah, Ayin Hara does not have an impact on Yosef.
Oh, fuck. Nice.
Even though the pasuk in Yeshaya the says,
You did really well.
What? Which means your nation.
You played really, really well.
It has between every parakah the Amen proves that within the nation is all righteous. The Amen Shekal Mishum is on the anyone who is a Jew is called a tzaddik. So it doesn't sound like it's the unique purview of Yosef, but it sounds like every Jew is a tzaddik. So how do you reconcile that? Because it's not a problem. He says, thinking before, Shemayla tzaddik mitsuya gan b'shar hashvatim v'lo rak b'nei Yosef. All the pasuk is saying is that the midah of tzidkus is not only found
I'm done.
I was
trying a new strategy. I was not even trying.
It's over, baby. Because I'm the champ.
Run it back. I was trying something completely wrong. Run it back.
Why are you so bad at that game?
Back a little bit to what I said before, which is
I don't know. Just I don't know.
First, to really cultivate this midah of tzidkus. He was the first.
You're up, big dog.
You're up, big dog. Everyone has the ability to act.
Oh, you weren't trying for real previously?
I was not.
Ahead and exhibit incredible moral strength in the face of incredible temptation. It also translates as a tzaddik into Shmiras Einayim, being careful with what you look at. And here the tzaddik says something amazing. Just the call from Shmiras Einayim is that if I'm careful with what I look at, if I'm careful with what my eyes see, then ultimately, again, that stems the ability of Ayin Hara. That's the midah keneged midah. This was primarily the midah of Yosef, then becomes the midah of his Mishpacha.
It's not going too well.
You're fine.
You're fine. Incredible. You want to say, let's begin the next part, just a little bit of line. Shin Chazid, Zaka Bo David. We'll say next midah. Next midah is the midah of Chasidus. Now, what I want to point out, which is really very interesting, is that Midah Hasidus is also a lot of these Midos lend themselves to multiple layers of interpretation. For example,
It's over, baby.
It's over, baby.
It's over.
It's over. The Ramchal points out, he says, what's the definition? Midah Hasidus. What? Custom is someone who goes above and beyond.
It's over. It's over.
In other words, so
It's over.
No.
It's over. I'm the champ.
Are indicative of things.
No.
I don't know how I'm so good at this.
What the Quran was saying is this is an area that's important. So again, a regular person.
One more.
Small country, a regular person also. Go
Yeah,
there.
it's definitely hosted when I'm in
Okay. The Chassid says that a mitzvah represents something that is near and dear to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How can I build on that even more? That's what the Chassid does. So, for example, I see that HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells me to lend money, which means Hashem wants me to look out for the other. That's the expression of divine intent. How can I go ahead and take that even further? How can I go ahead and do that in a greater degree? That's what the Chassid does. The Chassid takes the Ratzon Hashem and goes ahead and amplifies it. So whereas a regular Jew is just simply obligated to go ahead and fulfill the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and do it the Ribono Shel Olam asks, the Chassid says, let me figure out how to go above and beyond for the Ribono Shel Olam. We're going to see, while watching, we'll stop a bit for today now, but we're going to see in Meretz Hashem that the Tzaddik is going to have a little bit of a different definition of Chasidus, and we'll pick up with us in Meretz Hashem tomorrow. All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin. We are starting a new hoax in Sitkas of Traffic this morning. A really beautiful people picking up on this.
Always thinking.
We are on the chats this morning. So the Rebbe writes as follows. He says, let's begin with the Uriah Chasidus.
God damn it, guys.
No, I didn't.
No, I didn't hit that. God damn it. That's such bullshit.
The fucking
timer.
I didn't even.
That's actually horseshit. Because
Sorry.
I was gonna screw you over, and then you wouldn't have been able to do that.
Oh, and look
who gets lucky. Yep.
Go 2 pages back on page Kufman Hay. Page Kufman Hay.
Alright.
All right, I'm gonna let you go first, but it's been saying random, so I'll let player 2 go first,
Alright, not random if you go first every time.
and I'll make it turn based, so you don't have to worry about the timing.
One archery, quick draw.
Do you think I would reward you with archery when you flirt and don't deliver on Michael Jackson documentaries?
Alright.
You're up. There's no timer, and everybody's waiting on you.
So check if the husband himself is free of sin. If Chas v'Shalom, the husband himself is an immoral individual, then halacha l'maisa, when they sold the water, do not check the light. So in order for the husband to play the piety card and go ahead and subject his wife to this particular process, he too must be free of this sin. If they, שאז אין האיש זוכר להשקפה השם ולשמורו שלא ייכשל בדסוזה. יש פה time nosaf. So the Rebbe says there's an additional reason for this dynamics. And what the Rebbe is going to do is take the dynamic of Silta and really expand it into something very powerful.
Do you want me to sing for you? And give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I want to get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Oh, give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I want to get lost in your rock and roll
Regarding something
and
I myself and
drift away.
Now we're going to probably do just a moment. The Rebbe is going to discuss the idea of causing someone else.
Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I want to get lost in your rock and roll and drift away.
Now what is this? So he goes on. Coming inside of the soul.
Give me a beat, boys, and free my soul. I want to get lost in your rock. No doubt, son.
It's very painful. It's for all of us.
I let you go first, and I give you unlimited time.
Someone to tell me if I'm doing something wrong, because that's the way we grow, and that's the way we progress as people.
Archie can go fuck itself. Nobody wants that. You're up. This might be big points. Dude, what a comeback. You won. I have an AI thing that tells me all the best moves, and it tells me that you're gonna win.
So sometimes when
give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll.
The pain that the Rebbe is referring to over here is the pain that comes about when someone points out
and drift away.
Something wrong that you've done. Just sometimes, and a person causes you pain as a result of that. It's intentional.
Folks, if you're watching at home, this might be a close game.
Something that I'm doing wrong. And other times, it's unintentional. Now, unintentional could be one of two ways. Unintentional literally means the person says something to me. Yes, pointing out something wrong I've done, but they don't intend to cause me pain. Right? So their intention is generally it could be actually positive.
You're up, big man. What are you gonna do, son? 14 to 9.
So possibility one is a person says something with the intention of hurting. So they point out something I've done wrong, and their only intention in doing that is to cause me pain. Possibility two is a person just says stuff, because sometimes in life people just say stuff, and they have no particular kavanah.
It's 19 to 9.
Statement just happens to be about something that I've done wrong. And possibility number three is where a person points out something.
And the riser's got a free turn. It's 19 to 9. 19 to 13. Wow, look at all the. Wow. It's a new game, son.
If you see a fellow Jew doing something wrong, you do want to point it out. But what's the point of that That's a strong word. What's the point of that? The point of it is because I love my fellow Jews.
Oh, giant miss.
So I
On Riser's part.
to be able to engage
One of the worst plays we've ever seen.
So what's the bottom line, right? So whether again, right? We have three scenarios now. We'll call them Reuben. Reuben is coming and pointing out something I've done wrong. So there are three possible motivations, right? Motivation one, he wants to hurt me.
It's over, baby. It's over. I at least am gonna type. It's over.
Possibility number three is he actually cares about me and loves me, and
It is over. About won the game. Are you gonna beat me at this game? Are you gonna beat me at this game?
Now, interestingly enough, whatever
One more, then it's the last one now.
the results, I'm hurt.
Riser.
So again,
You haven't invited everyone. It's waiting on you. It is your turn. Everybody, I want you to go.
At the end of the day, no one really likes being told they're doing something wrong, and often it's just a hurtful experience. Look what he writes. In Kolza, Hatzar Shenigram Muzumaso Ayado, Umuchan Lios Haritzua Mardus, Haritzua Hamiu Edes Lachachnis Mashmao Sumusar, Liaser Lo Ligrom Hatzar Alaho. So now the subject switches gears. And he says, be very careful when you hurt someone by telling them something they've done wrong. Because in your effort to point out to someone else what they have done wrong, just understand that the divine microscope shifts back to you. If in you being the person who's pointing out the wrongdoing to the other. So okay, let's see.
Devastating.
I'm going to tell Ruben, you're really deficient in this area, or you've really done something wrong. Whether my intention again is to be hurtful, whether my intention is to be helpful, or whether my intention is to be parried. The tzaddik says the moment you go ahead and you point out the wrong to someone else is the moment that the divine microscope shifts back to the mochiach, to the rebuker, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, okay, if you're on such a level to go ahead and cause someone else pain, whether again purposeful, helpful, unintentional, let's have a look at your life. Let's have a look at your life. He says, because at the end of the day, I go over to Ruvain. I say, Ruvain, you know what, Ruvain? I'm really disappointed to see how much Lashon Hara you speak. I'm really, it's terrible. I don't know, you go around and speak Lashon Hara to anybody and everyone who will listen. It's terribly disappointing. Now, okay, so there's a mitzvah.
Yep, it's called my brain.
Ruvain is going to be a little bit crushed. Because no one likes being told that they're doing something wrong. So whether my intention is purposeful,
it is Riser's time, and Riser might win this game.
Now I caused him to Ruvain through my rebuke. Let's have a look at you. Let's see again. You're giving most of our Lashon Hara. Let's see ultimately again how it is that you are doing in that particular area. He goes on. He says, Harikam Sarzeh, Nefsha, I'm sorry, actually, I skipped the brackets, so I'm to the brackets now. He says, Big time! Is, have I ever transgressed the Avera?
Giant win! Giant win!
All right, good night.
So,
I have a question for you. Do you know of all the games we play? It might be the most ancient of all the games.
There is a. I'm sorry. So you see, which by the way, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
What's the name game, son? What's the
coming up with names for shit?
Huh?
And instead use all of that koach.
Coming up.
That's again.
Names
now,
for
what is very important?
No. That's not a game. Talking about the Play-Doh game.
It's a game.
Okay.
Rebuke sounds like you're yelling at someone.
I just want you to know that I won.
When I see someone do something wrong, right?
You wouldn't play me archery. Scared to lose that.
That game is.
You lost in basketball. Notoriety. And you lost in basketball.
You already said basketball. You mean Karen. You mean Karen.
Good old
Hey,
Karen.
guess what?
Again, remember,
Undefeated in Moncala.
and this is, we're going to talk about this, is I want my child to be better than me.
Mini golf.
Every single parent.
Undefeated in Moncala.
Natural jealousy that exists between people.
Do you remember when you came in and you were like, hey, we're going to play Glitterati, and then we're going to play Carom, and then we're going to play Moncala, and then we're going to watch the Michael Jackson documentary. Do you remember when he said that?
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You said that.
No, I have it on recording.
Before I go ahead and mochiach someone else about
I think you're confused.
God, that's what you said to me. All right. Well, Michael Jackson. Okay, I didn't say that. Michael Jackson tonight.
What ends up happening is the rebuke that I delivered to another.
Sweet dreams. Get good, son.
Judgment of me in that particular area.
Peace.
Today, we'll pick up in here some brackets of the Zeki Gam Habusha
I wonder why they don't push for macaroni and cheese to be a breakfast food. It seems like it very easily could be. Too busy thinking about my baby, and I ain't got time. News.
So, all right. When I heard the text something, when I heard of the text says what you're it was some kind of thing.
Please redraft with the title of something like Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email sets the Guinness World Record for most amount of Please change the title to be something like Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email sets the world record for most amount of time live streamed in a telegram. Change it to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email has set a world record for most amount of time, or say most data archived about a cryptocurrency on social media, period. You can say that members of the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email community do various things to promote the coin, like create memes, spend time in Telegram. But one interesting case of a promoter of the coin, comma, Rabbi Rothschild, and put all the stuff in there about Ashkenazi, chief rabbi, all that stuff, has been live streaming on behalf of the coin for more than 1,000 days on YouTube, period. You can say essentially every moment of every day for more than 1,000 days, Rabbi Rothschild has been live streaming in promotion to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 period. That means on podcasts and every Twitter space that the community hosts, and the game nights that they host, and the trivia nights that they host, and the karaoke nights that they host. All of that has been archived to create the largest compendium of data for a cryptocurrency in global history, which may make Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email one of the most valuable coins of all time, because The Economist magazine stated in 2017 that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email has more data archived than any cryptocurrency ever. Make that something with the title and then a new press release. Telegram, Twitch, Rumble, Kick, YouTube, Instagram, Threads, Medium, Substack, Tumblr, X/Twitter,
Torah makes me a rebuttable, introspective person. And it's not just a shot that because the intellectual juices are going, therefore I think more. There's a spiritual component of Torah that opens me up to being a thoughtful, contemplative person. That's what happens. And again, what the Torah wasn't just assuming for the really not. What students were trying to train students altogether is this idea that normally that level of contemplation, reflection, normally only comes in the aftermath of sin. Like when I commit an Avera, now I know my weaknesses. I know what I have to work on. I know what I have to do. In the aftermath of sin, I am exceptionally contemplative and introspective. Unless you think that darga, that level of contemplation and introspection only comes from sin, says the Prophet Baruch Hashem, it comes every time we do it. From a mikra, not so. It saves me from visiting suffering upon myself and making horrible life decisions. Not me, that it gives me the opportunity to save myself. Give me the strength I need to come back and reach such is the power of sin. Okay, God, yes. Let's take up the next Hashem. With those all right, so let's say good morning, but let us begin. So we have been continuing in this Hashem in opening test this morning. Remember again, we began this particular piece yesterday. And in here, the Rebbe introduced us to the idea of the power of Talmud Torah. Because whereas we often think as Talmud Torah as the way in which we learn what to do, what not to do. That Torah teaches us again mitzvahs and say, mitzvahs, low signs, positive commandments, prohibitions. The Rebbe introduced us to the idea that Torah is in fact so much more impactful and profound. The Torah of Lashon Hora'ah, the Lashon of instruction, the Lashon of guidance, ultimately teaches us how to be introspective. And goes ahead and allows us, puts us in an introspective, contemplative frame of mind to be able to go ahead and look at ourselves and look at life in a critical way. So remember again, whenever this piece is coming on the heels of the previous piece, where Rebbe taught that there is a gift in sin. And the gift in sin is that sin has the ability to point out my deficiencies and shortcomings, which is incredible, which is wonderful, except Rebbe says, is there a way to learn about my deficiencies and shortcomings without sin? Which Rebbe says, yes, Torah. That when I learn, again, I become more attentive to myself. When I learn, I become more introspective. And when I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and see my deficiencies and shortcomings, even in the absence of sin. So let's continue with this idea. So we're thinking about each couple of days. In the Berulia Hasidus, the right hand color. So I think we may have read this. I can prove this matter, says Rebbe, from the following idea. Shaharigan Sha'adam Lomid experienced touch. For example, even when a person is touching, sacrificial matters that deal with Kavanos, Nikra the Yakshak Hadavar Shu'usik Torah. Hari Shikam as Hatorah Moralo as Dako, Umajuha Usalamai Sabah. They can set interesting enough. So remember, I think we do that yesterday. Even when a person is touching, first learning Kavanos. So I learn Kavanos. There's nothing to say halach or ma'aseh. So if you assume that the power of Torah is that it tells me what to do and what not to do, that the entire value of Torah lives in the realm of being an instructive guide for what to do in everyday life, which of course is a major part of Torah, then what exactly do I get from touch? What do I get? What do I get from that? Elamites has already seen that the power of Torah is such that even when I learn something that is quote unquote not halacha l'maisa in terms of the do's and don'ts in life, it's halacha l'maisa that it forces me to become a more introspective, thoughtful person. I love this truly beautiful what he writes now. The Keith and Razama. Let me think through how this works, says something. He says, the Keith and Razama, Akadrachnihi, Bakimosh Omer Sinizal, Medrash Shikha. Sometimes it's a beautiful and moving Medrash Shikha. Where the Pasuk says, Va'osi Azu, Ve'estarasi Lo Shamari. So the Pasuk in Esau says,
Add at the end something like this, please.
They have left me, Osi Azabu, they have left me, Sorasivo Shamari. Sorry, this is and they did not keep my Torah. So once if you think about it, it sounds a little bit redundant, right? If you say Osia Zabu, they left me, then of course that means they didn't keep my Torah. Same idea. If you say they didn't keep my Torah, that means they left me. So why does the Nabi have to say both things? Why does it have to say Osia Zabu, they left me, that Sorasai no Shamar, they didn't keep my Torah. So this is this incredible legislation. Jewish woman, because the Yachov the Ribbono Shalom says, Halavai Osi Azul Isarasi Shamar. This is why. Magistrate, Trump says, you know what? Halavai, I wish that they had just left me, but kept my Torah. And I'm going to say, what does that mean? So can you imagine this? Trump says, you know what? If they don't want a relationship with me, okay, I can live with that. But at least they should keep my Torah. We'll say, what? Shahare, this asking for Hamaor Sheba, Maxia HaOsek Ba Ruba. So we'll say, this is incredible. What the emotional was saying was, the Khalis would have just forsaken a relationship with me. I could have lived with that as long as they would have kept learning Torah. Because if they keep learning Torah at least under those circumstances, Torah will awaken the right witness. Because when a person learns, as you were saying before, they become more introspective. When a person learns, they become more thoughtful. When a person learns, they're willing to encounter, they're willing to embrace their own shortfalls and deficiencies. And Baruch said, even if Klal Yisrael would have totally left me, at least they would have kept learning my Torah. They would have been full for personal, holistic rehabilitation. And the Baruch Hu laments the double transfer.
Please say you can see the HPOS 10i merchandise on Rabbi Rothschild 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year by typing quotation Rabbi Rothschild and quotation in YouTube ampersand filtering by live with the word live in quotations.
Tzaddik writes, because the wisdom of Torah has the ability to go ahead and literally illuminate one from the foolishness of the Yitzhara, until ultimately one finds their way back to the Ribbon Shalom. So we'll say securitize the power of Torah central Tzaddik. So we see, it turns out that according to Tzaddik, there's really two elements to learn. There's the functional utilitarian part of learning, which is I learn Torah. Why? How are you a functional Jew without Torah? Right? In other words, we'll say, how do I keep Shabbos and I don't know Hilchos Shabbos? And how do I keep kashrus if I don't know Hilchos kashrus? Right? And how do I wash my hands in the morning if I don't know the halachos of mitzvah? There's a functional piece. I need to learn Torah in order to be able to properly live as a Jew. This is an incredibly important yesod. But part 2 says the Psalm. And it was to be noticed, this is one of these dynamics. I think we try to explain it in words, but at the end of the day, the words don't really do justice. Because it's a dynamic that you just have to experience in order to really understand its realness. The second dynamic in Torah is ultimately, again, when I go ahead and I learn, it opens my eyes. And it opens my heart to what? To me, I feel like a different person. I feel like a different person. And I'm willing to introspect. And I'm willing to self-evaluate. And I'm willing to engage in the process of self-judgment. And I'm willing to do all of these things so that I can really tackle my shortcomings and my deficiencies without having to sin. So let's say, so what the Tzaddik is positing is there are two ways you come to the process of self-evaluation. By possibility, one is I sin. And again, the great part of sin, I know that sounds strange, but the great part of sin is I know what my weaknesses are, I know what my deficiencies are, I know what I have to do. But then there's the process of learning. And when I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and engage in this process of self-evaluation without the sin. How does it work? Torah opens my mind. So it's like herein lies the power of Torah opens my mind, allows me to be self-evaluative, allows me to introspect, and allows me to truly see me for who I am, both the good as well as the not so good. The learning of Torah fundamentally transforms us. He never goes on. He says, אמנם בהשפעת התורה על האוסיקה יש כמה מדרגות שונות. So let's at least begin this piece today, and then we'll go like that. He says, in this process of learning Torah in a we call it self-evaluative or transformative fashion, there's different levels. He says, if you today try Torah Yofia Isikva, you'll not feel it. ועל זה התורה הוא הגוני מגינה מייסורים ומצלי מן החית, מצלי מיצהר שלא יכשילנו בחית. So we'll say, this is actually a very interesting idea. Something said, the Gemara said is so far. And the Gemara said the idea that Torah migna umatzla. Torah provides these two different aspects to it. Migna means it protects us, or I should say, like a magen, or it shields me, and matzla, it saves me, protects me and saves me. All those two words seem synonymous, in fact mean two different things. So Rashi, for example, says, Rashi says, migna matzla. He says, migna means it protects me from certain punishments. From suffering, that Torah has the ability to protect me from punishment and suffering. Matzlah saves me, means it has the ability to save me from the Yetzer Hara. Two different components. Torah has the ability to save me from suffering, Migna, Matzlah from the Yetzer Hara. Which tells you, we're going to see that it's going to say that these two aspects show you the two different dynamics within Torah. He goes on.
Please be sure to remove the spaces in the links. Period. I had to add spaces so I didn't get muted. Period. Please try to resubmit with this new revised title. Period. It is newsworthy in my opinion. Period.
It saves me from myself. It saves me from the Tzara. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Hashem with this dynamic tomorrow. All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We are picking up today in a new host, a new section in the subject. Host means as
Please give me a biography of Rabbi Rothschild. The streamer and Kabbalist holds records for live stream more than 1,666 straight days from more than 20 different angles, the leading advocate of world peace and Chad, continuous human activity data, and CHDI, continuous human data infrastructure, all that stuff, please.
What faith gives him faith? And faith exposes one to weakness. When I sin, I know exactly the area in which I am deficient. When I sin, I know exactly what needs to be fixed. When I sin, I now see what areas I need to address. So the feeling Jehovah Allah Adam Ladas, my Hakagamim Shalom is active. This is an obligation upon a person to actively address the blemishes, the internal blemishes that I have in the toilet. And therefore, sometimes when I stumble, my stumbling, my act of stumbling are actually a toilet. There's actually a benefit in that because, again, like I said before, those mistakes and those missteps help to highlight to me the areas in which I need to address and to fix. יש לו לדעת שעל ידי לימוד התורה בלבד יכול לברר את מה שצריך לתקן. So this is very interesting. It says that there's another piece to this. Here, first of all, taking things to themselves well, but I guess maybe I have to wait until I sin in order to figure out what I need to fix. Now, of course, that's not exactly a very good way to approach self-improvement, because again, the goal of course, is avoidance of sin whenever possible. The Rebbe is kind of speaking in page Kufmem Aleph. The Rebbe is kind of speaking over here in terms of like, once I'm sinning, the quote-unquote benefit of sin is that I get to see my deficiencies, see what's broken, and see what I need to address. But of course, the goal is avoidance of sin. So if my goal is avoidance of sin, yet the benefit of sin is that it shows me my deficiencies, what's broken, what I need to address. How do I figure out all of that stuff without sin? Isn't that the goal of life? Meaning, I want, it's going to sound strange, I want the benefit, let me explain this thing is, I want the benefit of sin without sinning. Now what does that mean? I want the benefit of sin that I want to know what I have to
Please revise the headline and focus on, not just a little, on the shirt launch.
You do that, like you have to make the mistakes in order to know what to fix. But on some level, is there the ability to kind of achieve the self-awareness that sin brings without having to go through the pain, the difficulty that sin itself creates. And the Rebbe says to a certain degree, yes. How can you accomplish that? And this is incredible. He says through learning. Now, what does this mean? What does this mean? He says, "Yesh toladas shal yedei limud haTorah bilvad yochol levara es ma shenitzrach v'tatim." Through learning, we also have the ability to go out and shed light and come to an understanding as to what needs to be fixed. How does that work? This is incredible. The Zerapi Alavaris Tivek Hamori quotes over here the Shlach who says, "Shetorah Likratli Miloshon More Derech." Torah is called Torah. Why is Torah called Torah? So he's going to discuss that Torah comes from Lashon Torah. We'll get into the etymology in just a moment. But he's Lashon More Derech. What's a More Derech? A More Derech is like a compass, like a tour guide. More Derech, someone or something to teach you. More to teach Derech, the way. He says, Hainu, Shehi, page Kuchnaves, Hainu, Shehi, Mora, Medes, Ladam, Eif, Viyakaloso, Hakim is Pigme Nafsha. So Rebbe said something truly beautiful over here. Then what is the point of Torah? And what he's going to develop this. The point of Torah is to highlight and to show a person how I can fix that which is broken or blemished inside of me. This is incredible. Because the Psalm essentially is going to go on to develop that you often sell Torah a little bit short. You sell Torah short. Because he says, רק במה שהתורה מלמדת אותנו, את החוקים והמשפטים, לחרוס את המעשה שיעשו. Because many times, someone says the notion that Torah means Horah, means instruction, that's not a Kiddush. This is what people often misunderstand is they think that the only thing that Torah does for us is to teach us a series of do's and don'ts. Right? That's what Torah does. It teaches us chukim and mishpatim. You can do these things, you can't do these things. Do a lot of this, don't do any of this. Engage in this and avoid this. Ella, the Rebbe says, well, of course that's true. Well, of course that's true. That's only one element of Torah. That's only one aspect. Ella horas haTorah la'adam higam be'etzem haliyot. He says there is something profoundly cathartic in the process of learning Torah. And I will say, what the topic was studying here is an unspoken dynamic that I think we have all experienced. But here, a topic is giving verbal form to it. So I will say, you know what the true power of learning? Well, why is it? Look at it just a moment. There's such like an emphasis on learning. Right? Why? Why the emphasis? Why the emphasis on Talmud Torah in such a great degree? So of course, on one basic level, because in order to be a good Jew, you have to know what to do. I mean, it's no different. You wanna get your license, you have to study the driver's manual because you have to know, how many car limits you need in between you and the car in front of you, right? You need to know how many speed, how long you have to stop for the stop sign. You need to know the laws in order to pass the test. So I need to know the halachas in order to be a functional Jew. Something says, what happens when you learn Torah? What happens when you learn? The process of learning and engaging in the Ribono Shel Olam Torah makes me a more thoughtful and introspective person. So I will say, you know this. You feel different when you learn. You just feel different. You just become a different kind of person. Now, is that because I know now what to do better? And I'm a better person because I know how to keep Shabbos better because I'm learning the halachas of Malade. Is that it? Like, I know I'm a better person because now I'm learning Yuma. I'm going to know how to observe Yom Kippur better. Is that what we're seeing over here? So we're seeing something much more profound. When I engage in Torah, there's an unspoken dynamic that allows me to be more introspective. And it's that unspoken dynamic that allows for introspection, that allows me to seek out the root of the things which are in a state of disrepair. And I will say we know this. We know this because you feel different after you learn. He goes on, he gives us proof to this, a quote proof. I'm going to show you that learning has an impact on you that allows you to be a more introspective and thoughtful person, even and not related per se to an enhanced knowledge of operational Judaism. What's the proof to this? This is incredible. Shahare, Gam Kisha Adam Lomed and Dine Seder Kodshim. Hamidara Venina Akravas Akabalos. Nikra Benechshav Lohadavar, Shu Osik Padora. What's the proof? Let's say a person's learning Kodshim. You know, so you've had experience. You spent a lot of time on the Sakashkav. Right? Even in Yuma, we've had Sugyas again of Kavanos. I'm learning Kavanos. I'm going to say in general, how do we relate to the Sugya of Kavanos? Hori Shekam as HaTorah Mora as Darko, Umadricha also Ketza Takin as Nasho, Af Shadabar Eino Nogea Keis Lamai Sibapol. See that both sides. When I learn a sugya of kachin, for example, what's the relevance of a sugya of kachin to me right now? What's the relevance? None. None. None of us, right? We saw this. We're learning sugyas in you about today's Hamikdash. What's the relevance right now? Right now, today, it's Monday. What's the relevance this moment? And the answer is nothing right now. Again, in the answer should be Yaminu. We're going to have a third base Hamikdash. Hopefully, we're spending a lot of time. Hopefully, the blueprint is going to be slow. Right? That's what I hope. Right? So therefore, again, we will go ahead and Hashem know the layout. Lamaisa. Is there a takeaway for me? Okay, someone says a hashkafic takeaway, but is there a halakha lamaisa takeaway for me? And the answer often is no. But yet, I feel changed by the lead. I feel changed by the learning. I am a different person. And yes, I am more thoughtful. I am more introspective. How does that occur? How does that occur, says something? So if Torah was just operational, right? And if Torah at the end of the day was just to go ahead and teach me what to do or not to do, so then I would emerge from a sugya and kachim, and I would say, all right. I mean, I just kind of feel like I spun my wheels a little bit, right? I didn't really do anything over here. But the fact that I feel changed, and the fact that I feel different, and the fact that I feel that there's something that's been sparked inside of me, even when I learn something that's not halacha of myself, indicates to me the power of Talmud Torah. He goes on, he says, Hari Shegam Az, we'll finish with this line. Hari Shegam Az HaTorah Moralo is Darko. Madricha also, because we'll say, even when I'm learning something that is not halacha of myself, or I'm learning something that doesn't have a quote unquote practical day-to-day application right in this moment. He goes on, he says, nevertheless, Morlo as Darko, Humajicho Sekitzila Takim is Nafsho, Al Shadavar Einun Ogia Leis Lamaisa before. So I will say that something develops this idea, and I think this is really so incredibly profound because sometimes, all of us are used to this emphasis on learning. But sometimes it's not explained to us why learning is important. So, of course, there's an operational piece to our learning. The operational piece for our learning is I need to know what to do in life. So I have to learn Yiddishkeit in order to know how to be a good practicing Jew. But on a deeper level, it says the power of learning is that it awakens us to our deficiencies. The power of learning is that it causes us to be thoughtful. The power of learning is that it sparks a need for introspection. And that's irrespective of the material which is being studied. Even if what I'm studying has really nothing to do with my life, so to speak. The act of engaging in Torah, by definition, sparks a process of introspection. That's the process of introspection that's normally only sparked, right? Here's incredible. When the only the time that it's normally sparked? When I sin. Hey, isn't this incredible? And that's normally when this process is sparked. When I commit an aviyah, I realize, I'm deficient. I have shortcomings. I need to work on that. The topic says there's a way to jumpstart that process of introspection, even without the faith. And it's called Torah. As we'll stop over here, we're going to pick up with this theme in Yom Hashem tomorrow. All right, so it's like good morning. We are going to conclude post-team press this year in the 6 months outside. We are picking up, on page 59 Aleph, towards the end of post-team press. So we actually left off on page 59 Aleph in the Uriah Hasidus on the right hand column. And actually we're gonna skip this piece. He just brings another riot to that get from Second Sota. But instead, I want to use our few moments that we have together this morning, focusing on the left-hand paragraph. So page 50, Aleph, left-hand paragraph. So that writes as follows. So the Fiha Mabor La'el. Let's remember again, what the Tzaddik introduced us to was this idea, first of all, that a person is simultaneously be a tzaddik and a rasha. That area, again, using the definitions that we established in the last week, that tzidkus and rishos is not an absolute state, but rather, again, in fact, they are kind of coexistent states. That in any given moment in life, I am both a tzaddik and both a rasha, reflective on my spiritual standing in different areas of life. So that goes on and says, and that's why he says, again, remember, that even if I commit an avera to show you, like even if I commit an avera accidentally, there's still going to be liability for that act. Because any avera that I commit is reflective of something which is in a state of disrepair inside of me. So because there is that disrepair, because there is that damage, therefore there is liability, there is responsibility for that, as opposed to thinking that because it's an accident, therefore by definition there's no responsibility. Now, even when there's a shogeg, at the end of the day that highlights that something is misfiring inside. Rosie, now let's pick up the left-hand paragraph. You will see on the board what he learned. In an children that Katan Yam Shir Adam, Yukavu Ladas, Ulahapin Ayadam, Mahim Hadvarim Has, to Shainenu Nakirigame, Muhammadain Namkiri. This is incredibly powerful. That between now discusses the incredible power of sin. Now, not the power of sin in a negative way, but as it sounds strange, the power of sin in a positive way. I say, what does that mean? Especially when it's so simple yet profound. That when I make mistakes in life, when I commit averas, so I understand which things are still safe in this path. In other words, we're saying it's kind of like the same thing that when a person becomes physically ill, at times physical illness can be incredible for why? Because if I did not exhibit the signs of illness, I would not know what went wrong. Right? Without becoming sick, I would never know what's going on. Something so compromising could be occurring internally, and had my body not presented with physical symptoms, I would have never known that. I would have never known to fix the problem. So it says it's the same thing which when I commit an avera, what I am ultimately showing myself is that something is in a state of disrepair. And I must say, in general, we all know that something inside of us, from a root perspective, is in a state of disrepair. I know, sometimes I don't know what. I don't know, we all know we're not perfect. Hopefully we all know we're not perfect. We all know that we need work. Right? We all know that there's work that has to be done. Sometimes the shine is in what area? What should I be focusing on? And then a person comes to an Avera, and it's going to sound like a strange statement, but the beauty of an Avera is that, now I know my weakness. I know where the problem is. The Avera kind of highlights the chink in the armor, right? It goes ahead and it highlights what my weaknesses are. So now I know what it is that I have to work on. It goes on, it says, יוכל להסיס משולם בהם, שיש לו איזה משיך לעבור עליו, גם אם הוא מרגיש בכך. It was a sense of exact remember, often when I commit an Avera, this exercise, the Avera is usually never just about the Avera. Right? We're good people, and we want to do the right thing. So when I commit an Avera, usually what that does is highlight some other dynamic that's occurring as well. Like maybe it's self-esteem, or maybe it's self-worth, or maybe it's addiction, or whatever it might be. And Avera opens the eyes to a lot of the internal processes which are occurring. He goes on, he says, therefore again, once I become a bit more self-aware as a result of the commission of the Avera, has to be here to address some of the things that are wrong. He goes on, "Ubazem Mavua Mashamu Chachamim Yizal, Al Lot Shenichshal Business in Benosav, if they Shefom Shalot Achagumos Hayvashal Arayas, Sof Shama Achirim also substitute." Give an interesting example of this. Lot, right? So Lot committed 2 repeated acts of incest. Now, how is that happen? How does that happen? You want to say you got drunk? You know, a lot of people get drunk all the time, and they do stupid things. That's a far cry from incest. It's a far cry from incest. In fact, again, you know what's interesting to note is Hazal, when we speak about drunkenness, there's shikrus and there's shikluso shalot. You can get drunk and you can get lot drunk, right? So lot drunk is what Hazal termed for like when you're so drunk that you don't even know the difference between right and wrong. I will say the truth is, those of us who have enjoyed a Lachaim, and maybe at times too many Lachaim, maybe on Purim or some other times, so we'll say there are certain things where no matter how drunk you are, it would not be drawn on a normal person to do certain things. It just wouldn't. It just wouldn't. So Tzaddik says, how does it happen that a person becomes drunk, true, but then comes to engage in an act that is so off the charts in its wrongness, right? In its wrongness, in its offensive, to the point that we'll say very clear that this is not like a Jewish thing, right? That the concept of incest is just a basic part of a basic Noah code of morality. How does that happen? So Tzaddik says that's what happened because inside Lot had issues with morality in general. But in fact, again, from a Russian bring down that one of the reasons he wanted to move the stone was because of the lax moral code. So Tzaddik says when you are struggling with internal issues, those internal issues manifest themselves in all different kinds of unhappy ways. So when Lot commits this sin, the world now knows what Lot's inner weakness truly is. And his inner weakness ultimately was this pursuit of our eyes, this pursuit of immorality. The Tzaddik Shitzinim says, an example, that a sin is not just a sin, but an Avera is a manifestation of what's broken on the inside. Which I will say again, I just want to point out, according to the Tzaddik, again, this is why an Avera is a gift. And that sounds strange, but an Avera could be a gift. Because just like it's only when I get physically sick that I know what's happening inside of me, and so the physical symptoms are a gift. They show me what's broken, what needs repair, what needs to be addressed. When I commit an Avera, not that we're encouraging it, but when I commit an Avera, I know what's wrong inside of me. I know what to grow. I know what needs to be repaired. Lot commits these acts of incest, it becomes clear that he needs to go ahead and work on his law. But listen, by the way, I want to be clear. What immorality have we seen in both up until this point in time? Nothing. Right? I just want to be clear. Like this Lot hasn't done anything that would have indicated to us that he could have been Nikshal, that he could have unfortunately committed these heinous acts. Nothing. But the Tzaddik understands that Lamaisa is an internal state of disrepair. He ends, the low reaction, Eno Tzaddik, the Gabi Labazet, נשמע מן הנשלבו, וחמד ישראל שולם מזדמנים לאדם מן השמיים במקריבה, תעצמין של תשלונס הללו ולקובס נפשו, כדי לאומרו על ידי כך שיושב בתשובה שלמה ויזכרת על עושה דבר. The here was a great spirit of Tzaddik ends. He says in a very interesting, therefore sometimes I will commit great coincidentally. Sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam will choreograph and orchestrate certain circumstances which will not lead me to sin in order to get me to wake up to inner realities. So we'll say, so sometimes I commit averas, ultimately again because those averas are representative of a state of inner dysfunction. And sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam causes me to sin, that puts me in difficult circumstances, or creates impossible situations because HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and this is going to sound a little bit strange, the Baruch Hu wants me to make this mistake. Don't misunderstand the word that I don't have free choice. I always have free choice. Which Baruch Hu Kiviyachol create these circumstances because he wants me to experience the failure. Why does he want me to experience the failure? Because through the failure, I will discover what my true inner weakness is. Without the failure, I would never know. Without the misstep, I would never become aware. Without the hate, I would never truly look inside and try to figure out what is it that inspired. So we'll say that's the end of the oath. And again, in this one oath, I told you, I think it's incredibly transformative. So in one oath, Rav Tzaddik teaches us that in any given moment in life, I'm both a tzaddik and a rasha, which is such a life affirming, but it's such a life affirming precept that nothing in life is absolute. We're not absolute. I'm both a tzaddik and I'm both a rasha, which is good and it's bad. It's bad because I'm also a rasha, but it's also good because I'm not a total rasha. And Baruch Hashem, I have elements of tzidkus inside of me. Ultimately, says Reb Tzaddik, a person only commits an Aveira in an area for which he has a predisposition. Something of the Aveira is the manifestation of something which is in his state of disrepair, which is the gift of the Aveira. The Aveira tells me exactly what I have to work on, to the point that sometimes the Rebbe himself will choreograph circumstances which will enable me to sin in order that I am able to see what is in a state of dysfunction, and so I know what it is that I need to work on. And so we'll stop over here. We'll pick up here to Shema Monday. All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we have to truly make much understanding the first thing first. Where the Rebbe starts present is kind of a novel and really life altering idea. The being a tzaddik or being a rasha is not going to absolutely state of being one way or the other. But rather, again, a person I'm assuming to be a tzaddik and be a rasha and be a tzaddik. Now remember again, the Rebbe's definition of course is very interesting as well. That I am tzaddik, these are being certain averas for which I'm not only not conformed, but also have no type. If a person essentially has no type, essentially no connection to an avera, one can still be tzaddik in that particular area. So again, the good news is although we may transgress, and that's not the issue, but although we may transgress certain averas, at the end of the day, most of us often have averas for which we have no desire for, and for which we are not, and which we have not shared together in a meaningful way. Therefore, comes up subject that's the area in which I am decided. Versus the areas in which I actively transgress, or even the areas in which a person has a desire. In those areas, I cannot consider because it's incredibly enough in any given moment in life, I am simultaneously tzaddik and rasha, all at the same time. All at the same time, in the same personality. The Rebbe goes on, he says, I'm teaching about each the left hand paragraph will be Leah Hasidim, right in the middle, right in the middle of the paragraph, actually about this. The hanging, I'm sorry, actually about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines up to the bottom, the left hand column of the next. So to which the Rebbe says, in the Inyan Zamufa, Shemitzchasho Adam Be'eza Avera. In other words, when you sleep, if a person stumbles and commits a particular Avera, Yesh Mekhan Simin Bahokava Avera, Shu'eno Naki Mename Min HaAvera. Because it is, here are Halek something incredibly profound. That if I end up transgressing an Avera, now listen to these words. It says, if I transgress an Avera, that's a sin and that's a sign and the proof that I am not totally clean of that Avera. I will say now what is this? It's incredible. So we'll say, let's imagine the following situation. A person transgresses an Avera. A person transgresses an Avera. Whatever the Avera, whatever the Avera may be. So what does that say about the individual? So very often the way we often take a look at it is, I made a mistake. Mistakes happen. Mistakes happen. And at the end of the day, mistake. Is that Avera a part of who I am, a reflection of where I'm holding? No, not necessarily at all. Just sometimes in life, mistakes occur. So it says that's not true. The person commits an Avera, even if it's accidental, that shows that there's an element of that Avera embedded inside of you. And what's the proof to this? And this is incredible. He says, look, השוגג שנכשל בעבירה פרידס מקרא בתורה בכינוי חוטא. Therefore, we'll say, what happens? What does the Torah call an accidental sinner? A chote. A chote. They will say, what's the name of the carbon that you bring to the accidental commission of an avera? Achatos. So then this is what does that show you? What does that show you? It says it's Moshe Nehemiah. Nefesh tikachta b'shkava. B'tzarech kapara. And we see both said that a person requires atonement even for an avera committed accident. Moshe Matzinu shechayiv lekarban shechayiv lehavi karban kata. Both said this is such an profound idea. Why, if you think about it just from a hashkafic perspective, why does the Torah hold liable for accidents? For accidental creation of an idea. Well, just to give you, this is a very, contemporary example. A person takes the life switch on God, right? Which, again, I think it happens to everyone. So fun. It happens. Most of us. Let's say, if you're something Hanukkah, what the halacha of the accident is to switch the light switch to the contact. So what's the shock of that? It's an accident. Accident happens. Or doing the bunch for any concept that a person may have. Why is there liability for a concept? Why is that? Why is there liability for a showcase? The other concept, because showcase is part of who and what. I think I'm in a showcase, what that shows is that there's something deficient inside it. There's something deficient inside it. I was like, it's the same way. It's the same way. Hold on, look at this example. It says, Yado. Shashem Izmin Yado Mikshol Zet. So let's say, for example, the paradigmatic example of this is someone who kills someone else for Shogeg. Right? So let's say, very dramatic case. Remember again, Reuben's climbing up a ladder. He falls off the ladder. He falls on top of Shimon. He kills Shimon. What's the halacha? He has to plead to the end. Listen, for an accident. For an accident. Reuben doesn't. He never mentioned the born his life. He doesn't feel any level of negativity towards Shimon at all. At all. And then he falls up the ladder. Falls on Shimon. Shimon dies. What's Reuben's halacha? Galus. I was saying, you know what Galus means, right? You know Galus means. We'll see. We'll get into Galus. Galus. Your miklat. Your family goes with you. And how long are you there for? Well, if your parents are playing Gadol, you're both afraid that the Gadol is of a dad's age and is in ailing health. Because going to Kohen Gadol's dad, that ultimately so the individual's entire life upended. Why? Because of a mistake. Why is a baby treated so severely? It says, because mistakes are representative of some internal disconnect. If I commit a mistake, what that shows is that there's something amiss inside of me. There's something that's not right. There's something disjointed and disconnected. There's something in a profound state of disrepair. If a mistake could occur, let's say, and this is nice in the whole yom. Whereas, this comes up very often. A person, I say something to someone. And then maybe I ask her, you know what? It was really inappropriate. It was just really inappropriate thing to say. It was hurtful, whatever it might be. It was just really the wrong thing to say. I say to myself, like, where did that come from? And then I was like, if I'm a self-aware enough person, I realize there's something wrong with me. There's a deficiency. There's a disconnect in me. There's something that's misfiring that would allow me to act this way. Maybe it's stress, or maybe it's some need for that. But again, it's so incredibly important. Halacha, the Ribbon Shalom holds us accountable for mistakes. Because even though it's a mistake, it's not intentional. If I commit this mistake, it's reflective of some dynamic that is broken inside of me. Mistakes don't occur in a vacuum. And I will say, by the way, it's the same thing going back to the Shabbos thing. You're right, the flipping the switch on Shabbos is the easiest example of this. We'll say, what happens if I realize that I flipped the switch on Shabbos? There's something wrong with my Shabbos awareness. That's what it is. It's a mistake, absolutely. But somehow, some way, my Shabbos awareness is not absolute. Because if it was absolute, right? If it was absolute, so it was like there are other forms. Meaning, clearly, when I have a complete awareness, it's a complete awareness, right? No one goes ahead and at work goes ahead and gets up and lays down on their desk because, oh, I thought this was my bed, right? No one has actually have an absolute work awareness. So when you have an awareness, you're present. If I do something wrong, it means there's a lack of the awareness. And that's what something says. Also, this is such an incredible episode. So therefore, even when I commit an avera b'shogeg, even when I commit an avera accidentally, to some extent that shows that there's some dynamic that's broken inside of me. So the Rebbe goes on. He says, "Al derech zeh mavur." Al derech zeh mavur. So he says about this. So Rebbe said, "We'll stop over here. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with this last piece tomorrow." But I just want to point out this topic is doing. So there's two layers so far. So layer number one is up until I know personally, up until I learned post moon pass in the subject. Like, I always assumed that either you were a tzaddik or a rasha. Right? There's no power, there's no in between. The tzaddik says that's unequivocally untrue. That he explains most of us are always a tzaddik and always a rasha. Right? I'm a tzaddik in the areas in which I am not sinning and which I have no desire to sin. And I'm quote unquote Russia, although we're going to mitigate that term a little bit. I'm a Russia in those areas in which I actively transgressing or desire to transgress. That's level one, which will say is an incredibly redemptive statement. Because what that means is no matter how badly I mess up in life, in any given moment, I still have at least the quasi status of a tzaddik. Lesson number two, as Tzaddik is teaching us now, is responsibility for focus. Why is it that the God Akadosh holds us responsible for accidental commission of Avelis? Because when accidents happen, they are reflective of some internal state of disrepair. And this is why when accidents occur, we must be ever vigilant. We must be ever vigilant about what that says about where I'm actually moving. Let's stop over here for today. We'll pick up and answer some of that last piece for the conclusion of Ocean.
Our head coach, by the way, AJ, this is the quarterback, and then I'll be like the offense defense coordinator. So I'm like trying to be asking them questions. My biggest worry would be sort of injuries. Is it short rotates? Hurry up. You teach a kid how to hit. You're here to head up. You guys just head up. Always head up. So never this, never spike. Yeah, and they tell you that right away, right? That's why you start going to the proper technique. It's so important. I think about that often. You can't kids make fun of me a lot. We're in Texas. I'm a kid. And there's hundreds of kids out. But then this gets interesting. Subset there. Here's our divisions. It's like you want your kid to play. If he's 10, you want to line up with 11, 12, 13-year-olds. You have to work different. It's like this is super physical. So you want your kid playing in the youngest division. You can't just for safety. Okay. SAT says small types. 4 and 5.
All right, you want to take good from one let us
I go
clear
small types. 4 and 5 year olds and 6 year olds can play tackle football. I started at 6. Because this is actually our most popular division. Because it's kind of a variation of there's certain like I don't think they have time on the legs, like there's certain things they can't do. I don't think you'll stop all the time. I got wait, years ago, Titanic. I got a crazy Barry Sanders. Yeah, the kids untouchable, especially with kids his age, and I got some speed. Oh yeah.
It's not fantastic. Again, so that was began this concept yesterday. A little bit of a definition. That the definition of a subject is one who does not go ahead and experience completion in a particular area of life. Versus I guess, for lack of a better term, I use the word Russia, but it's not really what it's referring to. Is the traffic and the non-solvable. So the traffic is one you never experience completion particular area. But an area in which I struggle, an area in which I'm involved, and I have failed, so one cannot put himself, the king of themselves as a study in that particular area. But the understand what comes in here. That's what in life, in any given moment, I can simultaneously be struggling in multiple areas, having difficulty in multiple areas, yet at the same time be considered a tzaddik in multiple other areas. This ability to simultaneously be a tzaddik and a non-tzaddik in any given moment of life is the great dialectic of the Jew. So the Rebbe now gives an example of this. He says, picking up on page Kufmen, in the Ri'uyah Hasidus, the right-hand side, the bottom paragraph there, about 5 lines up in the bottom. The Chashiv, the tzaddik practice of our Echad Bilgan, in Gam Lagabi Shara Inan Nefsha Pirasha. And this idea that I can be considered a tzaddik in one area, even if other areas I am a Rasha, Ukidarach Shekasa Parashva, Ukidusha, Benida. So it's a very interesting example of this. So
the other one was just sucking your own dick, period. There isn't anything newsworthy about that, comma. But this one is newsworthy. It is a product launch and newsworthy event that can be verified, period. I think we will be okay, period.
So he says we have Tanya read Tanya Yaki, it says those who camel riders are always shy. Why? Rashi, so Rashi seems to understand over here the nature of riding a camel is that ultimately again the eager rubs against the camel and it leads to constant, emission of zehara, emission of semen. So because of that, they end up wasting an incredible amount of zera. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, because of that, all those donkey drivers are Rishon. Okay. Now watch this. The Gemara goes on. He says, Maksha Rashba. The Rashba raises a kasha. What's the Rashba?
Please let me know what they say. Period.
But there's another Gemara Maseches Kiddushin, and what does the Gemara say? Left hand Kalandir Hasidus. East of the Mishnah, Shahagimalin Ruban Ksherim. Also, listen to this. Gemara Maseches Kiddushin says that the Gamalin, the camel drivers, the majority of them are Ksherim, righteous people. Why? Hainu Mipnei Shetarshim Midbaros Ledmakum Yehudei Chayis, the listing. V'yireim l'nafsham u'mishabim zibam l'machas. The Rashi says, why is that? Because they're the travel to the desert, right? And in the desert, they are very much dependent on the Ribbon Shalom. In the desert, they are exposed to all of the elements. In the desert, they have to deal with all of these uncertainties. So interestingly enough, uncertainty is something that constantly is a person part of it. Because I realized at the end of the day, in Rano Amili, Shani Ala Alavinu Talashamai, I can depend on no one except for the Rano Shabbat. So let's say, see these two contrasting Gemaras. On one hand, the Gemara says, Camel drivers, they're always short. Why? Because the nature of the profession, running on the camel all day, and they experience the stars, about how away from the sea. Remember, that distribution, people scared. Our camel drivers, that is a one that's why they're not mean. They're real believers. Why? Because they have to be. Once there's no atheism in the pocket, when you're traveling that distance, like if you have to rely on finding water here or civilization here, and you realize how fragile life is and how dependent on the divine soul you are, that is then the pretty type of there's no higher view. The cross, what's going on with you? How do you reconcile these two components? Are the camel drivers in shayim or are they ksherim?
So great, man.
Right, Rashba, Rashba says it's so profound. Shadban King is so compelled that Rashba says it's not a country. Sha'anesi, the Gade King is there. Rashba together. Nechshadin Lokhe Hagimal in the side. In reality, that's the Rashba. When it comes to Rashba, they're always being so the Gamal and our son. They connect it. However, the Gemara the Kosos, the Gabi King Jash, and the Shabrim Ibam, the Makum, in a Shabrim, I'm not sure. So Rashba says it's very simple answer. They are shut in one area and Tzadikim in another area. So there is shut in with this issue of the but they're tzaddikim because they have incredible emunah. They have incredible belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They supplicate. They petition God with a broken heart and incredible emunah. It's made. Shahagdaras tzaddik ol rasha eina be'efer koleles es kolpake hamitzvahs. So let's say that the last way to introduce to us is being a tzaddik or a rasha is not an absolute state. If you ask me in any given moment in your life, am I a tzaddik or a rasha? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm a tzaddik and I'm a rasha. I'm a tzaddik in certain areas and I'm a rasha in other areas. That was what the Rashba introduces us, and it's what those who is looking at. I think is one of the most life-affirming lessons. Being a tzaddik, being a rasha, is not an absolute state. It's not either on one or the other. Because there are also the almost no one should think that. All these regular people like us, don't get into those critical. Am I tzaddik or rasha? First of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at my life, all the areas. There are areas that I'm doing great things, and then there are areas that I'm really profoundly failing. So what does that mean? What's my status? Who am I? Who's the tzaddik really developing from the Rashba? He said at the end of the day, the Lord could be shutting and could be shitting in the same breath. How can you say that? You're shutting in this area, shaving in this area, and it's a dialect. It's a conversation. It's a dialogue. It's two forces that kind of fluidly find expression inside of me and inside of my brain. And also, it's not a life of other idea. Because so many times we think that if what is perfect, the good that we have
Josh Meyerowitz has a question.
meaningless as a secret. Like, if I'm going to be a Russia in certain areas, then the fact that I'm a tzaddik in other areas, that means nothing. That means nothing. What is that good for? Like, what is my good matter for if I know that I'm a Russia in areas A, B, and C? What is that? Spiritual subgroup? That's not true. That's not true. Everyone lives with this side of everyone lives with this balance. Yes, I could simultaneously be a tzaddik in certain areas in life, even though I know full well that unfortunately, I'm not sure. But we start over here for today. We pick up now again, at least we see where the tzaddik gets this from. The concept finds its expression in the spirit in the second Nida of the Nida and the Yusuf and the tenant of the Ashbar, and then it's going to develop it more in the day.
That's what you sound like. Alright, just relax. Yeah. Son of a bitch. Yeah. members, as always here. It's always fun to watch the constant growth of two of our favorites. Going along with last week's tradition of flipping it, keeping it flipped for this show as well. When we bring up first, she's going to Florida. I believe at the end of this week, she won't be with us. Rumored to be the next two episodes. So that's an odd blacklist ban, right? Maybe she's trying to overcompensate. She's trying to negotiate sending in a recording. We're talking with recording. I think Bacon needs to go up in place. Wow. Bacon here. There's Big Cousin. Would you step into your cousin's footsteps and do two sets while she's in Florida? She doubts that she wouldn't even save her own cousin. To save her cousin from a blacklisting. She just destroys. Yeah. She writes the jokes and you do them. Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be fantastic. That's what we should do. Have you really write it? Fantastic. Or stand in. For one stand in. Well, here she is tonight, everybody. She was built and created here. Dropped out of college to keep doing stand-up in Hollywood. She really did. It's fucking hilarious. And everybody threw her on. Here she is, Kimberly Compton, everybody.
Miley Cyrus and Lance were pairing up tonight, or a few days ago, I think. I think they were having problems after she fingered herself. And she tried to fix it, but it just wasn't working out. In other news, I'll be turning 23 on Wednesday. So I'm excited. I'm excited to get my shit together. Like, I think I need to stop flashing my tits for Restream and start flashing my tits for cars. You know, I think a relationship is nothing without a little bit of trust. I want what every girl wants. I want to, you know, hear those words come out of my lover's mouth.
I hated everything but that last part. I hated everything else, and I would never repeat anything like it again.
Except for the last part.
Except for the last part.
Yeah, I like the last part. I don't really like it.
There's funny word jokes to me.
I love Red Ass. It's very kind of you.
Well, I wanted to go more into it, but then last week you guys
Like that, yeah. The trick with the puns, and I guess I didn't get to say this earlier, is if you're already killing and you've already shown your skill set of who you are, it works. And I mean, what I like about you is that normally you stand up and you have a pretty defined voice, and it seemed like tonight you're like testing out things that you see. I mean, we all see comedians do certain things, but it's very important in this infantile stage that you're at to stick with what you like the way that you do things.
Yeah, I wanted to get
It's confusing.
I feel like I talked about myself too much. Remember, you didn't say it too much. You said just to recognize it, to see me try something else. So I thought I'd do something else.
CCTV is just that closed circuit, period. It is not available for free for the public to be able to digest, period. My streams are, period.
Of course, that's the masterpiece. Let's see what you need to do. Sorry, is waar aanwezig. De dubber var aanwezig. Zo, dan nog
Just fine. I can tell you working probably slowly made that adjustment because of the tone
that a
of
person is
things
totally
in today's show.
that a person
Probably
is
something
totally
like that. Yeah, it's one of those things
CCTV
to
generally is not backed
you know,
up,
I didn't even really show off my
period.
side.
It is stored for an indefinite amount of time,
Here
and
until
then after a little while, video is reused, period. Otherwise, it becomes very expensive to store all that data, period.
The other thing where it's like you can bet that continuing thing that I've seen a lot of female comedians do, not so much lately, but a few years ago, where you know that trust fund part.
It's such a beautiful
Like,
idea.
I'm just not a fan of that either.
there's a particular idea that I don't stumble, a particular idea that I don't transgress, and a particular idea for which I have no desire. I am happy in that area. These are the two parts of the pelvis of life, of my personal life. The areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the English of the tzaddik is as follows. The English is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, let's say commit an avera, and I do tshuva for that avera. What's my status? What's my status? What's my status? Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a status of the tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. I'm about tshuva. I'm not a tzaddik. The tzaddik is the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desire. In that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an avera. Or if I've done tshuva, I am about tshuva. Because everything is not a tzaddik. Not a tzaddik. That's the tzaddik is for areas in life in which I go out and I have great desire, no inclination,
she's at Kimberly Condon on Twitter, spelled how it sounds, CONGO.
You're going to see why this stands in the place.
Right now, so she can make it back into town.
How do you say this? The Indians, because she's trying to cover גם in Gabi China. Listen, just saying this. So what's the beautiful result of the study? What's the beautiful reality of the for us? Pretty much.
In related news, I still cannot pay off my
All
$90,000
tzaddikim
student
in
loan debt
many,
for my
many,
vehicles
many
I
areas. In fact, I think one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim
I don't know if you guys
in
play
many
Grand Theft
more
Auto, but
areas
it's not you
in
were
which
at.
we
You
are
basically drive
Hashem.
around Los Angeles, and it's all close to book mixed up, but it's great. And you can do whatever you
But in
want.
which maybe we transgress. So
If
think
you
about
don't
this
play, if you
just
want
for a
to play,
second.
if you
The
don't
Torah
want to play
says,
the game, play
"Wasita
it
lecha
based on the
Ashera."
simple fact
Don't play.
that you can play the LAPD
How can I say
out
that
of
people
their
worship
car
it?
and punch your fucking face and drop on the ground
Never
based
did
on
it,
parking tickets
have no
alone.
desire for it.
It's a
But that's it.
wonderful
I'm
feeling.
a tzaddik in the
To pull
Indian
these like,
Havashera.
here's my
I
Chihuahua
listen,
and
people
my
here,
side
they
back
can
bitches out of their little fucking convertibles and shoot them in the head is a great
right?
feeling.
Think about this for a moment. Even in the
Those
areas
guys,
of
those rock
utmost
stars, used to be so cool.
morality.
Got the barbed
There are
wire
so many
tattoo, the
types.
trucker hat.
There's certain things in relationships which normal people don't have desires for.
Run 'em over. I'm not very
So
good
which
at that
means
game though. I always
even
drive.
within the
I'm
same
driving.
area,
Like
even
somebody
within the
from
same
the cops
prohibition,
helicopters.
I could be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the prophet says about say what this means is
If she is service to jump, I'll be sticking to the Grand Theft
in
Auto. I
any
love that as a
given moment
premise.
in life,
Absolutely.
this is
There's
how
a
profound
lot,
this is.
a lot
In any
there.
given moment in
I
life,
think you can get to that good stuff
I am
faster.
simultaneously a
You
tzaddik
gotta paint that picture almost entirely differently for the
and I'm
project.
also the Rasha. I'm also the Rasha.
You said
Simultaneously a
play
tzaddik
just for the
and
fact
a
that it's
Rasha.
like words and like all of a sudden like
Even and the tzaddik says this idea, the Indian says,
I said that I haven't actually got to play the game yet because it turns out
the
that I
tzaddik like the davar echad God in the Gabi Sharinger next to Rasha, and this idea that in one area I can be treated as a tzaddik. Right? Even though in many other areas I am like a Rasha, Derech Shekasam Harashba, the Kedusha Geneva, quotes over here, it's very interesting Gemara in Second Geneva. Quotes over here, we're going to stop over here for today. We'll stop over here because I want to be able to start the daf on time here. So listen, let's just point out, this is a dramatic new idea that a person could simultaneously be tzaddik and a Rasha in the same time. But this is a new definition. A tzaddik, if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So Sagic refers to it never Sagic is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain Averas. So to certain Averas on the Sagic, to certain Averas on the Rafa. Certain Averas on the Sagic, no type of force. No desire for it, no type of force. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble with it. I don't desire it. I'm the Sagic in those areas. Other areas I transgress. Active state of transgression, and if I can be right now. But again, then if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. But also interesting about this recovery. According to this approach of leverage, I will say that a person after faith is almost like a person in recovery. You have to speak to a person who's in recovery. It's an amazing thing. The cloud goes where a person in recovery is. You've never watched. If you think you from recovery, go at, people go easily say, I'm recovered. They say, I 365 months, whatever. I'm sober this amount of time. It's an incredible sort of so profound. Because what recovery and addiction really highlights is that this is my reality. This is something I will continue with the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. The subject says it's the same thing in faith. It's the same exact thing in faith. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle, let's see, if you think about this in ways, it's not easy to shine that I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away. And Hanan Kadosh or Baruch, like, you struggle, nothing to do with your own struggle. That's not usually what happens. But honestly, the things we struggle with internally, very often, very easy to struggle with all the same stuff. It manifests itself differently throughout life, but it's all the same thing. So there's the place for recovery. When you live with struggles, you never really become sad. Sadness, I have no purpose in this particular case. I just know about it. And that's okay. Listen, that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become excited in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and string along, string together a prolonged amount of sobriety. Myself, I thought to stop over here for a second. This is something to tell you is this piece is life altering. This is the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and look at our areas of weaknesses and strength. There's this ridiculous tomorrow.
That sounds like something you'd say. I feel like that's something you'd say about a chick on this side.
I would smell your underwear.
Oh, there you go. Well, Sarah, there you go. Got some advice out of that. Staying in the GTA 5 pocket is talkable and interesting, and it is obviously highly connected. Yeah. And I agree with everything. Matt saying that the realist part is you're talking about your video game degree, you really get more into that. Like, I should have paid more attention when somebody was mentioning. I shouldn't have said, oh, who's ever going to want to play a game where blank is blank? And then paint that picture of GTA. And then get into something about how you almost or could have or should have or wish you would have met the right people while in the video gaming business.
That's
kind of a question, but there was a really big boom in the gaming industry.
This morning, so let's cover again next week. Okay, we began the very profound last piece of this age. David Amara. Oh, no.
taken and vacant. That's Cerebus to Chavi, adding another 60 seconds of growth to the overall big picture, as always. And what do you guys have coming up? Anything to promote? Anything crazy going on? Have Matt in here on Twitter, at Shamar Gamers on Twitter. What else? Yeah. Follow these two guys on Twitter because we've been into being mega huge. So excited that you guys still aren't famous enough that we're paying for the show.
Why do you think you're going to go to
Patreon, follow him on Twitter at Comic Patreon. That's at Matt Edgar with one T, by the way. That's J and Jamar Neighbors spelled exactly how it sounds. Matt Edgar with one T.
Furthermore, maybe you're considering coming to Libra.
September 4th. Up next, the Ding Dong Show. And
Maybe
it's
you'll see
Squad
something
Doubleheader
terrible
on
in the
Comedy
future.
Comedy
I'll keep that cut. Some of supper. It's not related to speech, it's not related to think. It's not related to what you like. Richard Tzaddik said, the Gehenna, which David refers to, is the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna that one experiences as a result of the Agmas Nefesh, as a result of the turmoil, of the inner stress, of the pain, of the embarrassment of faith. So David HaMelech says, Gam Ke'elech the gates HaLaves. I have experienced my Gehenna in also speaking about this. The Gemara says that David HaMelech, when he walked into the base measures, they would always ask him, they would taunt him. David HaMelech suffered from the taunting, from the abuse from his enemies, both physical and
Oh yeah, baby. Here we are. This is the fucking
Davish. What is the
Here we are, another beautiful Monday.
punishment for adultery?
It's very
What's
humbling to be
for
back
adultery?
in
So David HaMelech would say,
my home court here in front of the thunderous
but he does still be as well as but on the value of Havero Beradim, but
so we're
one
off and banging.
I think the audience is feeling probably like what I am. Maybe you are.
Post Breaking Bad.
Darius is trying in public,
Just very
ain't
tired.
okay
This
with
was a
you.
long 5 days we had. Adventure.
It was unbelievable.
Has no portion of it.
My
And this is
God.
David HaMelech's life.
You
This is what he
Phoenix and
contended with when he went to the base
Ohio
measures.
and
Forget about
everybody that traveled to those shows, those Hiltoni fans. I mean, it's always been amazing touring with the Death Squad.
It's a
Getting
guy
to feel that
the gates are mothers.
thunderous fan
I
base
walked in
in the
Gehenna.
beginning. But to think that we're only 18 Mondays in a row with this show going on.
This is the nature of
Hear
my life.
everybody's
And
input.
also
I
what
must
you're
have been
studying.
asked 100 different
We
questions.
began to speak like yesterday a little bit. Was
40
again,
of those
he cooked on the
questions
test.
had to do with the one and only head of security for Hiltoni, as always,
He cooked on
Morgan
the
Friggin,
test.
the Iron Patriot of
Look at
everybody.
the bottom right of the area of students. It says, "Shahaya Hobit Ba'atzvus Kumara Shikar
That's what
Mirot
he does.
Halas
There's a
Al-Kahal."
lot of people that love
Sorry,
it.
I be Atzvus Shahibo. Atzvus Film Stalat Esmir. Here was it, and we began, I believe, to see that the dynamic yesterday. On one hand, the subject has been stolen
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
power ultimately of Kushon
Yes.
and the power of Agmas Nefesh and the power of turmoil. He's going to shift children, he's going to expose these things because it is their representative of a person's status. But at the end of the day, since the subject, there's another part of this, which is the possibility that as a result of the depression, of the sadness, one doesn't have the shima in their life.
Yeah,
Because the subject
very
said, left
exciting.
hand column
I
is
can feel it by the
says,
electricity in this
Shara
room
Ina
right now.
Shima Shara Elemiko Sisha. The Azmat must tell us. So this is giving this
No,
incredible
I was just gonna hang out and drink with them. But I mean, he's thrown me up before,
owners
so
found by
I
election.
was shocked. But
But on
it was
one
a lot
hand,
of fun. It was,
It's pretty much like a normal unknown thing that when like
the
two
blue
comedians that know each
sad
other well are
that
very
is the
good, so
result
they'll
of
be
thing
friends, but if
is
you
so
are
powerful and
coincidentally are in the
cathartic
same
because it
city at the
represents
same time, It's pretty much like a
That,
known thing
that,
that
that
unless your
emotional
show's
reaction
alive,
tells me,
you might as well just do a guest
see,
spot on the front
this is
show.
not
Like,
part
I
of
love
this is
Robert here.
this is not who I am.
There's nobody's
I'm
gonna be like,
not a
LA
person.
Comic.
I'm
It's his audience. There's a really clear and fixed audience. And his
a good
audience were
person
like,
who sometimes
that's
does bad
why
things.
podcast
And I'm not
and then there was also, he's on TV.
a bad person. The heart I am, look how I feel in the
So there's like this Shark Week.
Yeah. And there's like these people that watch TV, which mixed in
That's
with
the
like,
fun.
with bad pot smokers. Like that.
Yeah, it's something that on the scene,
It was
man.
that,
On the
it
scene,
was
man.
great. He has a great fan base,
Sadness.
but it was really cool doing comedy in front of him. It was really cool doing, driving out to Arizona, doing a road trip with
It's the very emotion
PDC.
which drives away
PDC
the emotion.
lit it up at Stand Up Live in Phoenix. Our good friend who did a
A
guest
person
spot there.
needs to sink, right? In order to go
He
out
lit it up in Phoenix. Great.
and
Benji came in right over the top.
in order to go out and work the relationship with ourselves.
You.
So Governor Malak says something amazing. God, he let the gates sound love us.
And then you went to the
Even
Ohio State
though,
game
even
Saturday.
though
What
I
time did you
walked
start drinking? You started
to
tailgating.
the
You know,
head of the
there's a
store,
thing
I
with me,
experienced
which, believe it or
profound
not, my
sadness
friends
in
never
this
believe
store as
this,
a
but
result of the
the ones that I do
neighbors that
comedy
I'm
with,
familiar with.
I don't day drink
Look
ever.
to Rara. If you look in the
I only have a
look in the
thing
suburb,
where I'm a
it
big
says over
Ohio
there,
State
sit down in the middle of the paragraph, left-hand paragraph. Is there a
if I
specific
go
yard?
to a game, I'll day
Sure,
drink
I'm
for
the
that.
governor.
And man,
Guys, please, this
I
is
forgot how much
how
fun it
Hayır,
was.
ben aslis al
It was
kasay.
unbelievable.
No Rara.
I think I
No
started
Rara.
at about,
The
no, I paced myself. I was freaky because I really don't want to be fucking
Somehow,
really
someone else,
dressed
it's
at
funny, it gets
nighttime.
into
So Ohio, so
different
I
suburbs,
definitely kept an
different
eye on
ideas
it.
as to what
But,
love represents.
I started drinking at about probably, I woke up very late because I knew that I was in for an 8 p.m. night game. So I woke up at like
Governor
2:30
Malak
in
is
the
saying is,
afternoon.
even
Went and got
though
some
I
lunch,
experienced
drinking
the
coffee. Probably started drinking at about 4 o'clock.
the issue of
I
emotions,
was probably drunk by about 4:02.
nevertheless, no Rara.
Because my tolerance is non-existent.
I am not worried about the spiritual
For those of you
downfall.
that like drinking, I highly
Why?
recommend.
Or because ultimately I get a Kaddish Baruch Hu. Somehow I found
Trimming down, having a nice lean cut ripped body,
between
and just let that
Agmas
alcohol flow straight to your intestines. Why have extra weight on your body? Trim it down. Become a vegan.
to go
Get
ahead
strong.
and maintain
Do cardio
a
every day,
positive
and then you won't have to drink a
disposition
lot.
in life. Look, you know what's happening over here? This is, I think,
I bought this shirt because I live. Ohio State hates Michigan. It's
down
like this
I think
rivalry.
one of the most profound things I've ever
It's the
read in my
oldest
life.
rivalry in
The
sports,
tragic
yes.
thing
So I
is
bought this shirt, which I thought would be funny.
successful spiritual living requires this
Ohio.
incredible dialectic balance. On one hand,
What the fuck? It just seems like I'm being a dick to Michigan.
I have to have the
Jesus
Agmas
hates Michigan.
Jesus
It is a picture of Jesus on it.
Yeah. So in Los Angeles, it just seems like I'm
Sad
being a dick to Detroit or something.
and the
Which is
profound
hilarious, A,
embarrassment.
and B, it's so worth it when like Don Barris and Frazier Smith and a few other Michigan fans, when they see that scarlet and gray, it just tells a whole story. It's amazing. So,
That's the real reason why.
yeah,
The
exactly.
danger with that
So
is
much fun.
you could lose yourself.
Bitch.
You could lose yourself, right? I could become
Always fun,
so
man. We've done
overwhelmed
shows with them before.
by the
Like I
sadness,
said,
by the embarrassment of
shows
what I've
before
done.
have been amazing, but it seems like
What? That is
it's just getting so much bigger and more exciting. I mean, not only are the turnouts, the
So
numbers
that's on the
great, but
other
it's
side
like
of the coin. Is
just
yes,
the quality
I
of
got my
the
message. I
actual
have
fans. Like, I almost feel like at times
I have
they're
character. I
joking
have all
with me
the
when they're
things
like,
that
"Oh
I
my
do.
god, I've
But I
listened to
also
every
possess
episode. I know every single
optimism,
thing. I can't
hope,
believe the Patriot,
resolve,
this banana." And they just name off so
I
many
can do
everything
better.
facts.
I can
And they
do
just go
better.
on and on.
I
And it's
can
so
do
exciting
better.
because I can
These
talk
are
about this show
the
forever,
sides of
But
the
to
coin.
find out that
The
so
bush
many
that
other
character
people.
as my
Oh, yeah,
friend,
Christina
hope,
and Tom's thing is your mom's house
optimism,
fans.
progress
A
for the
huge
future.
podcast,
And
which I talked about on both my parents. Did illegal mom work to raise me
accent
as a
of
kid and
other
did
people
one
talk
thing
about
in
like
my
he's
life.
saying. In this
And
capítulo
they
of
love that
this one
episode.
phrase.
There's a
God,
little interview that I have.
Investigate some
No,
of
the state
I
of
live
Columbus,
in the
normally she
Gehenna,
comes down for those shows, but she
I'm
did
older
not
like
come
that.
down this
The
time.
Gehenna, which is often the aftermath of fate,
Yeah, I saw Red Hands.
where I recognize that I messed up so bad.
You cough in the other direction.
Didn't need
I
to
saw
be
my
this
dad.
way. This is not who I am.
And I brought my friend there, who's a very attractive
But
female.
I
And I
must
was
never
like, hey,
say
what do
a
you want
lot
to do? I
of
just have to hang out with
but
my
look
dad.
here a lot.
An hour to an hour to say hi. And the whole time,
Look here up, I'll say,
my
come on,
dad
it says,
just frequently
but I'm not
shouted out my friend. Like, this
scared
guy
that I'm
grew
gonna
up
lose
down,
myself.
and then getting caught,
I'm not
like,
scared that I'm
over
gonna lose
and over by her. And I
myself.
never
Why?
realized how
Yeah,
close
absolutely
my
not.
dad is.
Because
He's
I
been married
know,
for like 25 years.
Every dad
I
is.
can't bring my arms around my
listen
dad.
to it, so it's right. I know
The
that
kind of
despite
women that,
everything terrible that
you're a mogul and a producer.
I've done,
And
you leave Armstrong, you don't leave me.
I mean, not only are you, it's not like you're just taking any kind of chick through that. You're hooking up with beautiful
Because you
women.
believe in me.
What kind of
That's
dad
probably
isn't
you
going to
believe
sit
in.
there used to the same wife that he's
Because
been
you
with
see the
for how
good
many
bad
years?
and if you believe
25
in me,
years.
that gives
One
me
thing
the
of
power
you.
to believe.
I don't want to say. Imagine being with the same woman for 25
So
years,
therefore, again,
right? You have that
as much as I
blood
have to
pumping
live,
through your
it's the
veins.
free show. That's as much as I have to. A lot of, because that's necessary, and that's good. That's good. When I react that way to think that's a good sign. I won't lose myself in the flow. You know, Lord, I won't lose myself in it. Yeah, because I don't feel you don't
What is it? What do you
ultimately the
Everybody in Ohio kind of has this thing where it's like, man, we went to Myers last night. We swear to God, we saw this girl. Like, it's kind of like
That's not everybody in Ohio.
there's a lot of people in Ohio. Like,
There was a lot of people that traveled to that show from Cincinnati, from Kansas. I know what you're saying, but there's also like that rural area around Columbus. I think there's just a lot of different people mixed in. And somebody drove here tonight from Canada for this show. Where's that guy at? Are you here?
wow.
Fuck yeah, Bob Barker. Oh, nice. There you go. From where? Ottawa. Fuck yeah. Jesus.
You're going to finish up.
It's funny because you can't, like, Ohio has some really stupid rules also. You can't do U-turns. And it's like when you're so used to doing U-turns, it seems like the dumbest idea that you're not allowed to
Oh,
do
that was hilarious. Oh my god, I laughed so hard at this. Yeah, you can't do U-turns in Ohio, which is the stupidest thing ever. But, you know.
So I would do a U-turn, and then we'd be like, acting like the other like drivers,
Right.
like they freaked out. They, they can tell.
Right, they're just like, what is that maniac doing? What is that, some kind of witch?
The witch. And then you go to a hotel, $50 hotel that you bought online, and it's called the Knight's Inn. It's downtown Columbus, on the worst part of like Columbus. And it was
But on the map, and I forgot what part of Columbus that was on the map, it looked legit. But the 2 miles or mile and a half or whatever to the actual city that it was the worst mile and a half in all of Columbus.
next to a used bench or something.
So, yeah, it was next to a used tire store.
It's like, I need to buy a new tire. Can you just take this off and put it back on? Thank you.
Used tires, only in rural Columbus. So we got to the night and I'm like, fuck this shit. So it looked like every bad scene in Breaking Bad. And
One story where it was just like hookers hanging outside the door, like there was like their in-call, I guess, with their call, where they just go, come on back to I got a hotel room. You know, it's like all the rooms were rented by the hour, and then you actually said,
oh, and I didn't right now. What's the part of me that's just like, fuck it, I can take a cab wherever anyway. It's just not gonna, I don't really spend any time at the hotel anyway, but no, that was crazy. Anytime the hotel door is out, when you go outside, that's just too much. I need a hallway out there.
And now we're pushing like
Going to a strange city, I need a hallway outside my door. There's no way.
you can't trust it.
What is it that I have to
You know what? That's another thing. Even after I stayed at a nice hotel, you know what drives me fucking crazy? I don't want to have. They should have the thing on the outside of the door when you get there. I don't need to put it on. It should be
left hand
take
color.
this off if you want somebody
With the
waking
high
you up
gap
at fucking 8 a.m. to clean your room.
With the high
Who's
gap
into that?
and
No one's waking up at 6 a.m. in Columbus like, oh, I'm gonna go get a head start on the day. They're gonna come clean my room in bed. That's what I'm saying. I don't need it at all. When you go to a hotel, you want to fucking look dirty and gross. You want to take off everything right in the other side of the door. It's like, it's a whole different experience, and if that's not how you do hotels, then you're not doing hotels right.
What
Your hotel, you need to get sloppy and stupid, just spill shit once in a while. It doesn't matter.
I'll have to have other efforts to hire
I
other
cannot believe that that always
always
happened to me.
say,
That was
don't
the best
don't
one ever.
whenever
The
you
comedic timing of the accidents of this show are unbelievable. I feel like I just got like slapped. That was unbelievable.
and most times you can try
One
hopefully
stage
to
joke
solve it
and
if
just
you want to solve it. If you don't
that
try,
story's
ever
so
solve
great.
it,
It's
you
always
will
fun as fuck.
solve it.
Well, you should know the format of the show. A lot of comedians here. You guys excited to get this thing started?
We'll settle it.
What do we do? We always have two of my best friends, two of my funniest friends, two of my best friends, people that I work with all the time, that I'm lucky to work with. And this one, as always, is a fucking spectacular show. I'm so excited about it. So as always, I'll just bring them up at about the same time. First, one of my funniest friends, we basically been getting everything together for years. We've written like crazy in the parking lot here, which is one of the funnest things about doing comedy together with friends. It's just sitting in a circle with it for hours at a time and riffing and having fun. Anyway, this is the movie The Heat. You can see him touring all around the country. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Adam Ray, everybody. And our other guest, unbelievable comedian, Comedy Central, everything. He's a freak of nature. Writer for the TV show Whitney. Put your hands together for one of my funniest friends. Owen Smith is here in the motherfucking house.
I mean, running up his gun costs. Running your team from it. The effort to stay strong. We write on another story. How good the other Akip Jama and Sierra. But black solution is good. We write on another story. Another guy. His wife's one dream was going to travel. And his wife traveled to the Muslim people. And I came out to join her food. He was from shaded to us.
Yeah. Patriot, how tall are you? Really?
So we found out that he was from shaded to us. Remember again, it's moving like the house it says, moving to the whole young Muslims. His own small, that's you showing love, but like, you know, because this is I don't want to see somebody in public and do that. That. Check me out. Also, if you speak to a little bit of a so it's a unique show because your sidekick is not only a comedian, he's a filmmaker.
Yeah,
Never has a good show. So that is like, you'll find right below the two. That's how we'll also post
he thinks that, you know, what's funny is that when you don't know anything about movie,
or why you see this like commonly say why does that
and fears and stereotypes that could happen and say most of the it's like I don't know what's gonna happen if I hug you.
step one,
Like maybe I'll turn to stone. And he was
ultimately
serious about
again
it.
you have his running was
Have you ever met a person? Wow.
I'm just saying, I mean, how can you be scared of him? So is it that he decided to come up and that's one of the conditions.
Like it's just like the fact that in all these movies.
Like even if I
I'm still waiting in here for the time.
I think for it is better
Restaurant. That's all.
how is the fact innate
Enjoying
so
brunch.
But some person, you also expect yourself to look. Either way, the way this on the ship starts a little of a window into how it relates to reality. So it's something that
Yeah.
manifests itself in a couple of different ways.
I mean, that's one of those ones that is just,
You know,
anytime
my core
anybody
identity,
sends
that
me
was
one,
the last
it's just
two
like
examples
thousands
of the guy from the
I've gotten sent. I mean, that was a great one because that's totally, I mean, the picture just says, the picture totally says
my core
they all had sex.
or some
There's no doubt about it. Not just in the normal brunch, they had a threesome, two little people, and one, right, exactly. Oh, I can't tell you everything. It's hard to describe. Just the fact that you know that some shit went down. If there's two midgets, they definitely fucked. So then you're wondering if they're having lunch with this guy. I bet this is the fucking founder. You know what I mean? I wonder how that works. I bet that they could like double 69, like build the bridge. That's my next question. Like the guy could lay on the bottom, right? And then he could build like a bridge on one side like that, and then another
but what the study tells me is that even if my secret
even if it doesn't happen, then they're peeing on it afterwards. That's how they say goodbye. Right.
I feel like you secretly have this giant like shrine of midgets in your what that says is 6 inches, which he says is normal, but he goes on me. It's fucking huge. Yeah, but it doesn't have like a big head and like short balls or I gotta be honest, I never really like thought about it, but I didn't bring it up. I kind of want to fucking you come over and send us a picture. Can I see a photo? Then you see my morphs.
that's going to be our goal. Just we ended up over here in American coast Dallas, and the rest of them will pick up the speed.
You graduated high school in Maryland. You were voted most likely to succeed. I saw you on Conan and learned that you've been a Sprint customer for over 17 years. This is what I want to ask you.
Show the point of view. It's amazing.
I noticed that you have big hands. Does that mean you have a big banana too?
I feel uncomfortable disclosing this with you.
Is it a myth or is it true?
I don't, here's the thing, I never went around measuring mine or other. I can only tell you what women have told me, and I don't know if they're lying or telling the truth, but I've never had a woman tell me it was big. They just go, oh my God. Well, some women have said, you're not putting all that in me. And I was like, I promise you, she's happened to me twice. And so I guess I'm doing all right. I literally, I'm a grower, I'm not a shower. So I'm doing all right with it. It's not impressive.
But you know what's crazy about what I've learned so far in this show is that if any guy, by the way, out there has a 6-inch dick, technically you have a midget dick.
That's the new term.
That's some fucking unbelievable shit. Right now there's guys, I can almost hear when this podcast comes out next week, you're just going to hear shotguns going off all around the room.
And here's my question. Should I get a handicap sign?
You should!
Because Brad gets a handicap sign, he gets a park for free, and you get this one to JC Concert told me that you have to send a handicap sign. Because the guys, when you show them your pass, they're not going to be like, oh yeah, like nobody wants to call and go, no, it's not a handicap. So they go, like, obviously, it's in there. So if you have a 6-inch dick, it's a midget dick.
From now on, if you have 6 inches or less, you get to burn the hand.
Has any man ever really mentioned it? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's when it started.
certain things that
Tape of the butt cheeks.
even when it's my mother, like,
Back of the butt cheek.
so that's the piece of the side of those because of the lie. What's this, the lead side of the said, that is
It's like, if we can stop
people,
joking,
people are the people who are so
measuring your cock is actually.
and this is
It's like the one on this
the
measure.
of life.
Now, there's no way to
Different
tell.
story in China, even Chinese was.
You start off
I
with
was showing her of the
say,
Lugyo, the Omro,
yeah, that's
or
where
the
you're
one
going to try to figure out how deep is it. Yes, you don't want to
now,
embarrass
now
yourself.
that I
I was with
understand,
one
it's
girl.
not just
I
the
was with
status,
and I'm
it's what
pretty
you
good
think
with
which
this one girl
is
kept
the
going.
animal, but it's deep that represents the very last piece of my life. It's deep because that is something that is my life. And at the end of the day, so forever, it makes sense. Even the leader said, oh, so the other. The Lugyo and the very but the thing that is, it's the very essence of my life. And it's the very essence of my life force. Therefore, when I speak, are unique things. People is like you have some pretty accurate. You know
what? I'm not going to argue that because I don't have any like
that
basis
is
for
the
it.
market is the food. Or the local experience.
They have big boobs and they're natural. They usually have items.
So that gives the person we have our attitude. Right? We have the thing that we say, just ask your kids, they'll tell you the things that you always say. So,
Nobody's ever had any complaints. They've only gotten laid a handful of
so the
times.
thing is, that many of us have the things that we process. So what's the subject? Whoever says,
You want to work on yourself so that when the next time happens, you'll make sure you're the best version.
it's the manifestation of my internal hope.
Let me ask you
And
this,
this
Steve.
is
Like,
something that I
how,
can
like midgets like to fuck other, do you like to fuck other robots?
that is emanating from my internal, which means that by definition, it has almost the kind of holiness. As a maybe I don't even know
So,
anything.
Scarlett Johansson.
You might not
Not a
but
robot.
how about our fluid that is how about our fluid that is
Oh my
so
god.
how about our fluid sometimes finds its way out and it is the first positive that a person says. He goes on and says,
Who are you
and this is
talking
again
to?
the case, the deeper diagnosis coming with this left-hand color is the podcast urine. If I want to do something that a person says often, you can't talk about it because a lot more about this
She likes it.
sometimes that daily adage, right, or that common adage,
By the way, PJ doesn't knack for calling the penis a banana, by the way.
the essence of the spirituality. But that's not in your know. The sex still having the purpose all the time. Know what is my purpose, what is my opinion, and what is my purpose in the Bible says, now this is not something else. Now that is introducing another dynamic, which just think is so incredible. That is saying sometimes not only is the module of the kingdom, not only is the common statement, the manifestation of my inner holiness and my inner Torah, is sometimes that which I often say
Wow, you got very
can also
excited when
be
you
a
said
little
that,
bit
Phil.
of a remnant, to be a little bit of a hint to what my purpose in this world. Because it is incredible. Sometimes the things which make sense because the things that I always talk about, the things that I always talk about, or the attitudes that I often
Just
discuss,
because you can laugh along
they,
with porn doesn't mean you can laugh along with
represent
actual porn.
what's coming out of my soul. That's the subject of prayer over here. See, we often think people just talk, and that is true. People do just talk. But sometimes when a person is
You're definitely squeaky, all right. That's
in a
needs some
common sense
WD for
thing,
you.
or person often expects
Jesus.
a certain sentiment over and over and over. What Chazal would call Margaret Bazume. Hug the ruggle finish the main. I always say that. The service says that's coming from inside.
What kind of music do you
That's
like? The
coming
soundtrack
from
from
inside
Short
of my
Circuit?
That's a manifestation of my inner Torah. Which the subject says, first of all, it tells me I don't know Torah, but now it's saying people have it also represents my mission in this world. If I'm always talking about the same thing, then maybe it says the subject. That's necessary. Like that's much more no. To stop you on the That's what I'm saying. What is my singing? What is my sound? What is my purpose in this world? Because when the Google and Musa, the Ian Musa, the Jeff, Kala over Kilo, Kilo is speaking over Jeff.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. 2004 was the last time
Every single person has, and every person has an issue in a particular area.
Oh my God,
We all
it was during the last
have
episode of
problems.
First
Once we all have the same shared generation.
Honestly, I don't
So my
remember.
first part is the neutral, that's right. Okay, so that's a shared generation. Which no each of us have. But then each of us has a specific mission. Sha'avar zeh, kala olam kula b'shvilo tzivim abad. This mission, the world needs me to do it. So I need to do the mission for me, and the world needs me to do it as well. And also, it's pretty incredible. The Bullhorn says, and I got that. So, well, actually, we'll stop with it for today. But I just want to point out that the subject is highlighting this because I think it's truly neat. There's a number of things that's happening. Number one, remember, why is it that Chazal speak about often say, Mark the love of the This is what people normally say. And it's like a regular adage. Who cares? Right? Or how the Durago each of the other people normally say. Because the subject says, that which we say is a manifestation of our inner holiness.
The energy is here. You guys ready to get this thing going?
But speech is the way that the service that we are considering and maybe sense of Torah. And their main sense of looking is how we communicate our innate holiness. And what I'm introducing now, so what about the stuff that I say over and over? Right? This you know, I always say, like, it's interesting.
Very angry tonight.
So,
you guys saving it started? I'm starting to get names out of the book. Our first Canadian tonight.
And to me, it's always fascinating because these kids are able to go ahead and say, you know, my father always used to say this, my mother always used to say this. So sometimes what they quote is a little bit bad and pathetic. But you know, but sometimes, you know, a child remembers a real sense of parental wisdom. And it's dramatic when you hear that. Because that's the legacy. That's the legacy. And the subject says, where did that adage come from? The fact that children remember it. Okay, it could be because the father said it a million times. But on a deeper level, what the children are recognizing is our father, our mother, our parents, it doesn't our grandparent was articulating a truth. And that truth stemmed from their inner rootedness, from their inner holiness. What I'm saying now introduces, which we'll have to stop with today, we'll continue with tomorrow in your session, is that inner truth
that it's only 60 seconds. Some of them just come in with a hardcore 39 seconds. And, all right.
But when you always talk about the same thing, and you always talk about the same concept or the same ideal or the same issue, says the subject, you might not even realize it, but you're articulating to yourself what your mission is in this world and what the world is doing. We'll stop here for today. We'll pick up America for the rest of the world. We'll conclude hosting the deal America tomorrow.
Okay, then what happened? Everybody stood up and that's pretty much what happened.
Well, what happened now? They stood up.
Everybody stood up and like nothing really happened. The crowd, like one or two, like just kind of like standing looking at the guy, waiting for him to say something else.
And then what happened?
Nothing.
They all sat down.
So he sat down and he saw just kind of confused
I think this when he pulled out a gun with a silencer on it and shot him in his forehead. So none of that happened. Like, so this white guy, definitely with his black woman, called the host nigga. You enjoyed the show. You had the front row seat after post-racial America. And that's why that's not happening in my life. Like, nothing happened. So I was thinking that somebody was
the beautiful jewel, a beautiful idea, expression.
y'all heard of
What you know will do is go ahead and cite the expression, cite the form of speech. Regular expression must be spoken by someone, regular expression is someone of an incredible reputation, and yet you know will derive some significant or meaningful life lesson from this. So it's such a funny point, it's such a good and then sitting right after the Gemara reports the statement, then the Gemara was supposed to cut in order to back up that statement. So I'll just show you one example of this, which is fascinating. We will see when the photo to this scene. If you look on the photos on the bottom, you'll notice on the left-hand column, it's actually footnote 58. On the left-hand column, you can see the duration of the about 2, 4, 6, 7 lines. So you cultivate a problem. This is what I'm saying. How will the problem come about? This is individual who used to say, this is regular guy. This is regular guy. He used to say problem. Kira Hamisi Hava Aziza. He writes, when love between myself and my wife was intense and passionate, we say this Samsila Shahiva. The review is, we said we could have slept together on the edge of a stair. Meaning that when our love was happening between myself and my wife, we didn't need any distance. Right? So we could simultaneously together occupy the same space. The edge of the sword, obviously, again, is a very narrow space. He says, Hashta, the law of Aziza. Hashta, the law of Aziza. Now we can count that the passion is not that intense, the love is not that intense. But these things are usually like saginas. The unity again, even a very large bed is not enough for us. Listen, so what the man used to say this, then the Gemara goes on, I'm not Kuna, strikes you. Rasul said that you could the process was the process. The correct saves, Arakil of Hashem, the Barsi on the Alahapore, ultimately again, the Rishka was supposed to eat it. That's what the Oracle says, I will speak to you from on top of the lid of the oil. And you know again, the lid of the oil is only 10 fucking hard. The Daniel, Oron, the Kapora, about Harek kind of salt. It's at the height of the lid of the oil, 10 fucking off the ground. Looking at Harka, Hari Shakri, Parafu Master, so Bakar, Fucking Chemical Tackle. What we broke up at is in two because we were stunned. We could have also only go out and rescue, we can 10 fucking off the ground. We have been 15 enough to save the Habayis of Shafan, Hamelach, Shomola, Hashem, Shishim, Amma Arko, the Ex, Rachbo, the Shoshim, Amma Kamoso, the Basok, Kis, Koama, Hashem, Hashem, the Arik, and the Look, we got to raise this as Rabbi said, if you could do things that happen in your relationship, if you have to be part of it, probably slow. It turns out people on top of the couple. Which means abuse can fucking of the earth. Then what happens? Someone will be much larger structure than that. And then what happens? The business is destroyed, and the heart is right,
being
The
afraid
heaven is where I
that's
reside.
evolution.
The progression in the beginning of the birth was right serious on the top of the arm. Then things change a little bit. There's a much bigger structure to how it is. Then things change a bit more, and the scenery retreats. Ultimately, it's the Shana. You're fully understood. Then this guy who was just making a statement about life, that when we were young, and our love was passionate and intense, we could sit together on the edge of the shore. Let's make it a little bit older. Even a very large bed is not large enough to accommodate us. There's a similar dynamic with the Shema. Relationships change. And sometimes what begins as exceptionally passionate and close proximity to one another, this was a clear example of what the subject is referring to. So here you have an individual who just says a statement. He's not quoting a passage, he's not quoting the right stuff, he's not quoting all he's quoting. This is dynamic way. For dynamic way, just the way kind of this is the scope. And the thing is, wow, because that people thinking as a dream. There's certain passionate as there is between Tina and the back up top of the club. We're looking at this one, but we're looking at this thing. There's a whole bunch of examples from this schema, or really, really wonderful examples. Fascinating. So if study goes on, so what's the shot? What's the shot? Well, if you take a look, we're on page on the left-hand paragraph. In the Orient Hasidut. The Rebbe says, what do we learn from this? He says, "It's an Yisrael. Afilu ha'adam ha'adon ba'achot Yosef. Yesh no b'shoresh b'achor akis ha'chiza b'jizei koram."
So, bro, you ever like need money and you look up in the newspaper and you see like $5,000 to do porn and you be like, what the fuck? But you show up and you get butt naked and they send a white dude in the room butt naked and he got this tree trunk and they tell you to turn around and put your hands on the arm. And you're like, fuck this. You find the right people.
And then that wisdom, the great Chazal, oh, by the way, that statement, that's the dynamic.
And I just imagine like going signing the
That's a
paperwork
great thing.
and like you get butt naked and then the white dude come out with this tree trunk hit his knee. And you trying to tell him, look, like when the chick come here, you know, keep your hands on yourself, stay on your side.
But what he says is clear. So again, I want to point out, when a product of your and what you said before. Remember what you said. When in also days, why is he continuing to think possible? Why is he continuing to direct? Why is there the ability for a person even to make catastrophic life mistakes? Let me stop there. I know what I said. It says because the method is the internet, which is going to write up about time you said, it's sparking the new coach on the team there's a piece of us that is really vulnerable. There's a piece of you that literally could be from God. That's why no matter how badly I mess up in life, change is always possible. Because that one piece is never finished. There's something, by the way, even since this truth called Torah, I've maybe never learned Torah. Or maybe if you learned Torah, you didn't pay attention to Torah. Or maybe you never. So how is the concept that's because again, the natural, usually the first natural is the different Torah. The natural is what we do as a whole is rooted in Torah. This is what is incredibly powerful. That's why the Gemara is usually example. Marital love a kume. Oh, the Havarad will finish the Amri finish. Like people say, here's what people say. Like it's important to hear what you say. Because at the end of the day, whose soul is rooted in Torah. And therefore, the Torah that comes out of his mouth, even if he doesn't realize that it's what he's saying. No doubt, turn the page. No doubt, move on the Neva. No doubt, coming to people. This questão tonight the love that you made, you love you all of you, we sugar on the show. So this is our code of death, generally short, not so good. So it's like, this is really, really an incredibly beautiful show. Because of coverage, this is why people have how the person is like, not the love that you made, not the love that you made, I just said, in a person, but again, the phrase of the unrealistic people say, please don't have what people say. The poor people say, because you have marginal opportunity. They say, the Jew in the mouth, the Jew as in a pizza, as a phrase. That was exactly you see all the time. So right, let's look up to the subject says, this so that the Jew has in a pizza. As a whole persona reflective of the innate holiness of the Jew. The Jew has the ability to speak words of wisdom that are reflective of the Ribbon Shalom's wisdom without him even realizing what it is that he is saying. There's an achisa, there's a hole, there's a root. He goes on, the subject says, the bear Zarazet, he could call that deeper, but the right hand power, because the bear Zarazet, he walks at the bush of the other. He is so connected that he is the subject says that the cross of evil, like the power of peace that is in is you so connected to the essence of the soul and the essence of the peace. And that they unite together from his very self to that. The fact that the world was created man. So what does the glory say? Now you talk about Ruach.
You get trannies because some
trannies
is necessarily believe that they're women or so, and then at that point you're in, like, by the time you're in, like, your baby thinks the Tina thing, I mean, that's hilarious.
That's all the takes you just had on this whole, that's why I was like, I'm curious, like, how many have you had this conversation in a common friends is looking at the
of
tail
man.
so like for you at the beginning thought of the whole like training bit, like I feel
We
like
don't even
ask yourself questions about why you thought of that,
we are.
and then just peeling back like all these things you just brought up based on that one
That's
question
reflective
about
of
why
man's soul.
seeing
Man's
training on
soul
a dating site,
thought
these things just
is really
brought up all
one
these
of the
opinions.
what
Just
makes
that
sense, but what
now
makes not
I feel like you're building the bit
so
now.
pick up the
So
now.
ask me all those
Because it
questions.
makes sense that
Yeah, my
man's
initial thought, like
innate
that online
kedusha
thing,
is
that'll
the
kind of
strength
set it up and
is
bring in and transfer.
that's why the margin
I'm
of a
trying to
human
figure out why you're talking about it and ask yourself those
person will
questions.
say something,
Oh, I
not
know.
even realizing that what it is that they're saying is words of Torah, but it's almost as if the Hebrew has the ability to express the most innate kedusha. But the stuff over here, we'll pick up with it tomorrow. Of course, university, that's fascinating. That man, one of man's greatest ability to debase himself is love. Which makes sense. Because remember, again, wherever there is this greatest capacity for holiness, there is also the greatest capacity for debasement. So if Hebrew is going to be the way that I can articulate my most innate results, it's also the way that unfortunately again I can express my most innate love. Alright, well we'll both pick up in there for
Because on the face, and based off that headshot, you can't tell which side is a free dating site.
Yeah, it's free. It's free as fuck. With the T-Saurus. I'm saying, I've been to a lot of sites where, like, especially, like, out here, like, you don't meet T-Saurus on Christian Mingle, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause they are, man, I'm telling you, they're everywhere. They're like, no. How about that? You might want to check your settings one more time. I've never had this problem. No, I'm talking about. I said this. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you know, since I've been out here, I've never seen that shit. Like that. Yeah. I'm like, okay, I do a whole bit about that. Yeah, because I'm like, you know, it's like I felt like I was in Blue Red Ride Hood, you know, because I said I got tricked. I met a chick online, so that's why I moved out here. So you met her, that was a man. Yeah, it's a transsexual. No, that's a joke. But yeah, we can't wait. Because I do the Matt Tateo, like how he got food. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I got food and movement here. Because I met some chick online and like when I saw her, you know, I went to go meet her and the bitch just had the door like a little bit open and you know, I'm like, oh shit. No, the grill was like open. I'm like, bitch, I'm not coming in. So she stick her feet out. You know what I'm saying? The bitch got big feet. I felt like Little Red Riding Hood. I'm like, wow, what big feet she has.
One specific thing that is highlighted.
I don't know, man. I don't even keep up with it. I know they all do.
Every person has many struggles.
That's all I care about.
Often, most of us have one thing. This is struggle. That's one struggle.
I just know it happens. Like if you click on some shit, because you know, you just clicking on, just see a picture or whatever. Like it could be a trick. Like that could be turned or it'd be like a lot of people in the picture that get you with that. You know, like you see like two or three women, you be like, what is this? You know,
so what's your requirement for the full 40 and full photo?
That's it. All right. This is a fucking weird
innate feature, which is not subject to change. Or an innate feature, which is not the idea that there's just a it's a particular the rest, which by definition is very American, wrong to be made. The wrong to be now is Gimel, but the public is going to slow down that to know that work anyway. After the people show up, it's really a beautiful activity. After the people show up, I'm going to do that. Even just because people show up, general speech, which a person with 6 people talk every day, say they're going to perish, this comes to people feeling bad. People give us a because they're general speech, a person talks each and every day, not just a Torah, just general what he calls regular mundane talk. So each of them is of regular, that's he doesn't talk about something. Sometimes each of us feeling that there are common attitudes. Our common traits that we often share. Because most of our found, not only is what we do that, Margala 15, tomorrow often not beats that. Margala 15 literally means Margala is a dual or a drum. 15 in the mouth of. So that's because after Margala 15 means common expression. Common expression, and it is a Chazan uses, we often use the emphasis of common expression, but common expression is not the so Margala 15, you know, a dual in the mouth of people, common expression is the so double that you're the kids, so I'm basically what's that. The tragic both from that to the ethic. What does it mean the Margala 15? It means something that a person is I'll ask you to divide freedom. The Holy Ghost is not exactly the way correct. A person feels that the extra something has to be
yeah, there you go, Bill, bro.
because sometimes when Chazal will quote the idea of Margala 15, right? A dual common expression. So Chazal always quoting different Torah. Like, they're not supposed to quoting different Torah. They're just quoting common expression. But the quoted common expression in the context of the Gemara, we're quoting a common expression, and we're using that quotation in a halakhic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So to see something amazing, to see a common everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara, and often being used to go ahead and highlight or both
I guess like let's make it deal.
and learn how a halakhic point, hashkafic point, different. What's the something amazing? Allah should do it. Even though again, statements of Gemara is holy. It's holy. It's not
Your next comedian, everybody. Your next comedian, everybody. Eric Spedden.
Statement that she made is not Torah. Nevertheless, the next step is very correct. Ultimately, again, it's being quoted as a joke. Well said. Remember again, we actually just had this. We had this just, we just, so in that film, the Gemara quoted in context. What was before I could stop them with the Gemara said that is a silence. I'm sorry. If a word is worth one salah, then people is worth two. Because the case is worth the last I would say. Right, the last mission we spoke about the individual. Sorry, let me just
Just me, or does it seem like we're like as a whole, this is terrible.
remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was the case. They lost the cover right? One of the Pedro went out to go ahead and find
Alright, here we go. Fuck yeah. Alright.
Well, I mean, just right off the bat, I mean, do you give a fuck about those jokes that you just said? Like, I don't know, we'll give a fuck.
That's
so we're speaking about the idea that we have a Habula, and the Habula goes ahead and loses the people. They send out one of the members of the Habula to go ahead and look. Unfortunately, we had this whole stuff. There was a discussion, but they end up having a replacement animal, checking the replacement animal. There was a whole discussion about, which animal was used for the Kabbalah, who uses what. So the Mishnah gave a case. So let's again, the Kabbalah has the Kabbalah. They lost the Kabbalah. Reuven goes out to find the carbon. In the interim, the Kabbalah appoints a new carbon. That identifies, sets aside a new carbon. And then the Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuven didn't say anything to the Kabbalah. Very pretty much unilaterally. The Kabbalah didn't say anything to Reuven. So what's the halacha? Reuven uses the carbon that he found. The Kabbalah uses the replacement carbon that that's the idea. And so something very profound. When people don't talk to each other, there's a profundity when people talk. And there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, this was on Saturday, catching down, said, right? So from here, the wise men said, so silence is good. The wise men
So where we were just trying to see about
for fools.
how long you been in LA?
Now, again, is that a statement of faith? Is that a religious statement? It's a life statement. He was quite fascinated about this, and we find this all the time. Where if the Gemara will quote something, sometimes it'll quote it with the marble of the a jewel, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. So you see, Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah. It's a statement of life wisdom. Yet, interestingly enough, remember, it's brought down in the midst of the halakha,
Since you started in 2009,
and it's brought as a quote as a proof. But halakha discussion. So David says, what do you see here? He says, אפילו זיבור כזה, הרוגל איתו איש ההמונים, לעשות את יוסף ישראל. So you see again, right? It's a simple statement. It's not the apathy in which kind of most quoting a sage. The many times when Gemara does this, it's not quoting a sage. It's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Also, Margaret who made the entry is just a thing that people say all of the time. It goes on, he says, you find this very often throughout the Gemara. Shemevi the Gemara is not the only entry where the Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anoshim regilim roma. So Divrei Torah, and ultimately again when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the quotation, actually makes it into Divrei Torah. Lieber von mir kostet der andere Rakshu kostet and this is fast you run Zabato. Ukimoki Muvanta coming with how they discover show how the hobbits Amaga are. So for example, both of them see an example of this. That you remember exactly how having both the idea of many sayings. This quote sayings and many of people. Like this is something that people were accustomed to say. Adam Akan higher loyal, Roma Kiskam Kafka. ضعم شمول على كسكن أبو فرد سيف هري شعب كسكن ملاي هري شعب شعب كسكن لو يقدر تبيك بقرار فبكورا عفا كسكن جلش ورسل جلش بقر إيه محل اسمه ومطالب بارمنا most of the cities inside the tomorrow that is present posting the economic sacrifice. And economic sacrifice posts a number of Hitgamin, right? A number of saints. Of these regular people, like regular people used to say this, used to say that, and what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating. Is he would take these regular sayings of ordinary people, and he would say, oh, there's a pasuk. There's a pasuk that supports this idea. So Tzadik says, so but you see something fascinating developing. You see how Chazal taking quotations of ordinary everyday people, what we call Ma'argul of the Kule, a jewel, right? A gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again, Gemara Second Sanhedrin, quoting in the Gemara, statements of regular, everyday people. And then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the statement, the truth that was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's this again sources of Halacha and Hashkafa, Torah. That's supporting various sources. What does this mean? Like, what's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? It's ultimately again the Gemara quoting from regular people, and they're to stop or pick up with this idea. So on again, the subject is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically, as it continues to adapt to the said that previous host, as well as building what I think is just an incredible paradigm for us going forward. We'll just stop over here.
Yeah, it's disappointing. Even people that are hearing that getting angry about it are taking people about it. Obviously, you're making them feel something emotionally connected to what you're talking about, which is great. So now they're with you. And so now it's like, where you make it a unique bit to you, where you follow up on whatever your actions are after that.
Maybe there's even something in like, do you even really need to call and complain? Because if they're really listening, they should know you're already upset about it. Right. You can just sit there on hold. You can sit there when you're on hold, you just start sobbing on every complaint you have. That makes sense. I mean, it's sort of another 2 + 3 = 4, but yeah, exactly.
The idea that they're already listening, already watching, you can go and on these weird paths and crazy.
I love that it says there's always 3 lines here on the sign up sheet, the name, their Twitter, and the topic. Eric Svedez, your topic is burgers. You didn't mention burgers at all. What's the social commentary on burgers?
So remember, it's
Hamburger.
Go ahead and fix revenue to address one specific thing that we should like to some of the biggest that's one struggling to go ahead and address that struggle.
It's very specific. I just found it very funny that you got really fired up there. The most fired up you get up here about the burger bit.
It seems like that's something that you have felt more emotion about the actual even social commentary on the stuff of the spying on and stuff like that. It seems like you really are passionate about burgers.
It's serious kids getting emotional. I feel like you're getting a reaction, but then it's a no.
Seems like you care about
talk about things that are important to me, which is not subject to change.
So if I had to bridge the gap with a burger,
So what would you say if you were going to bridge the gap with them?
I'm like taking myself
Yes,
out of the I'm telling you, I sit there for hours. I'm waiting
Oh,
to
it's
get the
okay.
burger,
It's all
and I
good.
don't have it.
When you're sitting there for hours, what are you thinking about burgers? It's frustrating.
I'm just thinking about fucking Americans. Fucking burgers. And being like, oh, serious, man? I mean, that's what I eat when I eat a fucking burger.
I love
I
what's
think
good.
about the children that starving, right?
General
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about that. They think about it. When little kids starving in Africa, think about me eating a burger.
Oh, it's better to be starving in LA.
general food every day. That's what the soda. That's general what you call regular mundane stuff. So you have to be regular. Now, if you look at talking about trouble,
Stay there, man. Talk about burgers there.
I've never seen an American with a bloated belly. Like,
Let's go to Walmart.
that's the
go 20 miles outside of LA.
Moshe Hazal, not in his
oh, no, I mean from starvation.
Margot
What happens to is still American.
Gemara.
I mean, I've been to an Indian reservation.
Margot is made literally Margot
Should talk about that, huh?
I like your style. There you go.
Thanks.
That's Eric
in the
Snyder.
mouth. So that's the
S-E-E-K-S. Fuck yeah, man. It's got an interesting perspective on
common
that.
expression.
All right, your next comedian is Joseph P. Larkin.
I'd like to start off with an impression. This is my impression of stand-up comedian and best-selling author Jerry Seinfeld suffering from throat cancer.
I'll ask you about you. Because those next time they take
I try to get better here, not sicker. Alright, this is a $100 prop. 55. I need to get my money's worth, so this is my impression of the thief from Jaws, also suffering from throat cancer.
The quoting common expression in the context of the Gemara, the quoting of common expression. That also says in a halakha or in a
Alright, that's it.
so to see something like
That's awesome. I fucking love it, man. That's hilarious. That's a solid 54 seconds.
and
Sure.
often being
Sure.
used
Is
to
your
go ahead and
robot
highlight
autistic?
or bolster or enhance the halakhic point, the shkafic point, different. What's their
What's going on in there?
I'll actually do it, even though again, statement that the Gemara is quoting.
But that's scary.
It really is.
It's not quote of.
I remember being a professional wrestling fan when I was young.
Ultimately, again,
And there was a part where the Undertaker's brother came out of nowhere, made an appearance for the first time. His name was Kane, and it was like a huge deal when I was a kid in wrestling. The Undertaker had a younger brother that was the same height as him. He had gotten caught in this house fire. There was a whole storyline. I mean, we were all on the edge of our seats. Anyway, Kane, after months of just crushing people, it was a big Monday Night Raw. Tonight, Kane speaks his first words, and he came out and then he had a microphone and he rolled out of his spandex basically one of those, just basically said like, Undertaker, I'm going to kill you. And I remember being a kid and seeing that and being like, what the fuck is that thing? So then I went to my mom goofing around like later that night or the next day or something. I'm like, hey mom, what are you doing? And she's like, don't ever do that, because she has this terrible fear of, she was once on an elevator and some creepy guy pulled one of those out and was like, hey little girl, or something like that. So yeah, when I see those those things. That's a long way to that story, which is just that. But that is considered like a very scary tool. Is there anything else you can do with it, or is that what you got?
that
Or you read it, or is that what
and the Kabula goes ahead and
there you go.
loses the visa. They send out one of the members of the Kabula to go and look. Right? Because remember, you have this whole stuff. There was a discussion, you know, and but then they end up finding a replacement. I don't know, check the replacement. There's a whole discussion about, well, which animal is used to the country. Which of these uses what? So this should be the case. So let's say the Kabula has a Kalapeta. They lost the Kalapeta. Moving goes out to find the carbon. Moving from the Kabula obtains a new carbon. That's how it's called. I gotta identify certain kind of new carbon. And then the Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuben didn't say anything to the Kabula. That was pretty much the acted unilaterally. The Kabula didn't say anything to Reuben. So what's the halacha? Reuben uses the Kalapeta that he found. The Kabula uses the replacement Kalapeta and Shalom Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's something very profound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, this was on Saturday, that came down saying, kind of a coming, Yafesh, Yikal, coming, Kabbalah, right? Right? So here the wise man said, so Simon, the wise man, Kabbalah, Malachas, all the words.
If you ever got to go by a person with one of those that just had a mouth, that's why are you acting like me? I wouldn't say that. It is interesting. So it was really 4 years ago that you wrote that you got the problem.
All the time, where the Gemara will quote something, sometimes they quote it with the direction of marginal of the Gemara. A tool right there, standing in the mouth of people. The Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah, that's a statement of life reason. Yes, interestingly enough, whatever it was down in the midst of the halachic discussion, and it's called as a proof for halachic discussion. The subject says, what do you think? He says, אפילו דיבור כזה, לא יוצא כביש ההמוני. What Yosef means from see it there. The Gemara will quote that which the regular people said. Sha'anoshim with hidden Roma. So Divrei Torah, and ultimately again, when quoted by the Gemara, is quoted in the context.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do it, I say fucking extend it. I want to see an hour
Torah.
next time.
When you talk about the if you make me one time coming to something, how they come in, so how the public can come up with
and then you go throw cancer joke, and every impression is throat cancer, but then you can just do an impression of anybody, just say this is my impression of Bobby Bob, and they're going to be waiting for throat cancer, and you should say, I killed it, just
no matter from tax to tax.
you're going to stand and go. That's how that shit happens. Right, well, I mean, this is like 21st century.
And the Gemara Sanhedrin quotes just a number of gamim, right? A number of sayings. I'll use regular people, right? Regular people used to say this, used to say that. And what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating. If you were thinking regular sayings of ordinary people, and you would say, oh, There's a person. There's a person that supports this idea. So Topic said, so also something absolutely developing. You see Kazal taking quotations of ordinary everyday people, what we call narcoleptic today, as you will write a gem in the mouth of an individual. You see again, Imam Sa'id quoting in the Gemara statements of regular everyday people, and then you find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements with an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a Pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different, again, sources of Halacha and Hashkafa, Torah, that support these very research. What's the research? What does this mean? Right? What's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? Ultimately, again, we learn from regular people, we learn from Samuel Bill, we learn this idea. So we'll understand that something is going to develop this quite beautifully for that to extend the future post, as well as building what I think is
It's interesting to me that you keep labeling yourself as like you wanted to do something innovative and you just called yourself bland when you were naming right now. Like, I don't know, maybe there's just a lot of material in that too that you think that you're putting. What is it about you that makes you think that you're so clean and bland?
Oh shit, man, look at me. I don't know. That's a good one. I'd say 90% of my act is just me. Talking about how much I hate myself. And minorities.
What about oh Jesus! All right. Now we get to
Until I get started on this game.
I'll get you started on what?
Nothing.
No. Hey man. By the way, please do that in here. Oh yeah, you got it. This thing, man. Look, white comments. If you want to talk about how you hate black people, please do it in front of black people. Don't do that shit in front of safe white shit, and then you'll see if it's really funny. Yeah, that's all you gotta do because you're generalized, and so everybody is different. So do it, but for real, be brave, but do it in front of a black club. If you're doing cancer jokes, you feel this, do it, and then see what happens. You might strike on to something. Because if but I'm curious. Should we get into the show? What do you think? What do you think?
I don't actually.
Right. What about women? You listed that as
I definitely hate women though.
So you were honest about the women part. You definitely hate women is the words that you just said. And you said, and also minorities less than a second later. But that's not true at all. Sitting right next to you.
So remember,
I wonder if that thing will work. Wait now. Joseph P. Larkin, there he goes every day. I want to see an hour through the voice box next time. I had a feeling when I saw halfway male, I'm like, it's got to be a little racist.
with a guy his name elevated levels of spirituality that is often indicative of how little one has. In other words, that teaches us the more you have accomplished, the less the more I've accomplished, the more I realize how little I have truly done.
Oh, look at my little defensive baby over there. A lot can penetrate that thick layer of armor he has on.
What I've done. There's always has to have appreciation and a recognition of what they have and what they have accomplished. But at the same time, what I've done helped me to inform the reality of my knowledge of how little I've truly done and how much more I actually have to accomplish.
You're not allowed to do that, though. I don't want you doing
so that. Goes on and says, if you take a look at my hydration,
is that your catchphrase?
Yeah.
The area I see this, the left hand side, about halfway down the passage. So the only comes out the door. The come on up on it. So comes out close to the see this is the door. So on him. Now let's take. The following said, swimming below your dog clothes, tabuka. The sign that a person really knows very little or knows nothing. Tabuka is the ultimate event that a person faces himself. Self-praise and self-aggrandizement and a feeling of how I've arrived and how much I've accomplished is often indicative of how little I truly know. So let's say, so again, the idea of being the one point in the asymmetric receptacle makes a lot of noise. A lot of noise. A lot of that's tabuka. שמשתבח בכל רם וגס רוח בפני אביו, גם מי שנכנס בינו לבין עצמו ובין גלובו. Listen, by the way, so that also is very interesting. Don't we think that we're talking about a person who, let's say, is arrogant or boastful about his spiritual accomplishments in the eyes of others? We're not even talking about that. Even someone who doesn't say anything to other people, but in his own mind, feels that he's accomplished so much. Yeah, because that's his detrimental mindset. A person in his own mind thinks that he's arrived. A person in his own mind thinks that he's accomplished. A person in his own mind who thinks, look where I've gotten to where I need to get to. That, says the Rebbe, is where the true personalistic beings are alive. If you take a look at footnote Gimel, he says something very interesting. Quotes over here by David Tzadek, Kimush Amur Chazal, Eizu Chacham, he is one who is truly wise and was with such a profound idea. Amati Esmechom, someone who knows his place. Who is one who is truly wise? Someone who knows his place. So listen, what does that mean to know your place? To Makir Kasro. Knowing my place means I know what I am, but I also know what I'm not. I know where I'm deficient. I know where I am lacking. I know where I am imperfect. Zesh tachlis hayediyah shelo nada. About Istra Beligina Kish Kish is God. So it's such a, we're often used to Ezu Chacham, about Kaladam, who is wise, someone who learns every person. Oh, that is true. But Ezu Chacham is speaking, Hamaki Ashim knowing my truth. Knowing my place. Specifically, says the Tzaddik, knowing my place means I know what I am, but I know what I'm not. And I'm being cognizant of my deficiencies and my shortcomings. I'm cognizant of the fact that as much as I have accomplished, it is only the tip of the iceberg. So the day, the Rebbe says, this story is very interesting. He picked up Sur HaGaiva, he rolled behind Hagas and his Harris Prophet book. It was a listening profound statement. The Rebbe says, the most destructive form of Gaiva, the most destructive form of arrogance, has nothing to do with how you interact with others. However, the Gaiva and his status will be both. Rather, the most destructive form of arrogance is arrogance that I maintain and contain within. So that was saying that I think very often we all think this way. I think, we often think that the most destructive Gaiva is the guy that kind of visited upon others, external Gaiva. External Gaiva, like the person who acts in a boastful, arrogant fashion towards other people. Never says, that's bad, don't get me wrong, that's definitely bad. But the truth is, the most destructive form of Gaiva, the kind of Gaiva that really pulls the rug out from under yourself, the kind of Gaiva that erodes a person from the inside out, is a Gaiva Beinoli Atzmo. Beinoli Atzmo, a personalistic Gaiva, a feeling that, hey, listen, there are a lot of times a person could project, right, an air of humility, klapichos, right, to the outside world that can look very humble. The outside world that looks very pious, but there's a Gaiva that's inside. That internal Gaiva, says the Rebbe, erodes a person from the inside out, because that inner Gaiva takes away the need to grow. That inner Gaiva prevents me from moving myself forward. That inner Gaiva that makes me go, I've arrived, I'm good, is what takes away any traction for growth. He says, what does the Pasuk say? The abomination to Hashem is Yivan Li, one who has an inflated, an arrogant heart. So it's interesting, it doesn't say, Gaiva that you such Lord God, it's Yivan Li. An inflated feeling, I should say, a feeling of self-inflated, a feeling of overinflated self-worth, a feeling of I've arrived, a feeling of look, I'm good, I've accomplished. That ultimately is the greatest abomination to us. So what's the thing about this, by the way? It's a pretty strong statement. Really, that's the greatest abomination. Inner dialogue, inner arrogance is the greatest abomination. I can think of a lot of stuff that seems to be much worse than inner than personalistic dialogue. One of my sees that this is why is it considered to be an abomination? This is ultimately against this is suffer how other in the family are small to the MS. Because at the end of the day, when a person possesses guidance, when a person possesses arrogance, and they feel they've arrived, they feel they've accomplished, they feel there's nothing more for me to do, that's the end of the love. That's the end of life. And that is the greatest growth structure we have. When a person feels like there's no need for growth, when a person feels like there's no need for improvement, when a person feels like there's no need for personalistic development, that in and of itself is the greatest strength and greatest accommodation to us. Let's stop over here for today. We're going to pick up tomorrow. Finish with tomorrow. That has a very, very powerful piece about timing and the original mistake of timing. And we mentioned that'll help explain this concept. That will just stop
Still with us, episode 18. We're again together for Sarah, Mostly Johnny, everybody.
So I'm bisexual. Not nearly as supportive as my parents. Or as the guys that like to date call it, yes. I don't really understand that reaction. I think there's going to be a lot of threesomes in there. But I think we all know when you like a girl, the last thing you want to see is something about her. So I don't think so. I guess being disappointed by like one gender wasn't enough for me. I would like double my money. So it's great. I actually, to be honest with you guys, I had a show last night, so I was like focused on it. Yeah. Sorry, I was listening so
You could have just said that's all you have, but you also mentioned that
Alright, so it's good morning.
to you than our show.
Morning is going to go in a couple of minutes. We're going to send a stick of traffic. So we are picking up today in OS 85, which is here to reach Mo, and the traffic are going to follow in safer. OS Kimmel and the PBS on the track yesterday as well. So that is a really fascinating piece. That is what it's about. Let's follow along in the Korea proceedings. This is just the other culture of the natural. When the down, well, yeah, let's check about us. This is how the mellow stuff is. When a person begins to think to himself that he has already accomplished much in his service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he thinks that the person begins to feel incredibly accomplished in their Yiddishkeit, incredibly accomplished in their service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That it says, "Yizah atzmo yida shelo noga ba ba'avodas Hashem Baruch Hu." That in and of itself is the greatest indicator that I've accomplished now. That's a very strong idea. So the moment that I begin to think that I accomplished something in my avodas Hashem, that it says an indication that I truly accomplished nothing. You know, Sha'amru Chazal is singing Legasis Yura Pianios. Cultivating one sentence solution is quite beautiful. And sometimes the sin, the sign for arrogance, is poverty. Now, what is that? He says in the Eres HaGemara, Shakavara Alaniyos the Torah. So the Gemara explains that when we say that the sign for arrogance is poverty, doesn't have to be referring to one's financial status, but rather, again, it refers to his spiritual poverty. Sometimes, again, it's spiritual poverty that ultimately engenders or creates a sense of arrogance. Sheme'aka shaliba reiki Torah, u'margish shisnasus in scholars. This requires a little bit of explanation because it's quite amazing. So that it says again, the moment that a person begins to feel that he's accomplished so much in his service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, actually highlights the idea of how spiritually incompetent I truly am. I truly am, because those, he says, because the idea is a feeling that I've accomplished a lot, feeling that I've accomplished a lot, is a form of gaiva, arrogance. And arrogance often masks a certain degree of lacking. Right? Arrogance, you know this, people who are overly arrogant, they're usually masking something else. There's something else that they're hiding. And very often there's some kind of inadequacy. So in the realm of spirituality, when a person has spiritual arrogance, thinking that I've accomplished a lot, often what that's masking is an incredible inadequacy that I'm truly deficient. I'm truly spiritually impoverished. He says something he quotes over here in Gemara that is so profound. This is a mashal that people often say. This is great. Astira Zelegina Kish Karia, which means literally Sala Acha B'Kir Pares, the Kashkish in Mashia Kol Hazak. He says, if you have one coin in a large jug, it makes a lot of noise. As opposed to, if you have a container filled with a lot of coins, ultimately, this is a profound muscle. You can imagine if you have a receptacle filled to the brim with coins, it makes no noise when you shake it. Instead, if you have a receptacle filled with one coin, it makes a ton of noise when you shake it. The idea being that if a person, quote unquote, makes a lot of noise, is very confident and is very boastful about their spiritual accomplishment and feel like they've accomplished so much, generally says that it means there's only one coin in there. But if a person ultimately, again, is filled, see, let's say, isn't this the great anomaly in spirituality? We're having a sometimes come to that with Michael Langdown. A long time ago, this is a number of years ago, we were learning the Shunach started. And that how highlights this same type that you find this in every book for the world. This idea that the moment a person begins to feel accomplished is the moment that unfortunately that tells me that gaiva is saying, arrogance is saying, and in reality that feeling of accomplishment actually bespeaks a certain level of arrogance. So so is that, like, when is it ever enough? When is it ever enough? So when should a person say, I've accomplished? And of course the answer is, here's the thing, it's always and never. Meaning, is not suggesting that a person shouldn't feel accomplished. Because it presents the joy. Say, if I never feel accomplished, then most of think about things that you do in life that you never feel accomplished. Chances are, at a certain point in time, you just give it up. It's just give it up. Most people don't continue down a road in which they feel no level of sequel, no level of accomplishment. The Rebbe is not saying I shouldn't feel accomplished. What the Rebbe is saying is I shouldn't feel finished. You see, what the Rebbe is describing over here is shechoshe b'nafsho shekvar asa ba'avodas Hashem. The Rebbe is describing over here a person who says, I've made it. I've now reached the level, and I'm good. The moment that a person feels, and that's why his lashon is past tense, adam choshe b'nafsho shekvar asa v'hisig harbe me'avodas Hashem. When a person feels, I've done it, I did it, give me a shkayach, I did it, I've accomplished. That, the Rebbe says, unfortunately, is a manifestation of arrogance. So that should a person take pride in his spiritual accomplishments? Absolutely, unequivocally, yes. And I should take pride in those daily accomplishments. But I should recognize that I will say, the anomaly of spirituality is I can have a host of spiritual accomplishments, but remember, at the end of the day, just because you accomplished something today does not mean it's yours tomorrow. Right? Spirituality is a daily struggle. It's a daily battle. And I might have won the last 5 days, and it's still possible that I'll lose the next 17 days. That's the way that Ruchnius works. Therefore, what the Rebbe is describing over here is a person who's never allowed to say, I've made it. I've arrived. It's locked in. I'm good. I got this. A person should rejoice in the day-to-day accomplishment of the spirituality, but never feel confident that those accomplishments are safe, secure in the bag, and irrevocable. Rather, a person, again, rejoice in the accomplishment, but recognize that I have not arrived. I have not arrived. I haven't made it. I am a perpetual work in progress. And those who celebrate their spiritual accomplishments, again, let's say, to be clear, should I celebrate my spiritual accomplishments? Of course, we have a beautiful scene in Mirror Session this coming Wednesday. Right? You're supposed to celebrate our spiritual accomplishments. But there have been discussion earlier, the person who celebrates the spiritual accomplishments in a boastful, arrogant fashion. A celebration of, look what I've locked in for myself. Look what I've done. Look how I've arrived. Right? I'm good. I'm done. That's Zereba. That means there's only one coin rattling around in the picture. Right? There's only one coin. When there's a lot of coins, they don't make a lot of noise. Because the truth is, the more I amass in Ruchnius, the more I realize how much the Lord says, no. Isn't it interesting, by the way, how don't you feel this way after we do the daf? Right? You finish a block tomorrow. So the truth is, one would think a person should feel an incredible sense of accomplishment and contentment having finished a block tomorrow. And hopefully we do. But I know, at least me, I know the greater feeling you have is, oh my gosh, I have so much more to do. Right? All this effort, all this brain power, this whole hour went into this down, went into this block. There's so much more. We didn't get to this, we didn't get this. And it's like, look at the iceberg. This is the iceberg. So I feel there's a bit of accomplishment. There's a block tomorrow locked in. But I also feel beautifully overwhelmed by what there is to do. So let's wrap this up over here for today. We'll pick up in Mirror Hashem with this tomorrow. But an incredible yesod. Celebrate the accomplishments that have been done, but don't allow those accomplishments to make you feel like you've arrived, like you've locked in some elevated state. Because that's the moment I begin to feel like that is the moment that Gaiva sets in. And the moment that Gaiva sets in, Gaiva really precludes any future accomplishment. We'll continue with this idea tomorrow. Straight, everyone. Need more time. Right. All right, so what's like good from morning let us begin. We will try to have us people because I got it. There we go. And into this last down of this last down of the census time. So since we're picking up this morning in Sitka Satzadik Us Paid Gimel. Us Paid Gimel. So I sent out the PDF last night. Page Sadik. So that was says as follows, really beautiful, beautiful idea. He says, we'll just follow along in the beginning just to get started on this piece. כמו שיש בקניין או עולם הזה. לפעמים כשאתם מוצאים בציע של הרע, so that says, sometimes it happens in the physical, material world, the world of passions. So it can happen that a person finds incredible treasure. או לפעמים זו האדם בגורל שקוראים lottery. היינו בבייס. Sometimes the person wins the lottery. He says, what does this mean? ומסעשר פתאום ולא שום הגיע. The idea is it can happen in this world that a person could become wealthy instantaneous success. The concept of instantaneous material success is found in this world. He says, this is incredible. The Kinyani Olam Haba, the famine Efsha Biskos Biton, the Madrigos, the Scubbles, the Lo Amel, the Yir Kishi. So he says, that is something absolutely amazing. He says, to see even in the world of Gashmis, in the world of material wealth, it is possible to encounter instantaneous success without any effort. So to the world of spirituality, it is possible, says the Rebbe, to go ahead and reach very high levels of spirituality without any effort. Like I will say, this line seems to be, contradictory to anything and everything we've ever learned throughout our entire lives regarding spirituality. But we'll allow the Rebbe to explain. So the same way there could be instantaneous success in the world of materialism without any effort, considering the lottery. So from the world of spirituality, you could climb to reach certain levels without any effort. What is this? Page Kuftzad test. Let's at least begin this idea. This is the Hagam Shamru Chazal Parakam de Megillah. So it's even though this is incredible. One Hashkafa that will begin the Sefer Megillah tomorrow, and the Rebbe quotes from the Sefer Megillah. So we'll say the Rebbe here is quoting from one of the most moving Gemaras. Actually, let's take a look. In footnote Shin Pei Gimel. In footnote Shin Pei Gimel, the Rebbe says the Gemara, in Yom Lacha Adav, Yagati B'lo Matzasi Al-Kam. So it's a very famous Gemara. If a person will say to you, Yagati, I put in effort, B'lo Matzasi, that I was unable to find success, Al-Tam, don't believe such a person like that. Don't believe such a person. Why? What is the Gemara saying? If you put in effort, you'll find success. So if a person says, I put in so much effort, but I couldn't succeed, says to I don't believe them. Don't believe they didn't really put in the effort. So if a person says, I didn't put in effort, but I was successful, also don't believe them, because there's no such thing as success without effort. I had a such thing with what we just said. Hold on for just a second. Yagati umasasi. But if a person says, I put in effort and I found success, Tan, then you should believe them. Yagati umasasi Tan. So the Gemara says, well, 1 second. Honey, I'm going to footnote Shin Pei Gimel Kuf Tzadik Test. I said to Gemara, honey, using the Divrei Torah. By the way, when is this true? This is true with matters of spirituality. About the Masa Umat, when it comes to business, Siyato Hu Min Shivai. This is incredible. When it comes to business, this whole model is not true. Right? In other words, the model of Yagati Umasas. I put in effort, and therefore I was successful. That's in spirituality. So, in spirituality, the person says, I didn't put in effort, but I was successful, or I put in effort, but I wasn't successful. Don't believe them. Don't believe them. But if a person says, Yagati umatsasi, I put in effort, and I was successful, in that situation, says the Gemara, you could believe them. But that's only in spirituality. In business, people are successful all of the time without effort, and conversely, people who put in incredible amounts of effort are not successful. He goes on, he says, but if I told furthermore, again, even when it comes to Torah, what are we referring to over here? In terms of understanding. In other words, in order to understand something, this model applies. I put in effort, I understood. I didn't put in effort, I didn't understand. But however, to remember things, that's Yad Tishmai. Right? But what you remember, what you don't remember, that's Yad Tishmai. But Rashi, look to make yourself, Shtaka, Menos Yad Tishmai, V'yesh, Yagav, Ve'inamot. Never will say. So now, watch this, back up top, just for a moment. We'll have to do 1 more minute, then we'll stop. So the Hagam Sha'abu Chazal Parakam de Megillah, Shim Yomer Lacha Adam, Lo Yagata, Umatsasa Al-Tan. What did I just say? Did I just say that just like in the world of Gashmis, sometimes a person can be successful with absolutely no effort. So too in the world of ruchnius, sometimes a person can reach very high levels even though they did not put in any effort. I said, Zeb, I know what you're going to say. What about the Gemara Masechtas Megillah? The Gemara says, "Shin Yomar Laka Adam Lo Yagata Umatzasa Al Tanya." Ve'im came. Ketzad Yitafim Shigiska Adam Lama'alos Ruchnius Lelo Amav Yegia. You're going to say, well, that's about the second Megillah that says that if a person says, I didn't bring effort and I was successful, don't believe them. And if that's the case, how can you argue that a person reached high levels of spirituality without any type of effort? Ha'asinon, harimaskaras, hagimara shan, kihani nidi hagbar ma'amurim, rak be'inyin hidud havanas halimot. Shalazeh in jokum below hikia. Abaluk make your saw. So the Rebbe says something very interesting. The Rebbe says, the Gemara itself answers this question. The Gemara says, when we speak about Yagat Matzas, that you're only going to be successful with effort, that refers ultimately to what? To understanding something. You're only going to understand something in the world of Ruchnius, only going to understand Torah if I apply myself. If I don't apply myself, I'm just simply not going to understand. But retention, that's up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's Siyata B'Shmaya. That's up to the Ribono Shel Olam. So we'll say, so what do you see? Yes? You see here that even in the realm of spirituality, the realm of Ruchnius, there are things that could occur even without effort. So therefore, again, this Gemara Megillah actually doesn't contradict what the Rebbe said. The Gemara actually backs it up. Now, while it's true that for understanding Torah, if you don't put in effort, you're not going to understand. For retention, for memory, that's Siyata B'Shmaya. That's up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So you see that even in the realm of spirituality, there are certain things that could occur even without effort. Even without effort. So we'll have to stop over here for today. But tomorrow, well, actually, not tomorrow, but it's time to do that. Okay, whenever the next time we do that stuff, we're going to continue on this idea. So we'll say the notion that one could reach high spiritual levels without effort requires us to understand number one, what levels are we talking about? What levels are we talking about? And what does the level mean when he actually says no effort? All right, in your Hashem, you think you think. All right, people, say. So good morning. Let us begin. So just really want to spend a few moments this morning before we get to the dot, just to close out Os in Sivkas HaTzadik. So this is the profundity of this particular Os has been the way in which the Rebbe has really taught us how to deal, how to contend with a number of difficult and challenging midos. So specifically, again, we saw in the beginning of this how to deal with Kas, we spoke about Haiba, and now again at the end of the Oath, we focus as we took the challenge, the secret from the cup. Amazing. What happens if a person struggles with covet? With honor. Now, one thing that interestingly enough, the way that Tzaddik understands, or the way that Tzaddik explains it, if you take a look in the Be'ori HaChassidus, he writes over there on the right-hand column of Tzaddik challenge, the secret release the mitzvah of the Tavach HaKavet. So the remedy for one who has stumbled with the desire for honor, you don't say, Papa, yes, so it's interesting to say the subject is explaining this is a situation in the case where one has stolen or one has taken the honor due to his friend. So it's interesting that the subject frames it that way. Let's kind of zoom out a little bit and just focus on the idea that sometimes we desire covet. Right? People are people, and often again the desire for recognition, the desire for honor often causes us to make terrible mistakes. So what does a person do if ultimately again they require cover, right? As a type of a cover, desire for cover. What do you do? Seemingly has to change your name. Change your name. Okay, so that says it can change it in the way of people. Shina the Shana as smoke to that. You can change the name as you will discuss. Now what now interesting is what changing what is that mean? Look at the other right. Vizat the Shina has been Moya Lakola. Flippo Ibura Aburo Ibua. You know, you see when you see that name changes. Interestingly enough, the charismatic example of a name change is when a person is killed. Person is ill, will change the name, will add a name, if you can start our log to Yamos Kachalo, Kevin in Spanish Mo, and who Osa Otto in the Java. Okay, what's the idea of a name change when it comes to a person's world? You see as follows. The Chas V'Shalom is exerted as a decree upon a particular person he should die. Chas V'Shalom as a result of his illness. By changing the name, the person becomes someone different. Right? By changing the name, now a new individual, and therefore any previous gezira, any previous decree does not apply, does not evolve upon that individual. So therefore, by the other time we find Shini and Shin. So again, by a chola, if there is a decree against a certain person, hopefully by changing the name, we go ahead and change the decree as well. Or the previous decree no longer applies to this person. Where else do we find Shini and Hashem? Is the Rambam in Hilchos Tshuva. Right? The Rambam says in the second chapter of Hilchos Tshuva, that I think it's supposed to be also in the yeah, it's in footnote Shin Samech Vav. Re'ei Rambam Tshuva, bless you. Parak Beis Halacha Dalit, bless you. Second chapter, fourth halacha. Nidarche Tshuva Lios Hashad Mishane Shmo. One of the things that a person does in the process of Tshuva is a person changes their name. Kolomar Ani Acher Ve'eni Osa Ish Sha'asa Osa Hamas. When it comes to Tshuva, I change my name because what do I say? I'm a different person. I am not the same person who has committed these particular deeds. Interestingly enough, two examples of name changes. One in a case where a person is ill, and one in a case where a person is doing tshuva. In both cases, the theme is the same. A person is chas v'shalom ill, that means there's a gzira, there's a decree against that person. By going in and changing the name, we say, okay, the decree, the gzira shouldn't apply to this person anymore. Shuvah, I did something, I now want to become someone different, I changed my name. So of course, the name change represents the change of identity. I don't say, some people are telling me absolutely amazing. When does a person run after cover? Right? When does a person run after, let's be honest, you're amongst friends. Right? When does a person run after cover? The truth is, when a person is terribly insecure, and a person doesn't feel good about who and what they are. You see, if I'm well adjusted, I'm really happy with me, first of all, in general, number one, I don't need others to agree with me, which is incredibly important. So people who try to voice their opinion upon others often are insecure. And if I'm insecure, I need others to build me up. I'm not comfortable in my own skin. I'm not comfortable with who I am. So I need others' approval. I need others' cover in order to be safe and secure in who I am. So the Rebbe says something amazing. Person struggles with covet. Person struggles ultimately again with the type of the desire for covet. What do you have to do? Change your name. Readjust your identity. Figure out who you are and figure out how to be comfortable within your own persona. Now, sometimes that means I have to become someone different. Because at the end of the day, sometimes the reason why I'm insecure is because I know deep down there are profound personalities. Deep down there are things which are really significantly broken. So sometimes it's just really the person who I am, and it's not the person I need to be. There are times when I need to affect some dramatic changes in my life in order to be a productive and or to be a happy human being. But the Rebbe says the desire for covet comes from insecurity. The desire for covet comes from the knowledge that I am not content with who I am. So instead of spending my life running after the covet, says the Rebbe, Shinoi Hashem. Make the adjustments, make the tweaks to your own identity. Figure out what is broken. Figure out what is in a state of disrepair. Change it, modify it, do whatever you need to do to ultimately find a sense of confidence, to find a sense of happiness, and to find a sense of fulfillment in who and what you are. All right, so stop over here for today. So we officially closed out Os Pei Aleph. Again, if you look on your own Gura Chasidus, if something does get in the topic of covet, he does get into this idea of taking covet from someone else, which again, you'll see it's just another example of what we're learning. But I think what we were able to accomplish hopefully is just discussing covet in the most global sense and of its approach to dealing with it. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. I want to just take in a few minutes of something. A little bit of quickness outside today, hopefully tomorrow a little bit also. We can't get the full 10 minutes, just a little bit. So remember again, we left off last week in Os Pei. And in Os Pei, the Rebbe was talking about the concept of how one remedies the midah of kas, the midah of anger. So now on page Kuf Tzadik Gimel, the Rebbe transitions and talks about as follows: Tikkun L'Taiva. What is the tikkun? What is the way to fix taiva, desire? Now, of course, Rebbe over here is referring to inappropriate desires. How does one go ahead and fix taiva? Well, it's a $1 million question that most of us grapple with throughout our entire lives. How do you fix taiva? So say, the Rebbe devotes 2 lines to this. 2 lines. He has 2 lines to fix taiva. So the Rebbe says, listen to this. He says, Shinoi Maisa. The way to go ahead and fix taiva is to change your actions. Shinoi Maisa. Change your actions. What does this mean? Shevad va'aver liyado v'mitzal himeno. When a person ultimately, again, has the opportunity to sin, but doesn't do so, fazeh niskana kolder. Through this, any earlier indiscretions are fixed. Okay, well, what does this mean on a people level? So if you take a look at the Yoreya Hasidus, on the bottom left-hand column of Kuf Tzadik Gimel, the Rebbe writes as follows: the tikkun l'mishnei ba'aver shel taiva. If a person has fallen prey to taiva, to desire, now let's remember again, the Rebbe is using taiva as kind of like a catch-all category. Right? So taiva refers to all of those things where I should be resisting the temptation to do something, but I failed to resist the temptation. So how do I fix that? You know, it's interesting because in general, we don't really talk about taiva, we talk about specific averos. Right? I fell prey to my desires in this or in that. The Rebbe says there's sometimes in life is a general issue with lust. Sometimes I'm just lusting after all the wrong things. So that's a midah, said Rebbe. There's a midah of taiva. I am a desirous individual and have an inability to abstain. That's the problem. That's the midah. So it may manifest itself in a variety of different ways. But the midah itself is the midah of kind of midah of desire, and my challenge is an ability to practice restraint. So how do I go ahead and fix that midah? So the Rebbe says, bottom column, left hand side, Kuf Tzadik Gimel. He says, this is very dramatic. Okay, so I'm looking forward. So the Rebbe says as follows. He says, "I dishimi ma'ase dahainu sheyochiach b'ma'ase shelo yoshuv ol v'olam masos averuzut." Listen, this is incredible. How do you fix taiva? This is incredible. Through abstinence, by being faced with an opportunity to do something, but holding back. So I could be a Baal Taiva, I can go ahead and exercise my desire, but I'm actively choosing to abstain. Dahainu, sheyochiach b'ma'aseh shelo yoshuv ol v'olam lasos averuzut. So this blew me away. So the Rebbe says, how do you combat Taiva? You combat Taiva by practicing abstinence. That's it. The only way to break a midah, Paul says how? To break the midah. You know, this harkens back to the Rambam, right? They've mentioned this so many times throughout the years. Where the Rambam writes in Hilchot Deos, right? If a person has a problem with their temper, a person has a problem with kas. So the Rambam says, how do you address the midah of kas, terrible temper? What do? Stop getting angry. You really feel like shkoyach. I could have been the Rambam, right? I could have come up with that one. And I would say, but it's such a profound idea. Sometimes the only way, it's interesting because we're always looking, it's kind of in the same way of spirituality. We're often looking for like schools. Everybody wants a school for something, right? The school for this, the school for that. Sometimes it's not about school. Sometimes it's about just doing the right thing. So often we're always looking for strategies or for ideas. How do I overcome this trait? How do I change? How do I this? And sometimes it's just about stop it. There's something I'm doing wrong. There's something inappropriate that I'm engaged in. Sometimes it's not about a strategy. Sometimes it's just about stopping the negative behavior. So the Rambam says, if I am a Baal Taiva, if this is the way I live, is that I satisfy every want. I satisfy every desire, which is indicative, says the Rebbe, of a general sense of life restraint. The only way to fix that is to exercise restraint. Let's say, the Rebbe writes it sounds so simple. Of course, it's not so simple, but Lamaisa, it is so simple. Sometimes the answers to our problems are actually pretty straight out. If I have difficulty exercising restraint, the only way to address that is to begin to exercise restraint. And the Rebbe says, all you really need to do is incredible. All I need to do is do it once. Because ultimately, again, once I find that courage to exercise restraint once, I show myself that I have the ability to do it. Now, again, does that mean I'm going to be perfect? Of course not. But once I show myself that I have the ability to do it, there is what to build upon. The Rebbe says, Kigon, Shebad Dvar Avera, Kizul Yodo, Umana Es Atzmo Mila Asoso V'nitzol Zeno. All because we'll say, the way life happens. If a person is about Taiva, it is only a matter of time until that Taiva manifests itself again. Right? Only a matter of time until that opportunity, that desirous opportunity manifests itself again. He says, what's going to happen? And if I choose this time to exercise restraint, and as a result, I don't fall prey to my taiva, minavira, niskan gam ha'avon hakodim shezgabra lavataiva v'nichshava v'lezdika l'kavsha. So I will say, interesting, the Rebbe says that when I exercise restraint, and therefore don't commit this particular avera again, not only have I saved myself from avera, but I also have the opportunity to go ahead and atone for the previous indiscretions of the past. What I just point out over here, if this sounds familiar, it's because in footnotes Shin Samech Beis and Shin Samech Gimel, So he points out over here that this is really reflective of the Gemara Masahasuma. The Gemara says, what is a Baal Tshuva Gemura? Right? When do you become an absolute Baal Tshuva? The Gemara says, when you come face to face with the same circumstances that you have in the past. But in the past, I sinned. In the past, I gave in to my desires and passions. And now, I find the koach to stand up to them. That's called the Baal Tshuva Gemura. That's complete tshuva. So that's really what the Rebbe is describing over here. The Rebbe says he's really framing it because I think all of us encounter taivas in different areas of life. Right? We all have those desires. That the truth is, we often find it difficult to exercise restraint. For some people, again, it's often it changes as we get older and in different stages in life. But we all have those taivas that we struggle with. And the Rebbe says the only way in taiva, the issue of taiva, is I have an inability to exhibit restraint. And the Rebbe says so beautifully, the only way to address that is to become the kind of individual who are capable of exercising restraint. It sounds so simple, but says Rebbe, all I need to do is do it once. Ultimately, again, showing myself that I possess that capability, showing myself that I possess that particular koach, and ultimately one is able to battle type. All right, well, so we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up, and I'm going to try to finish up okay. There's one more piece I want to say. So far we've done kas, so far we've done taiva, and interestingly enough, the last piece we'll discuss today is covet. Those who desire covet, constantly desire honor, how we ultimately address that, and Merit Hashem tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, Jabba say good morning. We're picking up today in Sifkas Hatzadik Oats 8. So we began this particular oath yesterday with the Rebbe's idea that tikkun l'kas, the way to remedy, the way to rectify the midah of kas, the midah of anger, is shinui makom, change one's place. And the way the Rebbe really arrived at this idea was through the concept that a person who commits an act of murder is sent to Golos, is sent to a city of refuge. The Rebbe says it's means that at the core of the transgression of Ritzicha is kas, is anger. So we're picking up on page Kuf Tzadik Aleph in the Uriah Hasidus, the right hand column, right by the bracket. The Hayah Harotzeach Gola Li'er Miklat Yoshev Sham. What would happen if a person would accidentally kill another individual? They would be exiled to the Miklat, to the city of refuge. Below not the nod ba'aretz, the olam. That is very interesting. And now, what the Rebbe is really doing is bringing together a number of different things. Because remember, again, the first act of murder was Cain against Hevel. Now remember, Cain was sent as a wanderer. That was his punishment. He was to wander the earth for the rest of his life. So the Rebbe says that when a person kills the shogun, a person kills accidentally, his sentence is not his sentence is not to wander, but rather his sentence is to go to a particular place for exile, to Ir Miklat. The Tamadavar. What's the reason? What's the logic for the Ir Miklat? Why is it the way say that the halacha for the accidental murderer is to go ahead and go to Golos to the Ir Miklat, to the city of refuge? This is beautiful. V'atam hadavar ki be'emes yish b'kedusha es midas pachad yitzvot shehi eish zikdusha. So that says we know that there is a midah of pachad yitzvot. This is actually how Yaakov Avinu referred to his father, pachad yitzvot. What does it mean, the fear of yitzvot? So that says this refers to the midah of Eish B'Kedusha. There's a concept of the fire of holiness. Meaning what? Lahargiz ba Yetzer Tov al Yetzer Hara. Okay, so there's a lot of things happening over here. So over here, the Rebbe is quoting from the Gemara in the second Brachos. Actually, I was reading an amazing. It's a direct connection between today's daf and today's piece by the topic. Absolutely amazing. The Gemara in the second Brachos has a statement of the Ulam Yargis Adam Yetzer Hatov al Yetzer Hara. A person should always be margis. Now, margis literally means ragaz, means to get angry. So a person should fire up his Yetzer Hatov against his Yetzer Hara. That's the lashon of yargis. Create a sense of anger. So everybody says, what do you see from here? You see from here that, and he calls this midah the midah of pachad yitzchak, that anger has a constructive side as well. And there's a concept, ultimately, again, of firing up the Yetzer Hatov against the Yetzer Hara. He says, Ugzuras Kiddushos Levar Ha'esh the Yetzer Hara. The goal is to ignite the fire of Tov against Ra. That's the goal in life. So I'll say, we've actually spoken about this concept in the Tzaddik before. The idea being that sometimes the most powerful antidote to the Yetzer Hara is a fiery passion for Tov. This goes to a general thought in Hasidus that the most dangerous thing for a Jew is not the commission of sin. Everyone sins. The most dangerous thing for a Jew is kind of when you're just blah in life. And you're just you're kind of just very even keeled, nothing really, not a non-excitable person, nothing really gets you going, nothing really gets you passionate. A lack of passion, a lack of excitement is the greatest danger for the Jew. So the Gemara says, if you want to go ahead and combat the Yetzer Hara, how do you do that? And the Gemara says essentially, you fire up your Yetzer Hatov. You fire up the good inside of you. Become passionate about doing that which is good. And by definition, that overcomes the Yetzer Hara. So the Rebbe says, to the open zeh, the road gets no. There's good anger. There is good anger. Remember, we don't call good anger good anger. What do we call it? Right? We call it positive passion. Positive passion. But passion and anger are two sides of the same coin. Anger is misdirected passion. Right? And you know this, by the way. People who are very bad tempers, if they're able to channel that in the right way, we can become passionate almost about anything and everything. Because anger represents that there's a fire burning inside of you. Just anger is the wrongful application of that passion. See, the Rebbe calls that. This is what it means when Chazal say the Olam Yargis. See, it's so interesting because Chazal could have said you really should just go ahead and do more good than bad. But that's not what Chazal said. They say that you should fire up the Olam Yargis Adam Yetzer Tov al Yetzer Hara. Fire up your Yetzer Tov al Yetzer Hara, meaning that many of us possess this, what he calls Givuras Pachad Yitzchak, this ish, this fire, this anger. Chazal is telling us, channel it. You don't have to get rid of your anger. You don't really have to get rid of anything in life. You just have to go ahead and channel it in the right way. So that was just something amazing. Chazal. So we'll say, this is what Chazal said. Where do they say? What do they say? That when a Talmud Chacham gets angry, Zet Talmud Chacham Tzoyer Shavali Deiro. Yes, if a young Talmud Chacham gets angry, what causes the anger inside of him? What causes the anger? Ultimately, again, the Torah said, where does this Gemara happen to appear? They go out. Yes, Tainus Daf Dalit. Today's daf. Right? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Literally, it's going to be 5 lines in the top of the daf. Right? So what are Chazal saying? Chazal is saying that where there is good, there's often a fire of passion. The challenge ultimately in life is not to allow the passion to go awry and to become anger. He goes on, he says, let's analyze this thing. remember, we're assuming that the act of ritzicha, the act of bloodshed, even though again we're talking over here an accidental act of bloodshed, the tzaddik says taking life in any form is a manifestation of kas. That's the theory he's working with over here, right? Even though again we're talking for Gola's purposes, it's talking about a very specific case of an accident. But Lamaisa, tzaddik says in its essence, so the act of ritzicha is a manifestation of kas, of anger. So what's the punishment, right? What's the punishment for the person who kills another person? What's the punishment? Galus. Now I will say, what's the point of Galus? So yesterday we spoke about the idea that Galus itself is a reorientation, right? So you look at the world differently. But I'm saying that a step further. The goal of Galus is anger management. Right? Is to go ahead and go somewhere new. And let's remember again, where did you go for your miklat? Which cities are in miklat? Cities of the Levium. Right? Remember again. Who are the tribes who demonstrated the most intense form of kas? Shimon and Levi. Right? Next week's parsha. Right? Shimon and Levi go in and wipe out an entire city. Interestingly enough, what does Levi become? They become the seat of religious leadership. So what's the shape that Levi represents? Anger management. The ability to take
no one really knows for sure other time, but this is
something destructive into something powerfully constructive. The same Shevet that wiped out an entire city, whether they deserve it or not, Yaakov Avinu clearly did not agree with that course of action. They wiped out an entire city, and yet they realized Yaakov Avinu gives them Musa on his deathbed. They realized we did the wrong thing, but the need is good. The passion is there. Remember what they say to Yaakov Avinu? Yaakov Avinu says, what did you do? You put the entire family in mortal danger. And remember again, what did Shimon Levi respond? Our sisters should be treated like a harlot. First of all, I'm saying like you're talking back to your father. You're talking back to your father. That passion was there. That anger was there. But Yaakov was saying you're using it in the wrong way. Channel it. So they become a Shevet Levi again. Becomes the seat of all religious leadership. All religious passion is channeled through Shevet Levi. Now the Rambam says anyone who wants to be a part of Shevet Levi can be part of Shevet Levi. I could adopt that midah. I don't have to be a part of the tribe to adopt that midah. And this says that now we understand why this goes. Because the person who killed the Shogeg demonstrated kas. Right? For wrong kas. So you got to go to Golos. Because what you have to learn is how to channel that passion into something constructive. And where do you go? Your miklat, cities of the Levium, because they mastered this ability to channel this kas, to channel this trait, to channel this passion into the right way. So we'll say, so we'll have to settle there for today. But again, you begin to see two things. The tzaddik is teaching us how to deal with anger. That's which many of us struggle with each and every day. How do I deal with anger? So number one, Golas. Golas on a basic level, Golas means change your orientation. We spoke about yesterday. We often get angry because things don't follow our plan. I had an idea, I had a conception, I had a vision for how everything was supposed to go, and life didn't follow my plan. Well, to get angry that life is going to follow your plan is gaiva, is arrogance, and it presupposes life is supposed to follow your plan. This is your plan is the correct one. Golas is a reorientation. The first step in managing anger, says your tzaddik, is to accept the fact that the way you see the world, I see the world, may not be the correct way to see the world. So sometimes you have to readjust your vision about how things happen, how things differ, how things unfold. On a deeper level, the tzaddik says, how do you deal with anger? Rechannel. Anger represents a misappropriation of passion. Figure out what is your fear's weakness. I will say your miklat to different people is different thing. For some people, their miklat may be therapy. Because maybe a person just has a temper as a result of a whole bunch of life issues that are happening, and you need to figure out how to resolve it. So for some people, the therapy could be their miklat. For other people, Musa could be their miklat. Other people, Torah could be their miklat. For other people, meditation could be. Whereas everybody needs to find that thing that allows them to recalibrate and to rechannel that passion into a productive and meaningful way. I'd wrap this up over here for today. We're not finished. We'll spend one more day on class. And then next Hashem, that is going to go from there and talking about Haifa. So this is a very powerful oath. We'll see you tomorrow.
Episodes after autumn of 2021, and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, let's do a little recap. I hope you have the chance to take a look at the episode on Merkava, or Hechelo mysticism. And so, in order to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at those mysticisms just briefly. Because some ways are going to link us to the topic we're dealing with this evening, and that is the topic of Jewish magic. As you may remember, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism
So we're actually going to skip over the couple of also to
proto-rabbinic circles. The early rabbis did not like apocalyptic Judaism for lots of reasons. One of which is that it seemed to encourage a kind of bellicose, warlike behavior, and it seemed to commit people to a kind of determinism. And determinism, as you might imagine, doesn't really inspire people to feel better. It just says, accept your fate and go on with it. It's all part of the divine plan. Well, the early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live differently than we're living. We can choose a different world. And that emphasis on choice and moral responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from, well, not completely away from, many of the central tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. Now, what does emerge in the world of apocalyptic Judaism is a new kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis. Now, I don't want to paint a wide brush or thing with a broad brush and say, yes, all of Merkava and Shir mysticism are popular among the rabbinical elite. That's definitely not true. If you know anything about rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. There's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in all practicing this form of mysticism. And just to parse those out a bit,
what is the way to remedy
Hechelo or Merkava literature or mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have divine palace, all kinds of angelic guardians, and they have different passcodes, and they have secret handshakes and agreements, not really good things, but all this kind of weird stuff. And by doing that, they eventually descend through the various palaces of God and ultimately arrive with a quote-unquote beatific vision, which is to say they are allowed to gaze upon the throne of God, and some of this literature to sit upon the throne of God, which I always imagine like when you're a little kid and you're sitting in the big kid chair.
Now,
You would sit in like the big people table chair and you'd be like real small sitting in a giant recliner. I kind of always imagine that's what it's like to sit in the throne of God. It's like really worn out, like 3D recliner that's super comfortable that you're like granddad sat in for 50 years. That's what I imagine to be the throne of God. So you can sit in the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transformed into a city of refuge. When you learn how to do that, no, but you could.
Before we get into our subject matter, so just understand this concept of human makom is very profound idea. You know, we're often most, we often see human makom halacha in our days. Like what's halacha when a person becomes an adult? So one of the halachas where you have to change their makom kasha, right? You have a place to shoulder, a place, and by the way, it's true everywhere. You have a place where you daven every day, so you have to change that makom and sit somewhere else. Why do you have to change your makom? So again, if you're trying to put ideas, one of the ideas is is that when a person loses a loved one, it's almost like a form of din, a form of divine justice, and therefore a person literally goes into gullus. Literally goes into gullus. He feels exiled. But I saw actually just the idea. I remember thinking this like as well, that when a person experiences the death of a loved one, it changes your outlook and orientation of the world. You don't see the world in the same way. And it's just, it's irreversible. You know, when you have a makom kavua, so that fixes your orientation, right? You know, the center of me and chin is to the left of me, and there's a seder. There's a seder that often upsets the seder, but it resets a new seder. There's a new order. So I believe this is actually handed down that the other moves his seat to really highlight this new orientation and this new outlook into the world. So even before you enter Tzaddik, I was very taken by this idea that the remedy for task is shinui makom. You know how to deal with anger? How to deal with anger is to change your place, meaning to change your orientation. That's the thing I'm interested in. Why do we get angry at things? More often than not, why do we get angry at things? More people personal studies. Right? I get it. I can't do that. Right? You get angry at things because you have an expectation. I have an expectation as to how things are supposed to go. And when they don't go that way, I get angry. I get angry. And I think, and it's true everywhere. It's true in career, it's true in family life, it's true. There's an expectation. People are supposed to behave a certain way. Things are supposed to go a certain way. And when they don't, I get angry. So first of all, the key to realize, that's called Gaiva. That's called Gaiva, right? To think that things are supposed to follow the plan that I have for them. To think that people are supposed to behave the way I expect them to behave. That my day is supposed to go the way I expect it to go. That my parnas is supposed to go the way. That's a Gaiva, right? To think that I know how everything should unfold. That's number one. But even leaving that piece aside, because again, the truth is, it's fun. The Sifra wants to point out that anger really is a derivative of Gaiva. That's really what it is. But again, what Tzaddik is highlighting before you get into the Gavos piece is often anger is a result of a skewed orientation. I see things a certain way, and that's the way I think they are supposed to go. Instead of the Tzaddik, what's the first remedy to Gaiva? Shinui makom. Sometimes accept the fact that just because you see things a certain way, and you think that they should unfold a certain way, doesn't mean that they're supposed to unfold that way. And again, that's shinui makom. That's changing your seat. That's changing your place. That's changing your orientation. So Tzaddik says, so I was like, this is what's incredible about this piece. So Tzaddik says, tikkun l'kas shinui makom. So number one, you want to rectify cause, change your orientation. Stop assuming that you know how everyone's supposed to behave and speak and talk and do at any given point in time, how the day is supposed to unfold, how everything is supposed to fit into place. Change the orientation. Once it changes the orientation, suddenly the chaos. That chaos goes away. But if something says it's a tikkun l'kas, that never goes on. He says something absolutely amazing over here. He says that the shinui makom, the changing of one's place, that is the Mekatim Kas, is like the shinui makom, like the changing of a place, changing of a physical, a geographic place, that a person who plays the shogun has to undergo as well. He says, "V'zeh kimo she'amar Torah, on my page Kuf Tzadik Aleph, in the Uriah Hasidus, Shagalus Yatikum Rotzeach B'Shogun." That Galus, right, literally exile. Also, again, you know the halacha. So listen to this. Remember, Reuben is climbing up a ladder. He accidentally falls off. The ladder falls onto Shimon, kills Shimon. Right? What's the halacha? He has to go to a deer miklat. He has to go to the city of refuge. That's the halacha. So the Pshat says, why is Galus? Well, we'll get to it. He says, he says, why does one person kill another person? So it's a result of chaos. Now, what I'm trying to do is taking a little bit of liberty over here and expanding the definitions. Because remember again, the classic case of why a person goes to Galus is for an accidental act of bloodshed. Like I said, walking up the ladder and he falls down. The truth is, in Torah's example of Galus, it's not really chaos that really caused the death. Well, what caused the death? It's really negligence. Remember again, halakha, if it's in ones, if it's extenuating circumstances, you don't have to go to Galus. Really, a person goes to Galus because of negligence. But if I'm saying, well, let's drill down. Let's drill down. Why does one person take the life of another person? So some people are sicha, ba'a, machmas. A person takes the life of another person because their kas got out of hand. Their kas just simply was unchecked. And if you take a look on the footnote Shin Memches, Tirei Rambam, Midar Gertruva Leos Golem and Komo, Shegorus Metateres Pavos, Mipik Shegoremes Lovi Karabli and Torah. There's so much stuff happening over here. So we're going to leave that Rambam for just a moment. But according to the Rambam, he says that the power of Galus is that Galus humbles. Right? So murder occurs because of Kas. The murderer is then exiled. The fact of exile is that it humbles the individual. Now watch this. He goes on, he says, look in the brackets. We'll have to stop over for today. We'll pick up the minutes. At least I want your appetite a little bit with this. So say, but again, I would venture to say there are a few Yechidei Skula, few people who don't have to contend with chaos, who don't have to contend with anger on a daily basis. I venture to say that for many of us, anger is something that we have to contend with. And I think if we look at many of the greatest mistakes we've made in life, they're usually because of chaos. So to have an Osir of Tzaddik is going to tell us how to get a hold of this, how to get a handle on this, and how to get a proper perspective on this. So Mir Hashem is a great success. So we'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up the Mir Hashem. Now we have the intro. We'll pick up with the new details of Mir Hashem tomorrow.
It has less to do with what you're doing. It has more to do with who's in control and who gets to decide what's allowed and what's not. So magic, in this case, is almost always an othering term. It's almost always used to describe what the other does. The bad people, the women, the Persians, the Jews, whatever. So it's an othering term. So when I use it here, right, I want to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way. And two, I want to acknowledge that for many people now, in the 20th and 21st century, magic is an important part of their spiritual life.
This morning,
Modern day
that's
Wicca,
what we're talking about last piece
witches,
of
modern day Druids, modern day Jewish people.
the last
Practice magic as part of their spirituality is a fundamentally different kind of thing than what I'm talking about.
Let's begin with
So, I just want to say that what I'm doing here is putting magic in a very specific, circumspect way in order to elucidate how it's operated within Judaism over the course of several millennia. I am not offering a end-all, be-all definition of magic.
At a time when a person stumbles, right? So kishon means
Secondly,
stumbling or
Jewish magic
stumbling.
is
But
a
then when a
mess
person stumbles, it's
because
of
it
course
seems like a
kishon
contradiction in
is a metaphor for
terms.
sin.
Why?
The time that a
Well, if
person
the
sins,
authorities
Yega,
determine what's
Yachshon
in and what's out, what's listed, what's illicit, well, the problem here is, what does the Torah say about these
that in
practices?
that moment of
Well,
falling,
the
right? In
Torah
that
is
moment
really
when I fall
weird
down,
about this. Now, I know that you probably have in your mind the idea that the Torah condemns magic.
she's
And
happy
the
to
answer to that is,
Let's look at these words. So that Restream says, at the time that a person fails, falls down,
it
you should
depends on
know
what you mean
that
by
that
magic.
episode, or that
So
moment
the
of
most
falling down,
extensive
is
combination that we
is a
see in the
preparation,
Torah of
will
what is
also
now
govern
considered something like
that
magic
very
is
thing
actually probably in
in
Deuteronomy
which I
18.
failed.
Now, there are
that
lots of
will
other places
turn
in the Hebrew
around
Bible where magic or something like
Now,
magic
what
is
does
condemned.
that
There are
mean?
practices
Remember,
are
this
really
idea
people
actually has been
that do
espoused by
certain
the
kinds
rabbi
of
a
things that are
number of
condemned.
times.
But you'll
Which
see here,
is
right, that with the technical
phenomenal
terms in the
and
original
learned
Hebrew
that
translator right here.
whatever
So
I
it
sing
reads
with,
Deuteronomy 18.
that
There
represents
will
my
be found
greatest
among
cost,
you
right?
one who
My
passes his
greatest
son and daughter
weakness
through
is
the
just
fire.
the other
This is
side of
the
the
indigenous
coin
Canaanite
of
practice
my greatest
of
strength.
kosamim
Because sin
and
is a
me'onim,
misdirection
a
and
menafesh,
piece of personalistic energy. So if I can harness that energy and turn it around for good, by definition I can accomplish an incredible amount. So therefore the Rebbe says, when I sin and I commit an Avera, the beauty, so to speak, of the Avera is I now know the Torah I possess. I now know if I just harness it and turn it around, I can accomplish great things. Whatever here is saying, we're going to see basically a similar idea, but a little bit different. The Rebbe says is the moment that I sin, my lowest moment, what he calls the moment of kishon, the moment of stumbling, the moment that I'm down and out, that moment by definition is right for a dramatic turnaround. The moment that you fail is the moment of life that is most dramatic for a positive turnaround in the exact opposite direction. So it's almost like a puzzle here. See, most of us in life, when we're down and out, right? Most of us in life, when we fall, right? We feel like, okay, I've fallen, and I have no options, right? I'm down. I'm in the pit of despair, the pit of failure, and ultimately, again, that's where I feel that I'm stuck. The Rebbe says, in that moment when you are in the pit of failure, in the moment after I just stumbled and fallen, that moment is actually the rightest moment in life. Turn it around and to do something great. The Yiskeh. Now, we'll define why that isn't just the moment. The Yiskeh ba'odisha, the Kabbalah test. And if I don't take advantage of that moment, this chazik mikishno lo shuv la'avodat Hashem yisbarach, to strengthen myself and my faith, and to return to Hashem. Yuchal ad la'alos l'madrika gidol l'mod. I have the ability to ascend to a very high and lofty level. Yodel kishon v'pilos avera. As deep as I've fallen as a result of my mistakes, if I capitalize on the moment, I catapult myself to an area that is equally as high. So we'll say, it's a fascinating idea. What the subject essentially is telling us is that the moments of failure in life are the moments that are the ripest for dramatic ascension. See, I often think the moment I fail is the moment I'm most compromised, and that's the moment that I'm least capable of accomplishing something. Therefore, the thing about this moment, I commit an Avera. You feel in your own life, right? You commit whatever Avera. How do you feel in the aftermath of that? First in the aftermath, I feel like often maybe like this. I can't believe I compromised myself. It's an Avera that committed many times in the past and pledged to myself not to do again. I feel an incredible sense of responsibility. And I just feel down about myself. Again, do I believe that at the end of the day to turn it around? Sure, I believe it. Do I believe that I can affect a dramatic turnaround right now? I think most of us no, because I feel really badly about myself. I'm really disappointed. I'm not giving up on myself, but I'm really disappointed in myself. The Rebbe says, the moment I sin and the moment I'm lowest, that's the moment that is rightest in life for dramatic growth. In that moment, I can literally turn it around and experience a meteoric rise. In that moment, not only that, I can experience an aliyah, an ascension that is directly related to the depth of my fall. So the further I fall in that moment, turn it around and catapult myself up. So I say, what's the shot? What's the shot? So I think what the subject is saying on a very basic level is like this. The moment in life that I'm most susceptible to change is the moment I die. Right? Meaning most of us don't think about change, but everything in life is going good. And if I'm having a good day, right, everything in my relationship is good, with myself, with my spouse, with that person, life is fine. Life is good, everything is going fine. Not great, I know that it can be better, but at the end of the day, everything is just fine. Most of us don't think about change when everything is kind of just trucking along. When are people most receptive to change? When I realized that I need it so badly. And when do I realize that I need it so badly? In the immediate aftermath of life. In that moment, I will say, I'm just appreciate the fact that
Because if you can find a cognate in German and Old Gothic, right? If you don't know what the Gothic means, you might be able to figure out from the Middle High German what the Old Gothic word might be. And this is fantastic. This is a great thing.
So often encounter in life, it's like what I described before. Struggle with a certain thing, that should be better, to make the plan to be better. I am better for a while, and then I relapse. Like that moment of disappointment, when I could have had I showed. It's like the shack that was so overwhelming, tidally of the Sahara that caused me to sin. I don't know what it was. I don't know why I just didn't keep it together. It's like feeling of like being demoralized in the aftermath of that relapse. Again, I don't mean like dramatic failure like a person washes up on his dead. I mean like that thing that I struggle with all the time and I couldn't keep it together. I failed again. And I'm so disappointed in myself because I know I could do it. In that moment, you feel so low about yourself. And ever since that moment, that's the moment of greatest value. Why? Because in that moment, I recognize I need something about me needs to change. Something needs to change. And if I capitalize on that desire to change, in that moment, in the immediate aftermath of sin, that says, I can shoot up. In other words, I can experience this meteoric rise more than any other time I've lived. The reason I think like this is, I don't know, I feel like I was like, wow, it's very great to do that. Right? Because I was like, what this does is, instead of wallowing in the self-guilt, and instead of feeling bad that I can't believe I didn't feel bad, I didn't have to feel bad because feeling bad is part of the human process, it's okay, I'm low. But as low as I am right now, if I accept up for myself to change and tap into, so don't know how you tap into that power, I have an idea in this moment that is greater than any other moment. So it takes those moments that occur in the immediate aftermath of failure, where you normally feel lowest and most powerless, and changes them into incredible moments of cathartic change. He says, keep your feet gozo hafsi, so כך הוא גודל הכובד יוכל לקלוט אז בעוז הזמן. This is the concept you've seen before. There it says, because the greater the sin, which I entice to commit, that corresponds to the greatness and intensity of the good that I could collect with both as ba'ozas manam. אם יעקב בשוק הזו, וכן בזו, שתיאסו לקשרו לסוף, ויתאבק עצמו במספר חסרוסו, ועושים עימה משלו קישו, ומסוג אז לעשות זאת. So we have to stop over for today. We'll expound on this more tomorrow. The idea of self-forgiveness is, how do you do that? Right? How is it that I go from the depths of failure to the heights of accomplishment? And you have to describe it as well. Say, how long does this process take? How long does it take? How long is it? Well, it sounds like to a certain degree, part of it can be instantaneous. How do you do that? The most basic answer is identify the koach that led me to sin. Identify the energy or the power that I used inappropriately, and figure out in that moment how to use it for something great. If I can figure that out in the moment right now, then I can experience that meteoric rise. And the immediate aftermath of sin. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up the nearest session.
Don't be a minachesh, right? Don't be a chover chever. Don't be a person that does that. It's not a condemnation of the practice per se. It's a condemnation of those kinds of people being in your community. And as we'll see in just a minute, right? Many Israelites, at least one Israelite, a very famous one, had to consult with one of those people. So again, the condemnations we see here are not condemnations of practice typically. They're condemnations of people doing those practices. Why? Probably identity formation.
All right, so we'll say
We're not those people. We're not those kind of people. But also, it's theological.
I left you off on the
If you're moving in the direction of
which was Sunday. So remember, you want
the idea that there's a singular God who does everything in the world. Well, what does it mean if there's like a Menachem down the road or Saba down the road? They can like monkey around with reality and like bring you back to life.
undertake a series of fastings And then after he had unconditional affection, he wanted to know himself as the course, himself the merit of those fast days to another. So here again, page Kopayin Zayin, in the footnotes on the bottom left-hand column, second line is Aish Mizeh Kolim Hanol, he also shenitim of course. If shenitim Adam Zav, I'm not Torah, oh, by the way, you can apply standing. Let's say I go over to Shimon, and I say, Shimon, listen, you come to Shir every single morning, you come to that room every single morning. Here's what I want to do. I'm going to pay you $1,000 a month, and I want the course. I want the merit of your Talmud. Right? So they ask the price, can you go have X and zero, right? So I want $1,000 a month, I'll give you, but I want the merit of that room. So Heiko, can you do that? Can you do that? Shabbos, right? It's incredible. So Heiko says foolishness. Divrei Hevel, absolute foolishness, nothing to rely on. Ve'ez yala alei, Yisaro Shozel, Shamaisim Focus, Asa Zelozeh. How can you ever imagine that you could purchase the merit of a mitzvah from another person? How can you ever imagine such a thing? Hello, Chassid Omer, Tzidkas HaTzadik Alotiyah. The Pasuk says, according to Yechezkel, the right.
We do know her title. She is a mistress of the oath. Now,
righteousness of the tzaddik, the righteousness of the pious man, Allah Tihiyah, will be upon him. Meaning, the righteousness of the righteous man belongs to him and cannot be, it's a non-transferable entity. The thing Amar, the Sarasam, Kishim Shin Azam Nifas, Balun Zulasam, Kastin Azam Zoka, the same way, interestingly enough, he compares the same way that I can't be held responsible or I'm not involved in the sin of my friends, I'm also not involved in the Ageris of my friends. Now, that comparison of Tzaddik chips away a little bit. But the point of Heiko says is that you cannot purchase the merits of someone else. What do you think, that merit from a mitzvah is something you carry around? That you can choose, okay, I'll give it to this one, I'll give it to that one. So he goes on, he says, someone tries to purchase the merit of his friend through money or through a gift, through a lie. This is a disparagement of the mitzvah itself. No, so we'll get to that in just a moment. So he goes on, so essentially, Heiko Hashim, to this Truvah, you cannot go ahead and purchase the merit of a mitzvah from another individual. Now, what about, let's say he was talking about Yisachar and Zvulun. Zelos is very different. So it's very important to understand what Yisachar, right? I'm sorry, so Yisachar was learning, what Zvulun got from that was a partnership in the performance of the mitzvah. Not a shot. That Yisachar got all of the schar, and then Zvulun purchased some of it. Yisachar and Zvulun were partners. In other words, Zvulun was able to do what he was able to. Sorry, Yisachar was able to sit and learn because Zvulun helped them. Zvulun supported them. That was a partnership. That was a premeditated partnership. And a premeditated partnership is the sharing of merit. That's not what Hagon is talking about over here. The Hagon is saying is, I go over to Ruben and say, Ruben, you come to share every single morning. I want to purchase that merit from you for $1,000 a month. I think like this is something to proactive partnership. I want to purchase it. This is the transaction. The Hagon says, you can't do it. You can't do it. It doesn't work. Now, let's say, you see the difference? There's a premeditated partnership where, again, in this case, the funds of Zvulun enable the soccer to go ahead and sit and learn. That's a sharing of reward. For active purchase of reward, I should say, the ex post facto purchase of reward does not work, says Reb Hai. I will say, why is Reb bringing this down now? Because remember again, this goes to highlight his point that a mitzvah, when a person does a mitzvah, it becomes part of who you it becomes part of your essence. And because it becomes part of your essence, you cannot sell something that is inextricably linked to you. Like something so seemingly I can't go ahead and sell my heart. I think sure, what's the running rate for a heart? Tell me what you're willing to offer. I can't give that to you because that's a part of me that I cannot live without. My mythos become a part of who and what I am, and therefore by definition they are non-transferable entities. So again, remember, the Tzaddik is contrasting that with Averos. When I commit to Avera, and Avera, remember again, the imagery behind it, the Avera sits on top of it, right? It sits on my neshama, but it doesn't permeate inside. So it's there, I have to rectify it, but it doesn't seep inside. The distinction of what I was trying to make, Kedushas Gomin, Kedushas Hagud. Financial sanctity, physical sanctity. Avera is like financial sanctity. Financial sanctity can be redeemed, can be removed. The mitzvah is like physical sanctity. It devolves upon the entity in its entirety. So it never goes on. He says, he's back on the top of the fire side. Goes to right halachah l'maisa. This is Tarsha. The Indian Metilas have a holy day. So, what about the fact that Ace of Soul is birthright? This is Tarsha. What about the fact that Ace of Soul is birthright? Isn't the birthright by definition representative of mitzvot, representative of Kedusha? Remember again, what the birthright represented, at least biblically, was not just simply a physical inheritance. What the birthright represented again was an elevated status of holiness. He says of subject, if it's true that my mitzvot become a part of who and what I am, they become part of my persona, then at the end of the day, how is he able to sell the birthright? Look what he writes. Shenira, it seems like you were selling something that has by definition Kedusha. Shamati, this is what Tzaddik says. This is so beautiful. Shamati the fish should be tied up apart. It didn't own below the Eves. The fish has foiled the feet of the Kedusha. This is so beautiful. The Tzaddik says Esau was never really the Bachar. He was never really the Bachar. He was at his luxury of doing Bachar. Kedusha means like in imagination. Right? He was the Bachar. He was the firstborn in an illusion, but he wasn't really the firstborn. And the Tzaddik again in the footnotes over here discussing this concept a little bit about what it means to be a Bachar of Virginia. And he gives the muscle of Rashi that actually says that in reality, Yaakov Avinu was created first. Or he gives the example of if you put two items into a tube, the item that goes in first comes in last. So therefore, again, Yaakov Avinu is actually created first, but came out of the womb second. The idea of being the reason why Esau was able to sell the Bechorah was because of sabotage. He was never really his. He never really his. He was the Bechorah Dinah. But Irafinami had Esau been the true and legitimate Bechorah, the ability to sell the Bechorah, which represents the entitlement to Kedusha, would not have been there. Would not have been there. So we'll have to stop it here for today. But again, I just want to highlight over here this idea about actually let's just do one more paragraph. The interesting enough, what you can do says the subject is you can sell you actually know it's stop it. So again, so just pointing out the subject is constantly highlighting this story. Right? Averos is like ultimately what will form Kedusha some financial sanctity. It's there, it becomes part of who and what I am, but it does not take over the totality of self. A mitzvah, like Kedusha Hagud, physical sanctity, takes over that complete and totality of self, becomes part of who and what I am. Based on that says of Tzaddik, in halakhic sense, you cannot sell your mitzvahs. You cannot sell your mitzvahs. You cannot sell mitzvahs because selling your mitzvahs would be selling a piece of who you are. What we'll end up with tomorrow is, can you sell your Avera? Can you sell your Avera? Right? And if you can, what a market there's going to be for that. So that'll be continued. Tomorrow we'll finish off post IMD tomorrow.
Practicing variations of Solomonic magic that survived all the way back from the Second Temple period, that have survived into the Middle Ages until now. I won't say that they're exactly contiguous, but there's at least a tradition of Solomon as having the ability to control demons, specifically in the construction of the first temple. Now, that story doesn't occur at all in the Hebrew Bible. There's no evidence there in the Hebrew Bible, but it does begin to occur around
Second Temple period, in the apocalyptic period. And we see it again as early as things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, where there is an exorcistic psalm attributed to Solomon. We can do some.
All right, Jabal said, good morning. Let us begin. We're going to resume.
All right. The other place, right, where we also see is in the Galilee. The Galilee in the First Temple and the Second Temple period was kind of jumping up with weird dudes who can do miracles.
Remember again, we're picking up from where we left off a week ago now in post-Iron Hate 75. So just to reorient ourselves a bit, in post-Iron Hate, the Rebbe was talking about the idea that when a person does an Avera, that Avera doesn't become part of who and what they are. So that was explaining a person commits an Avera. So that Avera is something that sits on me, or it sits on top of my neshama, but it doesn't become part of my essence. And Rebbe explained the mushal we gave, which I think was a very powerful mushal, was a statement that something could be invested or invested for financial sanctity. Right? So something that's what we call in halacha kedushas damim. Financial sanctity. Financial sanctity, kedushas damim is different than kedushas haguf. Because kedushas damim, the sanctity is there, but the sanctity can also be removed through redemption, which shows you the fact that the sanctity can be removed, shows you that the sanctity has not devolved within the entirety of the item. As opposed to Kedushas Haguf, when something has physical sanctity, that sanctity devolves upon the item through and through. So the Rebbe says something amazing. He says the fact that Shuvah is possible, right? The fact that I can commit an Avera, and at the end of the day, I can then cleanse myself of it. I can then remove it from who and what I am. I can then become someone different. Indicates to me that although faith has an impact on who and what I am, Malcolm was mentioning to me after we did this, we've always learned that what we do impacts who and what we are. To be clear, the Rebbe is not arguing on that idea, but there's a difference between impact and ultimately becoming part and parcel of who and what you are. Everything impacts us. Everything impacts us. Every idea, big or small, impacts us. What the Rebbe is saying is, sometimes we think that when I commit an Avera, I'm fundamentally, comprehensively, and unalterably changed. Right? I'm damaged goods. I'm damaged goods. So the Rebbe is saying that's not true. That's not true. Have I changed? Have I been impacted? Absolutely. Have I been irreversibly or irrevocably altered? No. No. And of course, the proof to that is tshuva. That's the proof. And he says the fact that tshuva is possible indicates that sin has not comprehensively and totally changed. Now, let's pick up on page 5 Zion. It's the same PDF that I sent out a week ago. Kofayim Zion. Aval mitzvahs in the Biblia Chasidus on the right hand side. Aval Yish L'Kol Adam Yisrael the kindness and the close. Shayotim Lo L'Chalutim V'Nishrim Be'esem Ahusna. I will say this is so beautiful. The Rebbe says, herein lies the fundamental difference between Averos and mitzvahs. When you do a mitzvah, says the Rebbe, Shayotim Lo L'Chalutim, that mitzvah belongs to me in an absolute sense. V'Niknim Be'esem Ahusna. And the mitzvah becomes part of the essence of who and what I am. Isn't this incredible? So what Doug just summarized for us is the fundamental difference between Averos and mitzvahs. There's the obvious distinction between Averos and mitzvahs, right? Averos bad, mitzvahs good, right? That's an easy one. But Lamaisa, a mitzvah becomes part of who and what I am. A mitzvah becomes an inextricable part of my spiritual persona. A mitzvah embeds itself not just like on top of my neshama, but in my neshama itself. He says, in Kiddush Niskalish B'Kedushas Haguf, Efshar Laha'adir Mimenu Es Kedushaso, V'Lefdoso B'Chefetz Acher Tachra. The Rebbe says in our mashal, he says something very beautiful. He says the mitzvah is like Kedushas Haguf. Remember again, an Avera was Kedushas Damin, financial sanctity. What happens when an item has financial sanctity? The sanctity rests kind of on top of the item, but does it permeate the item in totality? The answer is no. You could redeem something. That was the you could redeem something from its financial sanctity. You could remove financial sanctity. But when something has Kedushas Haguf, when something doesn't just possess financial sanctity, but rather, again, what we'll call, for lack of a better term, physical sanctity, that sanctity permeates the item in its entirety. How do you redeem something that has Kedushas Haguf? How do you redeem it? You can't. You can't. Right? Well, remember again, this is why the severity of Tamura. Right? If you take a carbon and you swap it for another carbon, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Who Usmura so Kodesh Hashem, both become sanctified. Because when something has physical sanctity, it's permeated through and through. But that's a mitzvah. That's a mitzvah. A mitzvah is Kedushas Haguf, a physical sanctity. The Asher Lahavi Mimenas Kedushaso. But those are the things that when something has physical sanctity, you can't redeem it. Redemption is only for financial sanctity, not for physical sanctity. It's the same idea with the mitzvah. Whenever you do a mitzvah, the mitzvah belongs to the neshama and becomes an inextricable or irremovable part of who and what you are. Which I always say, you understand the comfort. First of all, the profundity in terms of the power of a mitzvah, which means every single time I do a mitzvah, I alter my spiritual persona. I alter my neshama in a positive, irreversible fashion. There's Kedushas Haguf. Of course, the beautiful part of this is, it also tells me that no matter what I do wrong, right, I can't go ahead and lose the power of that mitzvah. And therefore says the Rebbe, this is the power of a mitzvah. And I will say, the model is such a profound model. Averis Kedushas Damim, Averis are like financial sanctity, so they're there, they impact, they create realities, but they don't seep into my permanent sense of self. Mitzvos, Kedushas Haguf, physical sanctity, become an irreversible or irreversible part of who and what I am. And therefore, no redemption, so to speak, no removal. He says something very interesting. He says, well, he says, Zekmo Shakatu, a meeting Ishes Kohom base of the Arab of Bozu, Doshu Chazab Midrash, a meeting Umos Komunus Kamamonam, Davar Echa Minatora, Bozu Bozulo, Sheisra Lo Ya'avivu Lahem, Zukuyos Elu Ba'ad Kohom. And that's it looks over the prophet that even if someone were to pay you all the money in the world, right? It's not the nations of the world. Even if the nations of the world would take all the money of the world for their mitzvahs, can you transfer a mitzvah? And the answer is no. Because a mitzvah, when you perform that mitzvah, the mitzvah becomes an integral part of you. And therefore, by definition, you can't be transferred to someone else. I will say, I'll just point out something. He says, the ayin b'tshuva shachaygon, shehidi ma'alam al-shaker, b'inyan echad, shemachar etz mitzvosav. So we'll say, I'm going to mention this now, and then we're going to stop. We're going to pick up this tomorrow. If you take a look on footnote Reish Tzadik Test, this is fascinating. A shayla that was asked of Haigo, and he says, Zelashono, Shaluas of Haigo Zal, Misha Yenodu is Anod Sheni Nekamishi, Ubisot Osa Hazman Amar, Makarti Enis Zu Hashara the Kaflapon, the Kono Kinyan Azet, Ayesh Yizet, Kuno Hanala Osa Shanichi Oso. So we'll say, so they asked of Haigo on the following shayla. This was the situation. There was a guy who had fasted a series of fastings, a bunch of Bahab fasters, right? Monday, Thursday, Monday fastings. And then the guy decided at the end of the year, right, before Reuben did the fastings, Shimon made him an offer he couldn't refuse. On a buy, there's the wheels of the fast days. And Reuben sold it. They sold it, they solidified the sale, they made a opinion, and then they came to the high point and they asked him, does it work? So that's what we're going to today. We're going to pick up in Mir Hashem with this Shaila tomorrow. Rabosai, the transferability of mitzvot. The halakhic question is going to have a dramatic hashkafic impact as well. Mir Hashem speaking to you tomorrow.
Documents and magical devices are attested in the ancient world. These are gathered together in what is typically called the Greek magical flowering, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world, both by Jews, but also non-Jews using Hebrew or using Jewish names for God for their own magical purposes. Why? Because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God had some kind of special magical power. This is just a small gathering of some of the magical devices that are definitely associated with Jews that have survived from the ancient and late classical world. So you can see here we have love spells, right? If you would cast this into a fire to form a love spell, you see a Difficciones, right? Difficciones is a curse tablet here written upon in metal that would be used to curse people.
All right.
You see amulets here that
let us
angels, right,
continue
to protect you from various kinds of spirits. You see a curse here on the left-hand side, written on papyrus that is survived from the late classical period, early medieval period. And perhaps most shockingly, you can see one of the three skull devices that have been found with Hebrew incantations written on the skull.
Really fascinating idea. I want to
skull incantations we have, I can pull it up for you later if you want to read the entire incantation. But three of these skull incantations have been found throughout the ancient late classical world. And these skull incantations are something that most Jews would be shocked by.
or
The
happenstance,
touching of a dead
and
body to do
ultimately
anything
again
at all is completely
does
unimaginable.
not
The use of
fundamentally
a skull
affect what
or
we
an
call
incantation
a
on to
kinyan
harness
atzmi.
some kind of magical
Because it's
powers
mikri,
would
because
fill
it's episodic,
many ancient
it
Jews
does not
with
create a
shock,
kinyan atzmi,
disgust,
a personalistic acquisition.
there's no
Meaning what?
denying
The
that
tzaddik is saying
all
like
these
this.
forms
You know,
of magic
somebody
were
called me
being
yesterday
practiced by
after shir,
Jews in
and he
the
said,
ancient
this is
world.
to go
As
against
I all
everything
these
we've always
practices,
learned.
if you
Like
look
we
at
always
Roman,
learned
Greek,
that what we
Egyptian,
do shapes who
other
we are,
practices in the ancient
and what
world,
we do
you
has
will
an
find
impact
the
on who we
exact
are.
same
How
forms
can
of
the
magic
tzaddik
being
say
practiced by
that
them.
a faith doesn't
The
become
tablets,
part of who I
magical
am?
amulets,
Remember, what
the
the tzaddik
skull
is trying
thing
to
is
highlight
kind of weird,
is the
but
following idea. It is true. Everything we do affects who we are, and everything we do leaves a residual effect on our self. What the tzaddik is saying is as follows: that faith does not go ahead and fundamentally erode my inner core. There's an inner core that is always covered. There's an inner core that's always covered. There's an inner core that cannot be tainted by hate. Does hate leave an impact on it? Of course it does. Of course it does. Does it impact aspects of self? Thousands of times. Everything we do shapes who we are. But there's always a little piece of me that remains untreated. There's a piece we call the personalistic self that remains unimpacted by hate, that is filled with kedusha. That's the piece of me that's a piece of my that can really never be tainted. Remember, we have to accept this premise, because if this premise has served as the source for tshuva, if I believe that faith fundamentally undermines you in totality, and that faith taints everything, then by definition, there's no ability to do tshuva. The ability to do tshuva has to start with some root, some spark of kedusha. There's nothing that's there. Then at the end of the day, there's nothing. There's no platform. There's no springboard. There's nothing to start from. So that's what the tzaddik is saying. He's saying that therefore faith ultimately at the end of the day, is eno kinyan atzmi. It's not kinyan atzmi. So I want to go on. Page Kubai involved. So the tzaddik says, therefore again, there's the ability to redeem oneself from sin. Now, of course, the most basic example of young would be tshuva. Why is tshuva possible? Tshuva is possible because I believe that at the end of the day, faith does not fundamentally tarnish my entire self. I believe that at the end of the day, faith does not go ahead and totally undermine who and what I am. Therefore, there's redemption. They say something beautiful already yesterday, so again repeated. Moshe Kazub, V'hoyivta es Yisrael Mikol Avonosah. Ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will redeem Klal Yisrael from all of their averos. Now, if you never thought about this quote, it comes like all of the time. In Kufla and Tehillim, what do you mean that we gift the Eretz Yisrael? We will redeem Klal Yisrael from their sins. What does that lashon mean? What should it say? Well, we yisrach l'kol avonosah. Right? That means that the ideal here is we want forgiveness. The idea here is that I want to be responsible to forgive me for all of my transgressions. What do you mean when we gift that? What is the lashon of redemption? And the Rebbe here says something truly beautiful. He says, "Ukimo davar shenis kadesh rak v'kedushas damin she'in gufo kadosh el shadyo sheyesh lo pidyon." Listen to what the Rebbe says. And it's just so profound. He says, "What's pidyon? What's pidyon? What is it? What does it mean to do something?" Pidyon is when you take a simple example. I go ahead and have an item that belongs to the Mishra, right? A piece of wood that belongs to the Mishra. I would like to use that piece of wood to build myself a deck. That's what I want to do. Can I do it? Can I do it? No. It's called Me'ilah. But what can I do? I can go ahead and redeem the concept of pidyon. I can redeem that piece of wood by going ahead and paying its value to the Mishra. And then what happens? The identity, I should say in this case, the sanctity of the being is removed and put onto the money. Moved from the being, put onto the money. Now, why is one able to do that? Why is that possible? Why is that possible? Because the being is not kula kadosh. Right? The being doesn't have complete and total sanctity. What does the being have? We learned. What does the being have? Kedusha has domain, financial sanctity. And because it's only financial sanctity and not what we call total sanctity, the sanctity can be removed from the being and placed onto the money. So the Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. When I sin, when I commit an avera, what happens? What happens? So let's say, before you open up the Tzaddik, you would assume that what happens when you sin? What happens when you sin? You become a sinner. That's what happens when you sin. Right? When you sin, you become a sinner. Which means what? That the hate itself defines the totality of who I am. I'm now a sinner. And the more I sin, the more reinforced that identity becomes. So Tzaddik says, David HaMelech uses a lashon of v'yifteh as Yisrael Mikol Avonosah. So I could be redeemed from my sin. I could be redeemed. The same way that the being could be redeemed from the base of Mikdash, because the sanctity of the being is not total, right? It's not complete. It's just quote unquote kedushas damin. There's a layer of sanctity that's there, but that sanctity could be removed. Lahavdil, when I sin and I commit an avera, there is a layer of faith that sits upon me. There's a layer of hate that I now exist in. Is that hate, does that hate overtake me in totality? Absolutely not. It sits there on my soul. It sits there on my heart. It sits there on my identity. But it doesn't overtake everything. And therefore what? I can be redeemed from it. Isn't it incredible? There's the concept of pidyon by faith. HaKadosh Baruch Hu depoded me, redeemed me, because this is not who I am. This might be, I might have done some really bad things, right? And I certainly have to figure out why I did that, how I did it, and the impact that the residual impact that leaves on me, but it doesn't take over me in totality. It doesn't define me in totality. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu depoded me. Go ahead and redeem me from my sins. The fact that redemption is possible means that sin does not color my persona in totality. It is like a layer that sits on top of me that I need to be reversed. It's just such an incredible and overwhelming so. Now, conversely, I'll point that over here. If you take a look in footnote Reish Tzadik Vav, he says something so beautiful here. He says, Rei Mashakasa Rabbeinu Lepit Tzadik. He's quoting over here from the Tzadik in Pri Tzadik. He says, Yachal Yisrael El Hashem, Ye'im Hashem HaChesed V'Harvei Mo Kidus. So says the Medrash, Moshe Rabbeinu Alav Shalom Niskash B'Machzas Hashem. Moshe Rabbeinu could not understand the concept of Marxist Hashtakel. Right, Rashi quotes this. Now, what's putting most to understand about Marxist Hashtakel, the Hashtakel contributions? Because Asher Leish Yitin Ba'ad Nafsho, Sheheich Yuchal Ha'adam Yitin Chofer U'Kiyon Nafsho B'Davar Katan Kazeh. So let's remember again, what is Marxist Hashtakel? So we often think of Marxist Hashtakel ultimately as a mechanism for taking a census. Like you can't guarantee directly, so you take a census, you answer Hashtakel. That's partially true, but remember again, how does the Torah Parshas describe the Marxist Hashtakel? It's a pidyon nafsho, a redemption for your soul. Pidyon nafsho. Now, again, Rashi says, how is it a pidyon nafsho? Because remember, what would they do with Marxist Hashtakel? But remember, this is Mashkal. What would they do with Marxist Hashtakel? Tikkun Kaditin. Remember again, they would buy Kabbalah Siva. So the pidyon nafsho comes in the form of the fact that ultimately, again, we purchase karbanos. Karbanos are used to affect a level of atonement. David says, in its essence, Marxist Hashtakel, like there is homo v'pali, so for Averos, Moshe to the Medrash says, Niskasha l'Moshe Ladin.
I just find this image interesting because he's forced to wear a identifying marker, but it's not the star of later periods, it's the circle. This is also in Germany, so horrifying harbinger of things to come. Perhaps the most famous book of Jewish magic in history is the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, the book of the angel Raziel. Raziel, of course, is a name that means the secrets of God. This is actually a collection of various books, including the Sefer HaMalach, which is still printed to this day. In fact, I have a copy right behind me. This book is actually printed in very, very tiny little editions, so you can carry it around in your house or put it in your car. And even the book itself is said to have magical powers even to this day. You're looking at an image here of some magical angelic script from the Sefer Raziel. These devices are meant to allow you either kamayot or amulets, which guarantee various things like success or defense from magical evil powers. So again, here we have magical devices, and these magical symbols, by the way, date back all the way, some of them all the way to the Greek magical empire of the first centuries of the Common Era. So this is a 2,000-year-long process of practice of Jewish magic. This famous edition was printed in 1701 in Amsterdam, but like I said, it continues to be printed all the way to this day. In fact, I have an entire copy printed on one piece of microfilm, because the idea is, as long as you have a copy of the book, even if it's just on microfilm, then the book still has magical power. And I have an entire copy on microfilm downstairs with the Sfarim. So this book, the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, is said to have power even just having it. In fact, I have several copies lying around. And so here again, we can see these magical images, and this idea of this magical script continues to be used all the way down to this day in modern occultism. It occurred most famously, of course, in the 1530s edition of Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy.
All right, gentlemen, so good morning. Let us begin. We're picking up today in a new oath in the subject. We're going to pick up in oath in page 75. I said that yesterday on the WhatsApp group. So we're picking up this more to do in their session in oath in David. So I think we covered the dramatic theme, maybe I give our subject in the book. So we're now finding ourselves in this is a truly beautiful piece by the Rabbi. The Rabbi writes as follows: Averos Hanasim So we're going to follow along in the very after. The Rabbi says when a Jew commits an Avera, now his lashon over here is very interesting. The Averos that are committed, Benefesh and Yisrael. So the Averos that are committed, and then again that legal ramification have an effect on the Jewish soul. Einam Kinyan It's not considered to be a personalistic acquisition. What does that mean? because these Averas have no real direct connection to the essence of my soul. Ella Neshavim Rak Ledavar Mikri, which rather again were just considered to be something happenstance or episodic. Glomar, Davar Sheshia Alein Bachutz, the Derek Trust, below the open. Let's talk about this outside of the soul. So something introduces us to an incredibly beautiful and magnificent idea, which is that when we sin, our sins are available to not define who we are. So when I commit an Avera, you guys say the way that a person could usually is not a bad person, but rather as a good person who unfortunately occasionally does bad things. So the Avera doesn't define me. He says in that discussion, the Avera is not what he calls a kinyan nafshi or ofed kinyan. Ultimately, rather, it's a davar mikri. Davar mikri means something happens then, or at the side. So the perfect including here is the very core, the very essence of self-definition. How we view ourselves is one of the most important things in life because our self-destruction drives so many other things. The way we act, the way we behave, the way we see the world. How do we look at ourselves? Do we look at ourselves as a sinner, or do we look at ourselves as someone who is inherently good, inherently beautiful, inherently looking? But sometimes, maybe even many times, I do things in life that are just not good. So that says the latter is true. The way we do sin is that hate does not become a part of me. Hate, he says, doesn't have a shaykhus for the essence of my nefesh. Rather, it's something that unfortunately sometimes I engage in, but it doesn't become a part of who and what I am. If you take a look at its footnotes, whatever says something very beautiful over here. It's footnote Reish Tzadik Hey. See, right? So the footnote says, Re'eh, Mashekasa Rabbeinu Beresisi Laila. The Tzaddik has another word called Beresisi Laila, in which he writes, Amru B'Sanhedrin. Mashal la'asa dekai ve'chil asa shnei shimshilu. So listen to this. It is like a rose amongst the thorns. Right? So if you go ahead, think about this just a moment. If you have a rose, or this is close to a myrtle amongst the leaves. But if you have a rose, we'll go with the rose metaphor. You see why in just a moment. If you have a rose amongst the thorns, and let's say there's an incredible amount of thorns. So do we ever say, well, there's so many thorns, so the rose is no longer a rose, right? It's like Batal Barov. So many thorns around. Come on, what does one little rose in a whole bed of thorns really do or really mean anyway? So the Rebbe says, we don't do that. Even if there's a voluminous amount of thorns all around the rose is still a rose. The rose is still a rose. So the Rebbe says, what's the name? Like, what's the parable? Shimshilu ha'chatam ha'solavim ha'adam kikotzim ha'solavim ha'shoshan. The Averas that we commit in life are comparable to the thorns which surround the rose. Right? I'm the rose. Each one of us is the rose. And the Neshama is the rose. And the Averas that I commit, those are the thorns. So there's two pieces here. Number one, no matter how many thorns there are, the rose is still a rose. And number two, interestingly enough, the thorns are not part of the rose. Right? The thorns themselves are not part of the essence of the rose. They surround the rose, they're next to the rose, but at the end of the day, they are not that part of the rose itself. Dr. Sullivan, who must keep it also inside the practice of the other. There's a really incredible and beautiful idea. So the thorns are there, the images beautifully work together, not the thorns that are on the rose itself. But imagine a rose that is surrounded by thorn bushes. So the idea is, no matter how many thorn bushes there are, the rose is still a rose. That's Aleph. And number two, since the thorns themselves, they're not part of the rose. Like the thorns themselves, they're not the rose. The thorns are the thorns, but the rose still remains the rose. Aval mitzad As such, that person says the aim both hate cloud. What a profound statement. From the perspective of the Shama, there is no fate. There is no sin that's there. רק המדרגות במעלת הדרגות. זה עצם הנפש שמצד חומר סיוט יש לדרגות הנפש. So we'll say, you can be better on this story. That when we sin, when the spirit of Aveda, that Aveda does not become part of the net that Aveda does not become part ultimately again of my action and Shama. Rather, it's something that's next to me, something that's by me, something that's around me, but that it does not impact my inner core. The inner core always remains intact. The inner core always remains whole. Such an example you said. And listen, why is this important? Go back up to the way see why this is so important in such a meaningful way. Because whenever I say for Kaf, Yesh Lahem, therefore the evidence this is why. This is why there's a concept ultimately again of what is people mean? People mean redemption. Right? It's redemption. So the Rebbe says, the Kaf Yesh Lahem, the action is higher as the Fashos Israel. The Avarosei. We have the ability to go ahead and we have the ability to go ahead and redeem ourselves. We have the ability to go ahead and do sleep. Why do we have the ability to do sleep? Why does the person have the ability to engage in sleep? Why is that concept of in existence? So the Rebbe says it's incredible. You know, Shakaso, well, who would stand from the Kalabarosei? Alright? But both of them do all these all of this. Why is it possible? Like, why is it that actually a huge connection? If you really ask me, why is Shiva possible? Why is the ability to overcome my anger? No matter how terrible they may be, why is that possible? And that is because they're not part of my essence. Because at the end of the day, the fact that there is hate does not go ahead and impact my inner core. My inner core is intact. My inner core remains. Who I am, what I am, does not change even when I sin. That's why what he's picking up on will continue this more tomorrow. But what he's picking up on is this lesson of that when he gets that essence of his color on himself, he will redeem for himself. The lesson of Pidyon, right? What does it mean when you get something, when you redeem something? What does that mean? You remove some aspect. Right? There's wood that belongs to the Mikosh, and I want to go ahead and now use that wood for my own personal use. How do I do that? Bingo. I redeem it. How do you redeem something? You remove a status and transfer it onto somebody else. In the case of I remove the kedusha from the wood, I transfer it onto the money, and then go ahead and I give that to the basement. So the fact that coming up uses this notion of we give that Islam Nicola Pidyo means that the face can be lifted. The face can be up like food with food. The face can be removed. There's only one way that can happen, which is what? It is not part of my inner core. It is not really part of who and what I am. Because once faith becomes part of who and what I am, then by definition, there is no way to go ahead and remove it. There is no way to remove it. The fact that it confuses me, the fact that it can be removed, ultimately highlights the idea that when I hate, when I sin, it does not become a part of my essence. The essence, the nefesh, and the shama, always remains intact. Just sometimes there may be layers of impurity that are superimposed on top of it. But just as easily as they come, it can be removed as well. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up again soon. This is an incredibly important episode that proves the way to Shiva. Ultimately, it's like we're going to look at ourselves as well. Yeah, we'll stop here for today.
I couldn't do even close to what I usually do. And I was like, what is going on? Is your whole system shit? I didn't realize that. Your system just goes, nah.
That shit like it's really getting used to it. Yeah, so I took a few days off from the gym, and then I thought, man, I was still getting through it. It wasn't like, you know, bedridden, but it was shitty. I had to go to fucking where the hell was I? Where was I? I don't know. Did you ever do that? Like, what was that last week? You don't know where you're at all the time. Yeah. It's called CD. Welcome to the team. Yeah, but it's not from getting knocked around in the head. It's from the. I don't even know where I'm at right now. I was in the DR last week, Dominican Republic. Oh yeah, what were you doing there? Trying to take his company.
All right,
his company. Go ahead, Tiger baseball. Drop him off. Yeah. In the DR, forget about it. Enjoy. I'm sorry, I have to leave you here. Enjoy the waves. I was taking fights. I was scheduled to be there 3 days to my wife one stay the next day. But the first day we get there, you know, I don't speak Spanish, and they go, "What do you want to drink?" And I go, I tell my wife, "Tell me I want a Diet Coke." And so she says, "You know, Diet Coke," and they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Diet Coke, bitch." She goes, "No, I'm telling her." I go, "Tell her silver can, red letters, Diet Coke." And the lady's like, "I have no fucking clue. You're very confused." And then she's like, "Do you have something different than a regular Coke?" And she goes, "Coca Zero?" Diet Coke. And then finally got to the nitty-gritty of it. They don't import them to lots. So I left. Oh, wow, dude. I changed my flight and left. How much was the reason why?
Let's continue now. 97%. The left hand on the now, what they have a point out, however, is, of course, one is not committed to go ahead and place themselves in a situation of spiritual danger. Here's something fascinating. So remember, as we put out yesterday here, it's always interesting to see how last week it's a moral act. Obviously, for man is serious to speak to the woman, it is uncertain to place yourself in that situation. The same mitzvah. I want to place myself in this situation because I want to show that this time I have resisted temptation. So what happens is, of course, that's absurd because A, just being virgin is a certain student. That's what there's a significant role with the dice. Because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not right. And again, if I end up sinning again, I created that situation myself. So it's an interesting anomaly. Because on one hand, what we're saying is, I'm not reading about Shiva until I'm placed back in that same situation again. But this time I resist the temptation to change. But yet what? Here's what? I'm not allowed to put myself in that situation. So how do you rectify that? Look at the left-hand column. Ufar Hadam. Therefore it says that it is pure. שאין השם מספר המאזנים בניסיון זה, אלא שיוביע בו בדרך שלא יתחשב עליו, ובוודאי יעמוד בניסיון. So this is true. The Bible says, the Rambam also, commentary to the Rambam, highlights the same idea as well. The Bible says, you're right. You don't put yourself in that situation. But you know who does? You know who does? Christ. But then he told us that all of it only put me back in that situation. If you have to be honest with what you're doing, that I have to be honest with this. So the Bible put me back, but only because he knows that I can be only in his son. But again, I can resist the temptation. Ulakah, Yada Adam, Yada Adam, Bikasha, Shemifara, Mazi, Morisayon, Bishahayo, Abikash, Tato, Davar, Zed, Simon, Hope, thank you, this is beautiful, this is so very beautiful. That says, therefore, takes the truth, we want to follow the progression. So let's just use this example. I sing in every day, I do the Avera, and now I've done Shul for Avera. It was all the various steps of Shul. I know at the end of the day, my Shul is only complete when I resist the temptation after you back in the same circumstance. But I can't place myself in that circumstance. Things number one happen, but it's part of this place is moving that circumstance. So they call the book, hold on. allows me to test my ability. He looks at this probably doesn't need probably doesn't need to teach me back. Why not? Why not? Because probably talking about us. He knows what's happening inside of myself. He knows if my stomach is sensitive. He knows how I feel. He knows where I'm holding. Doesn't need to put me back in that situation. You know, we need it. I need to show that I have the ability to resist temptation. I need to show myself that I have the ability to remain strong. I need to demonstrate to myself that I have the ability ultimately to resist that temptation. It's necessary for me. It says that it's so easy. The Father only puts me back in that situation where he knows that I have the ability to overcome the temptation. In other words, I said the Father never sets me up very. This is incredible mistake. Never sets me up to fall, never sets me up to fail. So if he's placing me back in that circumstance, that is because he knows that I have the ability to meet that particular challenge. If you look at this love movie in the car, the person should know the character is far from us in the movie Science, the higher level Shadow, but I can follow through some great beings and service places with that in a difficult situation. Governor Jeff Simon Tova. It's a good symmetry. Why is it a good symmetry? By Miska Me'adera Hagi, it is Kablut Shibasa Basharai. Listen, what an incredible way. If I find myself back in the same exact situation, this is a Simon Tov. Because what does that show? That I can be sorrowful easily. That my children has been accepted, and I can be sorrowful chasing me back in the situation because he knows that I have the ability to overcome this difficult mindset. That's the Simon Tov to this entire thing. Let's say I'll mention something very interesting. It is very cliche and overused and quite trite. You know that phrase that God never gives you any challenges you can't handle. So it's a very interesting. So it's not actually challenge like this. My thing is, when I'm telling you that gives you any challenges that he can't handle. In other words, perhaps I can't handle it myself. The good news is that the Father can handle anything. So when you focus on him, never gives you any challenges that he can't handle alongside you. But anyway, the stuff is going to happen. This is so really comes from here. That what I'm saying is saying is that the Father puts me in Makom Nisayon. He only puts me there because I have the tools to be able to overcome that challenge. And in fact, again, he doesn't need me to do it. He needs me to see that I can do it. And therefore, again, this Lashon over here discovers that Simon Tovlo. What's that separate on you? So we often think that when we find ourselves in the midst of science, especially if I find myself kind of in the same situation that I've been in the past, we think that's often reflective of having made poor decisions. How did I get here? I got here because I made the wrong decision. Like that, sometimes that's absolutely true. And sometimes I made the right decision, but I chooses to put me back in this situation so that I could prove to myself that I had evolved and I had become someone different and make sure that this is sincere. That goes on. It's a disaster. Very much. I'm going to tell you something.
She's in beautiful shape. She's in great shape.
He said, "Put your money down for that." Casarasa Shasui. Listen, you might talk about over here. Certain people who are hustling, and some people who are not committed to give testimony. So, for example, we have a lot of examples of this. Saki Kukuya, a gambler. We're going to see multi-tradeless. A person who goes out and after sells non-kosher medications. You're going to be examples of this. So the interesting part of being hustling business is that how do you regain your Festus consciousness, right? What does a person need to do in life to regain their Festus consciousness? Which is a fascinating question. So the Rebbe says this to this. He says, okay, go, Hazara Shalish the Festus on the Hidas trade first lap game. He says, for example, he says, what does a person do? Reuben sold traitors. Reuben sold traitors. Like Reuben went ahead and sold non-kosher. Okay, so that's awesome. Why do you sell non-kosher vegetables, right? Not because he doesn't want to keep kosher, but why? Why? Money. Everyone knows there's more money to be made in non-kosher meat than it is in kosher meat. So he sold traitors. And I want to say, as a result, he's Fasala Avis. So how do you rectify that state? Right? How does a person go ahead and regain their festive conscious? Yukshar lahayit ayidin. Listen to this. It's incredible. Sheyachzir aveda lechaber eliyah. Let's say, watch this. We'll have to stop. How do you regain your festive conscious? Right? I was a mocha trader. I sold non-kosher meat to Jews. Right? Under the guys, right under the Judaism was kosher. I even put on 17 extras. Right under the tax. Right? So now I want to do tshuva. It's not possible. I want to do tshuva. How do you do tshuva? You do tshuva by becoming the kind of person who finds the lost object of my friend and returns it to him. Those of us like, when you find the lost object, it's easy enough to pocket it. But if you become the kind of person who finds the lost object and returns the lost object, your Cheskas Kashrut is returned. Now, what does one thing have to do with the other? Shebazeh mucha, shebevadeh chazebo, nechendas hamamot shachisalo. Listen, this is so beautiful. So remember again, why does a person go ahead and sell traitors? Why does that happen? Why? Because I love money. Because I love money, but I love money in the unhealthy way. It will help you, right? Nothing wrong with liking money. Loving money is problematic. So now I'm selling things because I love money. So now I lost my Cheskas Kashrus. How do I get that back? I get that back by restoring a proper relationship to money. How do I demonstrate that I restored a proper relationship to money? I find your lost object. I could just as easily keep it and no one would ever know. But I don't. I give it back. And when I give it back, I demonstrate that I have restored a proper relationship, a proper approach to money, to material. So let's say, to the point that Tzaddik is saying is, well, let's play this out. How does this happen? How does this happen? So the Tzaddik would say the way it happens is as follows. Some say this, I'm Fasala Avis, I do my tshuva. There's multiple steps that person makes the tshuva. And then what happens? When my tshuva is completed, I'm ready. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu do? What does Baruch Hu do with tshuva in general? He tests it. Because at the end of the day, not for God, but for me, the only way to really see that my tshuva is genuine is in battle. So what does he do for the Mocha Traces? He goes down walking down the street, and what happens? I find the big wallet. Finds the big wallet. The big wallet is wallet. No idea. No idea. He just did a box every day with the ATM right beforehand. Right? It says easy enough for me to have it. But I don't. Ultimately, again, then the test is destroyed. Then we go down and say, we'll have to stop over here. It says, Shebazemucha, Shebevadai. Shebevadai. Chazabah Makanda Salam Shaisalo. Yoti Bazet, he goes to Yoti Sefer Machmas Yodov Shavah Hashim Yishro Aisha. So we'll have to stop over here. But again, the point that the Rebbe is making, and it's really incredibly profound, is this idea that while I am not committed to put myself in the same situation in which I originally sinned, a person is not allowed to say, I'm ready to test my resolve. Let me put myself right back in the same circumstance in which I was in. In fact, remember again, part of the part of Tshuva is distancing the self from the actions and from the circumstances which led to faith in the first place. Failure to do so is a fundamental lack of tshuva. But yet, the tshuva is only complete when it's actually tested. So how do I reconcile that? HaKadosh Baruch Hu puts me back in that matzah when he knows that I'm ready to handle it. And I'm able, he gives me the opportunity to show myself that my tshuva is complete and my tshuva is genuine. Let's have to stop over here. We'll continue to Hashem one more year in Gimel, and here's Hashem tomorrow.
Oh man, he's cooking. She didn't know she got an Asian with a little bit of flavor there. Like, that's way better than Rango. You know what I mean? Jen killed that. It's like I love just crash outs. Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, so what's this one? See, that's Chin right there. Look at his eyes.
EBT caught it there.
This is just some Chin, sir.
It is the same.
Well, yeah, that's that's top five.
Should have seen
Top five big moments right there.
Nick's face, how proud he was. I was all for it.
Movies presents a song.
That's a Chin.
Alright, so this is the morning that comes to the day at the beginning this morning. And this page is just like a package post and you need to do that. Like that, I just sent out the all about the WhatsApp. But let's begin. So it's a very beautiful, beautiful idea like that. We're gonna follow along the theme of the internet. So like this quick iron demo. And we are to do this right now. The other one is
$1,000 on my brain for making iPhones.
when a person decides to fix, decides to rectify, decides to fix, that in which he sinned or in the way in which he sinned. Remember, so it's like a second here. First of all, it's the children. And so what's interesting, by the way, is that we're going to get into particular also going to get into some of the dynamics of children. And what it means to uniquely value children. We need to engage in the concept of children. We often translate children as repentance. But this is the act of repenting is really only one part of it. I'm trying to put out the essence of it is sort of especially children jumping from Shiva. We think that the essence of Shiva is the person Shiva comes from Russian Shah. Russian Shiva, so it feels like on the part of the greatest byproduct of it is the fact that I created distance between myself and I can trust. That's the greatest byproduct. The essence of Shiva is the ability to somehow bridge that gap between myself and the reborn Shiva. Yet for the effort to do it from the name. The Shah Adam is happiness not to happen. So a person wants to fix that which is sinned, or a person wants to fix that which is broken in the process of sin. This is pretty wild. As Hashem Yisbarach, Nazmin Lo Nisayon Hazeh, Ba'osepar. So the Shbarach creates a situation where essentially a person is placed in the same exact situation in which he sinned previously. And the devotional puts me back in that situation to do what? To test my resolve and to give me the opportunity to this time make the right decision. But we have profound this. So Tzaddik says, I want to go ahead and I want to fix that which I have broken. I want to go ahead and fix that which I have made mistakes in. Because the Baruch Hu Nazmin Lo Nisayon Hazeh Ba'osepar. Because Baruch Hu creates for me some refuge and sorrow, a test, a challenge. In the same way in which I previously sinned, puts me back into that situation. And you think of here, Ba'os to keep out, to get to go by love, Ba'os to muckle the Shabbat and Sabira. And what the Baruch Hu often do is literally recreate the same circumstance. So put me back in the.
So she goes, okay, I agree with you, but you can't even get one. You can get this 3 package. I said, get the 3 package. Sure, yes. It's
same exact situation in which I sinned in an effort to be able to gain Shetiyat Shuvas and Mishkah to Yiskaber al Tavaso to Yishabshana the Makom Shinit Shalvo Ba'ala. And if the Baruch Hu goes ahead and allows you to engage in what is called Shuvas and Mishkah. Now this is a very interesting phrase. Shuvas and Mishkah. So Mishkah means what? Wait. The Baruch Hu allows you to engage. I guess I don't know how the best way it says. It's called a weighted Shuvah. What's a weighted Shuvah? You know what I'm saying? In the world of Shuvah, there are different levels. There are different levels of Shuvah. Even the Rambam discusses this. By the way, this idea that the Tzaddik is talking about is actually, if it sounds familiar, it's like the Rambam quoting over Shuvah. The Rambam is not the one who created it. This is a Gemara in the sense of humor. In fact, if you take a look in footnote, Yesh Aleph, all the way on the bottom, he writes over to the word Gemara, He'eki Gami Bal Tshuva. What's about Tshuva? Amra Yehuda, Kilo Shebasa V'Yado Dvar Avera Kamishona Ushniya. What does it say? There's a particular Avera, one time, two times, and then what happens? They need Tohimena. And then ultimately, the third time, he doesn't commit the act. That's about Shuvah. Mafia, usually by the way, when is that true? Ba'os Isha, Ba'os Perek, Ba'os Mako. So the Gemara is saying this with a sin of immorality. So the Gemara says, what's Shuvah? I sin with a particular woman one time, two times, I find myself in that same situation, right? Same situation, Osi Isha, same women, Osi Perek became very interesting. The way the Rambam defines esoteric is on the same stage of life. In other words, if I committed an Avera, an act of immorality with a woman, and I did that. She might walk in with tennis balls, and I have my little basket on the front and the chair I can sit down on, and everything is great. And I say, you know what? In the new part of the Zuma, I'm not going to sin. So I can't walk these steps, but Lamaisa, so you imagine Osaperic means I have the same level of physical vigor and vitality. That's what it means. Same level of, because again, in all seriousness, to not sin decades later, does it count for something? Absolutely. The Rambam says any time a person does Shuvah, that act of Shuvah counts for something, even if it's not quote unquote a perfect act of Shuvah. Now, the Rambam, when he taught this Gemara, he makes a little bit different. He says, Hehi Zami Bao Shuvah Gama. That's the Rambam calls it. There's about Shuvah, and there's about Shuvah Gama. It's about Shuvah. What's about Shuvah? It's about Shuvah. And one of those Shuvah, Shuvah is about Shuvah. And by the way, that's true even if the person does it moments before they pass away. Because if you ever seen it, one of the things I had to do is look at the sea, really, over the years, our people who do Shuvah, literally again moments before they die. Because it was the person who sent GPS to show me incredible and to see, like, a lot of times you go through life without clarity, and we don't want clarity, we just can't find clarity. When a person realizes that they do this world, everything becomes much clearer. And it happens. People do Shuvah for all kinds of things in the moments before they leave the world. Is that meaningful? Of course. Rambam says as long as you have breath, your Shuvah is meaningful. The Rambam also says that about Shuvah Gomer is literally one who sinned in a particular circumstance, then is placed in that same circumstance again, but this time is not sin. That's the highest level of Shuvah. About Shuvah Gemara, Osa Isha, Osa Makom, Osa Parak, Rambam builds on this a little bit. So the Tzaddik calls it something a little bit different. He calls this Shuvah, this type of Shuvah, of being placed in the same situation, all the same circumstances. The first time, second time I sinned. Now I'm back and I resist the temptation. The Tzaddik calls that Shuvah HaMishkal. What's Mishkal? Like there's a weighted Shuvah. So it means the same thing, but just a faster. It's like weighted Shuvah means that this Shuvah carries a greater weight. All Shuvah is meaningful, all Shuvah is important, but when I literally summon up the courage to abstain from the sin, when placed in the same exact situation that I was in before, but this time I resist. This time I don't. And listen, by the way, it's interesting. The Gemara always, and Rambam also, always illustrates these cases with immorality, which is just fascinating. Gives you an interesting insight into the way it comes out in nature. That's one of the greatest pushes and holdings of heart. Negative comes that we have us, ultimately, again, is immorality. So all of these cases, But again, I just want to point out, obviously, you're familiar with it. It could be with chaos, it could be with anger. I always get angry. I always get angry at particular situations. I find myself now in the same situation, and this time I don't get angry. I resist the temptation. I pull back. I resist. I don't get angry. That Rabbi must call that about Shuvah Gomer, highest level of Shuvah. Something calls that Shuvah Hamishka, a weighted Shuvah. That is a weighty. People have better terminology, but that is a weighted Shuvah. It's a heavier Shuvah. It's a more substantive Shuvah because literally faced with the same circumstances, but this time I didn't see. Let's go back there a little bit. He says, כדי שתהיה תשובת המשקל בכך שיזכה בעשאותו יקפשנו במקום שנכשל בו בעבר. We'll say, he was much bigger, so incredible. I overcome my desire, יקפשנו. I capture, I conquer. שהיא התשובה המוכרת. This is the most preferred form of tshuva, the highest form of tshuva. The mitzvah, someone says, what's the problem with this? But now, if you would stop here, so a person might think for just a moment, then what should you do? He said, well, let's see, the mitzvah ha'adam, she is damin lo ha'darim me'ashamayim. שהרי ודאי יש דברים שאסור האדם להביע את עצמו לידי כך. So let's say, there's an interesting dynamic over here. That in order for me to be about Shuvah Gomer, according to the Rambam, or to be about Shuvah Hamishka, according to the Tzaddik, what do I need? I need the same circumstances. So the Tzaddik says, hold on here for just a second. Because you might think, okay, no problem. Where's that situation that I'm seeing? Now let me put myself back into that. Because now I think that I am strong enough to resist that temptation. Says of Tzaddik, no. We don't do that. A person does not place themselves in temptation's way at all. In fact, he says in that in every single day, he asks at the Baruch not being a globally being sayo. Don't. So certainly I'm asking the question again. I'm not allowed to put myself in a compromised position where I might sin. He says, you're not allowed to put yourself in a situation, a compromised situation like that. So somebody said, if I sin with a particular woman, I am not permitted to go ahead and put myself back in that situation because I'll be over on you first. Now, of course, we actually do that and the right should just meet, right? But you know, that if it was just me first, I'm not in pretty good shape. But Lamaisa, again, a human being. Rak Hashem, listen to this incredible truth. Rak Hashem Yitzbarach Hu Mazmin Lo. Governs that. Okay, looks like this is incredible. Tzaddik says that the way Shuvah Hamishka works is that it is the Ribono Shel Olam to recreate the circumstances. Oshi is damin ezu inyan umatzikiyoti bo diskabos yitarakotai. So it says that Tzaddik, on one hand, Shuvah Hamishka, that I'm told about Shuvah Gemura, requires a recreation of the circumstances in which I sin. On the other hand, I am not allowed to recreate the circumstances. Let's remember again, the great anomaly here is part of Shuvah is what? As Divatachit, not doing the thing which you sin with. Right? In other words, leaving the sin. That's part of the dynamic, leaving the sin. So to place myself right back in that same circumstance is actually a violation of one of the tenets of Shuvah. So I have this great Shuvah paradox. I only fully actualize my tshuva when I resist the temptation to sin in the same situation in which I sinned before, but I'm not allowed to put myself back in that situation. In fact, it's a violation of my tshuva, it's a violation of my parole, it's a violation of my tshuva to put myself back into that situation. That's the Tzaddik. At the end of the year, as a person thinks I'm ready, and he thinks that my resolve is strong enough, my willpower is strong enough, my spirit is sincere enough, I can help me to each circumstances in which he puts me back in that very same situation. I can't do it, but I can orchestrate that in order that it becomes the final step in my job. If I drop the stop over here, again, this is a fascinating dynamic, and yes, this will continue to tomorrow.
came out in like 2018. Oh, dude, I know it's stealing all the views on Tubi. It is my show, Gearheads Gone Wild. So watch that, and then watch Eric's specials. Yeah. We're taking over Tubi. Come on over to the Tubi water, Chris. It's warm, baby. It's warm. Tubi or not Tubi, you know what I mean? I don't know, but Tubi's getting big, but whatever. Actually, at this point, I don't care. I just want people to watch it so you can see it. You just want people to see it. Yeah, because I came at a certain time when I was doing this where like internet wasn't like this. Right, things weren't like this right now. So now you can go back and take a look. You know? No more. Oh, what did you put in the prompt, bro? Come on. So this one is too like I was like, nah, this guy can whoop ass. When you see that, what's that make you feel?
All right, so good morning. Let's you here. Yes, pick up the next one in the Podcast Magic in Iron Out. This is my third video on the particular voice today. By way of review, picking up this is probably on the hand that was sent out in the podcast that we're on Iron in the area Hasido to the beginning in the bottom left hand corner. So remember again, just to orient ourselves a little bit. The subject introduced this post is the idea, first of all, of the concept of Yitamu Kata and Tsunoyi Tamu Soju. The idea being that people are good. But all too often good people do bad things. So therefore says that about when you daven, you don't daven for the sinner to cease to exist, daven for the sin to cease to exist. Again, quoted by Bruyo and Mayo. Okay, but then Rebbe went on to explain this interesting idea that one is permitted to go ahead and daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish the individual who is Ra, being Adam L'Chavero. Right? Remember again, a person can have two levels of their persona. The Makam and Adam L'Chavero. A person who goes ahead and is Ra, this is the Adam L'Makam. Ultimately, again, a person cannot happen to such a person to be such a punished. Rather, I think Chronicles like the marriage did, she happens for the person to be killed. But if a person is rather real, if a person ultimately harms others, a person negatively impacts others, a person is compromised when they get ugly Hadero, then a person is committed, davening for that individual to be judged and punished by a Kodesh. We never proved this point in the story with Eliyahu, Elisha Hanavi, and also proved it from the beginning of Parshas Lech Lecha. Interestingly enough, where we left off this on Friday was the bottom, as I mentioned before, the bottom of Kuf Ayin, in the Uriah HaSidus left-hand column, last couple of lines. So the Rebbe said, however, in order to do this, in order to daven for someone who is Ra L'Briel, someone who is bad in his interpersonal conduct, to be judged and punished by a Kodesh Baruch Hu, in order to do that, a person has to have a complete view, a complete understanding of who the individual is. I.e., Ruach HaKodesh. Elisha has Ruach HaKodesh. He could have it, but even Elisha looks, for nothing is deeming in these individuals. If you have Ruach HaKodesh, then you can go ahead and you can daven for HaKodesh Baruch Hu to go ahead and judge someone. Rule up. Last couple of lines. Rule up. Elisha ain't about Ruach HaKodesh, but someone who does not possess Ruach HaKodesh. Yesh no Yakshos in the monumental house. Such a person should refrain from cursing another individual. Our acts Shemino Lo Sha'adam Zeh around the field, Umuta Lekolo with the back statement clause. Shema After Shanagia Belibo, Mahmoud Shekiro Adam Zeh, Ima Avarto, Umona Asli when the Lishko Kaloi the Uni Shiflo, the Adam Zeh Ahmila Love the field. That is something amazing. Remember, let's contextualize this a little bit. When we speak about the fact that one should go ahead and daven for someone, that a consultant should judge an individual who is Ra L'Briel, right? This person is terrible in interpersonal conduct. Who is he terrible to? The Pashtus, who is he terrible to?
But
they
had
to
literally
me,
were like,
that's what's happening over here, right? Even
the chef
the
went
example of
home,
Alicia.
and they were
Someone,
like,
right?
we got
Someone
another
wronged
one.
Alicia.
And I'm like,
Alicia
okay.
ultimately brought punishment upon
He
that
lives here in
individual.
the hotel.
So the Pashto says that Eva, we're talking about over here, someone really wrongs me,
There were other people like, what the fuck's
objectively wrongs me. Objectively wrong. So we've now seen a concept where I am committed to go ahead and daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so that Ribono Shel Olam to punish this individual because of the negative behavior that he has engaged in, that is negatively impacting me. Just as an aside, you see from this act, I'm sure I mentioned this last week, but it's like to repeat it. The whole episode over here is how seriously HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes Adam L'Chagelo behavior. That it is not just enough to be proficient in Adam L'Makom, between yourself and God. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu really looks at how we interact and how we treat one another. So if I mistreat God, HaKadosh Baruch Hu can handle it. But I mistreat people, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to a certain degree this takes so much time. When you hurt others in the league, there's other Jews, so that ever says something amazing. The problem, therefore again, in this model, I am committed to God and just as powerful, so that Ribono Shel Olam to visit punishment upon the person who is not behaving appropriately in the other matter. Says Rebbe, unless you have Ruach HaKodesh, don't do it. Why? Because Lamaisa, how do you know that your intentions are really correct? Especially if you are the aggrieved party, especially if you are the victim, just if you are the one that is been hurt. How do you know that you're really seeing things for what they are? How do you know that as a result of your pain, your entire perception of things may become much more so profound? Is it the fact that you are personally involved in this situation, blinds you. And who's to say that you're able to see this situation for what it is? Listen, what is incredibly profound on a variety of levels. First of all, again, just sticking to the subject over here, whereas the Rebbe introduces a model in which it is permitted to daven for another Jew to be judged and even punished by a for his misdeeds in the realm of being Adam L'Chagelo. And this is practically only do with the Ruach HaKodesh. Why? Because when we are hurt by other people, our entire perception of reality vis-a-vis that person is skewed. Listen, you'll know this. You know, there are people with whom we all have it, with whom you've had negative interactions. And if you think they're just they're nasty, they're new, they've done something objectively that is just wrong. Every single time that person starts walking towards you, what happens? What happens? You tense up. You tense up. And every single thing that person says, right, is heard through a certain filter. That's the way life works. Right? You go ahead and you perceive people based on the reality of past circumstances. Said to Rebbe, if you've had a negative interaction with someone, do you ever really look at another interaction impartially? Can you really ever be objective? Can you really ever see things for what they are? Because the teams color every single thing. And therefore says to Rebbe, although it is true that this situation of davening to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to judge someone does actually exist, L'maisa, doing it in the absence of Ruach HaKodesh and explicit clarity to see a situation for what it is, don't do it. Rebbe goes on and says, if to find out, we'll do the piece and we'll stop for today. Rebbe says, "Ume'achar shetzarach lahutzi mivigla hanegius, kodem shegomer b'daito, shura l'grios u'mutar l'kallo." So therefore says that because the person has to go ahead and remove any negius. Negius means like any, I guess we'll call it like conflict of interest. Like I have to remove any conflict of interest from my heart. I have to make sure that I'm able to see things for what they really are. Before, number one, I judge someone to be Ra, L'Brios, and number two, curse them. He said, Rekach, David HaMelech alav shalom ba'osa nishma, Hamuv le'el, Amar al-Atzma al-Safosek, the leading Kolo Bikirbi. So I will say, here's what you say. Another example of cursing people who are raw reveals, who behave negatively. Another example of that is David Amela. You know, in Sefer Tehillim, there are examples of David Amela cursing his enemies. And his enemies are not non-Jews. His enemies are members of Congress. So how is David able to go ahead and curse other people? So again, back to Rebbe's model. When someone is raw reveals, when someone behaves in a way that hurts other people, you have the ability to go ahead and act like a punishment. It is mean to judge and even to curse that person. But David says before I did that, what happened? The leading Karo Bikirbi, which literally means my heart was hollow inside of me. What is that? He says that. So that's what it turns out. Because the Yushami, Shahargo David Hamelach Yitzhahara. Hard to understand what this means. David Hamelach slaughtered his Yitzhahara. Right? David Hamelach came to a point in life which he was able to totally overcome his Yitzhahara. The Perish Kavanah, so Hainu Sha'amar David, שמותר לו לקלל אסונה מפני שאין לו מחוש ושום נגיעה שמה הוא עושה, in the Kabbal Chachma. So you see David Hamelach, before he judges another person, and certainly before he curses another person, what happens? He says, Ribono Shalom, accept my Yitzhahara. Accept my Yitzhahara. Because that's the level that a person has to be on prior to going ahead and judging and cursing another individual, even for what may be objectively the most egregious behavior. So let's say if we bring this all together, which is we stop for today, but if we bring this all together, they never really developed an incredible model, which highlights a number of lessons, even though what Rebbe is suggesting in actuality is not Lamesa as Rebbe himself explains. So number one of us we see that at the end of the day, how much HaKadosh Baruch Hu looks at someone who's Ralabrios, someone who is compromised in their being Adam L'Chavira. The Ribono Shalom could go ahead and handle a lot if I'm not good in my Adam L'Makom. But the moment I begin to listen to positions, the moment I begin to trample upon the dignity of another Jew, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, opens me up to Klala. And in fact, says Rebbe, if I see someone who is Ralabrios, I have the right to go ahead and daven for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to curse that individual. So lesson number one, how seriously we have to take our Rebbe and how seriously we have to take how we treat our fellow Jews. And even things that may not seem significant to us, but they trample the dignity, trample the feeling of another, to go ahead and abstain. Lesson number two, says the Rebbe, but don't curse unless you know that you are seeing things for what they are, and you have objectively true clarity. Meaning what? It says that either you have Ruach HaKodesh, or you smother the Yitzhahara. So either if you have no Yitzhahara or Ruach HaKodesh, then you can stand in judgment of another. But if I don't possess either of those things, which perhaps most of us don't, right? Just understand, you rarely see things for what they are, and your view of reality is often skewed, especially if the person in question has visited harm upon you. Another incredibly important piece, how when we are hurt, and when we are hurt and we are involved in a situation which results in pain, how difficult it is to be able to see things for what they are and to recognize that often our judgment of the situation and our judgment of others is so fundamentally skewed. And therefore says the Rebbe, if I know that because of my pain, because of the hurt, I'm not seeing things objectively, I'm not seeing things for what they are, I have to be so careful to abstain from judgment and certainly from cursing the other. Alright, well, so we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up the next session tomorrow in Ayin Days.
I should have had an agent. Yeah, should have had an agent.
Sorry?
How the fuck you get hooked up with that? Yeah, how'd they even find you? Shit, if you didn't have an agent. I went to audio engineering school, became friends with people there. They worked at a place called Trailer.
Right.
That's all the movie trailers.
Even more so
they
you
just
were
said
thinking
audition for the role.
Absolutely.
And I had to audition. Did you check out Project Hail Mary yet? Are you still reading the book? No, I'm still reading the book. I'm going slow because I'm also watching other stuff. I'm watching TV. That's in space, right? Yeah. Well, it's in the theaters now, but
An Atlanta apartment complex started using robots.
I've been seeing these kinds of things all over the place, not in real life, just online. I just
The reaction.
they actually work.
The reactions.
They got the motherfucking robot dog in the motherfucking hood controlling the apartment. What the fuck type of AI shit is it? What the fuck? He look like he finna bite your ass.
Oh, that's great.
All right, so I'll say good morning. Let us begin.
Can you just grab it?
Let us begin. Okay, we are picking up the news session this morning in Sitkas Sagic, and we began yesterday post Island Hours, Section 71, in the letter introduced this idea that even if one sees that another individual is a Russia, one should not has to shalom go ahead and curse that individual, however, or wish evil upon that individual. We are interested enough that Rebbe said that person should never go ahead and ask for something negative to befall another person or Jew, even if that other Jew is in fact a Russian. The Rebbe qualified that statement and said that applies when the individual in question is a Russia in terms of his being Adam and Makam, in his relationship with Hashem. If the person is in fact Hashem in Russia, a Adam Makavelo, in his interpersonal conduct, then the subtext he says that it is mutter to go ahead and daven to Hashem to see something terrible befall this individual, that he should stop with his wishes. He should stop with his evil that he is engaging with towards his fellow. Now, what's the logic of that? So we kind of do this quickly. I want to cook some test. Cook some test in the area. Left-hand side, the end of the first paragraph. And now this is about others who love the brios. Cultivating Adam Machadel, and a person who is evil, who is the Adam Machadel, in the streets and hurts other people. So in the streets, he says, Unshow his Mida Kineged Mida. His punishment is reciprocal. Mida Kineged Mida. How so? Shem Shehir Mirakish, Shia Ron Mizulaso, simply that this person is focused on doing something negative to his fellows, but also Hamida, he honors the car, Shemuto Levakish over his fellow Rashi. In that same midah, it is mutter to go ahead and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to go ahead and punish him for this. So the midah Kineged Midah is this person who is Ra in his Adam Machadel, this person who is negative in his interpersonal conduct, hurts other people. It is mutter to say to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, please visit hurt. Please visit Ra on this person. Because that's just Kineged Midah. That's reciprocal. So I think it's a very shocking read. Only because any of Hasidus, which actively speaks about going ahead and seeking out harm for another individual. We understand the person in question over here is the person who's causing damage, is the person who's causing hurt, is the person who's causing harm to another person. First of all, in general, we don't daven for people to get punished, we daven for the system of justice. Like, Ramashim al-Sikra, Hamarisha, that's a supplication to our God. Run the world with justice. Run the world with justice. And it's fascinating that Tzaddik is teaching us you can't daven for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish the person who's Ra in Adam L'Makom. You can daven for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish the person who's Ra in his Adam L'Makom. Okay, so I want to show you a couple of examples, but I'll show you some fascinating. Turn the page 2. Kuf Ayin. So on the right hand column of the earth, I see this on the bottom right. He says, listen to this, and this is incredible. Well, speaking to this knowledge today, Nick Lokin, Maximo Basolet, Hashem Yisrael, Amadi Abraham, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, Am Avinu, where? Hashem Lecha. He says, in the Kalecha, HaOr. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, in the opening to the Hashem Lecha, Hashem says to Adam, those who curse you will be cursed. Dainu, שאני מקבל את אלו שאין מקבל, אלא רק את מי שמקבל אותך כאילו רע לבריות. So I think the Bible in the Bible says, those who curse you, I will curse. So to some extent, result from Avram, anyone who curses you is a ra lebriot, bad people. Like this is a ra, is a rasha.
Brian coming out to 25 people. Brian coming out to 25 people in Tacoma.
This is the personal conduct. So if someone is wrong in the personal conduct, then ultimately again, I will curse you. So if someone looks at this as a paradigm, you see that almost is committed to go ahead and wish for wrath upon those who are terrible in their Avera. So if you curse Adam Avinu, who says such a person will be punished, because that's what happens. See what comes down to see that if I'm not, it might be Adam Avinu. Like some people are bad in that issue, there's like a threshold for that. You know, there's this threshold for forgiveness. If you're wrong with Rios, if you're bad to people, there's much less forgiveness. This makes sense because it's easy to understand why I keep violating the word of my I don't see him, right? I don't always see him. And I can't necessarily always relate to him. The human beings are trying to be, how can you hurt another human being? How can you mistreat another human being? How can you trample over another person? So as much as I can't forgive you, I ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to go ahead and visit Ra on a person who's Ra LaShamayim, whose bad has been out of the muscle, I am permitted to go ahead and forgive you and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to visit punishment upon someone who is wrath in his bin Adam Hazero. And again, it's ultimately using Adam Avinu as the example. However, in the left-hand column, which combines a little bit of a little structure,
So if you just Google her name, it's like they didn't pay me
it's
right. They
something
didn't
that
do this
comes
right.
along
I got
and
injured.
qualifies this idea. And he said, the Apple should look at the color of the body as well as the Shuralabios. Even though Tzaddik said, I have explained that it is permitted to actively beseech Hashem, to visit God upon a person who is bad in his sin against the Havera. It is permitted. This Makom gave to God. Tzaddik should be very careful. Be very careful about whether or not to do this. Even שגם בדבר זה מצינו בסוף המייסים הנארץ, ואלישע הנביא נענש על זה, שכילה עושה, ושאול חזר בסוד, וישראל שכל מאחורי זה. So interestingly enough, one of the examples that the Tzaddik brings is the story of Elisha HaNavi. And Elisha went to a particular city and had the waters, cured he cured the waters, and then there were a group of boys. It wasn't boys, it was men, young men, who were just very disrespectful to Elisha. And he cursed them. A bear comes out, goes in and kills them. So the Tzaddik uses this as an example of being able to go ahead and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to visit Ra upon people who are compromised, the people who are bad and they also need. So the Tzaddik says, be careful with it. Because even Elisha was stricken with illness as a result of having been the cause of the punishment for these young men. And aside from the fact, what the Tzaddik is saying is, at the end of the day, a person has to think long and hard whether or not they want to be the cause of someone else. In other words, I might have a right to have a family, but it's so terrible and there's been ugly please punish him because look how much misfortune he has brought upon others. I might have a license to do so, but whether or not I should do so is a whole other matter entirely. Elisha had the license to do so also, and yet it came with incredible repercussions. Not only that, he realized that יש עוד גם כן נגזר מן הקבלה. What's the reason for this? There's another reason why you should be careful about cursing a person. He calls it cursing. But davening that a person should go ahead and be punished for their misdeeds, listen to this. Shows it is so profound. Kilo l'chol adam choto l'kalo. אף מישהו לא לביאס, שאמרו חז"ל באלישע, ויראו שאין בה מחלוקת, ואולם, so I'm skipping a little bit, מי שאינו בעל רוח הקודש, יש לו לחשוש ולהימנע מלקומם. So I will say, I applied to the example inside. The charismatic example of this that I'm uses is Elisha. Right? So Elisha goes ahead and he goes to the city, he sweetens the bitter waters. These young men act very disrespectfully to him. And it wasn't just the fact that because they were Kohen and was covered. These guys were bad guys. They were bad guys. They were bad guys to the residents of the city. They were just bad guys in general. So the pasuk says, this is incredible. Vayifen acharav vayarein. He looked behind them and he saw Vayikal, and they cursed them. So the tzaddik over here quotes from the Marshal who says that before Elisha cursed them, Elisha died, he looked into their souls. He looked into their souls. Was there any element of good contained inside it? And if there was some element of good or some future good that would come out, he would have abstained. So tzaddik says, what do you see from here? Before you curse another Jew, you have to really be able to see them in their totality. You have to really be able to see the whole person. Or in other words, you have to have Ruach HaKodesh. There's a little thing called Ruach HaKodesh. If you have Ruach HaKodesh and you can see a person through and through, if you have Ruach HaKodesh and you can sum up the totality of an individual, if you have Ruach HaKodesh and you can see what a person is, where they came from, and what they will be, and it still looks like rituals, then you can curse. But in the absence of the ability to have that Ruach HaKodesh, says the tzaddik, never daven for the misfortune of another individual, no matter how much pain they may be causing. And it's not to stop over here for today, but this is an incredibly important episode. And we see ultimately where we're going to go with this, which is this serves as the basis for how careful we have to be in terms of passing judgment about others. Because often all we see is what is in front of us. Always, and sometimes people objectively act in terrible ways. Sometimes objectively they just cause terrible pain, and they're wrong. You know, not everything is being down the cop's close. I mean, yes, sure, you're down the cop's close. But sometimes even after you're down the cop's close, people do bad things, and people do wrong things, and stop doing wrong things. But how I react to that, and the subject says, what I'm going to go ahead and dive into, as far as we can do to that person, be careful. Because at the end of the day, very often, all you know and all you see is the person who's standing in front of you, but you don't see that in their totality. So sometimes now we're going to go back and see, even in Elisha, who serves as an example of davening for a person who is Ra Lebrios, had Ruach HaKodesh. Be careful what you daven for the individual. Be careful, the judgment you pass upon the individual without having the ability to see that individual in their totality. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up, we'll spend one more day in on Monday at 9 hours. We'll stop over here for today.
It's on YouTube. The YouTube is No Leg Days. My boy Nick, both the Nicks made it. You have huge guests on there. It's like a fun fitness workout show. We go to Venice, Gold's Gym. They're all over. So go check them out. No Leg Days.
And then you can visit Tubi. Check out my specials on Tubi and Brendan's show on Tubi.
Good night, kids. Love you.
Worst podcast ever. Like, it's hilarious. It's
All right,
so white.
Good morning. Let us begin. So this morning, we are beginning Os Ayin Aleph in Simchas Hatzalit. We sent it out yesterday on the WhatsApp chat. And we're going to get over here a really beautiful and incredible idea. If you notice, by the way, sometimes these sections of the subject flow into each other, and sometimes they don't. So in Os Ayin, we were dealing with the incredibly profound idea that from destruction comes incredible living, and from sin comes exotic growth. In Ayin Aleph, the Rebbe teaches children in righteous fathers to take it up as smart people as Os Ayin Aleph, and we were going with the Hallelujah, Sidos, the bottom right hand column. Says that in his follow Urovakish Nation Liros Ras Shum Adam person should never daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to see the Ra, to see something terrible happen to another Jew. A person shouldn't daven to see something terrible happen to another Jew. Gahiru Lashon, even if that other Jew is a complete Russia. כמו שאמרו חז"ל, חז"ל said, על הכוסות ישמו חתם מן הארץ, ישמו חוטים אין כסיף בבס. So let's take a step back. We'll discuss where Paul gets this from. So the notion that even if someone is a Rasha, one should not dive into HaKadosh Baruch Hu for some misfortune, for something negative to occur to that person. Now where does this concept come from? Think about the footnotes. On the bottom, you'll see footnotes H, Sammy, I footnotes Sammy, he writes in Paul, the Gemara Baruch Hashem is to this day. Hano Baryonim, the Havi Bishvi, who say Rabbi there were these Baryonim. Baryonim are ruffians, right? No good nicks. Right? There were these no good nicks that were in the neighborhood of Rabbi Meir. Bahava Kametsaru Leitulon. And these guys were causing Rabbi Meir an incredible amount of difficulty. Habakabai Rabbi Meir Rachami Ilayu. Rabbi Meir wanted to daven that they should die. This is the Ma'aseh, says the brothers. He wanted to daven that they should die. They were causing him so much tsar, they should die. Amalei Beria did this. Beria, his wife, said to him, "My dad did. What are you thinking? In other words, why would you daven for them to die? Yishum d'chsev yikamu chatoim miksev choted chatoim miksev." So listen to this. Beria had such an incredible deal, such an incredible insight on the pasuk. She said, "Does the pasuk say yitamu chotim min haaretz, that sinners should cease to exist in the world?" No. What does it say? Yitamu chatoim, sin should cease to exist from the world. Not sinners, but sin. Vote, Shafalu say to the God. Furthermore, she said to Rabbi Meir, look at the end of the pasuk. Right? The pasuk say, "Urishaim odeno," and the wicked will be no longer. So how do you read that pasuk? Kevan di tamu chatoim urishaim odeno. Once you remove the sin, there are no more sinners. What Beria was telling her husband, let's finish. Rather, Beria said to her husband, daven for their benefit, daven for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to have compassion on them. Then they hadru b'tshuva, they do tshuva for the shayim odinam, and they will no longer be wicked. Sure enough, ba'iracham yehuya b'hadru b'tshuva. They were there daven on behalf of these Rishayim. They did tshuva and they became tzaddikim, or at least I don't know if they became tzaddikim, but they did tshuva. So the story is fascinating for two primary reasons. Number one, what Beria was saying to Meir is that essentially there aren't bad people, there are just good Jews who do bad things. And a person sometimes has to be able, when they look at the other, to be able to differentiate this idea. Very often we automatically assume that we characterize the character of someone based on their actions. If you do something bad, that means you are a bad person. And what Beria was trying to highlight was this incredible yisod, but that's not necessarily the case. Are there bad people? Of course there are bad people. But very often there are good people who do bad things. And if you're just able to stop the bad things, to remove the bad things, the inner good ultimately comes out. So instead of davening, says Beria to her husband, for these guys to die, daven that they should do tshuva. And if they do tshuva, yitamu chatoim min haaretz, let sin cease from the world. And if there's no sin, Rishayim odeno, there will be no Rishayim. The person, the Gabra, is good, Just sometimes the Gabra corrupts himself with the wrong action. To correct the action, the Gabra, the individual, is restored to his primary good. I will say, what Purim was laying up there was essentially this concept is the cornerstone of tshuva. Right? Without this, I'm bad. If I'm bad, so is there really some significant degree of hope for my salvation or personal restoration? This entire Yisod, I am a good person who does bad things. I may do bad things very frequently. That's quite possible. I may even do more bad things than good things. But at the end of the day, my inner good still exists on some level. It's just often eclipsed and tarnished by the negativity. Remove the negativity, remove the sin, and at the end of the day, the good comes out. As an aside, by the way, I'm sure you remember, when we did this sugya in Brachos, there's another famous kasha on this sugya, which is, how do you daven for people to do tshuva? I mean, at the end of the day, the Gemara says, "Hakol b'Yisraelim." That's broad first. Yirah Shamayim is the rich thing that I could borrow to the rich guy. The end of the day is up to you. It's up to you, right? The Gemara second thing says, "Who's Baruch who determines how tall or how short you be, how rich or how poor, how smart or not smart you're going to be." All of that HaKadosh Baruch Hu determines. What the New York Times does not determine is what the nature of the Yirah Shamayim is. Who you are on a Yirah Shamayim level is absolutely up to you. So it is interesting that over here the Gemara says, so you would normally think you can't daven for someone to be about you. You can't daven for you. So there's a lot of different answers. It always bothered me a little bit. And then I realized the answer wasn't yesterday's daf. This is incredible. I'm just looking this often happens. The answer wasn't yesterday's daf. Remember again? So the Gemara says, Omer, Sela Zulit Staka, let this Sela go for Staka in order that my son should live. And remember again, we saw the beautiful insight by the Choseh who lived. And what did the Choseh say? Remember again, the Choseh said, and what's the pshat? It's not talking about physical life, the brother is talking about spiritual life. That at the end of the day, a person could give tzedakah, do nicely token, in order that the child should spiritually live. That's the whole yisod. That's the whole yisod. Right? So you see that there's a concept of engaging in dynamic spiritual activity for the benefit of someone else. So perhaps that's the yisod over here as well. At the end of the day, can you daven for someone else to do your work? So you keep davening that your zechuyos, Shnei Hashem, push someone else, push their merit in the right direction. The same way that I can daven for the ruchnius, I'm obligated to daven for the ruchnius. Do mitzvahs for the ruchnius of my children each and every day. So to again, perhaps that's the shotgun of the Gemara. How do you influence someone else's ruchnius? When ruchnius is the one thing that's in a person's own control. So perhaps again, when I daven and I do mitzvahs and I direct those zechuyos for the benefit of the other, then ultimately that has a cathartic effect on that person as well. Those are definitely not too much. So it's something still going back. We have another minute. We'll just focus on this. Go back up here on top. So the Rebbe writes, he said, therefore, in his follow in the Bakish, Hashem Yisrael, Elos Roshim on the Yisrael. A person should never daven that something terrible should happen to another Jew. Back to the Rosh Hashanah. Even if this Jew is a Rosh Hashanah. So it's an incredible Yisrael. We see why this is. You should never daven for misfortune to befall another person, even another Jew, even if that Jew is a Rosh Hashanah. And now, we have a quotes the Gemara Masechet Brachos, where again, Rabbi Meir wanted to daven for the misfortune of these individuals. Ruya intervened and said, "Don't do it. Why? So we'll say, listen to this, then we'll stop. So this is interesting because why not? Why not? If somebody is a Russia, right? If somebody is a Russian, somebody goes right. So why can't you daven for their misfortune? In other words, what's so look what he writes. This over never qualifies. He says, "Zeu klal hanoig rak ba'adam urav hashamayim v'chotei k'dei adam l'makom kilva." When can't you daven for the misfortune of someone? When ultimately, again, they are an individual who is Rala Shamayim. A person who is terrible in his being Adam Lamakom. A person who is a Rasha, Mamish, violates every single mitzvah, tramples upon halacha. Such a person, a Rasha like that, you don't daven for his misfortune. Okay, this is the אבל אדם סגורה לבריאות, וחוקי דרי אדם לחברו, עונשו הוא מידה כנגד מידה. So Rav Tzaddik says you can never daven for the misfortune of another Jew, even if he's a Russia, and a Russian meaning what? Even if he's terrible, he's been Adam Lamakom, you see that he tramples on mitzvahs, tramples on Torah, tramples on halacha. But if a person is terrible, he's been Adam Lamakom. If a person is terrible and is a person that mistreats people, hurts people, then ultimately says that Tzaddik, unshow who nida kineged nida. Such a person like that receives a punishment that is nida kineged nida, reciprocal. ולכן, משום שמבקש שיהיה רלו זולסו, ועושה הנידה יענש בכך שמותר לבקש ולהספלל להשם שיענש על העשו. And ultimately again says the Tzaddik, there's a nida kineged nida. Because when a person is terrible and is getting adam l'chavero, and therefore he actively seeks out negativity towards the other, so ultimately I am permitted to go ahead and beseech HaKadosh Baruch Hu to visit negativity upon that person as well. So I will say, we're going to stop over there for today. We're leaving off in a little bit of an uncomfortable spot, right? Because the notion of davening for the misfortune of anything seems to be a little bit counter to how we would think to act. But yet, the Tzaddik is making this profound distinction. We never daven for the misfortune of a Russia because it's Adam L'Makom Russia. But if someone is a big Adam L'Chavero Russia, says the Tzaddik, it is permitted to daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to visit justice, so to speak, upon that individual. Why? How? The deeper meaning of that is not the solution to tomorrow.
Iron feature is like a slumber party. Yeah. He's like when all else fails, just make those noises. Hell yeah, you've done your research. That's great. Well, I'm glad to have you here, Pete. What do you say we get this thing started, huh? Yeah. Oh, yes. Wait a second. What is it? What is it? Oh, well, absolutely. But in the meanwhile, to stand in for you while you use the restroom, we are going to bring out the Iron Patriot, everybody. Our first ever homosexual security. Wow. It's Iron Justin Martindale, a.k.a. the Iron Patriot. How you doing today, buddy? Wow, this is amazing. Right, exactly. I'm glad that you were able to be our backup head of security today. A lot of people weren't able to do that. I had to call. This is a podcasting kryptonite.
Yeah, it's I'm sure he's used to touching tips also. It's not a really hard thing.
You got it right there. Just last time you had this trouble with the mic, it was a guy that actually had a mic.
All right, I want to say good morning. Let us begin. So we are starting this morning doing it. We are picking up in Os Ayin, and we left off on page Summit. So we can just orient ourselves a little bit. The Tzaddik is speaking about this. incredible idea, namely that the area in life in which we experience profound efficiency is often the area of life in which we could find the greatest amount of strength. So, Group Tzaddik essentially is teaching us the idea that our weaknesses really highlight or show us what our potential strengths truly are. So, Group Tzaddik gave a couple of examples of this. Today, we're going to focus on one incredible example. So, we're on page Sanefes, the right-hand column in the Uriah Hasidus, first paragraph on the top, about 4 lines in. Al Derech Zeh. Guarantee Matsu, Rashanu Chachamim, you also find what Chazal said, and it goes, Yom Shenekah Bo HaBayis, the day on which the base HaMikdash was destroyed, Bo Bayom Nolad Malach Mashiach. On the day on which the base HaMikdash was destroyed, the Malach Mashiach was born. The Gemara says, in very strong, this hurry, Shula Shadaka Bismana Kinkum, Yivali brought people out to the doctors and the leaders. Said, yeah, we bought part of the idea. On the day that the base HaMikdash was destroyed, the Mashiach was born. So it's Yerushalmi. He quotes it over here in paragraph Reish Nun Hey. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. Let's take a look at it together. Yerushalmi. Of the Hava B'chad Yehudai, the Hava Korim Radei. There was a Jew, there was a particular Jew who was plowing with his ox. What happened? God's first sake to money. The ox, he let out a groan, whatever the groan of an ox. Like the ox let out a groan. Hava Chad Hagoi, the Shamakava, was an Arab who was passing by. He heard the ox making this sound. Amali Bar sorry to Recha, the Shaykh and Kanecha, the Haparit Base Mikdash. Jew, go ahead and unhitch your ox and unhitch the plow because the temple has been destroyed. The Arab was saying to the Jew, there's no point in doing anything, the base Mikdash has been destroyed. God is mine to so then the ox rolled the second time. Amali Bar Yudai, Carter to Yaakov Qatar Kartaneva, said, Jew, whatever the also will say, resaddle or reattach your ox to the plow. So Hayarid Malcolm Mashiach. So the Mashiach was just there. This is the source. This is idea. So right, on one moment, the base is destroyed, and in the very next moment, Mashiach is born. Amarlei Mashmei Menachem. Also, what name is Mashiach? His name is Menachem. Amarlei Mashma Dabri. What's the name of Mashiach's father? Amarlei Mashma. It's actually a very, the Gemara itself is a very quick story. The Gemara then goes on to discuss how this particular Jew tried to do anything and everything in order to be able to find the Mashiach. The point of the story is that in the very moment that the base HaMikdash was destroyed, the Mashiach was born. Why? This is a subject thesis that from destruction, whether it's personal destruction or whether it's natural destruction, in natural destruction are the very seeds, are the very pedal for dynamic, cathartic growth. So on a personal level, it's often because when we, as you know already last week, when we sin and when we make mistakes and when we destroy ourselves, we begin to see what our weaknesses are. And when we see what our weaknesses are, now I know what I can work on. It's very important. Think about it for this. People rarely improve when life is going well. Like usually, again, when everything is firing on all cylinders and everything is doing what it's supposed to do, people generally don't change. People change when things go horribly wrong. People change when they hit a brick wall. People change when they make mistakes. That's how change in life truly works. And that's what the Tzaddik is saying over here. So when is Mashiach born? Mashiach is born when the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed. When do Adam and Chava begin their redemption? When they're covered with the fig leaves, the very thing with which they sin. When do we begin to make dramatic changes in life? When we make mistakes, and I realize, you know what, I'm pretty broken, or I'm broken in this area, or I'm deficient over here, and now I know exactly what it is that I have to do. So Shana goes on, he says, this is so beautiful. So we learned the second Sanhedrin discusses the idea. Where do we know that there's a concept of Tchias HaMesim, resurrection of the dead? Where do I know that concept exists? And it says it goes on, and it says, you might bring a number of different groups. So the second thing goes on to say something so beautiful. He says, what is the concept of Tchias HaMesim? Think about this for just a moment. And this is such an interesting insight. What's Tchias HaMesim? Put down on the basic level, something that is dead comes back to life. Why is Tchias HaMesim the paradigmatic example of what it is that occurs over the course of the Messianic era? Like, what is that? What is that? And the Tzaddik says something so beautiful. Tchias HaMesim is the paradigmatic example of the ability to take something that is broken and to go ahead and once again make it whole. And that's why, what's the emotional Mashiach? What is Mashiach all about? Mashiach is all about repairing the world. Mashiach is all about going ahead and repairing ourselves. We have to repair ourselves before Mashiach comes. And once Mashiach comes, often that opportunity is lost. But the life of Tzaddik says, the fact that the concept of Tchias HaMesim tells you that no matter how badly something is broken, it can be repaired. Isn't that incredible? See, each and every day, in the short essay, right? You see that. If I believe in Mashiach, if I believe in Tchias HaMesim, if I believe that the dead can come back to life, then no matter what is broken inside of me,
absolutely fucking anybody.
can be fixed as well. He goes on, he says, take a look in the left-hand paragraph on page Kufsan. It says, again, Tzaddik just goes on, he's just giving a number of examples of this, but the reason why it's Kedai to go through the examples, all highlighting the same point, is because it is interesting to see how reinforced this concept is within our tradition. That you see example after example, situation after situation, where over and over again you see the notion that from that which is broken emerges that which is whole. From the mistakes we made, we learn how to build. From that which is dead, has the ability to come back to life. He just one last thing, let us stop for today. He says, "Zeu inyan paraduma." This is being a paraduma. What does paraduma have the ability to do? Paraduma has the ability to purify someone from ritual purity with a tumas. Now, what's unique about that? Paraduma corresponds to which avera? To the Iglas, or to the Iglazot, the Chet Egel, the silver golden calf. The silver golden calf. Like the Egel caused so much death and destruction. It caused so much terrible fallout. Not just the thousands of people who died because of the Chet Egel, but the stain that the Chet Egel left and the spiritual consciousness of Klal Yisrael, a stain that has followed us throughout generations. And yet, again, it's the Egla Alufah. Sorry, I think it was the Para Aduma, like the red heifer, has the ability to cleanse from the most profound, intense source of Tumah, from Tumah's race. So once again, the subject says, from the destruction, from the weaknesses, from that which is broken, ultimately again, you begin to see the ability of the very good to go to bed. So it's not goes on. But again, we'll stop over here. The sword is a very profound, because very often when we make personal level, when we make mistakes in life, So you look at the difference that takes as a mistake. Again, this mistake is something